Ding, congratulations to you and players, Muchen, and Ruashi, for killing Dark Dragon Emperor Iguno, level 255, 255-star super god level boss, and you have received bonus experience points plus 280 billion. Hearing the system prompt sound, before I had time to be happy, the Dark Dragon King Iguno beside me had already fallen down. Looking at the huge corpse, I felt ecstatic. I finally defeated this boss. Bending down to pick up the fallen loot, a golden scroll fragment appeared in my hand. The last piece has finally been collected. I excitedly opened my space backpack, took out the other 8 pieces, and put them together one by one. The 9 golden fragments merged in my hands and turned into a complete golden scroll. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the 255-star super artifact, Dragon Blood Scroll. Just as I was excited about this hard-earned artifact, a sharp sword suddenly pierced my chest. My chest felt cold and the smile on my face froze. Muchen, you. Looking down at the figure holding the sword, I stared at him in disbelief. I'm sorry, brother. I will keep the Dragon Blood Scroll and Ruoro for you and take good care of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Muchen drew back his sword. Ruashi, who was standing next to him, watched me calmly as I slowly fell to the ground. Ding, you were attacked by the critical slash skill of the player, Muchen, and lost 32.68 million health points. The system detected that you have no remaining chances of resurrection, and you are dead. Hearing this prompt tone, I closed my eyes, filled with anger and unwillingness. I am dead. And that brother Muchen was about to pick up the scroll in my hand. But the moment he touched the scroll, the artifact turned into golden light and merged into my body. The next moment, my body turned into a white light and completely disappeared in front of him. How so? Muchen's face changed drastically, and he stared blankly at the pool of blood left on the ground. In Linhai City, in a simple rental house. I suddenly sat up in bed and yelled angrily. Muchen, Ruoruo, why did you betray me? The scenes around me made me feel a little dazed. This is the rental house I rented after graduation. He looked down at the calendar on the bedside table. August 28, 2025. Reborn. I quickly turned on the TV and saw the news reporting. The gate to the world of Apocalypse will open in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Players from all over the world, are you ready? The streets outside the window were filled with propaganda vehicles carrying posters for Apocalypse. People are talking about this upcoming game. That's right. I was really reborn. This day was the starting point of the nightmare. In my previous life, I was trapped in Apocalypse for 8 years, and ended up dying at the hands of my best brother and my beloved woman. If I were to live my life over again, I swear to make that bastard pay the price. Check the time, 6 o'clock, there are still 2 hours until the launch of Apocalypse. Suddenly remembering something, I put on my slippers and rushed out of the room. I must find the 6th god-level talent card. That's a treasure worth 1.5 billion renminbi. Running all the way to Lao Li's grocery store, I saw a fat man holding a bucket of instant noodles. I excitedly stepped forward and grabbed the instant noodles. Brother, I bought this instant noodles for 100 yuan. The fat man was confused. What? I was so anxious. 1,000 yuan, deal. 1,000 yuan has been received via WeChat. The fat man handed me the instant noodles in a daze. I opened the instant noodles on the spot, and there was nothing. Before giving up, I turned around and saw 2 boxes of instant noodles piled up in front of the fat man's house. I made up my mind and transferred 24,000 yuan via WeChat to buy it all in one go. Finally, in the 18th bucket of instant noodles, I found the golden card. Tianyun Group, the system tracked me to find the magic card and announced the news to the entire network. At the entrance of the convenience store, the fat man looked at the news and clenched the iced tea in his hand dully. He didn't know that I had already inserted the god-level talent card in the room. The 2 hours of waiting for the server to open seemed to be particularly long. Night falls. At 8 o'clock, it finally arrived. Put on your gaming helmet and enter the game. Ding dear, god-level talent card, player, congratulations on obtaining the god-level talent, god-level enhancement. 100% success rate of equipment enhancement. Now, I'm rich. At this moment, the system prompted again. Ding, the Dragon Blood Scroll has taken effect. Congratulations on obtaining the Dragon Bloodline. Dragon Blood Scroll. The power of the Dragon Blood Scroll that I obtained before I died in my previous life was actually brought back with me when I was reborn. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. In the world of Apocalypse, there is actually a race that is superior to the three major camps and was called the strongest race in Apocalypse by later generations in the previous life, the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is not in the camp that players can choose from, and they are very mysterious and powerful. They are neutral in the world of Apocalypse. In the previous life until Zhang Yi's death, there were only 3 players in the world who were recognized by the Dragon Clan and became members of the Dragon Clan in the 8 years. The Dragon Clan is the existence that countless players in the Apocalypse world dream of. In order to obtain the Dragon Blood Scroll that can obtain Dragon Bloodline and have the opportunity to join the Dragon Clan camp, Zhang Yi, his brother Mukin, and his lover Lin Ruo, who shared life and death with him in the previous life, joined forces with more than 100 other top players, and spent a whole year hunting down the 9-headed super god-level Dragon Emperor boss of the Dragon Clan. In the end, only the 3 of them were left in the entire team, and they finally gathered all 9 fragments to synthesize them. Excited, Zhang Yi opened an interface. Dragon Bloodline, LV1, each level up will gain a dragon-exclusive golden skill, and the passive skill will be improved. Owner, Inua Qingcheng. Passive, all attribute growth plus 5 stars. Exclusive skill, Hell Dragon Flame, LV1, gold/passive, every time you launch a normal attack or use a skill, there is a 0.1% chance of triggering, summoning a Hell Dragon, releasing Hell Dragon Flames to cover a 100-meter radius around you, causing all enemies within the range to receive 150% of your attack power as true damage, and enter a burning state that cannot be purified for 5 seconds, losing 30% of your attack power as true damage per second. Skill level will increase with Bloodline. Level. Upgrade requirements, Human Reputation 0/2000, Alien Reputation 0/2000, Demon Reputation 0/2000. Introduction, the supreme race of the Apocalypse world. Those with dragon blood will gain initial recognition from the dragon race and can use the dragon race's powerful skills. When the dragon bloodline is upgraded to LV10, those with bloodline will be eligible to join the dragon camp. Wow, it's worthy of being a 255-star super artifact. The dragon bloodline obtained by using the Dragon Blood Scroll actually gave Zhang Yi a golden skill of the highest quality in the Apocalypse world at the beginning. And it also adds a passive with all attribute growth plus 5 stars. You never thought, Mukin, that the thing you wanted to get by any means was brought back by me. An increasingly arrogant smile appeared on Zhang Yi's cheek. Because in this life, Zhang Yi has the capital to be arrogant, with dragon bloodline and god-level talent at the beginning, plus the overall control over the world of Apocalypse, it would be difficult for him not to take off. Seeing the requirements for upgrading the dragon bloodline, Zhang Yi couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that he had chosen the human camp. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, character creation completed. Player, Inua Qingcheng, welcome to the game world of Apocalypse. This week's survival mission has been released. You can view the details on the mission interface. I wish you a happy game. As the system's prompt sounded in his ears, Zhang Yi turned his sight and found himself in a derailed train. This familiar scene made Zhang Yi a little excited. The place of birth is indeed the same as in the previous life. Looking around, there were many other players refreshing in the same carriage as Zhang Yi. The time of the Apocalypse world is synchronized with the real world. Night falls. Through the train window, under the flickering streetlights, you can see huge spiders and scorpions everywhere on the railway outside, gnawing on the corpses of animals and humans, making creepy chewing sounds. In addition to Zhang Yi, dozens of other players in the same carriage leaned on the windows to watch the biochemical spiders outside with excitement and sighing. Player A, this virtuality is so high, this game is so powerful. Player B, yes, it's exactly the same as the real world. It's worth spending 10,000 yuan to buy this gaming helmet. Player C, aren't you afraid? It feels so scary. Player D, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a game. Zhang Yi shook his head while listening to the discussions of the players. These people have not yet realized that the world today is no longer as simple as a game. As far as I can remember, Apocalypse's first survival mission seemed to be to find a safe zone. I casually opened the mission interface and it turned out to be true. Your survival mission this week: find a safe zone, nightmare level. Background: aliens invade the Earth, the beastmen become stronger and rise, and the Earth faces a doomsday crisis. Mission description: please follow the instructions on the minimap to find the 8th District number 886 safety zone, Hope Town. In Hope Town, your safety will be greatly guaranteed. Mission time remaining, 3 hours and 58 minutes. Mission reward: resurrection chance +1. Failure penalty: death, can be avoided if there is a chance of resurrection. 2 major survival rules in the apocalyptic world. 1. Always make sure you have at least one chance of resurrection. Don't take risks when there is no chance of resurrection, because if there is a chance of resurrection, death can be resurrected, but if there is no chance of resurrection, once dead, you are really dead. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had used up all his chances of resurrection before the battle against Dark Dragon Emperor Guno, which led to him being fatally struck by Mukan, leaving him with no chance of recovery. 2. Complete the survival tasks released by the system every week. In the game, Apocalypse, the main storyline for players revolves around survival missions. The system will issue a unified survival mission for all players every Monday. Players who complete the survival mission within a week will be rewarded with a resurrection opportunity. If the mission is not completed, 1 resurrection opportunity will be deducted. If the player fails to complete the survival mission on time without a chance to resurrect, he will be killed by the system. Players' weekly survival tasks are divided into 3 levels: normal, elite, and nightmare. As the level of each completed task increases, all 3 tasks must be completed each week to ensure safety. At the same time, you can accumulate a reward of +3 resurrection opportunities. Because today is Sunday and the first day of the server opening, this week's survival mission has been directly upgraded to nightmare level and will not be upgraded again. Close the task interface, and the attribute interface appears in front of Zhang Yi. A promise to allure. Level 1. Occupation: none. Race: human. Number of resurrections: 1, accumulative, up to 5 times. Talent: God level enhancement, God level talent. Strength: 3/growth, 15 stars, affects physical attack, that is, 1 point of strength equals 1.5 physical attack. Intelligence: 3/growth, 15 stars, affects magic attack. Endurance: 2/growth, 15 stars, affects defense. Agility: 3/growth, 15 stars, affects speed, critical strike. Stamina: 5/growth, 15 stars, affects health and energy, i.e. 1 point of stamina equals 15 points of health and 7.5 points of energy. Physical attack power: 5. Physical defense: 3. Magical defense: 3. Health: 75. Energy: 38. Experience: 0 out of 100. Life skills: primary detection, can check the attributes of monsters that are no higher than 3 levels above your own, consumes 1 energy point. Special status: Dragon Bloodline LV1. Description: a newcomer who has just stepped into the world of Apocalypse is full of curiosity about everything. Before changing jobs, the initial growth of all 5 attributes of the player is 10 stars. However, Zhang Yi has all attribute growth plus 5-star passive bonus from Dragon Bloodline, which gives him half more attribute growth than others at the start. This is equivalent to a newcomer, but Zhang Yi's attributes are now half higher than those of other players. In the space backpack, besides the 10, level 1 red potions, given by the system that can restore 50 health points, there is only a novice sword. Novice sword. Quality: 1 star. Physical attack power, +3. Occupational restrictions: none. Level requirement: 0. Description: a weapon suitable for beginners. Although it doesn't do much damage, it can help you avoid fighting with those hideous monsters outside with your bare hands. Unfortunately, since he doesn't have any strengthening stones on him, Zhang Yi can't exert his God-level strengthening ability. Look at the time, it's 8:03 in the evening. If you can't enter the safe zone before midnight, you will waste the one initial resurrection opportunity given by the system to each player. Zhang Yi, who had experienced it once, naturally knew that it was not so easy to enter the safe zone, otherwise the difficulty of this survival mission would not be directly classified as nightmare level. At this time, as the game officially started, some players in the car could no longer hold back and jumped out of the window with swords in hand to kill monsters. In the field of vision, a young man with yellow hair was the first to run out of the train. He was carefree and fearless as he approached a giant spider that was gnawing on an animal carcass not far away with a big sword in his hand. After a while, there was a scream, and the yellow-haired man who was counterattacked by the level 3 giant spider died on the spot. The novice sword given by the system in his hand exploded, and his body turned into a white light and returned to the carriage. Before reaching the safe zone, the carriage served as the resurrection point for Zhang Yi and his group of players. Holy crap! The yellow-haired man, who had used up his chance to revive and return to the carriage, was stunned and said, "Why is this giant spider so awesome?" As soon as he finished speaking, another middle-aged male player in the car pointed at the spider that had just killed the yellow-haired man and said, "There are so many level 1 spiders around, why did you choose to fight that level 3 one?" Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, then he noticed the red ID mark on the spider's head, LV3 biochemical spider. Fuck, I didn't see it. Don't worry, it's just a game. We're all level 1 anyway. It's no big deal if we die. We can just try again. After saying that, the yellow-haired young man jumped out of the window again. At this time, the other players in the carriage also rushed out of the carriage with great swords in hand, rushing towards the level 1 biochemical spiders in front. Only Zhang Yi did not rush to leave the car, but took out a safety hammer next to a window. As soon as the safety hammer fell into Zhang Yi's hands, it instantly turned into a big black iron hammer. Ding Yu obtained the equipment, rough iron hammer. Looking at the hammer in his hand with an additional 5 points of attack power, Zhang Yi smiled with satisfaction. Although it is a 1-star equipment like the novice sword, this level 1 iron hammer has 2 points of attack power higher than the level 0 novice sword. In the early stage, 2 points of attack power is a difference that cannot be underestimated. Zhang Yi also learned about the fact that the safety hammer can be transformed into game equipment in his previous life. At that time, the only safety hammer in the carriage was accidentally picked up by a player and transformed into a weapon, which made Zhang Yi and other players envious. Thanks to the safety hammer, which had 2 points more attack power than the novice swords in the hands of other players, that player became the first player among their group of new players to break out of the train station. So, equipped with the hammer, Zhang Yi's attack power increased from 5 points to 10 points, and then he walked out of the car calmly. The moment he stepped out of the car, a strong stench hit his nose. Several female players around him couldn't help but frown, but for Zhang Yi, he had already gotten used to this smell. It can be seen that these new players can barely fight against a level 1 big spider. After all, a level 1 biochemical spider has only 6 attack power, 0 defense power and 50 health points, which are garbage attributes. As long as the players do not jump levels like Huang Mao at the beginning, their lives will not be in danger. These novice experience monsters set by the system will not actively attack players unless they are attacked by players. This feature greatly ensures the safety of novice players in the early stages. Zhang Yi did not pounce on the giant spiders like other players did, as if they had seen treasure. Instead, he chose to avoid the areas where the giant spiders were everywhere. Carrying a big hammer, Zhang Yi came to the waiting hall of the train station. According to the instructions on the minimap, the shortest route to the safe zone is to go straight along the train tracks, so Zhang Yi went around to the waiting hall, naturally for another purpose. At the door of the waiting hall, Zhang Yi encountered a big spider that was a little different from the big black spiders in front of him. It was a big red spider in appearance. Zhang Yi casually cast a detection spell over. Biochemical spider, ordinary physical monster. Level 2. Talent, poisoning, common talent. The bio spider's attack has a 1% chance of poisoning the target, which lasts for 5 seconds and causes the target to lose 10% of its attack power per second. Physical attack, 10. Physical defense, 2. Magical defense, 1. Health, 90. Description: a spider that has mutated due to the pollution of the apocalyptic environment is extremely ferocious, but as long as you don't provoke it, it will not actively attack you. This big spider seems a bit unusual. In the world of Apocalypse, not only players but also monsters have talents. After seeing the description on the data panel, Zhang Yi became more certain, this is the guy. Zhang Yi also learned about this opportunity by accident. In his previous life, it was not until Zhang Yi spent more than 2 hours to finally arrive at the safe zone Hope Town that he heard players in the same safe zone mention that there was a welfare monster in the waiting hall of the train station, and killing it would reveal a treasure chest. It is reported that the player forgot to look at the map at that time and accidentally thought that he must go out of the waiting hall to leave the train station, but he encountered the welfare monster. According to the player's own account, he killed the welfare monster in 2 attempts at the cost of dying once, and then he got a treasure chest, which seemed to contain a lot of good things. In this life, Zhang Yi arrived at the waiting hall before anyone else, so that welfare monster must belong to Zhang Yi. It would definitely be difficult for a level 1 player to fight a level 2 biochemical spider alone, but that is for ordinary players. For Zhang Yi, who has dragon bloodline and a magical hammer in his hand, it is not a problem at all. So, Zhang Yi fixed his eyes on the level 2 biochemical spider that was resting at the entrance of the waiting hall. Based on the fact that the biochemical spider will not actively attack the player as long as the player does not touch it, Zhang Yi approached with a big hammer. Bang! A hammer hit the giant biochemical spider that was at least 1 meter tall when it stood up. Roar! With a roar, a red damage number popped up above the biochemical spider's head. -8. The 5-star growth brought by the dragon bloodline combined with the iron hammer makes Zhang Yi's attack power almost twice that of other players equipped with novice swords. The damage caused to this level 2 biochemical spider is also considerable. The biochemical spider, which was suddenly attacked, immediately turned around, swinging its 8 long hairy legs, and opened its bloody mouth to bite Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly retreated to avoid it, then turned around and swung the hammer down again, dealing another 8 points of damage to the biochemical spider's head. I wasn't a top expert in my previous life, but I still had some basic movement skills. Therefore, Zhang Yi dodged the attacks of the biochemical spider as much as possible by moving around, while looking for opportunities to hit it with a hammer. After all, once attacked by the biochemical spider, with Zhang Yi's 3 points of defense, he would lose 7 points of blood. If the poisoning talent was triggered, he would lose another 5 points of blood. Resources are scarce in the early stages, and the potions given by the system are not meant to be used at this time. In half a minute, Zhang Yi had hit the biochemical spider with 10 hammers in succession, reducing its health by 80 points. The last hammer smashed down, causing a golden critical damage. -16. Roar. With a roar, the biochemical spider fell dead in front of Zhang Yi. Ding, you killed the bio spider, experience points +2. With the death of the biochemical spider, there was a boom sound, and a golden box fell from the body of the biochemical spider. Sure enough, the box exploded. Zhang Yi was delighted, squatted down and opened the 1-star treasure box. Ding, congratulations on opening the 1-star treasure box, and obtaining level 1 reinforcement stone, X30. A treasure chest is something similar to a welfare lottery in the world of Apocalypse. Its rarity is determined by its star rating. The higher the star rating, the better the items that come out of the treasure chest. For Zhang Yi, who possesses the God-level enhancement talent, the 30 enhancement stones found in this treasure chest are like timely help. Therefore, Zhang Yi could not wait to use the strengthening stones to strengthen the big hammer in his hand. Each strengthening consumed a level 1 strengthening stone. He only heard pleasant prompt sounds ringing in his ears. Ding, strengthening successful, congratulations on upgrading your equipment, rough hammer, to +1. Ding, strengthening successful, congratulations on upgrading your equipment, rough hammer, to +2. Ding, strengthening successful, congratulations on upgrading your equipment, rough hammer, to +25. Activate the exclusive talent, serious injury. I clicked on the properties of rough hammer again and took a look. Rough hammer, +25. Quality, 1 star. Physical attack, +18, 13, the number in brackets is the enhancement bonus. Occupational restrictions, none. Level requirement, 1. Exclusive talent, severe injury, passive, the wearer gains an additional 30 points of damage per attack. Description, don't underestimate this hammer, it can easily smash your novice sword into pieces. Using only 25 enhancement stones, a blank piece of equipment can be enhanced to the top level plus 25. This was an ability that countless high-end players in the previous life dreamed of possessing, and Zhang Yi, who had been reborn, actually possessed it. Although it is not worthwhile to enhance a level 1-star piece of junk equipment that quickly transitioned in the early stage to plus 25, because the basic attributes of such low-level equipment are low, even if it is enhanced to the top level, the improvement will not be very high. However, for Zhang Yi, who has the talent of God-level enhancement, he does not care about this. At least this plus 25 hammer can allow Zhang Yi to reach the safe zone unimpeded. Zhang Yi remembers that in each area, the first player to reach the safe zone will receive a generous system reward. And even if this equipment transitions quickly, when Zhang Yi reaches a higher level and obtains a better weapon, it will only take 25 enhancement stones. With God-level enhancement in hand, he can have the plus 25 equipment he wants. It is worth mentioning that the talent, Serious Injury, that is unlocked when this hammer is strengthened to plus 25 is really awesome. It can increase the wearer's attack damage by 30 points, which is equivalent to increasing Zhang Yi's attack power by 30 points, which has exceeded the main attribute of this equipment. With this exclusive talent, Zhang Yi's output ability has been greatly improved. I opened the status bar and saw that the attack power had risen to 23 points. Combined with Serious Injury, I'm afraid that 2 hammers can kill a level 2 biochemical spider. Not to mention using it up to level 10, this hammer should be fine to use up to level 5. In addition to this 1-star treasure chest, Zhang Yi also found a copper coin next to the corpse of the level 2 biochemical spider. This is the universal currency in the apocalypse world and is also a very important resource, but this novice monster is a bit stingy. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. So Zhang Yi picked up the only copper coin and left the waiting hall. According to the distribution on the small map, it is not a wise choice to go out of the waiting hall and then reach the safe zone. When he returned to the train tracks where he was born, he saw a large group of players from the same group as Zhang Yi, having a great time fighting those level 1 to 3 biochemical spiders. They had completely forgotten about the survival mission of finding a safe zone, and were lost in the fun of killing monsters. After all, except Zhang Yi, all the players are experiencing this kind of game with 100% virtuality for the first time. This thrilling feeling can really make people fall in love with it. I remember that in the previous life, Zhang Yi also spent half an hour killing spiders here before he remembered to do the survival mission. Opening the map, Zhang Yi followed the arrows on the map and headed straight west along the track. Just at this moment, a white light flashed and a level 3 biochemical spider appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Because the refresh distance was too short, the level 3 biochemical spider that refreshed almost at Zhang Yi's feet did not give Zhang Yi a chance to react, and he stepped on it. Roar! With a roar, the biochemical spider, which was stepped on for no reason, immediately became hostile to Zhang Yi and opened its mouth to spit out a ball of green venom at Zhang Yi. Pa! The venom splashed on Zhang Yi's chest. Ding! You are attacked by the biochemical spider and lose 13 health points. The attack power of the level 3 biochemical spider is too high. Zhang Yi, who has no armor to protect himself, cannot withstand its damage even with 15 stars of endurance growth, and the health bar above his head drops by 1/6. With Zhang Yi's health of 75 points, he could only withstand 6 attacks from this biochemical spider at most. At this time, the players who were chopping down the level 1 biochemical spiders in the back saw that Zhang Yi had provoked a big guy and cast sympathetic glances at him. That boy is so bold that he dares to mess with a level 3 spider. Yeah, I'm dead. Just as several players behind him were talking, Zhang Yi swung the big hammer in his hand and smashed it hard on the head of the level 3 giant spider in front of him. Bang. -47. With a crisp sound, a beam of damage jumped out from the top of the biochemical spider's head, which immediately stunned the players who were watching the fun in the back. With Zhang Yi's 23 attack points, he could actually only cause 17 points of damage to the level 3 biochemical spider with 6 points of defense. The Serious Injury talent of the big hammer contributed 30 points of damage. Leaping to avoid the second attack from the biochemical spider, Zhang Yi smashed it down with another hammer. -94 critical hit. Good luck explodes, golden critical damage, 2 hammers kill instantly. With a wailing roar, the level 3 biochemical spider with a total health of 130 points, which was almost invincible in the eyes of other players around it, was directly hit by Zhang Yi's 2 hammers, and its health bar was emptied, and it fell to the ground dead. Ding, you killed the bio spider, experience points +6. As the saying goes, high risk means high reward. The experience of a level 3 biochemical spider is 3 times that of a level 2 biochemical spider. In addition, this level 3 biochemical spider also dropped 2 copper coins, plus a fist-sized silver stone. Level 1 Strengthening Stone. Description: this is a good thing that can be used to strengthen 1-star quality equipment and improve the player's combat effectiveness. 2 strengthening stones of the same level can be synthesized into a higher level strengthening stone. I was lucky enough to get a strengthening stone dropped. So, Zhang Yi bent down to pick up the copper coins and strengthening stones, then picked up the big hammer, stepped on the corpse of the level 3 biochemical spider, and walked towards the direction of the safe zone Hope Town, leaving a group of messy players in the dark. Player A: was it my eyes that were blurry just now? Player B: are you dazzled? Maybe I'm blind. How could you kill a level 3 biochemical spider with just 2 hammers? Is this a human? Player C: he's cheating. With the +25 hammer in his hand, Zhang Yi can completely dominate the train station and use these level 1 to 3 biochemical spiders to upgrade their levels to above level 3. In his previous life, Zhang Yi might have really done this, but now, Zhang Yi has bigger goals and he doesn't care about these small benefits. After traveling along the railway track at the fastest speed for more than 20 minutes, Zhang Yi climbed over the guardrail, crossed a hillside, and stood on the top of the hillside. He finally saw the Hope Town located at the foot of the mountain over there. A cement wall was built around the town. Standing on a high place, one could see that the town was peaceful and tranquil. However, in the city ruins outside the wall, countless biochemical monsters gathered. If there were no protection of the wall, these biochemical monsters would have rushed into the town and killed all the survivors in the town. No regional announcement has been received yet, which means that no player has entered the novice safe zone number 886 where Zhang Yi is located, and the achievement of being the first to enter the safe zone is still there. So, Zhang Yi dragged the big hammer and walked towards Hope Town in the darkness. In addition to the 34 independent regions, each region in the apocalypse world is divided into more than 1,000 small safety zones, which are the novice villages. Each novice village can accommodate more than 10,000 players. This is just the domestic area, there are also many overseas areas and servers. Zhang Yi only found out about this a few years later in the previous life when the apocalypse world merged the regions and started the national war. This shows how popular the game Apocalypse is. The place Zhang Yi was assigned to, which was the safe zone Hope Town that the system guided him to, had the serial number 886. Around safe zone number 886, countless players with different birthplaces are flocking to Hope Town according to the prompts of the Find Safe Zone survival mission. Zhang Yi must enter Hope Town before them to trigger the achievement. Don't think that Zhang Yi can enter Hope Town quickly just because he is less than a mile away. In fact, the road leading out of the train station is nothing. Only here is the real challenge of the nightmare-level survival mission, finding the safe zone, beginning. From Zhang Yi's current location to Hope Town, there are biochemical behemoths of levels 1 to 5 along the way, and these biochemical behemoths are not equipped with a novice protection mechanism. In other words, even if the player does not provoke them, they will be attacked as long as they approach them. In the previous life, 1/10 of the players in each safe zone probably died on the way to the safe zone. If Zhang Yi had not teamed up with several players, he would have almost died on the road. However, in this life, Zhang Yi does not plan to team up with other players, because Zhang Yi, who holds the enhanced level 25 sledgehammer, does not need help from others at all. After jumping down the hillside, a huge level 2 biochemical cockroach immediately crawled towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry and continued to move forward, waiting for the biochemical cockroach to run in front of him, and then smashed it with a hammer, directly smashing the biochemical cockroach's head flat. -51. The biochemical cockroach, with its head nailed to the ground, temporarily lost its ability to attack. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Yi turned around and smashed it with another hammer. Another 51 points of damage jumped out from the top of the biochemical cockroach's head, KO. Ding, you killed a level 2 biochemical cockroach, experience points +2. Zhang Yi picked up a copper coin that exploded from the biochemical cockroach on the ground and continued moving forward. After a while, another level 3 biochemical rat came flying over. Unsurprisingly, it was killed by Zhang Yi with 3 hammers, and turned into 6 experience points and 1 copper coin, which fell into Zhang Yi's bag. There is nothing that can't be solved with 2 hammers. If there is, use 3 hammers. The originally rubbish level 1 1-star hammer, after being strengthened to plus 25, is simply a magical weapon in the early stages. Therefore, Zhang Yi had an almost unimpeded journey along the way. Even if it was a level 4 or 5 biochemical monster that other novice players needed a team of 3 or 4 to barely deal with, it was just a matter of a few hammers in Zhang Yi's hands. Then, Ding Yu killed a level 3 bio ant, experience points plus 6. Ding Yu killed a level 2 bio spider, experience points plus 2. Ding Yu killed a level 4 biochemical centipede, experience points plus 12. When Zhang Yi reached the entrance of Hope Town, a beam of golden light fell from above his head, accompanied by a pleasant system notification sound. Ding, congratulations on your upgrade. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The next upgrade requires 250 experience points. After many setbacks along the way, I finally reached level 2. Opening the status bar, Zhang Yi added all the 5 points gained from the upgrade to the physical strength that can increase the health value attribute. No matter what profession you want to change to at level 10, it will not affect the player's free points allocation before level 10, because after completing the job change, the system will give the player a chance to reset points. So before level 10, just add whatever attribute is lower. The plus 25 hammer has guaranteed Zhang Yi's output. Survival ability is Zhang Yi's current weakness. 5 points of physical strength, equivalent to Zhang Yi's 15-star physical strength growth, brings a bonus of 75 health points and 37 energy points, which directly doubles Zhang Yi's vitality. After completing the points addition and closing the status bar, Zhang Yi stopped at the entrance of the safe zone and entered the town along a white light curtain in front of him that monsters could not penetrate. Passing through the light curtain, what comes into view is a quiet and peaceful town. There are rows of undamaged houses on both sides of the clean road. Countless NPCs with blue IDs on their heads come and go, making it very lively. Zhang Yi, who had just passed through the apocalyptic ruins outside, felt like he had entered heaven. At the same time, a loud system prompt sound came from the air. Announcement of the 886th safety zone. Ding, congratulations to the player, Inua Qingqing, for becoming the first person to enter the 886th safety zone, Hope Town, completing the first newbie achievement and receiving rewards, human reputation plus 120. Including 20% bonus from the human faction, silver coins plus 10. The reward of 120 reputation is not bad, because under normal circumstances, you have to complete at least several difficult tasks to get so much reputation. As this regional announcement reached the vicinity of Hope Town, all the players in Safety Zone 886, including those on their way to Hope Town, were all excited, and the regional chat channel instantly became lively. Lonely Brother, male, level 1 player, wow, you're so fast, you've actually reached the safe zone. I just died and returned to the spawn point. Wait, brother, try again. This time I'll definitely get there within an hour. Mouse loves cat, female, level 1 player, Inua Qingqing, is he a boy or a girl? He made it to the safe zone so quickly, so impressive. Expert, male, level 1 player. I've been slaying rats here, and almost forgot about the mission to enter the safe zone. Guys, wait for me, I'm coming. Ding dong ding dong. The chat channel kept ringing, but Zhang Yi didn't even bother to look at it and just muted it. Because they have not yet realized that this is a real apocalyptic world, other players still have the leisure to chat, but Zhang Yi does not. Immediately after the regional announcement, Zhang Yi heard another private system reminder. Ding, congratulations on completing the survival mission, finding a safe zone, nightmare level, and you have been rewarded with +1 chance to revive. All survival missions for this week have been completed. Please wait for the system to release a new survival mission at midnight next Monday. Looking at the time, it was 8:30. It only took Zhang Yi half an hour to reach the safe zone. I remember that the first player to arrive at Hope Town in the previous life should be around 9 o'clock, which means that Zhang Yi was at least half an hour ahead of other players and could enjoy the benefits of the safe zone. Zhang Yi, who had returned after his rebirth, had a very clear goal, which was that all his efforts in the future would be to make himself stronger and stronger. Therefore, Zhang Yi's biggest goal is to gain reputation as quickly as possible and improve the level of Dragon Bloodline. Raising the Dragon Bloodline to LV10 will give you the opportunity to join the Dragon Camp. Joining the Dragon Camp is different from having Dragon Bloodline. Once you join the Dragon Camp, you can get the support of the powerful Dragon Clan. I remember that in my previous life, a few years later, when the regions of various countries in the Apocalypse world merged and the national war began, a player from the Dragon Clan Camp of Heaven mobilized the power of the Dragon Clan, summoned a group of dragon cavalry, and slaughtered Yundu, a second-level main city with 100,000 players. As the ultimate goal, it would take at least a year or two to upgrade Dragon Bloodline to level 10. So before that, Zhang Yi's most immediate goal is to reach level 10 and complete his job change, because only by changing jobs can he learn skills. Level 10 is a huge watershed for early players. Without the experience of the previous life, everyone who has played the game knows that combining quests and killing monsters is the fastest way to level up. After being reborn, Zhang Yi basically remembered all the locations of Hope Town, including where to find the NPCs who could receive quests and the locations of pharmacies and equipment stores. Because in his previous life, Zhang Yi was an ordinary player who could not be more ordinary, even trash. He stayed in the novice village for a whole month before he reached level 30 and went to the third-level main city. In a month, Zhang Yi even remembered clearly where in the town there were signs prohibiting urinating and defecating outdoors. So, relying on his memory, Zhang Yi walked straight along the street, passing through the crowd of NPCs. After a while, he came to the door of a small house with a red roof. At the door of the small house, there was a little girl who looked only 8 or 9 years old with 2 ponytails squatting. She supported her chin with both hands and looked unhappy. In addition to the blue Lingling logo on her head, there was also a big yellow question mark above her ID. This means that players can receive ordinary tasks from this NPC. In the world of Apocalypse, game missions are divided into 2 types, ordinary and hidden. All those with question marks above their heads are ordinary tasks. Hidden tasks have no reminders and are difficult to trigger. The rewards for hidden tasks are so generous that you will never be able to imagine. But Zhang Yi is very clear, there is no direct hidden task in the Hope Town. So, Zhang Yi walked towards the girl Lingling. "Little sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you so depressed?" Squatting in front of Lingling, Zhang Yi triggered the conversation and asked softly. The NPC girl Lingling raised her head, staring at Zhang Yi with her big watery eyes, and cried, "Big brother, my dad was killed by a monster outside a few days ago. Can you avenge my dad for me and kill the monsters that killed my dad?" As soon as the girl finished speaking, a light screen immediately appeared in front of Zhang Yi. "Ding, do you want to accept the mission, Revenge for the Murder of Father, difficulty coefficient 20, a beginner mission, the system recommends that you accept it." One sentence triggers the task, simple and clear. Zhang Yi accepted the task without hesitation. "Ding, you have received the mission, Revenge for the Murder of the Father. Complete the mission according to the rules and you will receive generous rewards. Come on, adventurer. Open the task interface casually. Revenge for the Murder of the Father, normal mission. Mission difficulty coefficient, 20. Description: with the invasion of alien races and the rise of beastmen, the whole world has fallen into an unprecedented doomsday crisis, and countless human survivors have died tragically at the hands of ferocious monsters in the wild. Lingling's father went to the factory to get materials for making weapons 3 days ago, and has not returned yet. I'm afraid he has died. Please follow the map instructions to go to the Doomsday Factory, and kill the man-eating bugs inside to avenge Lingling's father. Mission progress, 0 out of 100. Mission rewards, experience plus 600, copper coins plus 100, level 1 reinforcement stones plus 10, random equipment plus 1, human reputation plus 20. Remaining time, 11:59. It was no different from the novice missions that could be obtained anywhere in the safe zone to kill mutant cats and dogs. On the surface, this was just an ordinary novice mission, but only Zhang Yi knew that this mission was not ordinary. After receiving the task, Zhang Yi stood up and said goodbye to Lingling. Lingling continued to squat at the door, looking sad, with a question mark still above her head, waiting for the next player to come and receive the task. Turning his head to take a look at the NPC girl, Zhang Yi felt touched. Although he didn't know her, Zhang Yi knew that this NPC girl Lingling was actually transformed from a real little girl in the real world. In other words, in the real world, Lingling had been wiped out by the apocalypse system. Not only Lingling, but also all the NPCs in this safe zone and even the entire apocalypse world are people who have been wiped out in the real world. Zhang Yi dare not imagine what is happening in the real world outside the game at this moment. I looked down and realized that it would be too shabby to go out in shorts and slippers. So, before leaving the safe zone to carry out the mission, Zhang Yi went to the equipment store in the town. He killed monsters all the way from the train station to Hope Town, and obtained a total of 21 copper coins. Adding the 10 silver coins as achievement rewards, Zhang Yi now has 10 silver coins and 21 copper coins in his assets. 10 silver coins of assets was a huge sum of money when Apocalypse was launched less than an hour ago. So, Zhang Yi spent a little money and bought a set of novice equipment in the equipment store. Novice boots, plus 2 defense, priced 20 copper coins. Novice pants, plus 2 defense, priced at 20 copper coins. Novice clothes, plus 25 health points, sold for 25 copper coins. Novice ring, plus 3 attack power, priced at 35 copper coins. All of them were level 1, 1-star items, rubbish equipment. Zhang Yi bought them just to make himself look better. I put on a set of rookie clothes and opened the simplified status bar to take a look. A promise to allure LV2. Resurrections, 2. Talent, God level enhancement. Physical attack, 26. Physical defense, 7. Magical defense, 7. Health, 175. Energy, 75. Experience, 3 out of 250. Special status, Dragon Bloodline, LV1. After buying the equipment, Zhang Yi went to the pharmacy and spent 50 copper coins to buy 50 bottles of level 1 red potion, then dragged the big hammer and walked out of Hope Town. Darkness enveloped the earth, and the breath of death filled his nose. Zhang Yi, who stepped out of the safe zone through the light curtain, seemed to have instantly gone from heaven to hell. Looking around, in the smoke-filled ruins of the city, countless 1 to 5 level bizarre biochemical monsters were walking around, and crows were flying around overhead. Zhang Yi was fearless and walked straight into the beast herd with a big hammer in hand. Roar! As Zhang Yi stepped into the hatred range of those monsters, low-level biochemical beasts flew towards Zhang Yi one after another amidst roars. Zhang Yi swung the big hammer, and it danced wildly. Bang bang bang. -48. -48. -51. -94 critical hit. Ding, you killed a level 3, biochemical cockroach, experience points +6. Ding, you killed a level 2, biochemical rat, experience points +2. One after another, the giant biochemical beasts turned into experience points and were collected by Zhang Yi. In Zhang Yi's hands, monsters of levels 1 to 4 are nothing more than a matter of 2 to 4 hammers. Now the only monsters that can pose a threat to Zhang Yi are the monsters of level 5. The attack power of a level 5 biochemical monster has reached 25 points. It can cause 18 points of damage to Zhang Yi when it hits him. Its health value reaches 240 plus. Without a critical hit, Zhang Yi needs 6 hammers to kill one. Almost every time Zhang Yi killed a level 5 biochemical monster, he would consume a bottle of red potion to make up for the loss. However, level 5 monsters also have the highest returns. A level 5 monster can bring Zhang Yi a full 20 experience points. 1 copper coin is guaranteed, and if you are lucky, you can get up to 3 copper coins at once. Just as Zhang Yi was rushing out of the safe zone, he met many players who were also rushing to the safe zone. Those players who had fought their way here from the birth point were all surprised to see Zhang Yi rushing out of the safe zone in the opposite direction, until they saw the white ID floating above Zhang Yi's head, Inua Qingqing. Damn, isn't that the guy who was just announced by the system as the first player to reach the safe zone? Inua Qingqing, yes, this is the ID. My goodness, he even changed his weapons. We haven't even reached the safe zone yet, but he's already killing people outside. Let's hurry into the safe zone. I saw in the game manual on the Apocalypse official website that there is a limit on the number of missions you can redeem each day. If we go too late, we won't even have any food to eat. As a result, a large number of players passed by Zhang Yi and rushed to Hope Town. In their opinion, even if this Inua Qingqing was the first person to arrive in the safe zone and had some strength, he would die if he went out to fight in the wild alone. Just then, a scream came from the front. Looking ahead, he saw a girl in a vest and hot pants being pinned down by a level 5 biochemical spider, not far in front of Zhang Yi. The health bar above her head was half a grid, but after being bitten by the biochemical spider, it dropped to a quarter. Help! Don't be afraid, sister, I'm here to save you. Seeing the beautiful girl in danger, a young man nearby rushed towards the biochemical spider with a novice sword in hand. Unexpectedly, before he could get close to the biochemical spider, he was counterattacked by it while trying to save the beauty. A bite of 44 points of critical damage triggered the poisoning talent, combined with 3 points of poison damage per second, and killed the young man in an instant in the blink of an eye. With a scream of "ah," the heroic young man who saved the beauty turned into white light and disappeared. The level 5 biochemical spider continued to approach the girl with low health. When the other players around saw that this was a level 5 monster, and they had just witnessed with their own eyes the terrifying damage of this biochemical spider that instantly killed a player, they were so scared that they all dared not go forward. After all, in their eyes, although this is just a game, once they die they have to go back to the birth point to resurrect. They have finally fought their way here and are about to enter the safe zone. No one wants to let all their efforts go to waste because of a girl they don't know who is just a little pretty. Just when the girl was about to be eaten by the giant spider, Zhang Yi approached with a big hammer. Seeing this, the people around sighed with disdain. Hey! This kid thinks he's great for being the first to enter the safe zone and getting some rewards, and he changed his weapon, so he wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Just wait and see him get killed in 1 second. Just make sure the hammer in your hand explodes. The attack power of that hammer is definitely higher than that of the novice sword. Therefore, the surrounding players all looked at Zhang Yi, who was approaching the biochemical spider and the girl with an interested look. As soon as Zhang Yi approached, the biochemical spider sensed the danger and immediately turned around and pounced towards Zhang Yi. A hammer banged from bottom to top, knocking the biochemical spider away. A golden critical damage jumped up from the biochemical spider's head. -94. Just as the surrounding players were gasping for breath, Zhang Yi quickly took a few steps forward and struck with 2 consecutive hammers, dealing 247 points of damage, killing the level 5 biochemical spider that was not at full health. This scene shocked all the players around who had wanted to watch the show. Player A, oh my god, what kind of damage is this? Player B, damn, that hammer in his hand is a magical weapon. Player C, I can't do as much damage as his hammer with my 10 swords. While everyone was astonished, Zhang Yi had already picked up the spoils of 2 copper coins and left quietly. Following the instructions on the map, it took Zhang Yi more than 10 minutes to fight his way from Hope Town to the Doomsday Factory. Thanks to the experience points contributed by the low-level monsters on the road, Zhang Yi's experience bar has reached 70%, and he is about to reach level 3. In sight, it was an abandoned chemical processing plant located in the wilderness. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and the factory's large chimney was covered with vines. The whole factory looked dead and full of dangers. If it were an ordinary person, playing this kind of apocalyptic survival game for the first time, they would probably not even have the courage to approach the factory without a team. However, Zhang Yi did not hesitate and directly entered the factory dragging a sledgehammer. Inside the factory, there were chemical barrels lying on the ground in all directions, garbage and paper scraps everywhere, making it a mess. There were also many rotten and smelly corpses of NPC workers scattered throughout the factory. In addition, you can see many large black insects with 6 legs that look like beetles, gnawing on the corpses, making bursts of creepy chewing sounds. These big bugs are exactly what Zhang Yi is aiming for. Man-eating worms. The man-eating worms scattered throughout the factory were not very high in level, ranging between level 3 and 4. After all, the difficulty coefficient of the mission, Revenge for the Murder of the Father, was only 20. Man-eating worm, physical common monster. Level 4. Talent, corrosive damage. The man-eating worm's attack can penetrate its own venom into the enemy's body, causing a corrosive effect on the enemy, which lasts for 3 seconds and loses 5 points of health per second. Physical attack, 18. Physical defense, 9. Magical defense, 7. Health, 180. Description: this insect originally lived underground and mutated due to environmental pollution. It feeds on humans. If you don't want to be eaten by it, it's best not to get close to it. Although the level 4 monster is 2 levels higher than Zhang-Yi, who has a plus 25 big iron hammer in his hand, which is considered a magic weapon in the early stage, does not need to take it seriously at all. The mission requires killing a total of 100 man-eating bugs, which is a completely physical job. So, locking onto the nearest level 4 man-eating worm, Zhang-Yi approached it with a big hammer. Roar! Just as Zhang-Yi approached, the man-eating worm that was digging up a worker's corpse discovered Zhang-Yi and crawled over quickly. Zhang-Yi continued to approach as if nothing had happened until the man-eating worm rushed up to him. Bang! A hammer hit his forehead. -47. For a new player, the 9-point defense of the man-eating worm is actually very high. If a player does not have a decent weapon, or at least reaches level 4 with full points, challenging the man-eating worm with only a novice sword is tantamount to suicide. But for Zhang-Yi, this is just an experience monster. As a novice monster, the man-eating worm's attack speed was so slow that before it could launch a counterattack, Zhang-Yi's second hammer had already fallen, dealing another 47 points of damage. With a nimble move, he dodged the attack of the man-eating worm and then struck it with 2 more hammers, easily killing the man-eating worm. Gain 12 experience points and 2 copper coins, and the progress of the Revenge for Patricide mission has reached 1/100. Zhang-Yi, who killed the man-eating worm without any injury, did not need to recover. He swung the sledgehammer and locked onto the next target. Bang bang bang. The entire factory was filled with the crisp sound of hammers hitting the hard carapace of the man-eating worms, mixed with the worms' miserable wails. After killing several man-eating worms in succession, just when Zhang-Yi was about to kill the 8th man-eating worm with a hammer, a loud boom sound suddenly came from the sky above his head. Zhang-Yi, who was originally calmly killing monsters, was also startled. He looked up and was shocked to see a huge purple spacetime crack in the air above the factory, as if tearing the sky apart. Accompanied by a deafening roar, in an instant, a huge fire dragon with flames burning on its body leaped out from the crack, opened its bloody mouth, and sprayed a stream of scorching dragon flame towards the ground. Wow! With Zhang-Yi, who couldn't help but shield his eyes with his hands, as the center, the dragon flame instantly covered a radius of 100 meters around Zhang-Yi, devouring the man-eating bugs in a large area around Zhang-Yi. With a burst of crackling sounds, a large group of man-eating worms around had white real wounds jumping on their heads. -69. Then, a -40 continuous burning true damage would appear above the head of the injured man-eating worm every second, and the health bar would be lost at an extremely fast speed. Within a few seconds, dozens of man-eating worms within a radius of 100 meters around Zhang-Yi had all been burned to death. The giant dragon and the crack in the air disappeared. Zhang-Yi stared at the charred bodies of countless man-eating worms around him in amazement, and listened to the battle prompts ringing in his ears. Ding, you killed a level 3 man-eating bug, experience points +6. Ding, you killed a level 4 man-eating bug, experience points +12. Brush. A golden light fell, and Zhang-Yi directly rose from level 2 80% to level 3 57%. It was not until he opened the battle record that Zhang-Yi realized that it was his normal attack that triggered the dragon-exclusive skill, Hell Dragon Flame, granted by Dragon Bloodline. The golden LV1 Hell Dragon Flame, which has a 1 in 1,000 chance of being triggered, can cause 150% of the attack power in true damage to all hostile targets within a radius of 100 meters around Zhang-Yi, and bring 30% of the attack power in burning damage that cannot be cleared for 5 seconds. With Zhang-Yi's 26 attack points and the 30 damage bonus from serious injury, a ray of Hell Dragon Flame came down, instantly killing all the level 3 to 4 man-eating bugs around him. After being stunned for a long time, Zhang-Yi finally uttered a sentence: "The Dragon Bloodline is awesome. You know, this is only the effect of level 1. When the Hell Dragon Flame is upgraded to level 10 in the later stage, it will be able to destroy everything in its path." In the eyes of other new players, it was already a luxury to kill a level 3 monster by themselves, but Zhang Yi had already killed a group of level 4 man-eating bugs. Opening the task interface, the task progress directly increased from 8 out of 100 to 55/100. The dragon flame just now killed 47 man-eating worms in seconds. Looking at the spoils scattered all around, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. It took 3 minutes to pick up all the things that dropped from the 47 man-eating worms, a total of 70 copper coins, 5 level 1 strengthening stones, and a 1-star treasure chest. The equipment drop rate of the apocalypse monster was complained by countless players in the previous life, so Zhang Yi expected that no equipment would be dropped after killing more than 40 monsters. The drop rate of the reinforcement stone is 10%. On the contrary, the 1-star treasure box was an unexpected gain. Because as we all know, treasure chests are more difficult to obtain than equipment. It's just a burst of luck. If you open equipment, a 1-star treasure chest will guarantee to open 1-star equipment, and there is a small probability of opening a 2-star equipment. Open a 1-star treasure chest without a key. Perhaps the treasure chest that just popped up had used up Zhang Yi's luck. After opening the treasure chest, Zhang Yi got 10 level 1 reinforcement stones, plus a 1-star armor. Man-eating worm boots. Quality, 1 star. Physical defense, +8. Magic defense, +6. Occupational restrictions, none. Level requirement, 4. Description: the leather boots are made by combining the hard carapace and soft belly of the man-eating worm. They are hard on the outside and soft on the inside. They can protect your feet from harm and make your feet extremely comfortable. Although it is of 1-star quality, the attributes of this pair of level 4 boots are far better than the level 1 novice boots with an additional 2 points of defense that Zhang Yi is currently equipped with. This is just the basic attribute. The higher the basic attribute, the greater the gain brought by the enhancement. So, Zhang Yi took out the 25 level 1 strengthening stones he had accumulated from his bag without hesitation and spent them all on the new pair of shoes. Bite. 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 Ding, strengthening successful. Congratulations on strengthening your equipment, man-eating bug boots, to +25, and unlocking the exclusive talent, infinite dodge. There are only 5 strengthening stones left out of the 30 strengthening stones opened in the previous 1-star treasure chest. Together with the 10 in this treasure chest and the more than 10 dropped by monsters, the strengthening stones in Zhang Yi's hand are more than enough to strengthen a flat piece of equipment to level 25. Of course, God level enhancement is still awesome, otherwise, who would dare to enhance a piece of 1-star garbage equipment at a few levels in the early stage? For early transition equipment, it is a big deal for ordinary players to enhance it by +10. If they want to enhance it to +25, it is impossible without 300 or 400 level 1 enhancement stones, unless they are extremely lucky. Looking at the +25, man-eating bug combat boots in his hand, Zhang Yi was a little excited. The boots had a 250% attribute improvement, and the basic attribute directly increased from 8 points of defense to 28 points. In addition, the talent, infinite dodge, unlocked by strengthening to the highest level increases the wearer's dodge rate by 20%, which is very powerful. Following the rough iron hammer, the second artifact in Zhang Yi's hands was born. If he wears this pair of boots, even level 5 monsters won't be able to cause any defense-breaking damage to Zhang Yi. It's a pity that Zhang Yi, who is only at level 3, cannot use the level 4, man-eating bug combat boots, yet, so he has to put them in his bag. I opened the status bar and saw that the specific experience value was fixed at 456/800. After killing the remaining 45 man-eating bugs in the mission, I should be able to reach level 4. The man-eating bug boots gave Zhang Yi unlimited power, so, holding a sledgehammer, Zhang Yi continued to slaughter the man-eating bugs. At this moment, Zhang Yi wished he could use another Hell Dragon Flame, and then instantly level up to level 4 and complete the mission directly. It's a pity that ideals are perfect but reality is cruel. It's not easy to trigger the Hell Dragon Flame with a 1 in 1,000 chance again. So what follows is real fighting. With a +25 sledgehammer, Zhang Yi was almost invincible in this doomsday factory. In less than half an hour, he killed the remaining 45 man-eating worms and completed the task. Looking at the experience bar, I am still 3 points short of upgrading. So, he raised his hammer and killed another level 3 man-eating worm, and golden light fell from his head. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The next level up requires 2,000 experience points. Zhang-Yi, who finally reached level 4, couldn't wait to take out the man-eating bug combat boots from his backpack, put them on, and opened the status bar to see that the defense power increased from 7 points to 33 points. Suddenly he remembered that he had forgotten to add the 5 points he had gained when he reached level 3. Now, Zhang-Yi had accumulated 10 free attribute points. After putting on the man-eating bug combat boots, Zhang-Yi's defense has reached saturation. For now, there is no need to stack defense anymore, so Zhang-Yi added all 10 points of attributes to strength. Don't say that speed can affect positioning operations, so you have to add some agility or something like that. In the face of absolute attack and defense, Zhang-Yi doesn't need to move. The 15-star strength growth directly increases Zhang-Yi's attack power by 15 points, and the total attack power attribute reaches a high of 41 points. Coupled with the serious injury talent, Zhang-Yi's attack power actually has reached 71 points. Looking at his powerful attribute interface, Zhang-Yi nodded with satisfaction. Well, it seems that I can go and take on that big guy now. As he spoke, Zhang-Yi raised his head and glanced meaningfully into the depths of the factory. However, I have to go back and hand in the task first. After saying this, Zhang-Yi turned around and left, no longer attached to the Doomsday Factory. On the way back to Hope Town, Zhang-Yi was bored. He used his right hand to hit the monsters rushing towards him with a hammer, while using his left hand to open the area chat interface to see the interactions between players. You don't know until you see it. This is amazing. Zhang-Yi discovered that he has become a little-known figure in Hope Town. Ruoxue Sunqian, male, level 2 player. Did you meet a guy named Inua Qingcheng? That guy has very high damage. One hammer hit a level 5 big spider and dealt more than 40 points of damage. Fallen Angel, male, level 1 player. Inua Qingcheng. Such a familiar ID. Isn't that the first person to enter the safe zone and trigger the zone announcement? Dongfang Bubi, male, level 2 player. I believed your lies. It's almost like I'm cheating. Who has such high damage in the early stage? Peppa Pig, female, level 1 player. What he said is true, because he killed the level 5 spider just to save me. I saw it with my own eyes. Green Tea, female, level 2 player. Come on, little sister upstairs, stop being so sentimental. I was there at the time. Didn't he save you? He was just passing by and was just killing monsters normally. Didn't you see that after he killed the spider, he left without even looking at you? Frivolous Scholar, male, level 2 player. Does Inua Qingcheng have a big hammer in his hand? I also saw him killing monsters, and he can indeed deal 40 to 50 points of damage. Do you think that as a hidden reward for being the first to enter the safe zone, the system gave him a primary artifact? Seeing these chat records that ended more than 20 minutes ago, Zhang-Yi couldn't help but shook his head. Are these people really good at chatting, or am I just too showy? Yes, when everyone was still using their novice swords to stab the level 1 wild monsters, Zhang-Yi was already using his hammer to deal 40 to 50 damage to the level 5 monsters. Who could remain calm seeing this? After closing the chat interface, Zhang-Yi continued on his way. When they returned to Hope Town, they found that compared to when Zhang-Yi had just entered an hour ago, the town was already crowded with people, as lively as a market. A safe zone is not big, but it is not small either, but at least there are more than 10,000 players gathered here. All the players are at level 1 to 2, and there are only a handful of players who have reached level 3. Zhang-Yi, who is at level 4, stands out in the safe zone. However, many players were looking for the NPC with a question mark on his head, scrambling to grab the task, and no one noticed Zhang-Yi. Because of the setting of Apocalypse, each NPC that can trigger a task can only issue a limited number of tasks per day until it is refreshed at midnight the next day. Zhang-Yi remembered that the maximum number of tasks each quest NPC could issue per day was about 100, and there were about 50 quest NPCs in a safe zone. In other words, at least half of the players cannot receive the mission. I remember Zhang-Yi in his previous life. When he rushed to the safe zone on the first day, not to mention the mission, even the low-level monsters near the safe zone had been snatched away. As a result, Zhang Yi only managed to snatch a few mutant pheasants and wild boars in one night, with almost no development. These players are just like bandits, snatching monsters faster than they refresh. While these players were still desperately trying to grab quests, Zhang Yi, who had already completed a quest, naturally had no interest in joining them in grabbing quests, because he had more important things to do. So, he squeezed through the crowd and came to the red house where he had received the quest before. He found that the NPC girl Lingling was still squatting at the door with a sad face, but the question mark above her head had changed from yellow to gray, indicating that the number of quests on her had been triggered. Players could no longer receive quests from her today. Zhang Yi approached Lingling, who was alone, and triggered a conversation. "Little sister, I have avenged your father and killed those monsters." Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lingling raised her head, blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Zhang Yi, finally revealing a happy smile on her face. "Really? Thank you, big brother, thank you for helping my father to get revenge." As she spoke, the girl took out a crystal blue ring from somewhere and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Big brother, this is a gift my father once gave me. I give it to you to thank you for avenging my father." As soon as the words fell, as Zhang Yi chose to submit the task after triggering the dialogue, a pleasant reminder sound came from the air. "Ding, congratulations on completing the mission, Revenge for the Father's Murder, and you've been rewarded with plus 600 experience points, plus 100 copper coins, plus 10 level 1 reinforcement stones, plus 24 human reputation, and plus 1 equipment, lucky ring. Intimacy with civilians, plus 6. I looked at the blue ring Lingling gave me. Lucky ring. Quality, 1 star. Physical attack, plus 9. Occupational restrictions, none. Level requirement, 4. Description: this is a ring that contains the power of luck. It can actually bring good luck to the wearer. Moreover, this ring can not only be used for equipment, it is also a special token. In addition to being able to be used normally, this ring actually has a mysterious function, which is already hinted to the player in the equipment description. However, basically no player would think of this based on the description, except for Zhang Yi who had been reborn. Therefore, Zhang Yi replaced the level 1 plus 3 attack power, novice ring, with the lucky ring, and his attack increased from 41 points to 47 points. It's a pity that there are not enough strengthening stones, otherwise I could strengthen the lucky ring to level 25 and get more attack bonuses. Zhang Yi received 100 copper coins as a task reward, which is 1 silver coin. He now has 11 silver coins and more than 30 copper coins. In the novice village, he is considered a small rich man. So, Zhang Yi went to the pharmacy, and when other players were reluctant to use the level 1 red potion that cost 1 copper coin a bottle, he spent 90 copper coins to buy 30 bottles of level 2 red potion that could restore 100 health points at a time. After completing the supply, Zhang Yi left the safe zone and once again came to the Doomsday Factory. When I came back here, I found that there were already quite a few players in the Doomsday Factory, killing man-eating worms and completing tasks. Most of these players were only level 2, and it was a bit difficult for them to fight those level 3 to 4 man-eating worms alone, so they basically formed teams of 2 or 3. Although the experience would be greatly reduced in the team state, it could ensure safety. Zhang Yi's purpose of returning to the Doomsday Factory is not to come back and kill these man-eating bugs. So, Zhang Yi bypassed the man-eating bugs and players and went straight into the factory. Zhang Yi remembered that in his previous life, a player in Safe Zone 886 had triggered a rare hidden mission in the Doomsday Factory. It seems that there is an NPC hiding in the Doomsday Factory. The hidden mission is to safely escort the NPC to the safe zone. But in addition to finding the NPC, there is another condition in order to receive the hidden task from him. This is why Zhang Yi chose the task of spawning man-eating worms in the Doomsday Factory among so many tasks in the safe zone, and why he did not go directly to find the NPC when he came to the Doomsday Factory for the first time, but did the task first. Because the reward, lucky ring, that you will get after completing the previous task is a necessary condition for triggering this hidden task. After taking a walk inside the factory filled with the smell of chemicals, Zhang Yi indeed found an NPC in a storage room. It was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, untidy beard, and a broken right hand. He was lying in the corner of the storage room, as if waiting to die. Apart from the blue NPC ID logo of IL, there is no yellow question mark above his head, because it is a hidden task and there is no surface hint. Approach the dying IL to trigger a conversation. It seems you have been trapped here for a long time, uncle, let me take you to a safe place. The sudden voice made Er, who was curled up in the dark corner, look up. Seeing Zhang-Yi, he asked in surprise, How did you find this place? Without further ado, Zhang-Yi, who knew the plot of the game, went straight to the point. I met a girl named Lingling in Hope Town. She asked me to help her find her father. Lingling. Hearing this name, Yil couldn't help crying. Looking at his right hand that had been eaten by the man-eating worms, Er shook his head and said, Forget it. I am already useless. Even if I go back like this, I will still be a useless person. It is better to die here and put an end to it all. Based on his memories from his previous life, Zhang-Yi knew that at this point in the game, no matter how the player persuaded him, it would not arouse Il's desire to continue to survive. In other words, it was impossible to forcibly trigger the hidden mission of escorting Il back to the safe zone, unless... Zhang-Yi took out the lucky ring and placed it in front of Er. Do you really not want your daughter? It was not until he saw the ring that Er's inner defenses completely collapsed. Lingling, my daughter. As he spoke, Illinois slowly got up from the ground. Okay, young man, please take me back to Hope Town. This ring is more effective than 1,000 words, so the lucky ring is a must to trigger this hidden task. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Zhang Yi's ears. Ding, congratulations, you have triggered a rare hidden task. Do you want to claim it? Guardian, this task is quite difficult. The system recommends that you consider it carefully. I accepted the task without hesitation, and the system prompt sounded again. You have received the hidden mission, Guardian. Since you are the first player in Safety Zone 886 to receive the hidden mission, the system will make a regional announcement. Please choose to make your ID public or hidden. Hide. Area announcement. Ding, congratulations to player for triggering a hidden mission. As the first player in Safety Zone 886 to trigger a hidden mission, you will be rewarded with plus 1,200 human reputation and plus 1 gold coin. As soon as this area announcement came out, the chat channel in Safety Zone 886 immediately exploded. Male, level 2 player, which great god found the hidden task so quickly? That's awesome. I want to become the heaven. Male, level 2 player, didn't Tianqi announce that the chance of triggering a hidden mission is only 1,000th of that of a normal mission? And there's no warning. Even if the NPC that can trigger a hidden mission is right next to you, it's hard to find it. But the rewards for hidden missions are so generous that 10 normal missions can't even match one hidden mission. What kind of luck is this? I found a hidden mission just a few hours after the server was launched. Mouse loves rice, female, level 2 player. Wow, this achievement reward is too generous, a direct reward of 1 gold coin, my god. Storm Angel, male, level 3 player. If the brother who received the hidden task sees this message, please send me a private message and give me the location. Give up your hidden task and sell it to me. I will pay you 100,000 for it. If you don't believe me, I can find you offline to pay first, and then trade the task. Storm Angel, brother who received the hidden task, please send me a private message. Storm Angel, brother who received the hidden task, please send me a private message. Next, the chat channel was almost dominated by this player named Storm Angel. He was willing to spend 100,000 yuan to buy a low-level hidden task in the early stage. It was confirmed that this guy was a super rich man in real life. Because the Apocalypse officials had previously issued an announcement to promote the super generous reward mechanism for hidden tasks, encouraging players to discover hidden tasks with their heart, and all hidden tasks in the Apocalypse world are unique and cannot be claimed by multiple people repeatedly. So it is well known that the value of a hidden task at the beginning is no less than that of a magic weapon. However, what was puzzling to the player, Storm Angel, who was full of confidence and thought he had bought the hidden quest, was that he had been in the regional channel for several minutes until he was banned by the system, and the person who had received the hidden quest did not send him a private message. 100,000 yuan can't buy a mission. Could it be that the guy who received the mission is also a rich man with plenty of money? If it were in the previous life, Zhang-Yi, who had no idea about the development of future lives, might really be willing to sell this task to the Storm Angel for 100,000. But now Zhang-Yi is very clear that strength cannot be bought with any amount of money. Open the task interface. Guardian, hidden mission. Mission difficulty coefficient, 100. Description: a few days ago, a survivor from Hope Town, was trapped in a doomsday factory full of monsters while looking for materials to forge weapons. Please escort IR to Hope Town safely. Before that, you need to escort IR back to his hometown to help him get something. Mission progress, 0/1. If Yil dies during the mission will fail, and no more than 5 people can perform the mission together. Mission reward, unknown. Time remaining, 6 hours. The difficulty coefficient of the task is 100, which is 5 times higher than Zhang Yi's previous task with a difficulty coefficient of 20. In Zhang Yi's memory, after this hidden mission was discovered by players in the previous life, more than a dozen players successively challenged this mission, but all ended in failure. In the end, even a team of players went to carry out the mission, but they were all wiped out. Because the ultimate goal of this mission is to hunt down a high-level elite monster hiding in IL's house. Because the mission was too difficult and was a hidden mission, it caused quite a stir in Safe Zone 886 at the time, and Zhang Yi had a deeper impression of it. I remember that this task was completed about 2 or 3 days after the server was opened. The players' levels and equipment were upgraded, and several players joined forces to barely kill the elite monster. As for this hidden mission and the double generous rewards obtained from the elite monster, it also directly raised the strength of the player team in the 886 safe zone to a higher level. Now, Zhang Yi's plan is to take on this hidden mission alone. He must obtain the generous reward of this hidden mission in order to greatly improve his own strength, because according to the historical development of his previous life, he will soon face a nightmare that will bring him 8 years of psychological trauma in his future lives. To be precise, all players in the entire Safe Zone 886 will usher in a nightmare. In this nightmare, players with insufficient strength will be subjected to endless ravages and slaughter. As Zhang Yi accepted the task, Er said, "Young man, before I go back, I want to go back to my hometown to get something. Can you go back with me first?" Zhang Yi knew that this was a part of the game that players could not change, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I will ensure your safety." "Thank you." Ding. The system reminds you that before escorting IL to Hope Town safely, you must always protect IL's safety and not let him get fatally hurt, otherwise the mission will fail. Following the system's prompt, Zhang Yi followed Er and left the Doomsday Factory through the back door. It was as if this thing was particularly hateful. As soon as Il walked out of the factory, with a series of roars and growls, countless monsters around attacked Il one after another, and the range that attracted the monsters' hatred was directly increased to twice that of the player. Zhang Yi was holding a big hammer and walking in front of Il. When he saw a giant biochemical beast approaching, he started to hammer it hard. Fortunately, the monsters he encountered along the way were all low-level monsters of level 3 or 4. With Zhang Yi's 47 attack points and serious injury, he could basically kill one with 2 or 3 hammers, leaving those biochemical beasts no chance to even touch Il. So much so that when it took 10 minutes to reach Yil's hometown, Yil's health bar was still full. When they arrived at the foot of an old residential building that was more than 60% damaged, Er stopped and said, "Young man, my home is on the 3rd floor. Wait for me here. I'll go upstairs to get my things and come down right away." Zhang Yi knew that if he let him go upstairs alone at this moment, all his efforts would be wasted, so he would not listen to Er's instructions. "I'll take you upstairs." After saying that, Zhang Yi walked in front carrying a big hammer and came to the door of room 302 with Er. To ensure Er's safety, Zhang Yi said to Er, "Wait for me outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the door open and rushed in. As if he knew what would happen next, the moment he kicked open the door, Zhang Yi swung a sledgehammer and knocked out a huge biochemical spider that was flying out of the room. Then, he calmly entered the room and closed the door, preparing to attack the giant spider that he had knocked over on the sofa in the living room. Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and another biochemical spider swooped out from the kitchen on the right, knocking the unprepared Zhang Yi to the ground. Zhang Yi looked at the giant spider clinging to him with astonishment. "Damn, why didn't anyone tell me in my previous life that there were 2 elite monsters here?" Because he had expected this, Zhang Yi made sufficient preparations before rushing in. However, he never expected that there were actually 2 elite monsters in this house. Relying on the 2 pieces of novice magic equipment, the hammer and boots with a +25 enhancement, Zhang Yi knew that he would have no problem fighting an elite monster alone, but if he had to deal with 2 at the same time, he would be dead. However, after calming down, Zhang Yi discovered that among the 2 spiders, only the first one was an elite, and the one lying on him was just an ordinary level 5 monster. The level 5 biochemical spider had 25 attack points, and it couldn't even break Zhang Yi's 33 points of defense, so when it flew over, it only bit off 1 point of Zhang Yi's blood. It was a false alarm, oops. So, Zhang Yi turned around and swung a hammer with a bang, throwing the big spider away from his body, causing a 63-point damage line on its head, directly knocking off a quarter of its health. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Yi got up from the ground and cast a detection spell on the big red spider on the sofa, which was obviously larger than an ordinary biochemical spider. However, the result of the detection made Zhang Yi confused. Biochemical Spider Leader, Physical Elite Monster. Grade. Talent. Physical Attack. Physical Defense. Magic Defense. Health. Skills, Venom Spray, Pounce. Description: a giant spider mutated due to environmental pollution. Because it usually eats fatter food than other spiders, this spider mutated and upgraded to a leader. Wow, even Zhang Yi can't figure out the data of this spider leader, which means its level is at least above level 8. Because the player's primary detection technique can only reveal the data of monsters that are within 3 levels higher than its own level, and Zhang Yi's current level is 4. In the world of Apocalypse, the quality of monsters is divided into 4 categories: ordinary, elite, lord, and boss. So, Zhang Yi, holding a plus 25 sledgehammer, started this 1v2 battle. Bang. Another hammer came down, hitting the ordinary level 5 biochemical spider, causing 63 points of damage and reducing its health to half. At the same time, the huge body of the spider leader leaped over the head of the ordinary spider, blocking Zhang Yi and pounced towards Zhang Yi. Lap. Zhang Yi was caught off guard and had his shoulder rubbed by the spider leader. A 35-point damage sign suddenly appeared above his head. The plus 25 man-eating bug boots can't withstand the damage from the spider leader. The spider leader then launched a venom spray attack. Zhang Yi, who was entangled by the ordinary biochemical spider and unable to escape, was hit by the venom, and a big miss jumped above his head. The infinite dodge talent of man-eating bug boots is triggered. Zhang Yi, who was swinging a sledgehammer and preparing to deal with the ordinary spider first, seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shifted his target of attack to the spider leader. Bang. With one hammer blow, the spider leader suffered 45 points of damage. The spider leader's health bar has only dropped by about 1/20th. It can be inferred that the spider leader's total health is nearly 1,000. However, Zhang Yi was not panicked at all because he already had a new tactic. Using the ordinary biochemical spider as a shield, Zhang Yi continued to deal with the spider leader. The spider leader could not touch Zhang Yi at all in close combat, but Zhang Yi was able to attack the spider leader by relying on the length of his weapon, the hammer. The ordinary spider could only cause 1 point of mandatory damage to Zhang Yi, so Zhang Yi simply ignored it and let it bite him however it wanted. Zhang Yi's target was always locked on the spider leader. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's attack was powerful enough. One hammer could reduce 1/20th of the monster's blood. After a few minutes and 20 hammers, the elite biochemical spider leader was hammered to death. Zhang Yi used the ordinary spider as a shield and was rarely harmed by the spider leader. After the battle, his health bar remained above half. After killing the spider leader, Zhang Yi used 2 hammers without hesitation to deal with his teammate, the ordinary biochemical spider that helped him a lot. A pleasant reminder sound followed. Ding, you killed a level 8, biochemical spider leader, experience plus 600. Human race reputation plus 6. Ding, you killed a level 5, bio spider, experience points plus 20. You can gain reputation by killing monsters above elite level. The experience gained from a level 8 elite monster is equivalent to the reward for a task with a difficulty coefficient of 20. Therefore, after killing the spider leader, Zhang Yi's experience bar also soared. Crouching down, I picked up 80 copper coins, 12 level 1 strengthening stones, and a golden, 2-star treasure chest next to the spider leader's corpse. Wow, my luck has exploded. If the items that come out of a 2-star treasure chest are equipment, they are all guaranteed to be 2 stars, and the strengthening stones are also guaranteed to be level 2. The total value is much higher than that of a 1-star treasure chest. However, Apocalypse has a setting that to open a 2-star or higher treasure chest, a corresponding key is needed, and the key can be purchased in the mall. Zhang Yi, who does not have a 2-star key at the moment, has to temporarily put this 2-star treasure chest into his bag. The biochemical spider leader is the key to the hidden mission, Guardian. Killing the spider leader is basically equivalent to completing this mission. The spider leader, who was nearly invincible in front of countless new players in the previous life, was killed by Zhang Yi effortlessly. Of course, this was all thanks to the +25 artifact hammer and boots. Without these two pieces of equipment, he could not deal damage to the spider leader, and could not withstand the consumption of ordinary spiders. This battle would have been very precarious. After dealing with the spider leader, Zhang Yi opened the door and walked out, saying to Yi Er, who was standing outside the door, "Go in and get your things. I'll wait for you." "Oh, okay." Il stared at the two giant spider corpses in the room in amazement and walked in with a hint of fear. Zhang Yi took this opportunity to open his backpack and took a look. He found that with the 12 stones that the spider leader had just exploded, plus the 10 stones that were rewarded from the previous mission, and a few more that had exploded from monsters during the period, there were exactly 25 level 1 reinforcement stones in his bag. In addition to the weapons and shoes that have been upgraded to level 25, Zhang Yi's best equipment now is the level 4 Lucky Ring. With God level enhancement in hand, Zhang Yi threw all 25 enhancement stones on the Lucky Ring without hesitation. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, Lucky Ring, has reached an enhancement level of +25, unlocking your exclusive talent, Lucky Hit. Lucky Ring, +25. Quality, 1 star. Physical attack power, +32, 23. Exclusive talent, Lucky Hit, the wearer's third attack will cause 150% attack damage to the enemy. Occupational restrictions, none. Level requirement, 4. Description: this is a ring that can bring you luck. Strengthening the Lucky Ring to level 25 directly increased the attack power by 23 points, which increased Zhang Yi's attack power from 47 points to 70 points. Combined with the hammer's serious injury talent, Zhang Yi's current attack power has exceeded 3 digits. Invincible. This attack power is truly invincible. Looking at the entire safe zone, absolutely no player can withstand Zhang Yi's 2 hits. If the third attack triggers the Lucky Shot talent, a new player can be killed instantly with just 1 attack. After all, in the early stages, in order to pursue damage, few players would add the points gained from upgrading to physical strength and endurance, resulting in generally low blood and defense among players. Even Zhang Yi, who had previously added 5 points to physical strength, now has only 175 points of total blood. At this time, Yi also took his things and walked out of the house. Next, Zhang Yi continued to escort Yi back to the safe zone. After all, before entering the Town of Hope, the hidden mission of Guardian would not be completed. On the way back to the safe zone, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Yi hid the ID and level logo above his head. Along the way, monsters of all kinds can be seen everywhere, and players can be seen everywhere leveling up by killing low-level monsters alone or in teams. Zhang Yi does not provoke those monsters, unless they try to attack Yi, then Zhang Yi will smash them with a sledgehammer without hesitation. Zhang Yi, who was walking on the street with a blue-named NPC, attracted a lot of attention. Players passing by all looked at him in surprise and whispered to each other. No one knew why this NPC with a broken arm wanted to follow a player. Just like that, after walking along a road for more than 10 minutes and about to arrive at Hope Town, Zhang Yi suddenly stopped. Zhang Yi saw a few players coming towards him who looked very familiar to him. The team consists of 5 people, all of whom are young male players. In addition, they have one thing in common, that is, the ID above their heads all starts with the word King as the prefix. Seeing the leader, who looked only about 21 or 22 years old, had a look like a rich young man, and had the ID, Honor of Kings, on his head, Zhang Yi couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes instantly became bloodshot and his gaze was filled with hatred. This scene frightened the NPC next to him. "Young man, what's wrong with you?" Yi's concern calmed Zhang Yi down. "Nothing, I just seem to see an old friend." "Old friend?" Yi sighed. "Shouldn't you be happy? Why do you look so angry?" Zhang Yi sorted out his thoughts and said calmly, "We'll be at Hope Town soon. I'll take you home first." As he spoke, Zhang Yi deliberately lowered his head and passed by several King of Glory players with ear. The blue-named NPC walking next to Zhang Yi immediately attracted the other party's attention. I only heard one of the level 3 yellow-haired youths with the ID, the king returns, looking at ER and asking in surprise, is there a bug with this NPC? Why is he walking around alone? Just as King Return was surprised at this, another king player beside him, King Supreme, stared at Zhang Yi who was trying to pass by them with his head down. He pointed at Zhang Yi and shouted excitedly as if he had discovered a new world, Brother Hammer. Captain, Brother Hammer. As soon as the Supreme King finished speaking, the players from King of Glory and Return of the King all turned their attention to Zhang Yi. Stop. King of Glory walked quickly to Zhang Yi, stopped him, looked at Zhang Yi thoughtfully, and asked, You are Hammer Brother? Ugh. Inua Ching. Before Zhang Yi could speak, the level 3 player named Supreme King quickly said, That's right, Captain. It's him. I've seen him before. He hid his ID, but I recognized him. Damn it, Zhang Yi secretly sighed in his heart, I didn't expect that I would be recognized like this. Seeing Zhang Yi acquiesce, King of Glory laughed and said, What a coincidence. I was just looking for you and I ran into you. Zhang Yi raised his head, pretending that he didn't know King of Glory, and asked blankly, Why are you looking for me? In fact, in this life, Zhang Yi had not yet recognized him. Before this, they had never met. King of Glory glanced at Zhang Yi, looked at him with interest and said, I heard that you have a magic hammer that can kill a level 5 monster in a few hits. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi did not deny it, What's wrong? So, it really exists. King of Glory was delighted, Let's be frank. I like your hammer. Come on, make an offer. I have plenty of money. I'll buy your hammer. Zhang Yi said expressionlessly, Sorry, not for sale. King of Glory didn't care, You haven't even given a price yet, how do you know if I'm willing to buy or if you're willing to sell? As soon as King of Glory finished speaking, Zhang Yi said casually, Even if you give me 1 million, I won't sell it. The smile on King's face froze instantly, You little brat, do you know who I am? Honor of Kings. Zhang Yi looked up at the ID above the game and said calmly, I was lucky enough to play Honor of Kings for 3 years, and I reached the star rank. After he finished speaking, the snickering of the Return of the King and the Supreme King could be heard from the surroundings. Smile, sister. King of Glory scolded several teammates while staring at Zhang Yi and said, Don't be shameless. Do you believe that I will kill you and reveal the hammer? After that, with a clang, a large hammer appeared in Zhang Yi's hand and fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi held the hammer handle, looked at King of Glory calmly, and said, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come on, explode. King of Glory, who had never been provoked like this, flew into a rage and drew out a silver sword from his waist. At this time, the Supreme King in the back line quickly reminded, Captain, his hammer has extremely high damage, it can deal 40 to 50 damage at a time, don't fight him, you can't beat him. Relying on the fact that he had a level 3 armor on him, the King of Glory player didn't take it seriously, if he can deal 40 or 50 damage to me, I will eat shit on the live broadcast. After saying that, King of Glory swung his sword and slashed across Zhang Yi's chest, bringing up a shocking damage number from Zhang Yi's head. -1. Ding, you have been maliciously attacked by the player, Honor of Kings. The opponent has been grayed out. Attacking the opponent will not trigger the red name. Seeing the ID above King of Glory turn from white to gray, Zhang Yi swung up a big hammer and, bang, it sent King of Glory flying from bottom to top. -176 critical hit. When King of Glory landed, his body turned into a beam of white light and flew back to the safe zone to revive. Ding, you killed the player, King of Glory. Since the other party is grayed out, your sin value has not increased. All around, the Supreme King, the Returning King, 2 other King players, and even the individual players who passed by and stopped to watch the fun were all stunned. As a burst player who has fully upgraded his skills at level 3 and changed his weapon, it would be fine if he could deal 1 point of damage to the opponent with his sword without breaking the defense, but that guy used a hammer to deal 176 points of critical damage, which killed him instantly. How could this be possible? Zhang Yi could feel the fear in the hearts of the remaining 4 King of Glory players who saw their captain being killed instantly. Instead, he ignored them and squatted down at the place where the King of Glory Death refreshed and picked up a pair of black trousers that dropped from the King of Glory. In the Apocalypse world, malicious attacks on white name players will trigger a gray name. Killing 100 players and gaining 100 sin points will turn you into a red name, and a sin point of over 1000 will turn you into a purple name. When a white-named player dies, there is a 50% chance of dropping a piece of equipment. When a gray-named player dies, there is a 100% chance of dropping a piece of equipment. When a red-named player dies, 2 pieces of equipment are dropped. When a purple-named player dies, all of his equipment is dropped. On this basis, the gray and red name levels will drop by 1 level upon death, and the level will drop by an additional 1 level for every 100 points of sin value exceeding it. In this game, the punishment for red-named players is very severe, which makes it difficult for players to attack other players easily. However, King of Glory relied on its own strength, and this is just a feature of the game. It did not pay attention to this and did not expect that the other party would really dare to attack it, and kill it in one blow. It is worth mentioning that this, biochemical trousers, dropped by Honor of Kings is a level 3 equipment. Although it is also of 1-star quality, the additional 6 points of basic defense are several points higher than the level 1 novice pants with 2 points of defense on Zhang-Yi. The most important thing is that it is a plus 15. The total defense bonus has reached 15 points. No wonder King of Glory was so confident in front of Zhang-Yi just now. Without God level enhancement, if you want to enhance such a piece of equipment to plus 15, you need at least 50 or 60 enhancement stones. To dare to invest such a large amount in a level 3 equipment in the early stage, King of Glory is really rich. So, Zhang-Yi directly equipped himself with the pants that their boss had just dropped in front of the King's Return people, and his defense increased from 33 to 46 points. While his gaze stayed on the place where King of Glory died and disappeared, Zhang-Yi's eyes were once again filled with hatred, and his thoughts were pulled back to 8 years ago, a memory that was unforgettable and would wake him up in his dreams in the future. In the previous life, there was a team of 1,000 players in the safe zone number 886. After realizing that this was a doomsday world of real death, they relied on their large numbers to occupy Hope Town for a month. During that time, they burned, killed, looted and committed all kinds of evil, bringing a nightmare to all the players in Hope Town. Zhang-Yi was also among those who were ravaged by them. The most vivid memory was that one time when Zhang-Yi came back at night and did not hand over enough gold coins to them, he had his hands and feet chopped off and was beaten half to death. In this digitized world, players will not die as long as their health attributes do not reach 0, and broken limbs will slowly recover, inheriting 100% of the pain in reality, which is simply unbearable for ordinary people. Due to system limitations and being unable to escape to other safe zones, there was only one way to escape their clutches, to level up to level 30 and unlock the teleportation array leading to the 3rd level main city. However, the people on that team greatly restricted the upgrade speed of individual players, and would simply kill those with higher levels. This was also the reason why it took Zhang-Yi a month to reach level 30 in his previous life. The team that plunged Safe Zone 886 into darkness and left psychological trauma on countless players is called King's World, and the captain's ID is Honor of Kings. But even if he killed King of Glory once, Zhang-Yi could not get rid of his hatred, because he knew that King of Glory still had a chance to revive, and in the previous life, the trauma that King's World brought to him was really too great. If you can still act recklessly in this life, I, Zhang-Yi, will take your last name. After saying that, Zhang-Yi stood up and continued to rush to the safe zone with NPC ear. The King Supreme and his men did not dare to block their way and were so scared that they retreated to the left and right to make way for Zhang-Yi. As for these few people, it would be easy to kill them, but because they were white names, Zhang-Yi did not want to end up with a red name, as red names could not enter the safe zone. As soon as Zhang-Yi and Ear left, the Supreme King and the returning king gathered together, looking at Zhang-Yi's gradually receding back, and fell into a state of disbelief. Oh my god, more than 170 damage, even without a critical hit it's still more than 80 points, how did you get that? Could it be that the hammer in his hand is a growing artifact? Does his attack power become higher and higher as his level increases? Don't worry about it. Let's go back and find the captain. The captain must be in a bad mood after being killed in an instant. Let's go and comfort the captain. Here, before Zhang-Yi entered the safe zone, he saw that the regional chat channel was flooded with Honor of Kings. Glory of the King, male, level 2 player Inua Chinching, just wait for me. From today on, don't let me see you again if you have the guts. Otherwise, I will kill you every time I see you do it. Glory of the King, male, level 2 player, unless you roll over to the resurrection fountain right now, kneel before me and apologize, and then hand over the weapon you have, otherwise, I have 10,000 ways to make sure you never survive in the entire apocalypse world again. Zhang Yi didn't take the news on the regional channel seriously, but he heard passers-by around him talking about it. Player A, it is said that the captain of Kingdom, Wang Gang, is a rich young man in real life. His family has assets worth tens of billions. He is the richest man in Linhai City. Before entering this game, he spent 100 million yuan to hire 1,000 professional players at a salary of 100,000 yuan each to build a strong team. The team strength in the early stage is incredible. Player B, yeah, the whole area has called out to him. Inua Chinching is in trouble. He even dared to mess with the captain of King of Glory. I think he will be killed by the King of Glory and his account will be deleted. Player C, given the background of King of Glory, I'm afraid that kid will be retaliated in the real world. Oh, sympathy for 3 seconds. Hearing the discussions of passers-by, Zhang Yi was disappointed. In this life, with Zhang Yi around, he would never let Safe Zone 886 repeat the mistakes of the previous life. For the sins committed by the King's world in the previous life, Zhang Yi would make them pay with blood in this life. After returning to Hope Town, Zhang Yi took Ear to find Lingling. The father and daughter were finally reunited and hugged each other crying with joy. And beside Zhang Yi's ears, a pleasant system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, Guardian, and you will be rewarded with plus 3,000 experience points, plus 10 silver coins, plus 120 human reputation, plus 100 level 1 reinforcement stones, plus 1 skill book, critical strike, plus 1 equipment, Guardian armor. Intimacy with blacksmith shop owner, plus 8. Wow. A beam of golden light fell from the top of his head, rising to level 5. The rewards for hidden tasks are really much higher than those for ordinary tasks. When he opened the backpack, the first thing that caught his eye was a silver light armor. It looked shiny and beautiful, and it should be a good piece of equipment. Zhang Yi took it out. Guardian armor. Quality, 2 stars. HP plus 120. Additional attribute, agility plus 3. Occupational restrictions, none. Level requirement, 5. Description, this is the honor of the Guardian, symbolizing that the wearer once protected the people of Hope Town who were killed outside. May this armor protect you just like you protect the people of Hope Town. As expected of a hidden mission, it actually rewards a 2-star equipment. You know, it's only been more than 3 hours since the start of the Apocalypse game. At this moment, more than 90% of the players in the world don't even have half of the equipment for the 7 parts, but Zhang Yi has already obtained a 2-star armor. And the basic attributes of this 2-star armor are also extremely high. The 1-star level 5 armor that can only be purchased in the store at level 5 can add about 50 to 60 life. Just by improving the quality by 1 level, the basic attributes have doubled. This is the basic attribute before strengthening. After strengthening to level 25, the basic attribute will increase by 2.5 times, which is incredible. Putting the armor aside first, Zhang Yi shifted his gaze to a white book lying quietly in the bag. In the world of Apocalypse, players can learn a basic professional skill every time they change jobs, but most of the skills are obtained through skill books. Skill books can only be obtained by killing monsters in the wild or opening treasure chests after the player reaches level 10 and completes the first job change. This hidden task gave Zhang Yi a privilege, and a skill book was actually rewarded before Zhang Yi changed his job. Although it was a white skill book of the lowest quality, Zhang Yi, who was only level 5, was satisfied with it. The quality of skill books is divided by color, from lowest to highest, they can be divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. And except for special ones, the quality of general skill books cannot be upgraded. So, Zhang Yi picked up the skill book. Critical strike. Quality, white. Description, after using, you can get a critical hit, effect, charge the weapon, launch a critical attack on the enemy, cause 115% physical damage to the enemy, consume 2 energy points, the energy consumption depends on the user's level, this is the consumption of level 1, Cooldown time is 10 seconds. Occupational requirements: Assassin, can also be used by players who have not changed their occupation. After changing their occupation to level 10, if the occupation is not an assassin, this skill will be automatically returned in the form of a skill book. Skill slot consumption: 1. White skills definitely have the worst effects. Apart from increasing damage by 15%, this skill doesn't have any other features, but it's better than nothing. Also, about skills. In the world of Apocalypse, every skill mastered by the player requires a skill slot. Starting from level 0, the player will automatically gain 1 skill slot for every 3 levels they level up. 1 skill slot is required to learn a white skill. After that, the skill slot consumed increases by 1 for every level of skill quality improvement. A gold skill consumes 7 skill slots. Of course, don't think that you can stack white skills as much as you want just because white skills consume fewer skill slots. 1 gold skill is incomparable to 100 white skills. Even if you throw out a dozen white and green skills, they are not as powerful as a red or even orange skill. Zhang Yi, who has reached level 5, has a skill slot, so he uses the skill book. When the skill book turns into starlight and merges into Zhang Yi's body. Ding, congratulations on mastering the skill, Critical Strike. He opened the skill list and looked at it. A critical hit at level 5 consumed 5 energy points. With Zhang Yi's energy value of 75 points, he could use it 15 times. Not to mention the entire server, there must be players who acquired the skill through special means before level 10. At least as the first player in safe zone number 886 to master the skill, Zhang Yi feels that he is pretty awesome. Fortunately, the dragon skills added by Dragon Bloodline do not need to occupy skill slots, otherwise the first golden skill, Hell Dragon Flame, would be too much for Zhang Yi to handle. The 100 level 1 reinforcement stones rewarded by the hidden mission can be synthesized into 50 level 2 ones, which is more than enough to enhance the 2-star Guardian armor. However, Zhang Yi is not in a hurry to enhance it because there is a 2-star treasure chest exploded by the spider leader in his bag. If a 3-star equipment is found in the treasure chest, these 100 level 1 reinforcement stones can be synthesized into 25 level 3 reinforcement stones, which can directly enhance the 3-star equipment to level 25. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. No one can predict luck. Knowing that he could no longer trigger the mission on Yil and his daughter, Zhang Yi said goodbye to them, then went to the shop in Hope Town and bought a 2-star treasure chest key for 1 silver coin. Witness the moment of miracle. Use the key to open the treasure chest. Ding, congratulations on opening a 2-star treasure chest, and getting silver coins plus 50. It's not equipment. However, spending 1 silver coin in exchange for 50 coins is worth the deal. Zhang Yi was also very satisfied to get 50 silver coins at once. Because in the Apocalypse world, there are so many places where gold coins are used. Without this thing, it would be impossible to take a single step in the Apocalypse world. To synthesize strengthening stones, a large amount of money is needed. When he arrived at the blacksmith shop in the town, Zhang Yi spent 125 copper coins to combine 50 level 1 strengthening stones into 25 level 2 strengthening stones, at a unit price of 5 copper coins for combining 2 level 1 strengthening stones into 1 level 2 strengthening stone. Then, under the effect of God level strengthening, use 10 level 1 strengthening stones and 25 level 2 strengthening stones respectively to strengthen the plus 15 biochemical pants, dropped by Honor of Kings and this Guardian armor, to level 25. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, biochemical trousers, has reached enhancement level 25, and your exclusive talent, defense consolidation, has been unlocked. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, Guardian armor, has reached level 25 and your exclusive talent, Angel Guardian, has been unlocked. The pants originally increased defense by 6 points, and after plus 25, the defense bonus reached 21 points. The activated, defense consolidation, talent added an additional 10 points of defense, which made Zhang Yi's defense soar from 46 points to 61 points. As for the plus 25 Guardian armor, the basic health value increases from 120 to 420, and the additional attribute, 3 points of agility also increases to 11 points. Angel Guardian, when the wearer is attacked, he will gain a shield of 10% of his maximum health, which lasts for 10 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. After equipping the Guardian armor, Zhang Yi opened the status bar and took a look. Wow, his health points had exceeded 500 points and soared to 570 points. Looking at his current data, Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Next, I can go for something big. Zhang Yi was very clear about one thing: his talent, God-level enhancement, had the most significant advantage in the early stages, because other players basically would not waste too many enhancement stones on low-level equipment in the early stages. In the middle and late stages, when the equipment is formed and the elimination rate slows down, it is still difficult to enhance it to plus 25. However, it is relatively easy for ordinary players to enhance a set of plus 20 equipment. At that time, the difference between Zhang Yi and other players lies in the extra levels of enhancement. At most, he can have a slight advantage in talent, but he can no longer be as nearly invincible as he is now. Therefore, Zhang Yi must take advantage of this to maximize his own strength in the early stages, widen the gap between himself and other players, and expand his advantage infinitely, making it impossible for them to catch up with him in the later stages. I looked at the time and found that it was already 11:50 at night. There were only 10 minutes left until the end of the last day of the week. That is to say, 10 minutes later, the Apocalypse world will usher in a new prelude and issue new survival missions to all players. At the same time, players who have not reached the safe zone will be wiped out. Taking advantage of the 10 minutes left, Zhang Yi, who had only a few potions left in his backpack, went to the pharmacy. When other players were reluctant to use even the level 2 red potion, Zhang Yi, who obtained 15 silver coins through hidden tasks and 2-star treasure chests, spent 10 silver coins to buy 100 bottles of level 3 red potion that could restore 300 health points at a time, and used 2 silver coins to buy 40 bottles of level 2 blue potion that could restore 40 energy points at a time. After completing the supply, the time stopped at 0 o'clock in the night. Ding, dear players, a new week has begun. This week's survival mission has been released. Players can view it on the mission interface and complete the survival mission within this week as required. Otherwise, you will be punished with death. It's a new week. Congratulations to all players for receiving a bonus resurrection chance +1. I wish all players a happy game. As this server-wide announcement was made, countless players in the wild who had not yet completed last week's survival mission, Find a Safe Zone, were suddenly bombarded by purple sky thunder and then turned into white light and disappeared. However, their deaths did not attract much attention from players. Open the task interface and confirm the first survival task of this week. Your survival mission this week: Extreme Hunting, Normal Level. Background: the safe zone can temporarily guarantee your safety, but if you want to survive in this world, you must complete the survival mission according to the rules. Mission description: you need to kill 1,000 monsters with a higher level than your own within this week, progress 0 out of 1,000. Time left for the mission: 7 days. Mission reward: resurrection chance +1. Failure penalty: death, can be avoided if there is a chance of resurrection. Because today is the first day of the server opening, even though it is already early morning, you can see that the streets and alleys of Hope Town are still as bustling as during the day, with countless players coming and going. Some of them finally received the tasks during the midnight task refresh, and then happily teamed up with other players to go out to complete the tasks. Some have just returned from completing tasks in the wild and are preparing to submit tasks. Everything is normal and no one has noticed the crisis yet. Zhang Yi was looking at the lower right corner of the main interface. The logout option had turned gray since he first entered the game. As for Zhang Yi, he didn't think much about it as he knew the direction of future development. The next task is to continue upgrading, reach level 10 as soon as possible, complete the job change, and get the achievement. So, Zhang Yi came to the blacksmith shop in the town based on his memory, and received a task from the NPC boss of the blacksmith shop to collect 100 wolf skins. Collect wolf skins, normal task. Mission difficulty coefficient, 50. Description: with the outbreak of the Doomsday Crisis, countless biochemical beasts and alien monsters are always coveting the human race's safe zone, hoping to break into the safe zone one day and eat all the humans inside. As the owner of the blacksmith shop in Hope Town, IR has a heavy responsibility to build a large number of powerful armors and weapons for the guards every day so that they can have the ability to defend their country, but building these equipment requires a lot of materials. Please follow the map instructions to go to the Dark Forest, hunt the demonized wild wolves inside, collect the wolf skins from them, and give them to IR. Mission progress, 0 out of 100, wolf skin. Mission rewards, experience plus 2000, copper coins plus 250, level 1 reinforcement stones plus 15, random equipment plus 1, human reputation plus 30. Time remaining, 1 day. That's right, in the last hidden mission, Guardian, Zhang Yi was tasked with, the NPC IR who was rescued was actually the owner of the blacksmith shop. I heard that Ir was the top forging master in Hope Town. Even if he had a broken hand, it would not affect his continued work in the forging industry. So, Zhang Yi once again received a new task from him. On the surface, this seems to be just an ordinary task. At most, the difficulty coefficient is 30 points higher than the previous, Revenge for Patricide, that Zhang Yi received. Apart from that, there is nothing special. Because there is no reminder about the task, most players who encounter this task will definitely kill the magic wolves honestly, get 100 wolf skins and then submit the task. However, Zhang Yi knows a special thing about this task, it can be submitted repeatedly. This was also the opportunity that Zhang Yi learned about from a player in the same security zone in his previous life. He remembered that this task seemed to be able to be submitted 10 times repeatedly. Except for the normal reward for the first time, the rewards for the next 9 submissions were lower than the first time. However, if the player could submit this task 10 times cumulatively, he could get the ultimate prize. In his previous life, Zhang Yi didn't hear about this secret until he reached level 10, which caused Zhang Yi to miss this opportunity because his level was too high and he could no longer accept this task. The reason for choosing this task is that Zhang Yi was too lazy to run back and forth between maps, handing in tasks and then changing tasks, which was too troublesome. This task would allow Zhang Yi to concentrate on the Dark Forest map for a day or so. With the task rewards plus the gains from killing monsters, by the time he completely completes this task, he should be able to reach level 10 and change his job directly. Moreover, by completing this mission, Zhang Yi's survival mission, Extreme Hunting, can also be completed at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So, after receiving the task, Zhang Yi left the crowded town of Hope. Next to the resurrection fountain in the town of Hope, a young player wearing only shorts, who looked well dressed except for being a bit miserable, stood there angrily, until several players with IDs prefixed with the word King rushed over from a distance. Captain, are you okay? Looking at King of Glory wearing red shorts, the king who tried hard to stop smiling asked with concern. What the hell? After being killed instantly by Zhang Yi's hammer, King of Glory dropped from level 3 to level 2, and his plus 15 pants exploded. He angrily kicked the king's return who was gloating over his misfortune. Take off your pants and let me wear them. Then tell the brothers in the team not to use the strengthening stones that exploded from monsters, and keep them for me. 1 is 1,000, and I will pay you when I log off tomorrow morning. In addition, high-level equipment starts at 10,000. Keep all the good equipment for me. The king returned and was stunned for a moment. Your sister. King of Glory couldn't help but kick King's return again. Take off your pants, and then pass the order as I command. Inua Chingching, if you dare to kill me, I will make sure you have no place in the entire District 8. Following the instructions on the map, they arrived at the Dark Forest, which was about half an hour south of Hope Town. Under the cover of darkness, this huge forest located by a river, deserted except for countless demon wolves with blue eyes roaming around, seemed particularly eerie and terrifying. After all, it is a level 6 to 8 map. At this stage, apart from Zhang Yi, no other players dare to come to such a high-level place to level up. Whoa. Creepy wolf howls came from the forest, making Zhang Yi, who was standing outside the dark forest, feel a chill on his back. Clang. The big hammer fell to the ground, and Zhang Yi walked into the forest alone, dragging the hammer. Under the moonlight, looking around, he saw that the huge forest was full of big gray wolves with gray fur and blue eyes. Zhang Yi randomly locked onto one of the highest level 8 magic wolves and cast a detection spell. Magic Wolf, Magic Normal Monster. Level 8. Talent, Demon Breaker. The attack of the demonized wolf can ignore 20 points of magic defense of the target. Magic Attack, 65. Physical Defense, 30. Magical Defense, 22. Health, 440. Description: the wild wolves that originally lived in the woods have mutated due to environmental pollution. These demonized wild wolves have strong magic-breaking abilities. If you don't have a high enough magic resistance, please try to avoid provoking them. Wow, this level 8 wild wolf actually has 65 points of attack power. If it was a physical monster, it would be easy to deal with, because Zhang Yi's physical defense reaches 61 points, and he will basically not be threatened by the wild wolf. The headache is that it is a magic type, and Zhang Yi's magic resistance is only 45 points. Of course, the strongest point of the demonized wild wolf lies in its demon-breaking talent, which means that Zhang Yi actually only has 25 points of magic resistance in front of it. You know, this is when Zhang Yi is wearing 2 pieces of plus 25 armor, man-eating bug combat boots, and biochemical trousers. Most players would be bitten to death in just a few bites in front of this level 8 magic wolf. Zhang Yi looked at his data. After adding the 5 points gained from level 5 to strength, the attack power has reached 78 points. Combined with the serious injury talent, which adds 30 points of damage, it is not a big problem to deal with this level 8 magic wolf with 30 points of defense. However, Zhang Yi still planned to start with the level 6 magic wolf, which was easier to deal with. After all, he was doing the task of collecting wolf skins. Why would he take the risk of fighting a high level 1 when he could just fight a lower level opponent? A level 6 magic wolf only has 50 attack power, and its talent, Magic Break, can only ignore 12 points of the target's magic resistance. Relatively speaking, the threat it can pose to Zhang Yi is very small. So, Zhang Yi locked onto a nearby level 6 demon wolf and approached it with a big hammer in hand. As he stepped into the 30-meter effective attack range of the magic wolf howled, spit out a blue magic ball from its mouth, and bombarded towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly dodged sideways, then quickly approached the demon wolf and smashed it with a hammer. A fatal blow. Bang. The iron hammer with red light fell on the magic wolf, bringing up a damage number of 97 points on its head. The level 6 demon wolf had only 300 HP, Zhang Yi's hammer took away almost 1/3 of its HP. As a level 5 player, with the attack power bonus of plus 25 weapon and plus 25 ring, Zhang Yi's damage was simply terrifying. The 11 points of agility attached to the guardian armor made Zhang Yi's speed much faster. Before the demon wolf could react, he smashed it with his hammer again. Minus 88. Without the bonus of critical hit, the damage caused by Zhang Yi's normal attack was only a few points lower. At this time, the demon wolf, whose energy and blood had been lost by more than half, pounced over and finally bit Zhang Yi as it wished. As a sharp pain came from his left arm, Zhang Yi, who was attacked, triggered the exclusive talent, Angel Guardian, of Guardian Armor. A layer of light energy shield appeared on his body, which not only offset the 17 points of damage from the magic wolf, but also left more than 2/3 of the shield value unbroken. According to the 10% commission of maximum health, the shield has 10% of Zhang Yi's maximum health, which is 57 points of health. Then, Zhang Yi struck again with the hammer, triggering the lucky hit talent of the lucky ring, dealing 1.5 times the damage. Minus 134. The little remaining blood bar above the demon wolf's head was emptied in an instant, and it fell to the ground with a wail. Ding, you killed a level 6, demonized wild wolf, experience points plus 25. 3 attacks and killing a level 6 magic wolf without any damage. This efficiency is so high. Squatting down beside the body of the demon wolf, Zhang Yi obtained, in addition to 3 copper coins, a gray wolf skin, which was exactly what he needed to collect for the mission. Lock on the next target and continue hunting. A critical hit, a normal attack, and a lucky hit triggered by the 3rd attack, basically 3 hammers are enough to deal with a level 6 magic wolf. Although the critical hit at the beginning only causes 9 points more damage than the normal attack, it is these 9 points of damage that are the most critical. Because the total health of the level 6 magic wolf is 315 points, if the critical hit is replaced by a normal attack, Zhang Yi's 3 attacks can only deal 310 points of damage, and 1 more hammer is needed to end the battle. 1 more hammer for each one, and 1,000 more hammers would require 1,000 more hammers, which would waste a lot of time, so Zhang Yi would rather expend a little more energy. The explosion rate of wolf skin is 100%, and Zhang Yi's efficiency in collecting it is also extremely high. The experience bar is rising rapidly. When he had killed more than 40 demon wolves, a beam of golden light fell from his head, and Zhang Yi reached level 6. After adding all the 5 points he gained to his strength, Zhang Yi shifted his target from the level 6 magic wolf to the level 7 magic wolf. Because the survival mission, Extreme Hunting, requires killing monsters that are higher than your own level. A level 7 magic wolf has 50 more health points than a level 6 magic wolf, and its defense is also a few points higher. It cannot be dealt with by 3 hammers. On average, it takes 4 hammers to kill one. However, the final experience gain is also 5 points more. A level 7 magic wolf can bring 30 experience points. Just like that, starting from a little before 1 in the morning and continuing until 8 in the morning, Zhang Yi finally collected a total of 1,000 wolf skins. At this time, Zhang Yi had already leveled up from level 5 to level 9 after hunting down 1,000 magic wolves. Unfortunately, he had only completed 2/5 of the Extreme Hunting mission, because after reaching level 8, the highest level 8 magic wolves in the Dark Forest could not allow Zhang Yi to perform the Extreme Hunting mission. Before he knew it, he had been grinding all night, from night to day. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had not been so passionate for a long time. At first, Zhang Yi was the only one hunting these demonized wild wolves in the Dark Forest. But now, looking around, there are many players hunting the demon wolves in the huge forest. The originally lonely forest has become lively. Seeing that the levels of those players were generally level 7 or 8, Zhang Yi couldn't help but open the regional level ranking list to take a look. Ranking of Hopetown in Safety Zone 886. First place, Storm Angel, male, level 9 72%. Second place, King of Glory, male, level 9 50%. Third place, a name that is not too long, like mine, male, level 9, 46%. Fourth place, The Return of the King, male, level 9, 42%. Fifth place, King Supreme, male, level 9 40%. Sixth place, The King in the Sky, male, level 9, 37%. Seeing this level ranking list, Zhang Yi was stunned. His level of 9, 10%, was not on the list. But it made sense when I thought about it. After all, I had been in the Dark Forest for so long and had only been killing monsters, without receiving any quest rewards. Other players have completed at least 2 or 3 tasks from midnight to 8 o'clock. With the rich experience rewards from the tasks and the gains from killing monsters, their levels must have increased quickly. Zhang Yi was able to reach level 9 solely by earning money from killing monsters. His momentum was already very strong. It was certain that as long as he returned to the safe zone and handed in the task of collecting wolf skins, he would immediately soar to the top of the level list, and would definitely be ahead of the second place by more than just a little bit. Because Zhang Yi is about to obtain 10 mission rewards in a row. In the early stages, the players were very close in leveling, and the first to 10th place had all reached level 9. What surprised Zhang Yi the most was that 5 of the top 10 players on the leaderboard were from Kingdom of Kings. Even King of Glory, who had been killed by Zhang Yi once before and had dropped a level, was ranked 2nd. It is conceivable that if he had not been killed and demoted before, he would have reached level 10 in honor of Kings and completed his job change by now. With a team of 1,000 people helping to level up together, the speed is fast. The future is also developing according to the historical process of the previous life. According to this trend, King's World will soon become the overlord of Safe Zone number 886. Of course, this is under the premise that Zhang Yi does not make any changes. It is worth mentioning that no one has reached level 10 and completed the job change yet, and the achievement for the first job change is still there. Zhang Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for the first place Storm Angel, this name seems to have appeared in the regional chat channel before. It seems that he is the guy who sent a message saying that he would buy the hidden task on Zhang Yi for 100,000 renminbi. This guy is not simple either, but Zhang Yi has no impression of him. He is probably a short-lived ghost in his previous life, because King of Glory can't stand outsiders developing better than him. Close the leaderboard. He raised his head and stretched towards the sun. At this moment, a system notification sound suddenly reached Zhang Yi's ears. Ding, the system detects that your fatigue level has dropped to 30%, please take a rest. Fatigue is a hidden attribute of players in the apocalypse world. 100% is the best state. 1% of fatigue will be automatically consumed every 10 minutes. When fatigue drops to 0%, the player will die. It has been nearly 12 hours of continuous struggle since the server was opened at 8 o'clock last night. Zhang Yi really feels tired, so his plan is to go back to the safe zone to submit the task, and after reaching level 10 and completing the job transfer, he will take a rest to recover from fatigue. So Zhang Yi squatted down and picked up the spoils that dropped from the last demon wolf he had just killed at his feet. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the woods. For some reason, Zhang Yi suddenly had an ominous premonition. Looking back, I saw a large number of players pouring into the dark forest with great momentum. From the logo above their heads, we can see that the player teams, estimated to be about 30 to 40 people, all have reached level 8 to 9, and their IDs all have the word King as the prefix. King of the world. You're not coming for me, are you? With a murmur, just as Zhang Yi was thinking this, the group of King's World players, led by a level 9 teenager wearing black armor and holding a silver longbow, glanced at the players who were leveling up by killing the magic wolf in the forest, then stopped at Zhang Yi and pointed at him. That's him, surrounding Qingcheng. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 30 players behind him came over with their weapons from both sides and surrounded Zhang Yi in an instant. Ashi, it's really coming for me. At this time, King of Glory looked at Zhang Yi and snorted coldly, are you still leveling up here? Do you know why I'm looking for you? I took a look at the equipment on King of Glory. Wow, all 7 pieces of equipment are complete, and they all look like pretty good equipment, especially the black armor on his body and the silver longbow in his hand, which should be top-notch at this stage. So Zhang Yi thought about it and guessed, are you sending me equipment? Send you a sister. King of Glory said, Pa, stared at Zhang Yi coldly and shouted, I'm sending you to heaven. Zhang Yi glanced at the other players of King's World around him and said disapprovingly, are there only so few of us? I'm afraid they are not capable enough. Zhang Yi could see that, except for the players of King of Glory, the rest of the players did not have complete equipment. Zhang Yi, who had survived in the apocalypse world for 8 years in his previous life, could even analyze the quality and enhancement level of the equipment from the glossiness of the equipment. Plus 25 equipment has a faint golden glow on its surface. The lower the enhancement level, the fainter the glow. The equipment on these ordinary members are all 1-star items, and the enhancement level does not exceed level 10. At this stage, it is considered to be above average in the eyes of the surrounding level 7 or 8 individual players, but in Zhang Yi's eyes, it can be described in 2 words, garbage. Only in honor of kings, he has the best equipment, all of which should be above plus 20. Obviously, he has concentrated all the resources of the King's World on himself. Seeing that this, Qingcheng, was surrounded by so many of his men and could still say such arrogant words, King of Glory was not angry. Do you know how many people I have in King of Glory? It's just that to deal with a waste like you, it doesn't take 1,000 people. Calling more than 30 brothers here is a sign of respect for you. Today, you are dead. I will kill you back to level 0. Bang. The sledgehammer fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi held the handle, looked at King of Glory calmly and said, come and kill me, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such an arrogant person. Could it be that this guy had never heard of Kingdom in the official forum of Apocalypse before entering the game? The poster of the popular forum post about recruiting top professional players for the team with a monthly salary of 100,000 renminbi was from King of Glory. So before the game even started, the team King's World was already popular. He now has more than 1,000 people under his command, all of whom are professional players from all over the country. Therefore, Zhang Yi himself did not have much reaction. The individual players who were leveling up by killing monsters in the dark forest nearby, when they saw Zhang Yi surrounded by the King of Glory players, started to discuss the matter. Player A, this guy dares to openly challenge the King of the World. He is so brave. Player B, yeah, don't you know what the status of the King of the World is? Now, not to mention that I will be killed soon, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to survive in the 886 safe zone in the future. Player C, we must never be like him and provoke the people of King's World, otherwise we will definitely end up like him. Amid the discussions, King of Glory didn't say too much nonsense. After saying, I'll make you regret being a human being, he waved his hand and gave an order, beat him. Under the command of King of Glory, the group of King of Glory players who surrounded Zhang Yi from all directions, all rushed towards Zhang Yi with weapons in hand. The individual players around were all staring at this side with an expression of watching a good show. In their eyes, this guy who was being besieged by the players of King of Glory and had hidden his ID and level seemed to be a corpse. Only Zhang Yi himself stood there calmly, not looking panicked at all. Just wait, two people in front of him approached with long swords, and, swish, two swords landed on Zhang Yi's left and right shoulders, hitting Zhang Yi's head with two damage numbers that made the surrounding onlookers gasp. -1. -1. Oh my god. No defense. Are the attack power of the people in the king's world so low? Or is that guy's defense so high? Even the two people who launched the attack were stunned. Although they did not use their full strength, their attack power reached more than 50 points, but they were unable to cause any defense-breaking damage to the person in front of them. At the same time, Zhang Yi, who stood still and deliberately took two blows, heard two battle prompts. Ding, you have been maliciously attacked by the player, King of Mad God. The opponent has been grayed out. Attacking the opponent will not trigger the red name. Ding, you have been maliciously attacked by the player, King Shura. The opponent has been grayed out. Attacking the opponent will not trigger the red name. Zhang Yi, who finally received these two hints, swung the hammer in his hand and smashed it on the body of King Quangshan with a bang. He then smashed it on the chest of King Shura with a backhand, causing a wave of extremely high damage to the two of them. -118. -112. While the other two hadn't reacted yet, Zhang Yi used the 14 points of agility to increase his speed and used his hammer to death blow on the King of Mad Gods. -195. The King of Mad God, whose total health was only more than 260 points, had his health bar emptied by Zhang Yi's two hammers. Before he could react what was happening, he fell to the ground. The next second, he turned into a beam of white light and floated away, leaving behind only copper coins and potions on the ground, and a pair of boots. Ding, you killed the player, King of Mad God, but because he was in a gray name, your sin value did not increase. With the double bonus of critical hit and lucky hit, Zhang Yi's hammer, which had just received a 165% damage bonus, inflicted 195 points of damage on the King of Mad God, leaving all the individual players watching nearby stunned. What kind of damage is this? Almost 200. Oh my god. If that hammer had landed on me, I would have been killed instantly. I see. This kid seems to have triggered the first achievement of Inua Qingcheng. It is said that the hammer in his hand is a growing artifact. He used it to beat the captain of King's World to death before. The people of King's World are here to take revenge. No wonder the King's World sent so many people to deal with one person. It seems that they have already figured out the other party's strength and know that he is a master. Even the players from King of Glory who had not yet approached looked at each other in bewilderment. This kid's damage is so high. Didn't you hear the captain say that the hammer in his hand is a magical weapon? It's just a game. You won't really die if you get killed. Besides, the captain said that every death is 10,000 yuan as compensation. Brothers, kill him and help the captain get the artifact hammer out of that kid's hand. Even if it's just a little bit of damage, we will kill him with a lot of it. As they spoke, the people from the King's World continued to surround and kill Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled, because even if they piled up, they couldn't kill him. In fact, their attacks couldn't even break the Angel Guardian shield that was triggered every 10 seconds, not to mention the 570 health points, which was enough for them to stack 570 attacks. So, Zhang Yi swung up a sledgehammer and launched a massacre-like counterattack against the crowd attacking him in King of Glory. To be honest, this level 1-star hammer has become really rubbish after being used for so long. Half of Zhang Yi's current damage is gained by upgrading points. Zhang Yi added all the 20 points gained from level 5 to level 9 into strength, which is equivalent to 30 points of attack power for a 15-star strength growth. Even though Zhang Yi now has a level 1 hammer, his attack power has exceeded 3 digits and reached 108 points. This is totally beyond the ability of the current level 8 or 9 players with incomplete equipment to withstand. What Zhang Yi lacks most now is a suitable weapon. Looking at Zhang Yi, who could kill one of his players with just 2 or 3 hammers, he became more and more convinced that the hammer in his hand was an extremely powerful weapon that could grow, and that his high damage was all due to that hammer. He couldn't help licking his lips and said with a grin, "I must get this hammer." After saying that, he raised the obviously valuable silver longbow in his hand, aimed at Zhang Yi, who was being besieged in front of him, and shot an arrow with a whoosh. Phew! At a distance of more than 30 meters, the sharp arrows hit the hard guardian armor on Zhang Yi's chest. Finally, a damage number greater than 1 appeared above Zhang Yi's head. -105. The remaining 30 points of the angel shield were directly broken, and Zhang Yi also lost an additional 70 points of health. Seeing the damage he suffered, Zhang Yi was a little surprised. You know, he has 61 points of defense. If calculated in this way, the current attack power of King of Glory is at least more than 160 points. This attack power. In addition to adding all the points, the bow in King of Glory's hand is at least a 2-star enhanced +20 or above. Because Zhang Yi's counterattacks were all aimed at those with gray names, until now, Zhang Yi, who has killed 3 King of Glory players in a row, is still a white name, causing the King of Glory that attacked Zhang Yi to have its ID above its head turn gray. Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly turned to the King of Glory that was shooting an arrow from afar. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, and the bow and arrow in King of Glory's hand kept hitting Zhang Yi. Even Zhang Yi couldn't withstand the damage from King of Glory. After being hit by several arrows in a row, his health bar dropped by more than half in a blink of an eye. Regarding the extremely high damage of Honor of Kings, the onlookers started discussing again. As expected of the captain of the King's world, this King of Glory is really good, he can actually deal such high damage. Yes, you see the bow in his hand is absolutely top grade. Just now I thought Inua Qingqing could fight back, but now it seems hopeless. A few more arrows from King of Glory will kill him. Isn't anyone paying attention to Inua Qingqing's health? King of Glory has already hit him with 3 arrows, which has cost him over 300 health points, and he still has half of his health left. At this time, Zhang Yi, who had fought his way out of the encirclement, suddenly locked his target on King of Glory in the distance, and quickly approached with a sledgehammer in his hand. The player of King of Glory, who was still happily shooting arrows from a distance in the back row, saw Zhang Yi running towards him. He was stunned for a moment, turned around and ran, kiting Zhang Yi as he ran. Zhang Yi quickly approached King of Glory while jumping left and right to dodge King of Glory's shooting, causing misses to jump over his head. Although long-range attacks have the advantage of being able to kite the opponent, they are also easy for the opponent to dodge by moving around. The additional 11 points of Guardian Armor, plus the player's initial 3 points, a total of 14 points of Agility attribute, gives Zhang Yi a lot of room for maneuver. While approaching the King of Glory, Zhang Yi took out a bottle of level 3 red potion from his bag and drank it. A green recovery value, plus 300, popped up above his head, and his health bar instantly returned to full value. In the early stage, in order to pursue damage, few players would add precious upgrade points to agility. Later, those players of King of Glory could not catch up with Zhang Yi at all. Even if they caught up, they would be killed by a few hammers. They could not stop Zhang Yi from approaching King of Glory at all. And obviously, King of Glory had added points to his full potential, and now he only had the initial 3 points of agility attribute, which made him far behind Zhang Yi in speed, so he was soon caught up by Zhang Yi. The result of being caught up was being knocked to the ground with a hammer. Unexpectedly, in addition to attack power, King of Glory is actually well-rounded, with high vitality and defense. Zhang Yi's hammer that could deal more than 110 points of damage to others only caused 90 points of damage to King of Glory, and King of Glory's health bar only dropped by a quarter. However, King of Glory was in a panic, because as a long-range damage dealer, he would definitely not be able to compete with Zhang Yi in close combat. While King of Glory was hesitating, Zhang Yi struck again with his hammer, dealing 90 points of damage. King of Glory quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow at Zhang Yi at close range, then while retreating, he took out a bottle of red potion from his bag. Before he could use it, he was hit on the forehead with a hammer by Zhang Yi who was chasing him. With a crisp bang, King of Glory felt his head buzzing. Ding, you were attacked by the player, Inua Qingqing, and lost 297 health points. You are dead. With a plop, King of Glory fell to the ground, and with a heart full of unwillingness, he turned into a streak of white light and disappeared in front of Zhang Yi. Last time it was 1 hammer, this time it was 3 hammers. Relatively speaking, the ability of King of Glory to withstand blows has become much stronger. Zhang Yi's last attack, a fatal blow, triggered a lucky blow, and happened to be a critical hit, causing 297 points of damage, shocking the whole audience. Passerby A, oh my god. Almost 300 damage, how did you do that? Passerby B, this guy must be cheating, the damage is too exaggerated. Passerby C, the captain of the King's World, King of Glory, was defeated in 1 second. After killing the grey-named King of Glory, Zhang Yi, who was not a red-named one, looked down at the place where King of Glory had just died and disappeared, and was surprised to find that in the middle of the copper coins and potions scattered on the ground, there was an exquisite silver longbow lying quietly. The longbow with extremely high attack power that I had in my hand from King of Glory unexpectedly dropped. It was an unexpected gain. It seems that the value of this bow is indeed very high. Almost at the moment when King of Glory was killed and the longbow dropped, the players of King of Glory in the back were not concerned about the King of Glory being killed, but that bow. Don't let him pick up that bow. Brothers, hurry up and take back the bow that the captain dropped. Quick. Following a shout from the Supreme King, the remaining 20-odd people in the King's World rushed towards Zhang Yi at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. However, they were still a step slow. As soon as Zhang Yi bent down to pick up the longbow, and without hesitation replaced the hammer in his hand with the longbow, completing the equipment on the spot, the players of King's World who were approaching quickly stopped one after another, and everyone stared at Zhang Yi holding the silver longbow with fear. At this time, Zhang Yi did not take a close look at the attributes of the bow. He only knew that the reason why King of Glory could cause such high damage to him who had 61 points of defense must be due to this bow. Therefore, the attack power of this bow is definitely not lower than that of his hammer. So, after equipping the longbow, Zhang Yi instantly transformed from a warrior into an archer. He raised the longbow in his hand and aimed at the players of King of Glory who were within his attack range. In the world of Apocalypse, the basic attack distance of long-range professions is 50 meters, and these people in the King's World are only about 20 to 30 meters away from Zhang Yi. Seeing that Zhang Yi had already pulled the bowstring, the players of King of Glory paused for a moment and then continued to rush towards Zhang Yi. Brothers, kill him and get the captain's longbow back from his hand. These people were really bold. They knew they couldn't do any damage to Zhang Yi's defense, yet they still came here to die. Of course, it is also because they think this is just a game and they would rather be killed than be looked down upon by their captain. Besides, the captain said that they would be compensated 10,000 yuan for each death. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow flew out from Zhang Yi's hand and hit the first person among the group of King's World players. He was holding a big knife and had a grey ID above his head. Level 8 man. -216. The full health bar above his head was emptied by one blow, and the swordsman turned into a white light and floated away, leaving behind coins and potions on the ground. Seeing this damage, even Zhang Yi himself was shocked. Good guy, change the weapon, the damage will be doubled. Looking at the silver longbow in his hand, Zhang Yi was a little surprised. It seemed that the value of this bow had exceeded his imagination. Even if a player at level 8 or 9 has a hat and clothes that increase health, with a 1-star quality and a low level of enhancement, he will only have 200 or 300 HP at most. The one who was just killed instantly by Zhang Yi's arrow didn't even have a hat on his head. After all, even Zhang Yi doesn't have a hat yet. After Zhang Yi killed one of them with an arrow, the others continued to charge forward without fear. Zhang Yi shook his head. If they knew that this was a real death game, they probably wouldn't waste the chance to resurrect which could not be bought with any amount of money. However, Zhang Yi does not sympathize with the people who rule the world. So, he continued to draw his bow and shoot at them. Whoosh! 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 3 more arrows were shot out, landing on 3 different King's World players, causing 3 damages that made the surrounding onlookers gasp. -248. Critical hit. -324. Lucky shot. -432. Critical hit. Wow. 3 white lights lit up, and the 3 people from the King's World were killed instantly at a distance of more than 20 meters. The 14-point agility attribute not only brings Zhang Yi a speed bonus, but also brings a lot of critical strike bonus. Some people also tried to use S-shaped movements to dodge Zhang Yi's attacks, but it was useless in front of Zhang Yi. Because Zhang Yi in his previous life was an archer. He had been playing the game for 8 years. It was impossible for anyone to show off their movements in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's attacks could accurately predict the enemy's movements. As a result, under Zhang Yi's extremely high long-range output, white lights lit up one after another in the dark forest, and all the people hit by Zhang Yi were killed instantly, except for the Supreme King and the Returned King, who were hit by one more arrow. More than 30 players in the King's world were wiped out before they could get close to Zhang Yi. And because they had previously launched a siege on Zhang Yi and were all gray names, after killing them, Zhang Yi was still white name and did not gain any sin points. Looking at the copper coins, potions, strengthening stones and equipment scattered on the ground in the large area ahead, the individual players around who had witnessed Zhang Yi single-handedly wipe out a team of more than 30 players in King of Glory were all stunned. Player A, oh my god. I feel like I'm dreaming. This guy wiped out a team of dozens of people in King of Glory all by himself. Player B, the scary thing is that all the people were killed instantly by him. The damage is too terrible. Player C, oh my god, who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? Is he an insider of Apocalypse? He seems to be not afraid of the King's world at all, because the backer behind him is Tianyun Group. Player D, don't overthink it, brother. Tianyun Group has issued a statement a long time ago that the game of Tianqi guarantees absolute fairness and justice. There are no bugs, plugins or insider operations. This guy's damage is so high, it is likely that he got a high-level talent that increases damage at the beginning. But I think he has completely offended the King's world. No matter how powerful he is, it will be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the 886th safe zone, or even the entire 8th zone in the future. Even though they were drooling at the sight of the coins and equipment scattered all over the ground, the people around them didn't dare to pick them up, because they were afraid that they would be killed instantly by an arrow from Inua Qingqing while trying to snatch the spoils, and then they would become part of the spoils. Ignoring the discussions of the people around him, after the battle ended, Zhang Yi finally had time to focus his eyes on the exquisite silver longbow in his hand. Silver Moon Bow, plus 25. Quality, 2 stars. Level, 8. Physical attack power, plus 105, 75. Additional attributes, strength plus 14, 10. Exclusive talent, armor break, the wearer's attack can ignore 35 points of target's physical defense. Occupational restrictions, archer, can also be equipped by those who have not changed their occupation. Description, it is said that this is a top-grade weapon made by a high-level forging master of the human race using rare silver white ore on a full moon night. The silver moon bow absorbs moonlight and has a strong killing power. Wow, it's actually a 2-star level 8 one. No wonder the damage of the King of Glory equipped with this silver moon bow was so high. I had thought before that this weapon must have been enhanced to plus 20 or above, but Zhang Yi didn't expect that it was actually enhanced to the maximum level. In this game of Honor of Kings, people are really willing to invest. To enhance a 2-star equipment to plus 25, you need at least 400 or 500 level 2 enhancement stones, which is equivalent to nearly 1,000 level 1 enhancement stones. It's crazy to invest so much in an equipment with a fast transition in the early stage of level 8. Zhang Yi doesn't understand the thoughts of rich people. However, it seems very easy for King of Glory to collect strengthening stones. He has more than 1,000 people under his command, and if everyone contributes one, there will be 1,000 stones. After opening the status bar, Zhang Yi discovered that after equipping the silver moon bow, his attack power had reached 216 points. No wonder every arrow he fired just now dealt 216 damage. In front of the armor break talent, the players in King of Glory had almost no defense, and all the damage Zhang Yi dealt was real damage. When he put away the silver moon bow and was about to clean up the spoils, he suddenly heard a voice from a nearby player. Everyone, check the regional channel, King of Glory has made another announcement. Zhang Yi also casually opened the regional chat interface, and sure enough, he saw King of Glory madly refreshing the screen. Inua Qingqing, you bastard, you've killed me twice. Return the silver moon bow to me, Otherwise I will never let you go and make you crawl in the apocalypse world from now on. Inua Chingching, return the silver moon bow to me, and I will give you a chance to reform. Inua Chingching, speak to me, are you dead? Looking at the disgusting insults in the chat channel, Zhang Yi was not angry, but rather found it somewhat amusing. So, Zhang Yi finally spoke in the chat channel and attached the illustration of Silver Moon Bow. Inua Chingching, male, level 9 player, thank you for the weapon, I have tried it and it is very useful, Silver Moon Bow. As Inua Chingching attached the illustration of the Silver Moon Bow to the message and sent it out, the chat channel in area 886 immediately exploded. Yuan Kimio, male, level 7 player. A 2-star level 8 weapon with 25 reinforcements. Please don't give it away, male, level 8 player, I've made a fortune. This bow is a magical item in the early stages. I say it's worth at least 100,000 yuan. No one has any objection, right? Mo Yen, male, level 8 player, at Yinuo Qingqing, brother, I want to buy your weapon. You can name any price. Xiao Daibi, female, level 6 player, this bow has a very high attack power. Brother Qingqing, give it to me. Can I be your girlfriend? We can meet in person. Seeing everyone's discussions in the chat channel, King of Glory, who had just emerged from the resurrection fountain in Hope Town, was furious. Inua Chingching, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand, can you translate it into human language? Next to the resurrection fountain, King of Glory had just finished editing a message, but before it was sent out, he suddenly received a system prompt. Ding, the system has detected that you are spamming maliciously and have used obscene language. You have been banned for 1 hour. Hold. When King of Glory was in a state of rage, it happened that the King of Supreme Kings had returned and they all died and came out of the resurrection fountain. Seeing his teammates being annihilated, King of Glory became even more angry, so many people can't beat one person. With your level, you dare to call yourself a professional player? I offer a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, and I hired you rubbish. At this time, the king returned quickly said, Captain, calm down, the main reason is that the guy's attributes are too high. In addition to his attack power, his defense and health are also super high. Didn't you notice? I'm sure he has plus 25 all over his body. You're talking nonsense. King of Glory was full of anger. I have a team of 1,000 people who worked all night to get me a set of plus 25. What does he have? He can get tens of thousands of strengthening stones by himself to strengthen his whole body. What should we do now? The king returned, lowered his head. He has killed you twice in a row and destroyed 2 of your equipment. Moreover, this matter has become known to everyone. King of Glory gritted his teeth and said, even if the level drops, it can still be trained up. 2-star equipment is hard to get in the early stage, especially weapons. No matter what, the Silver Moon Bow must be brought back to me. Why did he drop something else but the best equipment I have? It's really unlucky. Inua Chingching, remember this, within 3 days, if I don't kill you and make you delete your account and quit the server, I will eat shit live. Captain. At this time, the Supreme King whispered, when you first met Inua Chingching, you seem to have said that you didn't believe that he could deal 40 to 50 damage with one hammer. If he could, you would eat shit on the live broadcast. You bastard. King of Glory kicked the Supreme King and said, get out of here, get out now, I'm firing you. Dark Forest, Zhang Yi, who had killed the captain of King of Glory twice in a row and was almost famous in Safe Zone 886, ignored the discussions of others. What made him curious was how the people in King of Glory knew that he was in the Dark Forest. Finally, Zhang Yi found the answer in the chat record of the regional chat channel more than 20 minutes ago. It turned out that the individual players in the Dark Forest could not resist the temptation of the 100,000 yuan bounty of Honor of Kings and exposed their location. This King of Glory is really rich. Zhang Yi did not care about these things. He spent several minutes picking up and counting all the things that had exploded when more than 30 people died in King of Glory. Because they were all gray names, there was a 100% chance that a piece of equipment would drop from a gray name upon death, so a total of 35 pieces of equipment were harvested, all of which were between levels 1 to 8, and 1-star items with an enhanced level of less than 10. Zhang Yi now really doesn't think highly of these 1-star equipments, because during the previous all-night grind in the Dark Forest, 1,000 magic wolves had already dropped 7 or 8 pieces of 6 to 8 level 1-star equipments for Zhang Yi, all of which were in unidentified status, and were of the same quality as those dropped by players in King of Glory. Zhang Yi planned to set up a stall to sell them all after returning to the safe zone, because although these equipments were useless to him at this stage, there were many other players who needed them. In terms of equipment, the Silver Moon Bow was Zhang Yi's biggest gain. This piece of equipment was enough to prove that the killing of those 30 people just now was not in vain. In addition, Zhang Yi was more interested in the coins and strengthening stones they dropped. A total of 2,000 copper coins were harvested, which is equivalent to 20 silver coins. More than 60 strengthening stones exploded. Checking the time, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Zhang Yi yawned and set off back to Hope Town, leaving behind a group of individual players in the dark forest who were watching Zhang Yi's departure. They were still frightened when they thought of the scene in which he had just slaughtered more than 30 people in King of Glory alone. After returning to the safe zone, Zhang Yi immediately found the NPC owner of the blacksmith shop, Yil. Trigger a conversation. Young warrior, I didn't expect that you could actually help me hunt so many wolf skins. Thank you so much. After taking the 100 wolf skins that Zhang Yi traded, Yil said excitedly. At the same time, a pleasant reminder sounded in Zhang Yi's ears. Ding, congratulations on completing the task, collecting wolf skins, and you have been rewarded with plus 2,000 experience points, plus 250 copper coins, plus 15 level 1 reinforcement stones, plus 36 human reputation, and plus 1 equipment, wolf skin coat. Intimacy with blacksmith shop owner, plus 6. At this moment, another reminder sounded in my ears. Ding, player Inua Qingqing, congratulations, your intimacy with the blacksmith shop owner has exceeded 10 points, and the intimacy level has been raised to level 1. You have obtained a privilege, you can enjoy a 5% discount when forging equipment at the blacksmith shop in the future. You need to increase the intimacy to 50 points for the next upgrade. The intimacy level is set in the game Apocalypse to enrich the gameplay. Players can gain intimacy with the NPC by completing tasks. When the intimacy reaches a certain level, the intimacy level can be increased, allowing players to obtain various benefits. NPCs can be roughly divided into several categories according to their occupations: civilians, blacksmith shop owners, innkeepers, store owners, appraisal institute owners, guards, and city lords, town mayors, and the intimacy levels are universal throughout the Apocalypse world. For example, if a player reaches level 2 intimacy with a shop owner by completing tasks in a safe zone, and then reaches level 30 and goes to the main city, where the intimacy with the shop owner is also level 2, he can get a 10% discount on potions and equipment in the store. The higher the intimacy level, the greater the discount you can get. In addition, players also have a chance to receive hidden tasks from NPCs by reaching a very high intimacy level. Back to the topic. Even though he received 2,000 experience points as a mission reward, Zhang Yi was unable to level up, because the 8,000 experience points required to upgrade from level 9 to level 10 was too high. As for the wolfskin coat, it was a level 9, 1-star item sold on the street. Zhang Yi, who possessed the 2-star guardian armor, did not even look at it. After submitting the task, Yi no longer paid any attention to Zhang Yi. Most players would turn around and leave at this time to look for the next NPC who could receive the task. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of a non-mainstream signature he had used on QQ when he was young: as long as you take the initiative, we will have a story. So Zhang Yi took the initiative to talk to Yi Air. I have some extra wolf skins here, do you need any more? As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, he was surprised. Really? Warrior, how many wolf skins do you have left? Do you have 100? Yes. So Zhang Yi took out another 100 wolf skins and gave them to Yi. Ding, congratulations on completing the task, collecting wolf skins, for the second time, and you will be rewarded with plus 2,000 experience points and plus 50 copper coins. Intimacy with the blacksmith shop owner, plus 2. Submit the task again and the reward will be greatly reduced. Zhang Yi took out another 100 wolf skins and continued to submit them. He repeated this process until he had submitted all 1,000 wolf skins in his bag in 10 batches. Yi smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Young warrior, you really surprised me. I didn't expect you to collect so many wolf skins for me. I don't know how to thank you. Zhang Yi was not polite, then make me some equipment. Because in the previous life, the player who completed this task 10 times received the ultimate reward, which was to have the owner of this blacksmith shop tailor make a top-quality equipment for him. Moreover, it seems that only the first player to complete this 10-chain task is eligible to make this request, and the rest can only silently accept IL's reward of a rare equipment. Sure enough, Er did not refuse Zhang Yi's request. No problem, warrior, what kind of equipment do you want me to make for you? Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, make me a magic wand. Ever since he obtained the god-level talent, god-level enhancement, at the beginning, Zhang Yi had an idea. In this life, he would take a more special route and play the most rubbish profession in the world of Apocalypse that was despised by countless players in his previous life, Beastmaster. In the world of Apocalypse, players' professions are divided into 7 categories: warrior, assassin, knight, magician, archer, priest, and beastmaster. Anyone who has played the game knows the characteristics of these professions. The only one that is different is the beastmaster. Because the profession of beastmaster is quite special, he can summon monsters to fight for him. There is no limit to the type of monsters he summons. He can summon tank-type monsters with thick skin and flesh to resist damage in the front. He can summon mage-type monsters with explosive output to output with him in the back. He can summon nurse-type monsters to heal himself or teammates, and even a high-level beastmaster in the late stage can form a team with milk, meat, and output by his own strength. On the surface, does it seem that this profession is very powerful? It is almost equivalent to owning all the professions in the world of Apocalypse if you own this profession. That's right, in the previous life, countless players fell into the trap because of the perfect description, scam, of the Beastmaster profession given by the Apocalypse official. Only later did they realize that the Beastmaster profession was more than just a trap, it was a huge trap. Those players who chose this profession got up from their beds in the middle of the night and sat crying. Because a Beastmaster is different from a traditional summoner, the monsters summoned by a Beastmaster have an independent training system, which has nothing to do with the strength of the Beastmaster's own attributes. That is to say, no matter what kind of monster you cultivate, from the moment you start cultivating it, you have to give it half of your own resources. Like the player, it needs to wear equipment, learn skills through skill books, and upgrade by consuming the player's experience. It is equivalent to using the resources in one account to play 2 characters at the same time. In terms of equipment enhancement and skills, it was originally a pit. Many players could not even support themselves. Where would they get the energy and resources to raise Warcraft? Unless they had a mine at home. The Beastmaster itself is equivalent to a magician, but in order to balance this profession, the Beastmaster's own attribute growth is the lowest among the 7 professions, and the skill damage is also extremely low, which is incomparable to a real violent magician. Therefore, in the previous life, those players who chose the Beastmaster profession, when they discovered the pitfalls of this profession but were unable to change anything, planned to simply give up the ability to summon Warcraft. They couldn't even play this profession as a mage because the Beastmaster developed too slowly. This has resulted in the Beastmaster profession being eliminated at an increasingly rapid rate, becoming the object of rejection by countless players. All major teams do not accept Beastmaster players, and no one is willing to team up with a Beastmaster. The only thing waiting for the Beastmaster is destruction. Later on, it was good to see a beast tamer among 100 players. Of course, this profession itself is actually a very powerful profession. As long as the resources can keep up, the powerful monsters trained by the Beastmaster are definitely not weaker than a player. The Beastmasters who survived the previous life were all relatively strong. The combat power of a magical beast they summoned it will crush the high-level players on the main city's list. Zhang Yi chose this profession even though he knew it was a pitfall. It was because God-level enhancement could make up for the pitfall in equipment enhancement. Zhang Yi had enough resources to train himself and his summoned beasts. Because the Beastmaster uses a magic staff as a weapon, Zhang Yi asked Er to help him make a magic staff. Il agreed without hesitation. Warrior, since you have collected so many wolf skins for me, I promise to do my best to make you an amazing magic wand. After a pause, Illinois continued, however, it takes time to forge weapons, especially better weapons, the longer it takes. Come and get it around 6 this evening. Zhang Yi nodded, okay, thank you for troubling Master Er. After submitting the task of collecting wolf skins 10 times in a row, Zhang Yi successfully reached level 10 with the accumulated 20,000 experience points, and the experience value was full. Before completing the job transfer, the player's level cannot exceed level 10. So, after saying goodbye to NPC Yil, Zhang Yi came to the mentor hall located in the center of Hope Town. As the first player to step into the mentor hall, many players passing by the hall entrance cast envious glances at Zhang Yi. Player A, aren't you allowed to enter the mentor hall only at level 10? How come this guy has reached level 10 so quickly? Player B, stop talking so much, let's hurry up and level up. It is said that the first 100 players who change their job in each safe zone will receive rewards. Player C, really? What are you still hesitating about? Go out and kill the monsters. In the mentor hall, 7 mentors dressed in different costumes were there, waiting for Zhang Yi to enter the hall, and each of them issued an invitation. The burly warrior instructor, wearing golden armor and holding a long sword, said, "Young man, join our warrior profession, then you can have a good figure like me and you won't have to worry about little fans surrounding you." The wizard mentor, who is dressed in a white robe and looks gentle but is passionate inside, said, "Follow me and learn powerful magic. There is no enemy that cannot be killed by a powerful blizzard. If there is, then use 2. Without waiting for the 7 mentors to finish their self-introductions, Zhang Yi walked directly to the beast tamer mentor and said, "Hello, mentor. I want to become a beast tamer." The other 6 mentors looked at him in surprise, because Zhang Yi didn't even look at them. The selected Beastmaster instructor nodded, "Okay, I will grant you the qualifications to become a Beastmaster." As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast Tamer instructor stretched out his hand in front of Zhang Yi and a beam of golden light fell on Zhang Yi's head. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the profession, Beast Tamer. Ding, congratulations on becoming the first player in Safety Zone 886 to complete the job change. The system will make a regional announcement. Please choose to make your ID public or hidden. This time, Zhang Yi chose to make it public without hesitation. Announcement from Safe Zone number 886, Ding, congratulations to player, Inua Qingqing, for successfully changing his job to Beast Tamer. As the first player in Safe Zone number 886 to complete the job change, he receives rewards, human reputation plus 1,200, gold coin plus 1. Just like the achievement rewards for triggering the hidden mission, with the 20% reputation bonus in the human camp, Zhang Yi once again received a huge 1,200 points of reputation, as well as a generous reward of 1 gold coin. As expected, completing achievements is the fastest way to gain reputation and money. It has only been 1 night since the start of the game, and Zhang Yi's reputation has reached 2,700 points. While other players only had a handful of silver coins on their hands, Zhang Yi already had 2 gold coins. After completing the job change, Zhang Yi, who already had full experience points, was directly upgraded to level 11. At the same time, as the system's regional announcement was transmitted, the chat channel of Safety Zone number 886 became lively again. Bad omen, male, level 8 player, this leveling is too fast. I'm only level 8 and someone has already changed their job. Fallen God, male, level 8 player, the reward is so generous. I only have a few silver coins in my bag, but he actually got a gold coin reward. He's rich. I want to become the heaven, male, level 9 player, it's this Inua Qingqing again. I remember that he was the one who triggered the achievement of being the first to enter the safe zone. And I seriously suspect that he was also the one who triggered the hidden mission. Mouse loves cat, female, level 8 player, brother Inua Qingqing is so awesome. He has triggered 3 achievements at once. I really want to meet him. On the other side, I just received a task from an NPC in Hope Town and was about to go out to level up to level 10 to complete the job change so that I could go find Inua Qingqing to take revenge. When I heard the regional announcement from the air, I cursed in my heart, fuck. If you hadn't killed me twice and dropped 2 levels, the first person in Area 886 to reach level 10 would definitely be me. At this time, the king returned beside King of Glory said, Captain, he switched to Beast Tamer. Before the Apocalypse server was launched, it was called a RMB profession on the forum. You have to spend money to develop it. King of Glory snorted coldly, that guy looks like a poor bastard, definitely not a rich man. How can he afford to play a Beastmaster? The Beastmaster profession is rubbish if you don't have money to spend. The attribute growth is extremely low, and the body is even more fragile than that of a priest. Ha ha ha, let's see how you can confront me with this crappy profession of Beast Tamer. Mentor Hall. After completing the job change, the Beastmaster mentor gave Zhang Yi 6 monster eggs, corresponding to the 6 types of warrior, tank, mage, shooter, support, and assassin. Zhang Yi can choose any one of them to open, and he can get a primary monster of the corresponding type. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi skipped this step directly and did not choose any of the 6 monster eggs. Even the Beastmaster instructor was a little surprised. Warrior, the magic beast, is the soul of the Beastmaster. A Beastmaster without the assistance of magic beasts will not be able to take a single step in the world of apocalypse. Zhang Yi remained firm in his decision. "Thank you, Master, but I don't need these monsters anymore." Because Zhang Yi knew that the primary magic beasts given by the mentor to the Beastmaster who had just completed the job change were all D-quality magic beasts with qualifications below 50, which could be called garbage. They were said to be able to assist the Beastmaster, but in fact they were a complete drag. Zhang Yi did not want to let such a garbage magic beast share his resources. Zhang Yi had already made plans. He would not use World of Warcraft before reaching level 30, unless he could get a top-quality World of Warcraft in the process. Otherwise, Zhang Yi would use all his resources to strengthen himself, and only settle down to deal with World of Warcraft after his strength improved. Of course, another reason why Zhang Yi made this decision was that somewhere, there was a super excellent magical beast waiting for him to capture. In comparison, these low-level magical beasts were not at all worthy of the attention of Zhang Yi, who had been reborn 8 years after the apocalypse. However, Zhang Yi's current ability is not enough to obtain that top-grade magical beast, so he has to wait for some time. Zhang Yi continued to trigger conversations with the Beastmaster instructor to learn basic skills. When each player changes his job, there will be 3 basic white skill books available for purchase. There were 3 white Beastmaster skill books in front of Zhang Yi. One of them was the Control Systems, Freezing Technique, with a damage coefficient of 70%, a freezing effect that lasted for 1.5 seconds, and a cooldown of 12 seconds. The second defensive book, Magic Shield, gives yourself a shield of 80% of your magic attack power, which lasts for 5 seconds and has a cooldown of 20 seconds. There is also a pure output-based, Fireball, with a 110% damage coefficient and a cooldown of 5 seconds. The price of the 3 books is 10 silver coins each. In fact, to put it bluntly, a Beastmaster is a magician, but his attribute growth and skill damage in all aspects are much lower than that of a magician. The magician's white quality Fireball has a damage coefficient of 130%. Zhang Yi chose the output route, so among the 3 skill books, he chose Fireball without hesitation, spending 10 silver coins which not everyone can afford at this stage. After getting the skill book, I used it immediately and learned the Fireball technique. When Zhang Yi uses Fireball at level 11, the single consumption reaches 7 energy points. At this moment, 2 consecutive and somewhat painful system notification sounds rang from Zhang Yi's ears. Ding, because your profession and equipment do not match, the Silver Moon Bow has been automatically removed and put into your backpack. Ding, because your profession and skills do not match, Critical Strike has been automatically converted into a skill book and put into your backpack. Zhang Yi had naturally thought of this problem a long time ago. Once he changed his job to a Beastmaster, he would not be able to use the top-grade weapon, Silver Moon Bow, and the skill, Critical Strike, he had just obtained. A critical hit is a small matter, because it is just a white skill. The most painful thing is the Silver Moon Bow, which is considered to be the best in the early stage. Zhang Yi did this for the sake of the overall situation. Because the experience of the previous life told Zhang Yi, in this apocalyptic world, no one is worthy of your trust, except yourself. However, the fact is that in many cases, no matter how strong you are, you still need teammates by your side. When you can't ask other players for help, only the Beastmaster's beasts can be relied on. Fortunately, equipment such as Guardian Armor, that are not required by the profession can still be used, although it would look a bit strange for a Beastmaster to wear armor. In addition, Zhang Yi's attribute growth has also changed a lot. The basic attribute growth of the first-level Beastmaster. Intelligence growth, 9 stars. Stamina growth, 7 stars. Agility growth, 6 stars. Physical growth, 7 stars. First-level Beast Tamer's occupational talent, every 3 points of intelligence adds 5 additional energy points. The attribute growth of the Beast Tamer is indeed very low. I am afraid that even the growth of the priest is higher than that of the Beast Tamer, and compared with the first-level magician, the gap is obvious. The intelligence growth of a first-level magician reaches 12 stars, and the endurance, stamina, and agility growth are 2 stars higher than that of a beastmaster. The overall growth is 9 stars higher than that of a beastmaster. But that is for other first-level beastmasters. Zhang Yi, who has the bonus of Dragon Bloodline, needs to add an additional 5 stars to the growth of 4 attributes, which means that Zhang Yi's intelligence growth has reached 14 stars, which is 2 stars higher than the intelligence growth of a first-level magician. Not only the Beastmaster, but also the 7 major professions will basically have their attribute growth reduced after changing jobs. However, as compensation, the system will give 30 free attribute points to each player who changes jobs. Including the reset attribute, Zhang Yi now has 80 free attribute points. Zhang Yi made a decision that other players would not dare to think of after resetting their ranks. He added all 80 attribute points to intelligence. Most players, even magicians, would slightly increase their physical strength to ensure their survivability. However, relying on the vitality bonus brought by the level 5, 2-star, Guardian Armor, Zhang Yi simply did not consider increasing his physical strength. After completing the addition, Zhang Yi opened the status bar. A promise to allure. Level 11. Occupation, first level beast tamer. Race, human. Resurrections, 3. Talent, god level enhancement, god level talent. Intelligence, 89. Stamina, 7. Agility, 17. Stamina, 7. Magic attack power, 157. Physical defense, 67. Magical defense, 60. Health, 504. Energy, 222. Experience, 1230/22,000. Money, 2 gold coins, 62 silver coins, 25 copper coins. Life skills, elementary exploration. Reputation, 2706. Special status, Dragon Bloodline LV1. Description, a beastmaster who has completed the first level and is just starting to improve. The difference in attributes between before and after the job change is not that big. In particular, Zhang Yi's attack has reached 157 points without any weapons equipped. If he is equipped with a weapon like the Silver Moon Bow, it will be incredible. Before Emoli forged the staff, it would be difficult to find any decent weapons for a while. Zhang Yi had no choice but to open his backpack and find a level 7 rubbish staff with 14 additional magic attack points from the 40 or 50 pieces of 1 to 8 level 1 equipment in the bag. Then he spent 25 level 1 strengthening stones to instantly turn the rubbish into a top quality 1. Flame staff, plus 25. Quality, 1 star. Level, 7. Magical attack power, plus 49, 35. Exclusive talent, burning. The wearer's attack can ignite the enemy, causing the enemy to receive burning damage of 25% of the wearer's attack power per second for 3 seconds. Occupational restrictions, magician, priest, beastmaster. Description, this is not an ordinary staff, it is a special. After equipping the flame staff, Zhang Yi's magic attack reached 206 points, which was only reduced by 10 points compared to before he removed the Silver Moon Bow. After finishing his professional affairs, Zhang Yi went to the appraisal center in the town and had all the equipment that had exploded in the Dark Forest appraised. The appraisal fee for 1-star equipment within level 10 is not expensive, only 20 copper coins per piece on average. Then, Zhang Yi resisted his sleepiness and came to the busiest street in Hope Town with a backpack full of equipment. It was already past 8 in the morning. Finally, at this time, the player, who had stayed up all night and was about to log off to go directly to work, discovered the abnormality of the game. What's going on? Why can't I log off? Following a shout from the crowd, other players nearby also opened the game interface. Sure enough, everyone found that the logout button in the lower right corner had no response. How so? Is there a bug in the game? I have to go to work at 9 o'clock. I'm stuck in the game. How am I going to explain it to my boss? Please give an official explanation. What is going on? The crowd suddenly fell into chaos. All this was within Zhang Yi's expectations, because in the previous life, they didn't discover the problem of being unable to log out until this time. This is a real death game world. I don't know who shouted, and then someone in the crowd said, "Don't scare people." This is true. A friend of mine died several times before and used up all his chances of resurrection. Then he died again outside just now and has not been resurrected since. He is really dead. Then, someone else said, "And have you noticed that the NPCs in this world look a little familiar? They are all real people in reality. I saw my mother when I received the mission this morning, and I thought I was hallucinating. What on earth is going on?" When everyone was panicking, Zhang Yi took his time, picked a good spot on the street, spent 10 copper coins to apply for a 10-minute stall from the system, and set up a stall when the players were most anxious. The more panicked they are, the easier it is for Zhang Yi's equipment to sell. Because after realizing that this is a real death game, players will do anything to get good equipment to strengthen themselves and have the ability to survive in this world. This fact is indeed hard to accept. Most players would rather believe that it is a game bug. Once Tianyun Group fixes the bug, they can log off and return to the real world. As a result, those players who believed the latter gradually calmed down and even got a little excited. Great, now we have an excuse not to go to work. Our boss also plays this game, he must be trapped in it, ha 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 ha. After a while, many players gathered in front of Zhang Yi's stall. Of course, most of them came for the owner of the stall, because Zhang Yi deliberately displayed the ID above his head, the big LV-11 first-level Beastmaster Inua Qingqing, which was particularly eye-catching. The players surrounding Zhang Yi started to discuss with him. An uncle with a scruffy beard and a big sword in his hand said, "Isn't this the famous person in our 886th district, the one who killed the captain of the King of Kings, Inua Qingqing, twice?" A hot girl with a big body, "Yes, this is the first time I see him in person. It turns out that Inua Qingqing is still such a young boy. He is really young and promising." A gentleman wearing glasses said, "If this is really the end of the world, equipment is the most important thing to save your life. His stall has equipment above level 5, which will be very useful for us in the early stage." As soon as the guy with glasses finished speaking, players rushed to buy the equipment. Because Zhang Yi clearly marked the prices of all the equipment on the stall, he didn't need to do anything. He just sat behind the stall and watched the players in front of him buy equipment, and then collected the money. Sure enough, these 1-star quality junk equipment above level 5 were still very tempting to these novice players. Zhang Yi sold more than 40 pieces of equipment on the stall quickly at a price lower than half of the store price, 50 to 100 copper coins per piece, and earned a total of 35 silver coins. Excluding the cost of 2 silver coins for identifying the equipment, there are still 33 silver coins left, which is much more cost-effective than throwing it into the store. If these equipment were thrown directly into the system store, the final profit would probably not exceed 5 silver coins. It's a pity that the equipment enhanced by the God level enhancement talent has been set to an untradeable state by the system, otherwise the plus 25 level 1 hammer in Zhang Yi's bag would be worth at least several gold coins now. When the design department of Tianyun Group designed this God level talent, they must have taken various factors into consideration. How could they allow players to use this talent to enhance any piece of junk equipment into a top-quality one, and then sell it at a high price to make money in this cycle? Therefore, they set a setting in God-level enhancement, that as long as the equipment with its ability is used, it will be bound. Fortunately, the other piece of divine equipment in Zhang Yi's bag that was enhanced to level 25 was not bound to Zhang Yi because it was not upgraded using divine level enhancement. So Zhang Yi took out the equipment. When the 2-star, level 8, silver moon bow, emitting bursts of golden light and enhanced by plus 25 appeared on Zhang Yi's stall, the players surrounding the stall instantly became excited. Oh my god! Enhanced level 25 equipment, and it's a 2-star quality weapon. Oh my god, I don't even have a plus 10 piece of equipment until now. How did it get to level 25? How many strengthening stones did it take? Silver Moon Bow, isn't this the weapon from the illustrated guide that Inua Qingqing posted in the regional chat channel before? It seems to have been dropped from King of Glory. Plus 105 attack power, and a talent for 35 armor penetration. This piece of equipment is simply invincible. Hearing the surrounding players talking about it, Zhang Yi shouted, "The auction starts now, starting at 1 silver coin." As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, the players around him started bidding like crazy. I'll give you 5 silver coins, sell it to me, sell it to me. You're buying a chicken. 5 silver coins for a plus 25 2-star weapon. I'll give you 20 silver coins. I'll give 30, and I can immediately pool the money with my friends. 50. 70. In a short while, the price of the silver moon bow had been raised to 3 gold coins. This is mainly because the game has only been launched for 12 hours, and players do not have much gold coins saved. Most players only have a dozen or 20 silver coins. Currently, those who bid more than 1 gold coin are basically players with teams, who can work together to barely raise that much money. The price was set at 3 gold coins, and no one raised the price anymore because no one could afford it. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. 3 gold coins. Even if he disassembled the silver moon bow, he would not sell it for such a small amount of money, letting others get a bargain. Because half of the reinforcement stones can be returned if the equipment is decomposed. It took at least 400 or 500 level 2 reinforcement stones to strengthen the silver moon bow to level 25 in honor of kings. After decomposing it, Zhang Yi can still get more than 200 level 2 reinforcement stones. Isn't this better than a few gold coins? Just when Zhang Yi was about to close the stall and stop selling, a voice suddenly rang out, "I'll give you 20 gold coins." 20 gold. The surrounding players looked in the direction of the voice and saw a male player wearing silver armor, who looked to be about 26 or 27 years old and exuded the aura of a successful person with every step, walking towards them with several players who looked like his teammates. The first thing Zhang Yi saw above his head was a familiar ID, Storm Angel. Isn't this the guy who was bidding on Zhang Yi's hidden mission in the regional channel? Moreover, he is the second on the 886th safety zone ranking list, just behind Zhang Yi. This is indeed a family. Following the Storm Angel are several level 9 players with relatively complete equipment, and their IDs above their heads all start with the word Storm. When the individual players around saw the second-ranked boss on the heavenly ranking, they all gave way. Storm Angel squatted in front of Zhang Yi's stall, looked at the top-quality longbow on the stall, and said to Zhang Yi, 20 gold, will you sell it? Zhang Yi said without hesitation, 100, no bargaining. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air around him. 100 gold coins, this guy must be crazy about money. Yes, the Tianqi official announced before that the recharge ratio between RMB and gold coins is 10,000 to 1. How can a top-grade weapon be sold for 1 million? Besides, this is just a level 8 2-star weapon, which will be replaced after 1 or 2 days of use. However, the Storm Angel did not think the same as the people around him. If I can get 100 gold coins right now, I will definitely give them to you. After a pause, Storm Angel continued, why don't we trade in cash? Once the official logout bug is fixed, I'll go offline and give you 1 million in cash. This Storm Angel is indeed a wealthy man. The players around all looked at Zhang Yi with envy. 1 million, many people would never earn that much money in their lifetime. This 2-star level 8 longbow is actually not worth much. Its most valuable feature is that it has been enhanced to level 25. In the early stages of the game, various resources are in short supply, and many things cannot be bought with money. With this bow, you can greatly increase the distance between yourself and other players in the early stages. Unexpectedly, when all the players around him thought Zhang Yi would definitely agree, Zhang Yi actually rejected Storm Angel, I only want gold coins, not cash. But I really can't afford so many gold coins. Storm Angel looked at the silver moon bow, gritted his teeth, and took out a green book from his bag. How about I add this? Zhang Yi glanced at the book. Lightning Chain, Skill Book. Quality, Green. Description, after use, you can learn the skill Lightning Chain, cast a spell to summon lightning to attack the enemy, and the lightning will ricochet between 2 other enemies within 50 meters around the enemy, causing 90% magic damage to up to 3 targets at the same time. When one target is reduced, the skill damage increases by 20%. Cooldown time is 12 seconds and consumes 10 energy points. Occupation, Magician, Beast Tamer. When used by a Beast Tamer, the initial damage is reduced to 80%. Skill slots consumed, 2. It was actually a green group attack skill. To be honest, when Zhang Yi saw the skill book, he was tempted. The mage's group attack skill is quite rare. From the Storm Angel's sad expression, we can see that he has spent a lot of money. The value of this Green Mage Group attack skill book is actually no less than that of the Silver Moon Bow, because equipment will be eliminated as the level increases, but skills will not. A good skill can even be used for a lifetime. However, as an old hand, Zhang-Yi did not show his love for this skill book on his face. He pretended to be hesitant and said, then, 30 gold coins, plus 100 level 1 strengthening stones, and this skill book, how about that? Zhang-Yi had already prepared that if the other party disagreed, he could just trade the Silver Moon Bow for the lightning chain. Unexpectedly, the Storm Angel only hesitated for a moment before nodding. No problem, I'll ask the brothers in the team to collect the money right away. Give me 10 minutes. Don't be so anxious. I can give you 3 hours. Seeing Zhang-Yi put away the Silver Moon Bow, the Storm Angel was confused. What do you mean by this? 3 hours later, at 11 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you here. At that time, we can make another deal under the same conditions. Storm Angel didn't understand. Why? Because I want to go to bed. After saying that, Zhang-Yi stood up, packed up his stall, then patted his butt and left the crowd, leaving only a few people from the Storm family who were confused. This. Captain, why did he have to wait 3 hours to make the deal? Storm Angel frowned. I don't know either, but for the sake of this equipment, let's wait. Let's go out and level up first, and come back on time at 11 o'clock to trade with him. The fatigue level has dropped to 28%. Although he can still go on for another 4 hours without rest, because he has an important thing to do in the afternoon, Zhang-Yi plans to store up his physical strength before that. As for why he had to wait until he was done sleeping to trade with Storm Angel, it was because Zhang-Yi didn't want others to grow too fast while he was sleeping. If he gave Storm Angel this plus 25 Silver Moon Bow with explosive attack power now, by the time Zhang-Yi woke up after sleeping for a few hours, that guy might have already reached level 15. Regarding the recovery of fatigue, players can choose to rest in a 1-star to 5-star room in the hotel to recover. The lower the star level of the room, the slower the recovery of fatigue. A 1-star room recovers 5% fatigue per hour, and so on. A 5-star room recovers 25% fatigue per hour. In addition, the higher the star rating of the room you stay in, the higher the cost will be, depending on the level of the player staying there. The room was charged by the hour. With Zhang-Yi's current level, he only needed to pay 5 copper coins per hour for a 1-star room, and 30 copper coins per hour for a 2-star room. For a 5-star room, the hourly room fee was as high as 20 silver coins. This was simply not something that an ordinary player could afford. However, for Zhang Tuheo, who now has nearly 3 gold coins in assets and will receive a huge sum of 30 gold coins in a few hours, this amount of consumption is nothing. So, Zhang-Yi checked into a 5-star room with the NPC proprietress. When he entered the room, Zhang-Yi fell asleep immediately. When he woke up at exactly 11 o'clock, Zhang-Yi found that his fatigue level had recovered to 100%. So, after paying 60 silver coins for the room, Zhang-Yi, who had fully recovered his strength, left the hotel. He casually opened the leaderboard and took a look, and found that during the few hours when he was resting, other players were desperately climbing up. Zhang-Yi, who was originally ranked first in the level list of safe zone number 886, fell dozens of places away in the blink of an eye. The first place was already level 12, the first level archer Storm Angel. Fortunately, before going to bed, Zhang-Yi's foundation was already solid enough, and now he is not far behind. After 3 hours of no movement, he can still rank 42nd on the level list. Looking at the players who were closely following each other on the ranking list, Zhang-Yi frowned slightly. Don't you guys sleep? Wait for sudden death. Tue. Perhaps they hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. Zhang-Yi felt that around 12 o'clock, a large number of players would suddenly die, and they wouldn't know how they died. Looking at the time, he found that it was already 11:06 and 6 minutes had passed since the time agreed with the Storm Angel. So, Zhang-Yi quickly came to the place where he had agreed to trade with the Storm Angel. However, when he arrived at the street where he had set up his stall that morning, he did not see the Storm Angel. Can't you wait even a few minutes? Zhang-Yi frowned. You're leaving so soon. Forget it, let's talk about it when we get back tonight. Because he had important things to do, Zhang-Yi didn't waste any time. He went to the store in the town, made up his mind, and spent a huge sum of 1 gold coin to buy a magic scroll. Exploration Scroll. Quality, ordinary. Description: after use, you can ignore the level difference and view the specific data of the target. Magic scrolls are very rare items in the world of Apocalypse. They are usually used once and are gone after use. Ordinary scrolls like Exploration Scrolls, Return Scrolls, and Gain Scrolls, which increase player attributes for a duration, can be purchased in stores. Rare scrolls of higher quality can only be obtained from treasure chests or tasks, as well as high-level elite monster lords and monster bosses. The quality of scrolls is classified in the same way as player talents: common, good, rare, epic, legendary, and godly. It is heartbreaking to see a scroll costing 1 gold coin, but one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. This scroll is a must-have item for the big thing that Zhang Yi is going to do next. If this big thing is accomplished, the profit that Zhang Yi can get in the end will be worth 100 or even 1,000 times more than this scroll. When he thought of this thing, Zhang Yi couldn't help but get a little excited. In his previous life, another player had completed it first and got a super reward that made countless players jealous. This super reward in this life must be Zhang Yi's. And this super reward includes a top-grade magical beast. So, Zhang Yi took the Exploration Scroll and opened the small map. He locked onto a location on the map south of Hope Town based on his memory, marked it, and then rushed towards the marked location. Just as Zhang Yi was about to leave Hope Town, he suddenly saw a large group of players rushing out of the town. Zhang Yi grabbed one of them and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" The level 10 magician brother who was held by Zhang Yi hurriedly said to Zhang Yi, "Check the regional chat channel. I heard that Kingdom and Storm family are fighting in the forest ahead. Many people died and many things dropped. Go pick up the equipment." He opened the regional chat interface and saw the news up to more than half an hour ago. Sure enough, the Kingdom and Storm family quarreled in it. "Glory of the King, male, level 10 archer, get out of here, you rubbish from the Storm family, Storm Angel. I heard that you bought the silver moon bow that I dropped from Inua Qingqing." "Storm Angel, male, level 12 archer, can you speak? Why do the words you speak stink like shit?" "Glory of the King, how dare you, a piece of trash, use the silver moon bow that I spent more than 500 level 2 enhancement stones to enhance to the maximum level. That's mine. You have half an hour to get back to the safe zone and hand the silver moon bow back to me, or I will make your entire Storm family suffer in safety zone 886. Storm Dragon King, male, level 11 warrior, with your character, you deserve to be killed twice by Inua Qingqing, and your equipment should be destroyed. The silver moon bow was bought by our captain, and the moment it was destroyed, it no longer belonged to you. What qualifications do you have to ask our captain to return it to you? Glory of the King, who the hell do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? No, I will kill you Storm Angel with my own hands, you rubbish, and take out the silver moon bow. Glory of the King, you rubbish from the Storm family, do you dare to challenge me to a fight? It's okay if you're a coward, but if you don't want to admit it, let's go to a place and fight. It's just our 2 teams. Let's see who is the boss of District 886. Storm Angel, okay, since you want to be tortured, we in the Storm family will help you. See you in the Goblin Forest in half an hour. Whoever doesn't come is a grandson. Return of the King, male, level 11 knight, grandsons of the Storm family, I will beat you to a pulp. Looking at the quarreling chat channel, Zhang Yi looked at the silver moon bow in his bag and fell into deep thought. So, what are these 2 quarreling about? Storm Angel and King of Glory, these 2 people actually both chose archers, obviously they chose this profession for the silver moon bow. In Storm Angel's opinion, the silver moon bow is within his reach, so he must play the archer, otherwise it would be a waste of his preparation to spend 30 gold coins plus a green skill book to buy the silver moon bow. As for Honor of Kings, he has full confidence that he can take back the silver moon bow from Inua Qingqing, so he also plays the archer. It looks like there's going to be some fun to watch. So, after closing the chat channel, Zhang Yi followed the people around him and rushed towards the Goblin Forest. Because the place Zhang Yi was originally going to pass through the Goblin Forest, it was just on the way. A few minutes later, we arrived at the Goblin Forest. We saw that the goblin forest was already surrounded by individual players who came to join in the fun. Inside the forest, we could hear the sound of fierce fighting from afar. Zhang Yi squeezed into the crowd and looked around. He saw hundreds of players from two major families fighting fiercely in the goblin forest. Countless arrows mixed with magic balls flew around in the forest. The flashes of swords and the players' enthusiastic shouts of killing resounded in the forest. White light kept flashing in the forest, and players were dying all the time. The ground was littered with money enhancement stones and equipment that dropped after players died. No one was picking them up at the moment, allowing them to accumulate. So Zhang Yi casually asked a bystander beside him, "Brother, how is the battle going?" The man pointed at the forest in front and said, "You'll know after a look. The king's world is definitely stronger. The king's world has a 1,000-man team, and the Storm family only has about 300 or 400 people in total. The difference in numbers is too big. They are no match at all." As soon as he finished speaking, another magician player next to him sighed and said, "The Storm family is doomed." Really? That's not necessarily the case. After Zhang Yi said this, he suddenly walked out of the crowd and approached the goblin forest in front. Seeing this, the individual players behind him all cast mocking glances at Zhang Yi. What does this kid want to do? Picking up something or killing someone? Pick up something. Otherwise, who do you think a beastmaster with such low growth can kill in the early stage? If he dares to go in, he won't be afraid of being killed by random arrows. Hey, there are always a few guys who are willing to sacrifice their lives for a little profit. Just now, several people who went in to pick up things were killed instantly. This kid actually dared to go in. He ignored the comments of the people behind him until Zhang Yi revealed the ID that was originally hidden above his head. The white font, LV11 first-level beast tamer Inua Qingcheng, made the group of players who were whispering behind him stunned. Inua Qingcheng. He is the guy who defeated King of Glory twice in seconds before. It is said that he wiped out a team of more than 30 people in King of Glory by himself once. It's really him. He was ranked first in our district ranking list a few hours ago. Seeing Zhang Yi approaching the goblin forest with a magic wand in his hand, the audience behind him started discussing again. It looks like he's not going there to pick up something. He looks like he's going to fight. Awesome, he is worthy of being the most popular person in our 886th district. Which side do you think he will help? It must be from the Storm family. Doesn't he know that he has a grudge against the king's world? Why would he help the king's world? That's not necessarily true. Maybe he has figured it out and is using this opportunity to help Wang Zhetianxia to win Wang Zhetianxia's forgiveness. After all, it's obvious that Wang Zhetianxia is the greatest overlord of our 886th district. Just as everyone was discussing, Zhang Yi, who had already stepped into the effective attack range of the two groups of players in the forest, raised the flame staff in his right hand, causing a burst of red light to gather at the top of the staff. This was a precursor to the release of the Beastmaster's primary skill, Fireball. However, not many people are optimistic about Zhang Yi's career. Inua Qingcheng, why did you choose the profession of Beastmaster? The growth of Beastmaster is so low, and the damage of skills is also low. Now he doesn't have the artifact hammer in his hand, how much damage can he do? It's just the damage of a normal person. Without that artifact hammer, he is no longer invincible. As soon as the discussions of the onlookers in the back stopped, Zhang Yi waved his staff and threw a flaming magic ball into the forest. Boom. The fireball bombarded a full-health King's World 11th level Grey Magician player within a 50-meter range, causing a burst of high damage above his head. Minus 374 critical hits. Wow. The full health bar of the mage who was the king of the world was emptied directly. He fell to the ground and turned into a white light and flew away. Instant kill. Ding, you killed the player, King Run, but because the opponent is grayed out, you did not gain any sin points. Zhang Yi has a 14-star intelligence growth which is 2 stars higher than the first-level magician, 80 points of full intelligence, and a level 7 staff that has been strengthened to level 25. His magic attack power reaches 206 points. With the bonus of 17 points of agility, the critical damage caused by his fireball is simply not something that any level 10 to 11 player can withstand, unless it is a knight with all strength points added. Obviously, the The magician who was killed instantly also had all his points allocated to intelligence, and the damage Zhang Yi just dealt was more than enough to kill him twice. As Zhang Yi instantly killed a full health magician from the king's world, the individual players who were watching the battle outside the woods were all shocked. Player A. Why is his damage still so terrible even though he changed his weapon? Player B. Isn't this a full intelligence wizard? But the Beastmaster's intelligence growth is so low. Even if it is level 11 with 80 intelligence points, it only has 72 attack points. With the bonus of the weapon and ring, it's about 100 points. How can it deal such high damage? Zhang Yi's damage was indeed scary, because even if the damage just now was not a critical hit, it was still more than 180 points. Looking at the entire goblin forest, in this melee, the damage numbers that jumped above the heads of all players were generally around 50 or 60 points, with some as high as 80 or 90, and there was not even a single damage number that exceeded 3 digits. In comparison, Zhang Yi's damage could simply be described as abnormal. However, Zhang Yi himself was not very satisfied with the damage, because the weapon and ring were still of rubbish 1-star quality. Zhang Yi's current attack power was all built up by more than 80 points of intelligence and 2 level 25 enhancements. Weapons and rings are in urgent need of replacement. After killing a player of King of Glory with a fireball, Zhang Yi continued to lock on to the next target. With a swoosh, he threw out a normal attack magic ball, which dealt 175 points of damage and killed another level 11 low-health priest of King of Glory on the field. Zhang Yi specifically targets those gray-named, fragile mage and shooter characters. With his own extremely high damage, as long as they are not at full health and have more than 2/3 of their health left, most of them can be killed instantly with one strike. Because the fragile back row professions often focus more on output and rarely add points to physical strength. A normal 10 to 11 level first turn mage, priest, or shooter has only about 200 to 300 HP. Even if Zhang Yi cannot kill the enemy instantly with one blow, triggering the burning talent of the flame staff can burn the enemy to death within 3 seconds with 40 to 50 points of burning damage per second. Within half a minute from the time Zhang Yi entered the battlefield, more than 5 people had died at his hands. His explosive output quickly attracted the attention of several top players in King of Glory. Phew. The level 11 assassin King Supreme, who was swinging a dagger to kill a storm player, was stunned when he saw Zhang Yi killing people outside the forest. He shouted in astonishment, "Inua Qingcheng." On the other side, King of Glory looked at Zhang Yi along with King of Supreme, and could not help but get angry and said, "It's this brat again. I was just worried that I couldn't find him, but he showed up on his own. He's looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, a little brother of the king beside him said in surprise, "But Captain, his damage is so high, a Beastmaster, how can the damage be so high?" Indeed, seeing Zhang Yi's damage, King of Glory was also a little shocked, but soon, he understood, this idiot must have all his intelligence points added, he must be very fragile, look, I will kill him with one arrow. As he spoke, King of Glory changed his target, drew his bow, and used the archer's primary skill, Arrow of Fire, to shoot towards Zhang Yi. Boom. Zhang Yi, who had just killed the 6th player in the king's world with a normal attack, was hit by a flaming arrow, which triggered the infinite dodge talent of man-eating bug combat boots, and a big mist jumped above his head. Fuck. King of Glory was puzzled, what a god TA, whose mage stacks agility. Originally, Zhang Yi was still looking for King of Glory in the crowd, but now, King of Glory's attack directly exposed him. Then, Zhang Yi fixed his eyes on King of Glory, waved his staff, and threw a fireball that had just finished cooling down towards King of Glory, which was about 40 meters away. Boom. The scorching fireball bombarded King of Glory, causing a high level of damage on his head. -145. Relatively speaking, King of Glory's defense is much higher than others. His shoes and pants, 2 pieces of equipment that increase defense, must be above +20. When the fireball hits King of Glory, the burning talent of the fire staff is triggered, causing a 32-point burning damage to appear above King of Glory's head every 1 second. His health is also frighteningly high. Calculated based on the percentage, his total health is at least over 700, which is higher than Zhang Yi's health with a 2-star enhanced level 25, Guardian Armor. It can be seen that in addition to the equipment bonus of strengthening above 20, King of Glory must have added a lot of points to physical strength. It is estimated that he was scared by Zhang Yi in seconds before. After being attacked by Zhang Yi, King of Glory gave an order and several warriors and assassin players from the surrounding King of Glory left the battlefield and rushed towards Zhang Yi on the periphery. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He attacked the opponent's more fragile assassin. With several consecutive normal attack magic balls, he instantly killed a level 10 assassin among them before the group of melee players from King of Glory approached. At this time, several players from the Storm family also rushed over and killed the King of Glory players who were approaching Zhang Yi. The players of Storm family, are they protecting themselves? Zhang Yi was inexplicably moved. At this time, Storm Angel came to Zhang Yi's side without knowing when, and said to him excitedly, "Brother Qingqing, why are you here? Help us fight against the people of King's World." Storm Angel was even more moved than Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took out the silver moon bow from his bag and said, "I'm here to bring you some equipment." Seeing the enhanced level 25 2-star silver moon bow in Zhang Yi's hand that he had coveted for a long time, Storm Angel, who had switched to the archer profession just for this bow, immediately took out a green skill book and 100 level 1 enhancement stones, plus 30 gold coins from his bag and put them on the transaction column. "I have everything you want." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Happy transaction." After saying that, Zhang Yi put the silver moon bow on it. Ding, the transaction was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 gold coins, 100 level 1 strengthening stones, and 1 skill book, Lightning Chain. After completing the transaction, Storm Angel couldn't wait to equip the silver moon bow, turned around and shot a fire arrow at a level 11 warrior who was the first among several King of Glory players who were chasing out of the woods from behind. Minus 376 critical hit. The warrior's attack and defense were balanced. This 348 points of damage did not kill the warrior instantly, but it instantly reduced his health to less than 1/5. In addition, the archer's fire arrow had a continuous burning damage, which had the same effect as Zhang Yi's flame staff's burning talent. It would cause 10% of the original damage per second to the King of the World warrior, which was 35 points of burning damage, and lasted for 5 seconds. So, the King of Glory warrior player who was not killed instantly by the Storm Angel's arrow was burned to death before he could take medicine. Looking at the damage he just dealt, Storm Angel couldn't believe his eyes. This damage is too horrible. After all, before this, the Storm Angel could only deal 70 to 80 damage at most. After changing to the Silver Moon bow, the damage was more than doubled. The damage is indeed very high, so high that Zhang Yi almost regretted selling this bow to the Storm Angel. The Storm Angel, who was in an excited state, held the Silver Moon bow with a 35-point armor-piercing talent effect, and started shooting frantically at the King of Glory players in the forest. At this moment, looking at all the players in the King's World, no one can withstand the damage of the Storm Angel. Basically, one arrow can cripple a full health player, and then another arrow can kill him. If a critical hit is hit, it can be killed instantly. With 35 points of armor penetration effect, even the knight is fragile in front of the Storm Angel. After all, Storm Angel was already number 1 on the 886 district level list, and he was also the captain of the Storm family, possessing impressive strength. After getting the Silver Moon bow, which was considered a divine weapon in the early stages, he was like a tiger with wings. As for Zhang Yi, he immediately learned Lightning Chain after obtaining it. Ding, congratulations on mastering the new skill, Lightning Chain. Green skills consume 2 skill slots, and players will gain a skill slot every 3 levels. Zhang Yi is now level 11 and has 3 skill slots. In addition to the skill slot occupied by Fireball, he has 2 skill slots left to learn Lightning Chain. Having mastered the new skill, Zhang Yi couldn't wait to try it out. Selecting a King of Glory Knight player in front of him who is within his attack range, Zhang Yi swung his staff and released a lightning chain. Boom. A purple lightning bolt struck the knight player directly, and then the lightning bounced off the knight's body and attacked the other 2 King of Glory players around him. A high damage amount jumped above the heads of the 3 players one after another. Minus 136. Minus 167. Minus 159. Wow. 2 white lights lit up on the field in succession. Except for the first knight who was attacked, the 2 low-health magicians and archers who were hit by the lightning chain were killed instantly. This group attack skill, combined with Zhang Yi's super high attack power, is simply awesome to use. Then, the Storm Angel used the Silver Moon Bow to turn the tide, and with the help of Zhang Yi, he actually began to lead the players of the Storm family to gradually reverse the situation. It sounds like a fantasy that only 2 people can change the fate of a team battle involving hundreds of people, but in fact, in the early stage of the game, with top-level equipment, 2 people can really do it. As an archer, the Storm Angel is now like a mobile output turret. Basically, 2 or 3 arrows can kill a person instantly. And under the close protection of more than a dozen high-level knight players of the Storm family, the players of King of the World cannot get close to the Storm Angel at all. While the Storm family and the King's World were fighting fiercely, Zhang Yi quietly withdrew from the battlefield. Compared to fighting this meaningless team battle, Zhang Yi has something more important to do. He can just hand over the players of King of Glory to the Storm family. He believes that the Storm Angels, with the help of the power of the Silver Moon Bow, will not let go of the players of King of Glory so easily. After leaving the Goblin Forest, Zhang Yi followed the instructions on the map and spent a full half-hour traveling to a cemetery filled with graves located south of Hope Town. Looking around, even during the day, the cemetery was eerie, just like night. Regarding this cemetery, there are no obvious level and name markings on the Apocalypse game map like other places. The reason why Zhang Yi was able to find this place was naturally based on his memories from his previous life. The reason why I can still remember it so clearly after 8 years is that this cemetery is very special. A hidden copy of the Dragon Clan is buried inside. In the world of Apocalypse, copies are divided into ordinary copies and hidden copies, just like tasks. The rarity of hidden copies is the same as that of hidden tasks. If players pass through hidden copies, they can get extremely generous rewards. Zhang Yi remembered that in the previous life, the one who found this hidden dragon copy and cleared it was not the players from Safe Zone 886, but a powerful team from the neighboring Zone 885. Because the location of this cemetery is right in the center of Area 885 and Area 886. It is said that the player who cleared this hidden copy in the previous life, in addition to obtaining a super rare monster, also got a lot of top-quality equipment, props, and countless money. Zhang Yi doesn't care about anything else. What he cares about most is that monster. Therefore, in this life, Zhang Yi must get ahead of the team in Area 885 and capture this hidden dungeon. The super monsters rewarded in the dungeon are particularly important to Zhang Yi, a beastmaster. Of course, Zhang Yi did not plan to take over this dungeon right now, because he vaguely remembered that the team that cleared the dungeon in the previous life said that they were a group of 100 people who entered the dungeon, and in the end only no more than 10 people were left, and they barely passed the dungeon. However, Zhang Yi does not intend to share the rewards of this hidden mission with others. He wants to keep all the rewards of this hidden copy for himself. Therefore, Zhang Yi must make a perfect plan in advance. The purpose of this trip here is to preliminarily explore the level of this copy so that he can make a targeted plan. Just as Zhang Yi stepped into the cemetery, a cold system prompt sounded from the air. Ding! The system reminds you that you have entered the high-risk map, Dragon Emperor's Tomb. The threat of death to you in this map exceeds 1000%. The system recommends that you leave Dragon Emperor's Tomb immediately and wait until your level is greatly increased before exploring again. Zhang Yi knew that this kind of system reminder would generally only appear when the player was really facing the danger of death brought by the game world of Apocalypse. It was like a level 50 player entering a level 100 wild map. However, Zhang Yi simply ignored the system's reminder and continued to go deeper into the Dragon Emperor's Tomb. I opened the map and found that after entering the Dragon Emperor's Tomb, an introduction to the Dragon Emperor's Tomb appeared at the bottom of the map. Dragon Emperor's Tomb, unknown level. Description: the Dragon Clan is a powerful race that has survived on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. Its strength is superior to that of the 3 major races, humans, demons, and aliens. It is also an extremely mysterious race. It is said that a top-level Dragon King is sleeping in this cemetery, so it is called the Dragon King Tomb. The day when the Dragon King revives will be the day when the 3 major races will perish. Because he survived in the Apocalypse world for 8 years in his previous life, Zhang Yi had some understanding of the Dragon Clan, which remained mysterious in later generations. The leader of the Dragon Clan is called the Emperor. Each Dragon Emperor is the most powerful being in the Dragon Clan. Before Zhang Yi died in his previous life, he spent a year collecting the Dragon Blood Scroll with Mu Chen, Lin Ruo, and more than 100 top players. He obtained it by hunting down 9 god-level dragon emperors of the Dragon Clan. After entering the map, Zhang Yi was not attacked by any monsters, because he knew that in this cemetery, besides the hidden copy, there was only one monster, and that was the guardian of the hidden copy. Going deep into the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Zhang Yi indeed found the entrance to the dungeon between 2 huge tombs, a white light curtain. Zhang Yi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. You know, he had lived in the apocalypse world for 8 years in his previous life, and he had never encountered a hidden copy in person. And now, it was only the second day of the apocalypse server opening. After the excitement, fear followed, because Zhang Yi knew that it was not easy to pass through this light curtain and enter the hidden copy. Before that, the player must kill the guardian of the hidden copy, Dragon Emperor's tomb. In the previous life, in order to kill the Watcher, the team in Area 885 spent several weeks and tried more than a dozen times, using up all the 3 resurrection opportunities they got from completing survival missions every week, before finally succeeding. This was also what the players in Zone 885 said in the Interzone chat channel in order to show off. The purpose of Zhang Yi's trip was to check the data of the Guardian. Only by mastering its data could he know what level of strength he had to reach in order to kill it and enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb copy. Then, Zhang Yi took out the exploration scroll that he had bought with 1 gold coin from his bag, and holding the scroll in his hand, he approached the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Just as Zhang Yi was getting closer and closer to the light curtain, he suddenly heard a low and hoarse roar in his ears. Anyone who trespasses into the Dragon Emperor's tomb will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi saw a red light flying out from one of the 2 graves in front of him, so he immediately crushed the exploration scroll in his hand. The next moment, the red light flew back into the graves, and a strong red light wave burst out from the graves. Zhang Yi was caught off guard and was knocked away by the light wave. He fell heavily to the ground, and he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and lost consciousness. Ding, you were attacked by Dragon Emperor Guardian Dragon Blood Swordsman, and lost 1538 health points. You are dead. Turning his sight, Zhang Yi found himself in the Resurrection Fountain of Hope Town. Because of his death, Zhang Yi was punished by being demoted from level 11 to level 10. He couldn't help but utter a soft, "Damn it." Zhang Yi originally planned to evacuate the Dragon Emperor's tomb immediately after obtaining the data of the Guardian, but he didn't expect to be killed instantly. The first time after his rebirth, he actually confessed it like this. He hurriedly checked his whole body. Fortunately, because he was a white name, no equipment dropped after Zhang Yi's death. He only dropped a dozen silver coins and a few strengthening stones. The biggest loss was that the chance of resurrection was reduced by 1. Shocked, Zhang Yi opened the memory-saving interface and took a look. Fortunately, he found that he had obtained what he wanted most before he died. Dragon Emperor Guardian Dragon Blood Swordsman, Physical Lord Monster. Level 30. Talent, Blood-Sucking. Dragon Blood Swordsman is born with a 25% blood-sucking ability, which can convert 25% of the damage caused by all attacks into his own blood. Physical Attack, 1055. Physical Defense, 790. Magic Defense, 650. Health, 55,600. Skills, Dragon Emperor Slash, Dragon Blood Slash, Dragon Shadow Kill, Dragon Slayer Technique, Dragon Emperor Bloodline. Description: the Guard of the Dragon King, Greedy Dragon King Shigura, the immortal Dragon Blood Swordsman has sworn to protect Shigura for hundreds of millions of years. Anyone who tries to approach the Dragon King's tomb will be killed by the Dragon Blood Swordsman. The exploration scroll is effective. It seems that this death was not in vain. At least the data of the Guardian of Dragon Emperor's tomb was obtained. Next, Zhang Yi can formulate a plan to conquer the hidden copy, Dragon Emperor's tomb, based on the data of the Dragon Blood Swordsman. It is conceivable that as the Guardian of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the strength of the Dragon Blood Swordsman basically represents the overall strength of this dungeon. The dungeon monsters in the Dragon Emperor's tomb are definitely all level 30. Except for the dungeon guarding boss, the strength of the other ordinary or elite monsters is definitely weaker than the Dragon Blood Swordsman. In other words, as long as Zhang Yi improves his strength to surpass the Dragon Blood Swordsman and can defeat the Dragon Blood Swordsman, he can basically pass this dungeon. The Dragon Blood Swordsman's attack power has reached 4 digits. At least one must have 4 digits of attack power to be able to compete with him. It is not easy to increase the attack power to 4 digits. It seems that you need to work harder. After all, Zhang Yi's current attack power is only 206 points, which is still a long way from this goal. Looking at the time, it was already past 11:50 in the morning. Zhang Yi touched his rumbling stomach and walked into a restaurant in Hope Town. In addition to fatigue, the player's hidden attribute also has a hunger level. People can die of exhaustion or starvation. Similar to fatigue, the best state for a player is when his hunger reaches 100%. When it drops to 0%, the player will face the risk of death. However, the decrease rate of hunger is only half of that of fatigue. Fatigue decreases by 1% every 10 minutes, while hunger only decreases by 1% every 20 minutes. It has been almost 16 hours since the server was opened at 8 o'clock last night, and Zhang Yi's current hunger level is still 52%. Hunger can be restored by eating. The more expensive the food, the better it tastes and the more hunger it restores. As a wealthy man with 31 gold coins, Zhang Yi came to the restaurant and ordered a steak for 50 silver coins and a bottle of red wine for another 50 silver coins. It was around noon, lunchtime, and at this moment, there were many other players eating lunch in the restaurant. The restaurant in Hope Town sells all kinds of food, from the steak that Zhang Yi is eating for 50 silver coins to steamed buns for only 10 copper coins. At this stage, players don't have much money, so most people eat fried rice and fried noodles for 1 silver coin a bowl. Relatively speaking, fried noodles have the best cost-effectiveness, are cheap, and can restore hunger. A bowl of fried noodles can restore 10% of hunger, while a bowl of steak can restore 50% of hunger. Apart from that, the difference in taste is indescribable. When they saw Zhang Yi sitting there alone eating steak and drinking red wine, the players around him who were eating fried rice and steamed buns all cast envious glances at Zhang Yi. This kid is actually eating a steak that costs 50 silver coins. He's getting cocky. Stop looking at them and go eat your fried rice. They are rich, which is something we can't envy. After dinner, go out and kill more monsters in the afternoon. You can earn some money and have a good meal in the evening. Zhang Yi ignored the pointing and talking of the players around him. He ate his steak while browsing the chat channel of Safety Zone 886. When he saw the chat records that were refreshing frantically, Zhang Yi almost spit out a mouthful of red wine. The people from these two teams really have plenty of time to spare. But it's also a good thing. With the help of the Storm family, it will be easier for Zhang Yi to destroy the King's World team. Invisibly, Zhang Yi also used the Storm family to change the course of history, because at this time in the previous life, the people of the King's World had already begun to bully the individual players in the safe zone, and in this life, their minds are currently fully focused on Zhang Yi and the people of the Storm family, and they have no time to target the individual players and implement the plan to occupy the Town of Hope. After closing the chat interface, Zhang Yi just finished his lunch, and his hunger and fatigue levels had reached saturation. Next, I will go out and do a mission to level up and spend the afternoon. Then I will go to IL to get the weapon at night. After my strength is improved again, I will face a bigger challenge tomorrow. As I recall, it should be the 3rd day after the server was opened. Every small area in all regions of the entire apocalypse world will face a disaster. If the disaster can be overcome, the players will have a chance to increase their overall strength. Otherwise, the safe zone will be destroyed and all players belonging to the same safe zone will die. So before that, Zhang Yi must work hard to improve his strength and prepare for tomorrow. In Zhang Yi's opinion, the magic staff that Il was forging was, after all, a 2-star weapon. A 2-star weapon above level 10 plus a level 25 enhancement could directly double Zhang Yi's strength. As a reborn person, in Zhang Yi's memory, there are still opportunities in or around the 886 safe zone, but many of them require reaching the level or strength requirements. With Zhang Yi's current strength as a level 10 first-turn Beastmaster, many opportunities that are right in front of him cannot be used for the time being. So in the afternoon, Zhang Yi obediently received a common task with a difficulty coefficient of 120 points from the boss of the Appraisal Institute in the safe zone, which was about hunting mutated octopuses, and collecting 200 octopus illustrations. After replenishing a large amount of red and blue potions in the store, Zhang Yi followed the instructions on the map and came to the outside of the safe zone, near a closed middle school built in the suburbs. This middle school is the habitat of the octopus bugs. According to the description of the mission, after the apocalyptic crisis broke out, countless infected and mutated octopus bugs ran down from the hill behind the school, invaded the school, killed all the students and teachers inside, and fed on their corpses, living in this school for a long time. Zhang Yi took out the flaming staff from his bag and just stepped into the campus when a pungent smell of blood hit him. Accompanied by a series of low groans and roars, looking around, one can see octopuses between levels 12 and 15 everywhere in the huge campus, gnawing on some severely rotten, smelly human corpses wearing student uniforms. Monsters of levels 12 to 15. It seems that Zhang Yi, who is currently only level 10, can not only complete the task of collecting octopus insect encyclopedia by hunting these octopuses, but also complete the survival task of extreme hunting at the same time. With Zhang Yi's current attributes, he can easily fight against a level 12 octopus 2 levels higher, and he can kill a level 13 octopus 3 levels higher. However, in order to maximize the effectiveness of the skill, Lightning Chain, with a damage coefficient of only 80%, Zhang Yi still chose the lowest level 12 octopus as his starting target. A level 12 octopus has 120 attack power, 50 magic resistance, and 350 health. Locking onto the three nearest level 12 octopuses, Zhang Yi waved his staff and a lightning chain shot towards one of them. Snap! The purple lightning hit the octopus, causing it to ricochet and attack the three level 12 octopus at the same time, causing 125 points of damage to each of their heads and triggering the burning talent, causing them 39 points of burning damage per second. The next moment, the three octopuses that were attacked screamed and crawled towards Zhang Yi at a rapid speed. Zhang Yi stood there calmly, waving his staff lightly. By Yubu, three purple magic balls representing normal attacks were thrown towards the three octopus insects respectively. -156. -234. Lucky shot. -156. The octopus in the middle that triggered Lucky Shot died gloriously, and the other two died from the continuous burning damage of burn before they could get close. On average, a level 12 octopus brings 50 experience points. Three octopuses bring a total of 150 experience points to Zhang Yi. I walked over to the corpses of several octopuses to pick up the spoils and found that there were three octopuses, and only one octopus illustrated book dropped. It seems that there will be a protracted war next. Zhang Yi, who has God level enhancement and dragon bloodline, has a level 10 attack power that is at least twice as high as that of a professional at the same level. Therefore, the level 12 octopus that other level 10 players can barely deal with is like a level 5 or 6 monster in Zhang Yi's hands. Those close combat octopuses had almost northwest chance to get close to Zhang Yi and died directly under the fire staff in Zhang Yi's hand, turning into Zhang Yi's experience. Zhang Yi's explosive output shocked the other players who were also farming octopuses in the same school. A level 11 warrior who finally killed a level 12 octopus with a sword and only had half of his health left said, "How can the damage of the Beastmaster be so high? Killing an octopus with 2 hits, it's too good to be true." A level 10 priest girl who was casting a spell to heal a teammate, "Isn't this brother Inua Qingqing? Wow, this is the first time I see brother Qingqing in person, he's so handsome, so awesome." Just as the priest girl finished her words, her teammate, a level 11 assassin, shouted in front of her, "Fuck me." Just as he finished speaking, there was a scream, and the level 11 assassin died under the claws of the level 13 octopus before he could be treated by the priest girl. Here, Zhang Yi was picking up the spoils dropped by the octopus insects he had killed earlier, while continuing to cast spells to kill the surrounding octopus insects. Such an easy combat mode attracted the admiration of many surrounding players. The speed of spawning monsters was already fast enough. Halfway through the battle, Zhang Yi killed an octopus with a fireball, and at the same time triggered the golden skill, Hell Dragon Flame, with a 1 in 1,000 chance. Roar. With a deafening dragon roar, a beam of scorching dragon flame poured down from the air, instantly covering all the octopus within a radius of 100 meters around Zhang Yi. Rays of true damage as high as 315 points jumped from the heads of dozens of octopus within the range. With 69 points of continuous burning damage per second, all the octopuses touched by the Hell Dragon Flame were killed in an instant. Zhang Yi's experience bar suddenly increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the individual players around him were all stunned. What was that flame just now? Who summoned it? Killing so many monsters instantly, oh my god. No one understood what had just happened, and Zhang Yi, the one who triggered the Hell Dragon flame, acted as if nothing had happened. He cleaned up the spoils and continued to kill the octopus. The drop rate of the octopus beetle encyclopedia remained at 50%, meaning one octopus beetle would drop from every 2 octopuses. With Zhang Yi's speed in killing monsters, he had killed more than 400 octopuses before 3 o'clock in the afternoon and completed the task. However, seeing that it was still early, Zhang Yi did not rush back to submit the task. He continued to kill octopus bugs here. After killing more than 100 octopus bugs, a pleasant system prompt sounded from the air. Ding, congratulations on completing this week's ordinary survival mission, Infinite Hunting, and you have been rewarded with +1 chance of resurrection. The survival mission has been upgraded to Advanced Mission, Elite. Please complete the mission within this week. Advanced tasks, the indicator is that players are required to complete at least 3 tasks with a difficulty of more than 200 points within this week. It's only Monday, there's no rush. So, keep brushing. I kept brushing until about 5 in the evening, and used up all the blue potions in my bag. A golden light fell from the top of my head. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 13. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The next level up requires 33,000 experience points. Finally reached level 13. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and set off back to the safe zone before dark. On the way back to the safe zone, Zhang Yi opened his backpack and counted his gains. In one afternoon, I killed more than 800 octopuses and harvested a total of more than 4,000 copper coins, equivalent to 40 silver coins. I also got more than 70 level 1 strengthening stones, plus 30 from a 1-star treasure chest, for a total of 100 strengthening stones. In addition, there are 9 pieces of 1-star equipment for each profession from level 12 to 15, all of which are in unidentified status. In addition, there are 2 skill books, one for the warrior and one for the archer, plus a white book, Critical Strike, for the assassin. For Zhang Yi, who is a beastmaster, these are all street stall items. After returning to Hope Town, the first thing Zhang Yi did was to find Emily, the owner of the Appraisal Institute, and submit the task. Ding, congratulations on completing the task, collecting Octopus Encyclopedia, and you have been rewarded with plus 12,000 experience points, plus 30 silver coins, plus 30 level 1 reinforcement stones, plus 48 human reputation, and plus 1 equipment, Eternal Chain. Intimacy with Appraisal Institute boss, plus 8. Opening the backpack, Zhang Yi saw a blue crystal necklace lying quietly inside. He took it out. Eternal Chain. Quality, 2 stars. Energy, plus 60. Additional attribute, Intelligence plus 6. Occupational restrictions, Magician, Beastmaster, Priest. Level requirement, 13. Description, this is a necklace that symbolizes eternity. It turned out to be a 2-star equipment. And it was the necklace equipment that Zhang Yi needed right now. The additional 6 points of intelligence attribute surprised Zhang Yi, a beastmaster. After the job changed to level 10, as the player masters more and more skills, the energy consumption also becomes greater and greater. Even though Zhang Yi currently only has 2 skills and the consumption is not much, the current 200 plus energy is enough. Once there are more skills, you will find that the energy consumption is really huge. Without a good necklace equipment that can bring high energy bonus to the player, it is easy to run out of energy to use skills while fighting. This is the most taboo thing for mage players who rely on skills to make a living. Zhang Yi has god level enhancements. Every time he gets new equipment, the first thing he thinks of is to enhance it. Top level, top level. Even the most rubbish equipment can be upgraded to top level equipment with god level enhancement, not to mention the relatively rare 2-star equipment at this stage. However, strengthening 2-star equipment requires level 2 strengthening stones, and Zhang Yi's bag contains only level 1 stones, so he also needs to go to the blacksmith shop to synthesize strengthening stones. Before that, Zhang Yi planned to identify the several pieces of equipment he had obtained in the afternoon to avoid running back and forth. At this stage, the market value of 1-star level 12 to 15 equipment is not low. After appraisal, he can sell it and make a lot of extra money from it. So, the first 8 pieces of equipment cost a total of 30 silver coins to complete the appraisal. When there was only one pair of level 14 mage pants left, the price asked by the appraisal boss was 50 silver coins. Zhang Yi was not shocked, but rather a little delighted. Because, in the apocalypse world, when players are identifying equipment, there is a small probability of triggering an advanced identification. For equipment of the same value, the cost of an advanced identification is 10 to 50 times that of an ordinary identification. An advanced identification is equivalent to a gamble. There is a certain probability that the quality of the equipment can be improved, but there is also a certain probability that the quality of the equipment will be reduced. Zhang Yi thought, no matter how bad the 1-star equipment was, it would not drop to 0 stars. So, without hesitation, he spent 50 silver coins for advanced appraisal. The boss of the appraisal institute stretched out his hand and waved it over the black pants, and suddenly a golden light flashed. Ding, appraisal successful, congratulations. The quality of your 1-star equipment, magician pants, has been upgraded to 2 stars. What a great luck! I was reborn. In this life, I triggered the advanced appraisal for the first time and successfully upgraded the star. Because Zhang Yi is quite familiar with this. When players identify equipment, there is only a 1% chance of triggering advanced identification. In the case of advanced identification, there is only a 10% chance that the attributes and quality of the equipment can be further improved. There is also a 40% chance that it will remain unchanged, and there is a 50% chance that the quality of the equipment will be reduced. It's really the European Emperor who is possessed this time. I got 2 2-star equipment in one go. This surprise came too suddenly. Looking at the backpack, through mission rewards, gains from killing monsters, and 100 strengthening stones obtained from the Storm Angel, at this moment, the number of level 1 strengthening stones on Zhang Yi has reached 390. With a 2:1 synthesis rate, I could get nearly 200 level 2 enhancement stones, which was enough to enhance all my 2-star equipment to the top level plus 25. It was more than enough to just enhance the Eternal Chain and Magician Pants I just got. At the moment, even if Zhang Yi wanted to strengthen his whole body, he did not have the capital, because including these 2 pieces of equipment, there were only 3 pieces of 2-star quality equipment in the 7 parts of Zhang Yi's body. I didn't expect that Zhang Yi, who was desperately short of strengthening stones in his previous life, would have more than enough of them in this life. So Zhang Yi came to the blacksmith shop. This is also a hassle. If players want to synthesize strengthening stones, they must go to the blacksmith shop. In the blacksmith shop, Illinois, whose right arm was broken, was still using his left hand to forge equipment with all his heart. The crisp sound of clangs could be heard clearly, and his daughter Lingling was surrounding him. Both father and daughter had happy smiles on their faces. Furthermore, it can be seen that the equipment that Eir is making is exactly the metal staff that Yunhua promised to tailor make for Zhang Yi. It doesn't look like a vulgar product. Although Zhang Yi had saved Eir's life before through a hidden mission, this did not affect the fees he charged Zhang Yi for synthesizing the strengthening stone here. However, because the intimacy level between Zhang Yi and the owner of the blacksmith shop has reached level 1, any consumption in the blacksmith shop will receive a 95% discount. 1-star equipment has entered the phase of elimination, and will soon usher in the 2-star era for all. For Zhang Yi, he can enter the 2-star era earlier than ordinary players, so from now on, he will no longer need level 1 reinforcement stones. Therefore, Zhang Yi simply synthesized all 390 level 1 strengthening stones and obtained 195 level 2 strengthening stones. With a synthesis price of 5 copper coins, the original cost was 975 copper coins. After a 5% discount, Zhang Yi paid Eir 926 copper coins. Zhang Yi, who had obtained enough level 2 strengthening stones, couldn't wait to strengthen the Eternal Chain and Magician Pants that he had not yet equipped in his bag. Infinitely trigger, God level enhancement. Ding, enhancement successful, congratulations. Your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached an enhancement level of +8. Ding, enhancement successful, congratulations. Your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached an enhancement level of +15. Ding, enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, Eternal Chain, has reached an enhancement level of +25, unlocking your exclusive talent, skill enhancement. Bite. Bite. Ding enhancement successful. Congratulations. Your equipment, Magician Pants, has reached an enhancement level of +25, and the exclusive talent, Damage Reduction, has been unlocked. +25 Eternal Chain, the basic energy attribute increases from 60 points to 210 points, and the additional intelligence also increases from 6 points to 21 points. Equivalent to Zhang Yi's 14-star intelligence growth, 21 points of intelligence can also bring an additional 29 points of attack power and 35 points of energy bonus. This is secondary. The most important thing is to strengthen the exclusive talent, Skill Enhancement, unlocked at level 25, Invincible. Skill Enhancement can increase the wearer's skill damage by 20%, group skill damage bonus is halved. This talent just makes up for the shortcoming of the Beastmaster's professional skill of low damage. After possessing this talent, Zhang Yi's Fireball damage coefficient reaches 130%, which is 5% higher than the Magician's Fireball damage coefficient. As for the Magician's Pants, after being strengthened to the top level, their properties are also amazing. Magician Pants, +25. Quality, 2 stars. Level, 14. Physical Defense, +70, 50. Magical Defense, +56, 40. Additional Attribute, Stamina +21, 15. Talent, Damage Reduction, the wearer's damage is reduced by 25 points each time. Occupational Restrictions, common to all legal professions. 70 points of defense. The attribute of this pair of pants alone is higher than Zhang Yi's current total defense of 67 points. Add to that 25 points of damage reduction, and he is simply invincible. After equipping this pair of pants, who can beat Zhang Yi? It's a pity that Zhang Yi, who is only level 13 at the moment, cannot use this pair of level 14 pants, so he temporarily puts it into the backpack and equips himself with the Chain of Eternity. The maximum energy value soars to 482, almost catching up with Zhang Yi's 504 health. After the equipment issue was resolved, Zhang Yi turned his attention to Ear, who was forging equipment with all his strength, triggering a conversation. How long will it take to make my staff? As soon as he finished speaking, Ear suddenly put down the hammer, picked up the silver staff on the forging table, and said to Zhang Yi, "Okay." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, so careless. Ear looked at the staff in his hand, which seemed to be missing something, and said with some regret, "It's better, but it's not perfect yet. If you want it now, I can give it to you right away." Ear said, "But if you can find me an energy crystal, I can make it more perfect." Does this mean there will be subsequent improvements? Zhang Yi was delighted. "No problem, I can help you find energy crystals, and please continue to forge this weapon for me to make it more perfect." Energy crystals are a very rare forging prop in the Apocalypse world. When used in equipment forging, they can make the forged equipment of higher quality. However, energy crystals are extremely rare and difficult for ordinary players to obtain. Since Ear said so, it means that this staff can still be improved, and he knows where to get the energy crystal. Then Zhang Yi should not be impatient, but rather spend some time and energy to let Ear make it more perfect. So, Ear nodded and said to Zhang Yi, "Okay, then go to the City of the Dead to help me find a first-level energy crystal. I only know that there are a lot of energy crystals buried in that place, but I don't know where they are exactly." The City of the Dead. Zhang Yi opened the map, searched by name and found the City of the Dead, and discovered that it was a level 15 to 30 map. According to the map introduction, the City of the Undead is divided into 3 layers, and each layer corresponds to a different level of monsters. In the first layer, the lowest layer, the monster level reaches as high as level 15 to 20. It seems that finding an energy crystal is not easy. However, Zhang Yi in his previous life had also heard of this place called the City of the Dead. As far as I can remember, although this map is very dangerous and the undead monsters in it are of high level and stronger than ordinary monsters, I heard that there are countless treasures hidden there, and it was called the Treasure City in the Novice Zone by players in the previous life. In addition to high-star treasure chests, monsters in the City of the Dead also have a chance to drop extremely rare sets of equipment. Countless players have lost their lives in it, but some have made a fortune from it. Zhang Yi said to Ear, "Okay, then wait for me until I get the energy crystal back for you." At this time, Ear suddenly said, "Warrior, since you are planning to go to the City of the Dead, I have something to ask of you." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. Was this the rhythm of triggering a hidden task? Because Er said this, it was obvious that there was a task that could be entrusted to the player, but there was no question mark above his head. So Zhang Yi asked, "What's the matter?" "The undead in the City of the Dead have a lot of materials that can be used to forge equipment. Can you go to the City of the Dead to hunt those undead and help me collect some materials?" As Er finished speaking, Zhang Yi heard a system prompt that made his heart beat faster. "Ding, congratulations, you have triggered the Guardian Advanced Hidden Task, Obtain Rare Materials. Do you want to accept the task? This task is difficult and will take up a lot of your time and energy to complete. The system recommends that if you are not a very patient person, please do not accept this task, because if the task fails, you will be severely punished." It turned out to be a hidden mission. And it was an advanced hidden mission of Guardian that Zhang Yi had completed before. This was definitely an unexpected gain and was not within Zhang Yi's expectations, because in the previous life, this advanced hidden task had not been discovered by players, even by players who had completed the hidden task of Guardian. Because this task is too hidden, if Zhang Yi had chosen not to obtain the energy crystal and directly took the staff from Il, he would have missed this hidden task. Advanced hidden tasks, more valuable than hidden tasks. Excited, Zhang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the task. Not even a fool would give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The next moment, the system's prompt sounded. "Ding, congratulations on receiving the advanced hidden task, Obtain Rare Materials. You can view the details on the task interface. Quickly open the task interface. Obtain Rare Materials, Advanced Hidden Task. Mission Difficulty Coefficient, 440. Description: It is said that the undead in the City of the Dead contain a large number of rare materials that can be used to forge equipment. Please follow the map to go to the City of the Dead, hunt the undead living in the City of the Dead, and obtain 3 rare materials from them: energy crystals, god bones, and undead knowledge. Quest progress: First order energy crystal 0 out of 10, all monsters in the City of the Dead have a certain probability of dropping. God Bone 0 out of 1000, skeleton monsters in the City of the Dead have a certain probability of dropping. Undead consciousness 0/1000, undead monsters in the City of the Dead have a certain probability of dropping. Mission reward, unknown. Time remaining, 7 days. Failure penalty, level -3, if you fail to collect enough materials and hand them over to Forging Master IR within the specified time, the mission will be considered failed. Wow, it's actually a 440 difficulty level task. This is quite a challenge for Zhang Yi, who just completed a 120 difficulty level task last time. And this task? He actually needs to collect 10 first-level energy crystals. With so many energy crystals, and some other easily obtained materials, and spending some money, you can almost create a 4-star equipment in the blacksmith shop at this stage. However, this also proves that the investment in the mission is so huge, and its reward is definitely far more than the value of 10 first-level energy crystals. Fortunately, there is plenty of time for the task. We have a week or 7 days to collect these materials, so it should be no problem. Of course, this was just Zhang Yi's personal idea. The advanced hidden mission was not as easy to complete as he imagined. After receiving the task, Zhang Yi said goodbye to Ir. Looking at the time, it was only 6 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to go out to carry out the mission immediately because he still had some things in his bag that needed to be dealt with. At this time, many players have been busy doing quests and killing monsters in the wild all day, and are returning to the safe zone one after another. So at this moment, I hope the town is bustling with people coming and going. Many players set up stalls on the street and auction off the equipment or skill books they no longer need that they got from killing monsters. Zhang Yi randomly picked a crowded place and set up a stall. He took out the 1-star equipment and 3 white skill books from his bag, then lit up the ID above his head. Relying on his reputation as Inua Qingqing, he sold all these things in an instant, earning a cumulative profit of 2 gold coins. Of course, the main reason for being able to sell for so much money is still the 3 skill books. Even if they are of white quality, they are very valuable items in the early stage of the game when all players go out with only 1 skill given by a job change. After dealing with his own things, Zhang Yi also visited other people's stalls. He originally wanted to just browse around and buy if he saw something good at a suitable price. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi actually saw a good thing. Intermediate Fireball, green skill book for magicians and beastmasters. Intermediate Fireball has the same skill effect as the Fireball of magicians and beastmasters. They are both pure output skills, but the damage coefficient is increased by 15% compared to the primary Fireball. Fireball is the core single-target output skill of the mage class. In the later stages of its development, its single-target killing ability is particularly strong. In addition, its biggest feature is that the cooling time is only 5 seconds, which is equivalent to releasing a fireball every 2 or 3 attacks. So Zhang Yi squatted down in front of a fat magician player who only had this book on his stall and asked, "How much is this book?" 10 gold coins, no bargaining. As the other party finished speaking, Zhang Yi raised his head and shifted his gaze from the skill book to the stall owner. The fat stall owner with the ID, Happy Fat House, happened to meet Zhang Yi's gaze. The two looked at each other for a second, and pointed at each other in shock. "It's you. Oh my god. How could it be such a coincidence that I actually met the fat guy who brought Zhang Yi the god-level talent card?" When Zhang Yi was a little surprised, the happy fat guy immediately said excitedly, "You took my god level." Before the fat man could finish his words, Zhang Yi reached out and covered his mouth. For Zhang Yi, letting people know that he has a god-level talent that is 1 in a billion is not a good thing. The fat man was about to cry out of grievance, "Give me back my god-level talent. It's already come to this, so don't talk about these useless things." Zhang Yi pointed at the green skill book, Intermediate Fireball, and said to the fat man, "Do you know why there are so few people around your stall? Because you are robbing. This book is worth 5 gold at most. It's my compensation to you. I'll give you 10 gold coins. I'll buy it. You want to compensate me for my loss with just a few gold coins?" The fat man was unreasonable. "God-level talent is only worth these few gold coins. I want 50 gold coins. I gave you 1 step, but you're still pushing it further." Zhang Yi frowned slightly. "Weren't we forced to buy and sell at the beginning? You sold it to me voluntarily, so I can only blame you for being greedy. What does it have to do with me?" The fat man gritted his teeth, and only wanted to ask Zhang Yi for money. "I don't care, others are 10 gold coins, if you want to buy my book, you have to spend 50 gold coins. Get lost, you fat bastard." Zhang Yi could no longer bear it. "Forget about selling it, just keep it in your coffin." From the fact that the fat man, a level 14 magician, was reluctant to use the skill book and instead sold it, we can tell that he is a money-thrifty person. But as Zhang Yi said, this intermediate fireball technique is only worth 5 gold coins, and he spent 10 gold coins for the sake of the god-level talent card. This fat guy doesn't know what's good for him, so there is no need for Zhang Yi to sympathize with him, so he stood up and left. The Happy Fat House stared at Zhang Yi's departing figure, who had hidden his ID above his head, leaving only a level 13 Beast Tamer logo, and gnashed his teeth in anger. "If it weren't for you, the god-level talent would be mine. What's wrong with compensating me for my losses? Bastard, I will never let you off easily." After saying that, Happy Fat House stopped setting up his stall and quietly followed Zhang Yi in front of him. He opened his friend list, found a friend, and sent a private message. "Boss, I've been bullied. Come and help me get revenge. I'm waiting for you outside the south gate of Hope Town. Come quickly." Before leaving the safe zone, Zhang Yi went to a pharmacy and spent 5 gold coins to buy a large bag of red and blue potions, of which 70% were blue potions and only 30% were red potions. This time, Zhang Yi was prepared to stay in the City of the Dead all night, so he had to prepare enough potions to avoid running back and forth and wasting time. After completing the supply, Zhang Yi followed the instructions on the map and headed towards the City of the Undead located south of Hope Town. Analyzing the development trend of District 886, Zhang Yi opened the regional rankings and took a look. He seemed to have made a major discovery. 1. Storm Angel, male, level 15 archer. 2. Storm Dragon King, male, level 14 warrior. 3. Enmushi, female, level 14 magician. 4. King Supreme, male, level 14 assassin. 5. The name should not be too long, just like mine, male, level 14 knight. 6. Storm Fantasy, female, level 14 magician. Now the ranking list of District 886 is almost entirely dominated by people from the Storm family, which has greatly changed the course of history of the previous life. At this time in the previous life, almost 5 out of the 10 people on the ranking list were kings of the world, but now, the only person who is the king of the world among the top 10 is the 4th-ranked King Supreme. For Zhang-Yi, this is a good thing. Being suppressed by the players of the Storm family, he cannot rise to be the king of the world and can no longer be as arrogant as in his previous life. After obtaining the Silver Moon Bow, Storm Angel was like a chicken with its blood pumped up. His level soared all the way and even reached level 15. He also occupied the top spot on the heavenly ranking of Area 886 for a long time, and no one could surpass him. Storm Angel, a little bit complicated. In comparison, Zhang-Yi felt a little ashamed. As a reborn person who started with god-level talent and dragon bloodline, he hadn't even made it into the top 100 in the regional rankings. Of course, if he hadn't been killed instantly by the Dragon Blood Swordsman and dropped 1 level, Zhang-Yi would have at least been in the top 10, let alone first place on the heavenly ranking. Players like Storm Angel and King of Glory have a lot of people helping them level up. No matter how many shortcuts Zhang-Yi takes, his leveling speed cannot compare with theirs. Well, it seems that I have to work harder. Although the level doesn't mean anything, I can't fall too far behind others. After closing the rankings, Zhang-Yi continued to rush towards the city of the dead alone. Not long after leaving the safe zone, Zhang-Yi vaguely felt a chill coming from behind him. Looking back, he found that the Happy Fat House had followed him out without him knowing when. Beside him, there were 2 other people, a warrior and an assassin, both of whom were at level 14 like the Fat Men. It was obvious that they were in the same group as the Fat Men, and the 3 of them were not on the same path, but were here to target Zhang-Yi. Seeing several people following him, Zhang-Yi stopped and asked, "Why are you following me? What do you think?" Happy Fat House now had nothing but hatred towards the men who had taken away his god-level talent. He shouted at Zhang-Yi, "Give me all the money and equipment you have, and we'll be even now." Clear. Zhang-Yi was a little amused. "Do I owe you anything? You won't give it to me? Then I'll have to rob it myself." As he said that, the happy fat man's eyes turned cold. He took out his magic wand, and ordered the 2 people beside him, "Kill him, and divide the things that pop up equally." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 warriors and the assassin beside the fat man picked up their swords and attacked Zhang-Yi without saying a word. "Since the god-level talent can't be retrieved, I will destroy it." A level 14 warrior and a level 14 assassin, the twin brothers who look exactly the same, Dubu Lingyun and Dubu Tianxia, quickly approached Zhang-Yi. The 14th level magician Happy Fat House, who was casting a spell in the back, looked at Zhang-Yi as if he was a dead man. It was as if in his eyes, Zhang-Yi, who was just a useless 13th level beastmaster, was already a corpse. Not only the 3 of them felt this way. Because they were on a main road, there were also many passers-by players passing by. Seeing this 1v3 battle, they all looked at Zhang-Yi, as if he were a dead man. Because Zhang-Yi hid his ID, almost no passers-by players around him recognized Zhang-Yi. Passerby A, although I don't know what the grudge is, it's 1 against 3, and the one being beaten is the beast tamer with the lowest attribute growth in the whole apocalypse and the most fragile. He is dead, no suspense. Passerby B, of course, it has nothing to do with my profession. Even if I change my profession, I can't win if I'm alone against 3 people. The discussions of passers-by made the happy fat guy even more proud. Even though you started with a god-level talent, you're still such a rubbish. You're at such a low level, and you chose such a useless profession. It's such a waste of a god-level talent. I'm so excited. I even informed the boss to deal with a piece of trash like you. It's totally unnecessary. Looking at Zhang-Yi standing there motionless, the happy fat man couldn't help but sneer, "Are you scared so quickly? You are such a coward." As soon as he finished speaking, the happy fat man waved his staff and a fireball blasted towards Zhang-Yi, who was within his attack range more than 30 meters away. The fireball passed over the heads of Dubu Lingyun and Dubu Tianxia and arrived first, landing on Zhang-Yi's chest, causing more than 80 points of damage on the top of his head. The damage is good. It seems that this is a pure burst mage with all points added to intelligence. Zhang-Yi's current magic defense of 60 points can no longer withstand the damage from any mage player above level 10, but compared to ordinary players, this defense is already very high. Happy Fat House was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that his fireball spell would only cause such a little damage. He expected the damage to be at least more than 3 digits. After being attacked by Happy Fat House, Zhang Yi still stood there, waiting for Dubu Tianxia and Dubu Lingyun to approach him, and then attacked Zhang Yi with Charge Slash and Assassination, respectively. Dingyu were attacked by the player, unrivaled, and lost 41 health points. The opponent has been grayed out. Dingyu were attacked by the player, unrivaled in the world, and lost 59 health points. The opponent has been removed from the list. Looking at the blood bar above Zhang Yi's head, this round of attack by the 3 opponents only knocked off 1/3 of his blood. Dubu Lingyun and Dubu Tianxia, who were standing in front of Zhang Yi, looked at each other in surprise. This guy has such a high defense. In the eyes of Dubu Lingyun and the others, they were somewhat confident that they could instantly kill this level 13 Beastmaster with a single round of concentrated fire. Such a result was beyond their imagination. Indeed, even though Zhang Yi was not satisfied with his current physical defense of 67 points, he had to admit that his defense was comparable to that of a knight of the same level. You know, Zhang Yi's profession is the most fragile among the 7 professions of Apocalypse, and his basic endurance growth is only 7 stars. This is the most shocking thing. This is the case when he has not reached level 14 and has not equipped the Magician Pants. If he has equipped the Magician Pants, I am afraid that the 3 attacks he just received would only cause 1 point of mandatory damage to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi deliberately stood there motionless, waiting to be beaten. When he saw that the IDs of the 3 opponents had all turned gray, he slowly took out the flame staff. At the same time, a hint of murderous intent suddenly bloomed from his originally calm eyes, making Dubu Lingyun and Dubu Tianxia feel an inexplicable fear. Locking onto the assassin Dubu Tianxia, Zhang Yi took a step back to distance himself from him while swinging his flaming staff. A normal attack ball hit Dubu Tianxia's chest. With his 17 points of agility, he used another normal attack to cause a second combo attack on him. -218. -218. 2 extremely high damages of over 200 points jumped out from Dubu Tianxia's head, with a cumulative damage of 400 plus. There was no doubt that Dubu Tianxia, a level 14 assassin, would be killed instantly. The soldier Dubu Lingyun beside him was stunned when he saw his brother being killed instantly. Zhang Yi was not polite at all. He took advantage of Dubu Lingyun's daze and fired a fireball at Dubu Lingyun, instantly hitting a damage on his head that almost scared the fat magician Happy Fat House behind him silly. -734 critical hits. At around level 14, except for the knight, no other professional player's health points can exceed 600 points. So, there is no suspense. Without even a chance to trigger the fire staff talent, burning, Dubu Lingyun was killed instantly by Zhang Yi. Even with normal attacks, Dubu Lingyun and the others were completely unable to withstand the damage brought by Zhang Yi's 249 attack points. Combined with the 20% skill damage increase brought by Fireball and Skill Enhancement, plus the bonus of Lucky Shot, Zhang Yi's Fireball with a 180% damage coefficient just now caused a damage that refreshed the historical record. Wow! 2 white lights lit up in succession, and Dubu Tianxia and Dubu Lingyun were killed instantly by Zhang Yi without any resistance. Potions, silver coins and 2 pieces of equipment exploded all over the ground, and then they turned into white light and flew away. The happy fat guy in the back was so scared that he quickly took a few steps back with disbelief on his face. How can a Beastmaster have such high damage? How is this possible? Are you kidding? Zhang Yi is a super Beastmaster with all intelligence points added and intelligence growth as high as 14 stars. He is more violent than a mage. Although he was only level 13, with the bonus of a set of enhanced level 25 divine equipment, Zhang Yi's strength had already reached the level of a level 20 player. After killing 2 people in a row, Zhang Yi turned his attention to the only remaining happy fat man and said, "Do you know who I am?" The happy fat guy swallowed his saliva and subconsciously looked above Zhang Yi's head, only to find that the other party had hidden his ID. At this time, Zhang Yi opened the settings and displayed the ID above his head. Level 13, First Level Beastmaster Inua Qingcheng. A promise that conquers the world. Seeing this name that has appeared countless times in the regional chat channel and in the regional system announcements since last night, not only the happy fat house, but even the passers-by players who were watching the fun nearby were stunned. This hidden kid turned out to be Inua Chinching, the guy who triggered the system announcement twice in a row, killed the captain of King of Glory twice, and was called out by the entire King of Glory area. The happy fat guy was shocked. 1. Inua Chinching. Zhang Yi's purpose in deliberately exposing his identity in front of the Fatman was to get the Fatman to take the information that he possessed god-level talent back to the safe zone and spread it. When the people in the King's world got to know about it, they would definitely find ways to make trouble for Zhang Yi, because Zhang Yi knew the nature of King of Glory: if you can't get it, destroy it. Because Zhang Yi was too lazy to look for people from the King's world, he just waited for them to come to him. Then, if one came, he would kill one; if a group came, he would kill a group. In this life, Zhang Yi will never be afraid of the King's world again. And the Fatman would never have dreamed that the person in front of him would be a famous figure known to almost everyone in the 886 safe zone, who triggered system announcements twice in a row. It is said that he had a magic hammer in his hand at the beginning and could hit every kid with it. This guy, who was hated and feared by the captain of the Thousand-Man team, King of Glory, was Inua Chinching. If he had known earlier that this guy was Inua Chinching, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to cause trouble for Zhang Yi. You know, this guy challenged more than 30 players of King of Glory alone and killed them all. Players in Zone 886 privately called him a bug. Even the more than 30 professional players in King of Glory are no match for Zhang Yi. How could they dream of killing Zhang Yi with just the 3 of them? Happy Fat House was a little scared, and when he was backing away, a group of players suddenly came from behind. When he saw a young archer wearing silver mail armor and at level 15, Happy Fat House seemed to see hope, and instantly became confident again. "Boss, you are finally here." As he said that, Happy Fat House turned his gaze to Zhang Yi again and said arrogantly, "Hey, my boss is here. Inua Chinching, you are dead." Looking around, Zhang Yi looked unhappy. It turns out that the boss mentioned by Happy Fat House is actually Storm Angel. That's right, the group of more than a dozen players who are rushing over from behind the Happy Fat House, all of whom are level 14, fully equipped and look quite powerful, are none other than the Storm family. And the leader, a level 15 silver-armored archer, is the Storm Angel. The silver longbow he is holding now is the silver moon bow that Zhang Yi sold to him. The arrival of the Storm family caused a burst of sighs from the surrounding passers-by players. My goodness, the backer behind that fat guy is actually the Storm family. The Storm family's momentum is not small. They surpassed the King of the World in just one day today. Moreover, that Storm Angel is the #1 expert on our District 886 heavenly ranking. Even the captain of the Storm family has come in person. No matter how powerful Inua Chinching is, she is doomed. It seems that Storm Angel can kill Inua Chinching alone, not to mention that he brought so many elite players from the Storm family. It was obvious that the people who were talking had no idea what had happened in the Goblin Forest before. Walking up to Happy Fat House, Storm Angel, who hadn't noticed Zhang Yi across from him, asked Happy Fat House, "What's going on?" The Happy Fat Man pointed at Zhang Yi and said to the Storm Angel, "Boss, this guy bullied me. He killed Ling Yun and Tian Xia. Fortunately, you came in time. If you were a step later, I would have died in his hands." "Oh, who is so arrogant?" As he spoke, the Storm Angel followed the direction of the Happy Fat House's finger and looked towards Zhang Yi. Suddenly, the Storm Angel was stunned. After a long while, he spoke coldly, "You even dare to touch my brother? You are courting death." With Storm Angel, the #1 on the 886th District heavenly ranking, and the huge Storm family backing him up, Happy Fat House's legs began to tremble with pride. "Inua Chinching, did you hear me? Storm Angel and I are brothers. You dare to bully the good brother of the #1 on the heavenly ranking? I tell you, you're dead." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, a sharp arrow suddenly flew out from the hand of the Storm Angel beside him and pierced the Happy Fat House's head. "Ding, you were attacked by the player, Storm Angel, and lost 378 health points. You are dead." The Happy Fat guy, who was looking very proud, looked at the Storm Angel beside him who was drawing the bow and aiming at him in disbelief, and said in amazement, "Boss." Putting down the longbow in his hand, the Storm Angel said to the Happy Fat House expressionlessly, "Sorry, the brother I mentioned is not you. It's him." The Storm Angel pointed at Zhang Yi. The next moment, the happy fat guy who was killed instantly by the storm angel fell to the ground with disbelief on his face, and turned into a white light and flew away. This scene shocked the surrounding onlookers. Player A, what's going on? Aren't Storm Angel and that fat guy in the same group? Why did they kill their own people and call themselves brothers with Inua Chinching? Player B, my god, this damage is non-critical damage, this is too abnormal, it's higher than Inua Chinching's damage. The number 1 person on the heavenly ranking is really terrifying. Seeing Storm Angel kill his fat brother with 1 arrow without saying a word, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said to Storm Angel, killing your own people, is it necessary to be so cruel? Storm Angel smiled faintly, one of us. He and I are not one of us. He is just a friend I met in an online game before, and you are my brother, Storm Angel. Being called brother by Storm Angel, the leader of Storm family and the number 1 player on the heavenly ranking, countless passers-by cast envious glances at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi also responded casually, well, thanks, brother. But then again, is Storm Angel's damage so high now? To be honest, the damage he just dealt to Happy Fat House scared Zhang Yi. 378, and it's still non-critical damage. This is higher than the damage that Zhang Yi caused on Dubu Lingyun by using Fireball and Lucky Strike before, excluding the critical part. It seems that, excluding the skill bonus and calculating through damage, the attack power of Storm Angel must have exceeded 300 plus, which is higher than Zhang Yi. So terrifying. Just because Zhang Yi gave Storm Angel a 2-star bow, did it allow him to take off in the early stage? It can be imagined that in addition to weapons, the ring in the Storm Angel's hand must also be a high-level enhanced top-grade item, which makes him far ahead of Zhang Yi in terms of equipment. Just as Zhang Yi was thinking this, the Storm Angel had appeared in front of Zhang Yi without him noticing. Thank you for selling me the Silver Moon bow. Thanks to this bow, I was able to develop so quickly in the early stages. As Storm Angel finished speaking, Zhang Yi nodded, thank you for helping me solve a problem just now. Storm Angel said awkwardly, I thought you were going to say that I stole your head. With your strength, killing him would only take a wave of your hand. As he spoke, the Storm Angel suddenly handed something to Zhang Yi, I'm sorry for stealing your head, but the things he dropped should also be yours. Looking at the thing handed over by the Storm Angel, Zhang Yi was surprised. It was a green skill book, Intermediate Fireball. Oh my god, Zhang Yi had planned to spend 10 gold coins to buy the Intermediate Fireball from Happy Fat House, but it was revealed when Happy Fat House died just now. Obviously, he fell in love with the skill book at first sight, but Zhang Yi suppressed his inner love and said to the Storm Angel calmly, what does this mean? It's for you. The Storm Angel said, aren't you a Beastmaster? You can use the skill just fine. What's the price? Zhang Yi asked deliberately. Storm Angel smiled and said, I don't want your money. I told you that if I wasn't there just now, you would have killed him. This thing should have been exploded by you, so it belongs to you. Zhang Yi was not polite and took the skill book from Storm Angel. Thank you very much. If I find good equipment or skill books later, I will consider selling them to you as soon as possible. The Storm Angel said happily, okay, as long as it's what I need, the price is not a problem. After a pause, Storm Angel said to Zhang Yi, brother, add me as a friend so we can keep in touch in the future. As for friends, there's no need for that. I like to be alone and don't like making friends. Zhang Yi said, the safe zone is only this big. We'll meet each other again in the future. There will be many opportunities to meet each other. Well then. The Storm Angel said with some regret. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Thank you for the skill book. See you later. After saying that, Zhang Yi turned around and left. It was precisely because of the betrayal by his good brothers Mukun and Lin Ruo, with whom he had 8 years of friendship in the previous life, that Zhang Yi in this life no longer dared to trust anyone easily, let alone make friends easily. As Zhang Yi left, a 14th level magician woman, Storm Fantasy, who looked 2 or 3 years younger than Storm Angel and wore a green magic robe and had a very charming figure and appearance, said to Storm Angel, hubby, this guy is not very tactful. Why did you give him a skill book for nothing? Storm Angel shook his head, as if he saw through everything, don't you see? This person is not ordinary, he should be a hidden boss, who may have a super team behind him that is more powerful than our Storm family as a backup, otherwise he alone would not have been able to develop so smoothly in the early stage. So we must build a good relationship with him and never let the people of King's World find an opportunity to turn enemies into friends with Inua Chincheng. Besides, it's just a green skill book. Do you know how much impact this bow he sold me has brought to me? Storm Angel looked at the silver moon bow in his hand, still a little excited at this moment. I believe that the backers behind him will definitely get better equipment for him in secret. When there are good equipment that he can't use, they can sell it to me. This is also an important way for me to improve my strength. Storm Fantasy nodded. Husband, you are really thoughtful. At the same time, at the resurrection fountain in Hope Town, the fat magician Happy Fat House, who had used up a resurrection opportunity and came back to life, opened his friend list in confusion, found Storm Angel, and angrily sent a message to him. What do you mean? Ding dong. Storm Angel replied in seconds, whoever touches my brother will be killed. Ding dong. Storm Angel continued to send a second message. From today on, our friendship ends here. If you dare to target Inua Chincheng again in the future, I will make you regret it. Seeing this message, Happy Fat House was furious. He had just finished editing a message with insults and was about to send it to Storm Angel when he received a system notification. Ding, the other party has blocked you, the message cannot be sent. Fuck. The happy fat guy cursed, you bastards, you will all die. On the way to the city of the dead, Zhang Yi looked at the intermediate fireball in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. I gave you 10 gold coins but you didn't sell it. You insisted on giving it to me for free. Why? After saying that, Zhang Yi used intermediate fireball without hesitation to cover the fireball in the skill list and completed the learning. Because there are not enough skill slots, and in the apocalypse world, players cannot have two of the same skills at the same time, so they can only use overriding, or extract the low-level ones and then fill them in with the high-level ones. However, the cost of extracting skills is quite high. Unless it is a very rare skill, like the white skill of primary fireball, it is not necessary to spend a few gold coins to extract it. Zhang Yi, currently at level 13, has 4 skill slots, just enough to accommodate 2 green quality skills, intermediate fireball and lightning chain. The damage coefficient of the intermediate fireball spell on the Beastmaster reaches 125%. If combined with the bonus of the eternal chain, talent, skill enhancement, it is equivalent to Zhang Yi's fireball spell, and the damage has reached 145%. Combined with a lucky hit, the damage is 195%, which is simply terrifying. The energy consumption of intermediate fireball is definitely higher than that of primary fireball. The energy consumed for a single use increases from 7 points to 9 points, and the cooling time remains unchanged at 5 seconds. It took more than 20 minutes to reach the city of the dead. From a distance, it was a city surrounded by a wall dozens of meters high on all sides. It looked desolate. Countless crows were circling over the city, higher than the wall. The towering skyscrapers in the city were estimated to be at least 70% damaged. According to the detailed description on the map, the city of the dead was one of the first human cities to be invaded when aliens began to invade the Earth through a wormhole more than 10 years ago. Its original name was Cloud City. In the battle that lasted for a week, millions of humans in Yunqing were massacred by the alien advance troops, and the huge Yunqing was reduced to a dead city. After conquering Cloud City, the aliens regarded it as a base for their invasion of Earth. The leader of the alien advance force, Rocky, launched the alienation force and transformed millions of corpses in the city into skeletons and undead to guard their base, the City of the Undead. Because the lowest level monster in the City of the Dead is only level 15, and the average level of players at this stage is around level 13, the City of the Dead can be classified as one of the suitable leveling locations. So we can see that quite a few players are entering the City of the Undead at this moment. Most of them are in groups of 3 or 5, and very few are alone. Except Zhang Yi. So, Zhang Yi also walked towards the City of the Undead along with other players. Around them, individual players who were heading to the City of the Undead were all talking and laughing with some excitement. Player A, I heard that there are countless high-star treasure chests buried in the City of the Dead, and there is a chance that a set of equipment will be dropped. Player B, yes, yes, yes. Long before Apocalypse was launched, I saw the official introduction of the City of the Dead map in the announcement. It said that this is a treasure city for new players. Player C, really? Then we're going to make a fortune in the City of the Dead today. Player D, don't think it's too easy. I heard that the monsters in the City of the Dead are much stronger than the monsters of the same level in the wild. It's better not to get killed in there. There are even players who, relying on their business acumen, treat this as a dungeon and put up an advertisement at the entrance of the City of the Dead. Anyone need a substitute? You only need 2 gold coins to join the team. We still have 2 spots left. We have a 14th level mage ranked 125th on the district list and a 14th level knight ranked 99th on the district list to lead us. We also have a nanny. We'll roll the rewards. 2 of you are welcome. Let's start. Looking at the players who were trying to bring people to the undead city, Jean-E couldn't help but shake his head. They might not even be able to protect themselves once they entered the undead city, and they were still thinking about bringing people. They probably didn't know how powerful the skeletons and undead monsters in the undead city were. In addition, you can see that at the gate of the City of the Dead, there stands an NPC wearing a black robe and looking a little mysterious, with a blue ID floating above his head. Undead Merchant Alo. Another attractive feature of the City of the Dead is that players can receive corresponding tasks on this map. In addition to collecting treasures, they can also obtain task rewards, which is the best of both worlds. The NPC that can trigger the task is the Undead Merchant, Alo. According to the rules, each player can only receive 1 task from Alo every day. The difficulty of the task can be chosen by the player himself and must be completed within the same day, otherwise he will be severely punished. At this moment, Alo was already surrounded by players, who were all scrambling to receive tasks. So, Jean-E also walked closer to AI Luo, triggering a conversation. Adventurer from Hope Town, are you ready to enter this dangerous city of the undead? I'm ready. As Jean-E finished speaking, AI Luo nodded and said, okay, come and get your mission. Of course, you can also choose to go directly to the City of the Dead, but that will greatly reduce your income. There is only 1 task that can be obtained from Alo, Reincarnation of the Dead. However, this task can be divided into different levels of difficulty according to the level. The difficulty coefficient of level 1 Undead Salvation is 100, which is suitable for new players who have just arrived in the City of the Dead to practice. The task is not very difficult. It just requires players to enter the City of the Dead and hunt a certain number of skeletons and undead within a certain level range according to regulations. For every level increase in the mission level, the difficulty coefficient increases by 100, and the level of the corresponding skeletons and undead that need to be killed also increases accordingly. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and today's mission would be refreshed in 5 hours. Therefore, the players who were accepting missions did not dare to accept 2 high-level ones, fearing that they could not complete them in 5 hours. Most of them chose the Salvation of the Undead, with a difficulty of level 1 to 2. To redeem the undead at level 1 difficulty, you need to hunt down 60 each of level 15 to 16, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, necromancers, and undead slayers. However, for Jean-E, who is only level 13 but has the strength of a level 20 player, taking on this level 1 difficulty task is simply a waste of talent. Moreover, Jean-Yi's second survival mission, Advanced Mission, requires the completion of 3 tasks with a difficulty coefficient exceeding or reaching 200 points, and level 2, Reincarnation of the Undead, just meets the requirement. So, Jean-Yi took a level 2 one. Ding, you have received the task, Reincarnation of the Undead, level 2 difficulty. You can view the details on the task interface. Reincarnation of the Dead, level 2 difficulty. Mission difficulty coefficient, 200. Description: after the aliens' advance troops massacred the city, Cloud City became a city of the dead. The millions of humans who died tragically in Cloud City had immortal souls. Under the alienation of the alien leader, Loki, they turned into skeletons and undead, guarding the city of the dead for the aliens. Players are requested to enter the city of the dead and pray for the souls of these dead humans. Mission progress: Skeleton Warrior 090, Skeleton Archer 090, Necromancer 0/90, Undead Slayer 0/90. Note: the target to be killed must be at least level 17. Basic mission rewards: experience plus 42,000, silver plus 60, level 2 reinforcement stone plus 15, human reputation plus 50, random equipment plus 1, with a certain probability of obtaining rare, undead set, equipment. Failure penalty, level -1, loss of 10% of your money, and waiting for 1 day before you can accept the reincarnation of the undead task again. Remaining time, complete within today. A total of 360 skeletons and undead above level 17 had to be killed. Zhang Yi did not dare to delay and, holding a flaming staff, he followed the surrounding crowd into the city of the undead. Entering the city, you can see that there are already many players in front of you fighting with the skeleton monsters everywhere in the city. The magician's fireballs and the archer's arrows are flying all over the sky, and from time to time there will be 1 or 2 screams, and then white light will light up. Complaints from players also followed. A level 14 warrior player who just came back from the front with little health said, "How can the skeleton be so powerful? A level 17 skeleton is as abnormal as the level 20 monster outside. I'm scared, I won't fight anymore, bye." Another teammate of the soldier, "Are you not going to complete the mission?" Warrior player, "I'll do it a few times. If I wait 1 more second, everyone will die. I'd rather die in the mission penalty. At least I won't waste the chance to revive, and I won't lose my equipment." A casual player who is currently killing a level 15 skeleton warrior said, "Fortunately I got a level 1 difficulty 1. It's hard to beat a level 15 skeleton warrior. Fortunately I didn't get a high level 1. Fortunately. Seeing the players around him fighting skeletons with great passion, Zhang Yi also began to look for his own target. Obviously, the most players received the level 1 difficulty, Dead Soul Resurrection. When I passed the level 15 to 16 skeleton monster area and came to the level 17 to 18 area, I found that there were very few players who spawned high-level skeletons here. Looking around, the streets and alleys of the City of the Dead were roaming everywhere with skeleton monsters dragging rusty iron swords or holding skeleton longbows, without a trace of flesh and blood on their bodies. The skeletons in this area are all between level 17 and 18, and the players fighting against them are all level 14. The level gap is too big, so even if these players team up in 3 or 4, it is still very difficult to fight. White lights are constantly lit up around them, and Zhang Yi even witnessed a team of 4 players being wiped out by a level 17 elite skeleton warrior that happened to refresh. When that team was destroyed, the elite skeleton warrior still had 2/3 of its health left, but none of the other players around dared to attack. After all, they had just seen with their own eyes how that foreman team used their own lives to only wear down 1/3 of the elite skeleton warrior's health. Zhang Yi, who had just arrived at this advanced area, set his sights on the roaring and extremely arrogant elite skeleton warrior. "Good fellow, you're starting as an elite right away. Come on, then." After saying this, while other players around him could only watch, Zhang Yi, holding up his flaming staff, approached the arrogant skeleton general in front of him. At this time, the surrounding players began to talk. "A level 13 Beastmaster, are you planning to challenge that level 17 elite skeleton? You are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. Haha, he is going to die. He doesn't even have a teammate. He is also a low-level Beastmaster with poor attribute growth. How many hits do you think he can withstand from the skeleton generals? A few more hits. Didn't you see the team that was just wiped out? They were all level 14 warriors and knights with full equipment. Even among them, few could withstand 2 or 3 hits from the skeleton general. This guy could only be killed in 1 hit at most." No one is optimistic about Zhang Yi. Indeed, if you put yourself in his shoes, if Zhang Yi was a passerby and saw a level 13 Beastmaster holding a 1-star staff and without even a hat trying to fight a level 17 elite monster alone, he would also think that the other party must be crazy. At this moment, Zhang Yi, who had already stepped into the 50-meter effective attack range of the skeleton general, stopped, raised the staff in his hand, and quickly cast a spell. A fireball blasted towards the skeleton general in front of him, who was holding a machete and roaring loudly. Boom. The scorching fireball accurately bombarded the skeleton general, and the next moment, a blood-red damage number immediately jumped above his head. -218. This damage of over 200 points undoubtedly shocked countless players who were watching the show around. After all, it was unbelievable that such damage could be dealt from a level 13 Beastmaster, and to an elite monster that was 4 levels higher than him. Despite this, people still did not think highly of Zhang Yi. Even if his damage was higher, he alone could not be a match for the skeleton general. The only one who doesn't think so is Zhang Yi himself. Having killed 9 god-level dragon kings of the dragon clan, Zhang Yi really didn't take a mere level 17 elite monster seriously. Boom. Another normal attack released a purple magic ball, which hit the skeleton general, causing 150 points of damage. The fireball spell at the beginning has triggered the burning talent of the fire staff, and 38 points of burning damage will appear on the skeleton general's head every second. Roar. The attack skeleton general roared a few times, then rushed towards Zhang Yi with a machete in hand. Here it comes, everyone, get ready to watch that guy get killed in one blow. The staff in his hand seems to be a top-grade one. Such high damage and burning effect must come from that staff. Wait until he is killed and the staff explodes. We agreed that whoever grabs it will get it. Ignoring the discussions of the surrounding crowd, Zhang Yi waved his staff continuously before the skeleton general approached. After lightning chain, he threw several general attack magic balls, causing a series of damage on the skeleton general's head. Minus 270. Lightning chain single damage plus lucky hit. Minus 150. Minus 300 critical hit. Minus 225 lucky hit. Minus 38 burning. Minus 38 burning. A series of extremely high damage caused the health bar above the skeleton general's head to be consumed from 2/3 to only 1/3 when he finally approached Zhang Yi from 40 or 50 meters away. This is too perverted. There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. Zhang Yi saw the right moment, and at the moment when the skeleton general launched a charge, he gave up the opportunity to launch another attack, jumped to the right, and passed by the skeleton general. Miss. He threw a fireball with his backhand, and then dodged the skeleton general's sword attack by moving again. This scene once again shocked the surrounding players. This guy is actually an operational guy. It is not easy for magic professions to dodge enemy attacks through operations. 17 points of agility is like a god's help for Zhang Yi. Taking advantage of every opportunity to dodge the skeleton general's attack, Zhang Yi would take the chance to launch a counterattack to continuously consume the skeleton general's energy and blood. However, it is impossible to achieve 100% avoidance of enemy attacks by relying on operations. After 2 misses, the skeleton general's sword finally chopped on the guardian armor on Zhang Yi's chest. Minus 228. Triggered by the attack, the angel shield with a shield value of 50 points was broken, and Zhang Yi also suffered an additional 178 points of damage. The full health bar above his head dropped by 1/3. The damage of the skeleton general is so high. No wonder the foreman team in front was wiped out. However, Zhang Yi, relying on the superb movement accumulated from the 8 years of his previous life, as well as the high attribute bonuses brought by the 4 pieces of level 25 enhanced divine equipment on his body, consumed a bottle of level 3 red potion, and fought for more than 10 rounds, and defeated it single-handedly. Ding! Congratulations on killing the level 17 elite monster, Skeleton General, experience points plus 5,000, human race reputation plus 12. Roar. With an unwilling roar, the Skeleton General fell to the ground with a bang, and a pile of coins, strengthening stones, equipment, skill books, and even a golden treasure chest burst out from its body. It's a big hit this time. Before Zhang Yi started picking up the spoils, there was a sudden commotion from all directions. Looking up, he saw that the players who had just been watching the fun when Zhang Yi was fighting the Skeleton General were now running towards Zhang Yi. Obviously, they all came for the Skeleton General's spoils. Everyone, hurry up. The Skeleton General dropped so many goodies, we can't let that useless Beastmaster take them all by himself, hurry up and grab the things. I don't know who shouted, but players from all directions rushed over like crazy. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Trash. Trash can kill a level 17 elite Skeleton General alone, but you can only watch from the sidelines. Doesn't that mean you are worse than trash? There is no chance of snatching things from Zhang Yi. While squatting down, Zhang Yi opened the settings and turned on the ID display function. As the ID with the words Inua Qingcheng above his head appeared, a large group of players who were approaching rapidly from all directions stopped and looked at the ID above Zhang Yi's head in astonishment. A promise that will conquer the whole city. He is actually Inua Qingcheng. Damn, no wonder he was able to kill an elite monster by himself at level 4. The current situation is probably that Zhang Yi has become famous since he was the first to enter the safe zone and triggered the regional announcement. Then he killed the captain of the King's World team twice in a row and was seen by many players. He was also named by the King's World and called out in the regional channel. He became famous in one battle. The name Inua Qingcheng is already known to everyone in the 886 safe zone. However, it is only this ID that is popular. Everyone only knows Inua Qingcheng but not Zhang Yi. So as long as Zhang Yi hides his ID, more than 99% of the players in Area 886 will not recognize that Zhang Yi is Inua Qingcheng when they pass by him. As the ID, Inua Qingcheng, appeared in everyone's eyes, the surrounding players thought of the rumor that this person once killed more than 30 professional players in King of Glory by himself. No one dared to snatch things from Inua Qingcheng again. So, Zhang Yi took charge of everything. A total of 12 silver coins, 8 level 2 enhancement stones, 2 pieces of equipment and an archer skill book. Zhang Yi was a little disappointed, because except for the general money and strengthening stones, none of these things could be used by him. Both pieces of equipment are level 17. Although one of them is a 2-star top-grade item, unfortunately it is not something Zhang Yi can equip because it is a knight's helmet. The other one is also a 1-star assassin's outfit. Zhang Yi threw all the things he had no use for into his bag, waiting to return to the safe zone to auction them. His gaze rested on the only remaining treasure chest, which was Zhang Yi's last hope. It was a 2-star treasure chest. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had prepared for it. He was afraid of discovering a treasure chest in the wild, so before coming out, he had already bought several 2-star keys and 3-star keys in the store. So, Zhang Yi took out a 2-star key and opened the treasure chest with a hint of anticipation. With a clang, the treasure chest opened, and what came into view was a silver-gray ring. Zhang Yi picked it up and took a look, and he was immediately delighted. Silver bone ring. Quality, 2 stars. Attack, 35. Additional attribute, physical strength +5. Occupational restrictions, magician, beastmaster, priest. Level requirement, 14. Description: this is a ring made from the bones of a skeleton general. It is said that the person who wears this ring can obtain the true teachings of the skeleton general and become as powerful as him. A 2-star mage ring that increases attack power is quite powerful. In the apocalypse world, only equipment that is directly dropped by monsters needs to be identified before it can be worn. Equipment obtained from treasure chests or quests does not need to be identified, and the level of the equipment obtained from the former is determined by the level of the monster that dropped it. The equipment obtained from the latter is determined by the level of the first player to obtain it, with a maximum level deviation of 1 to 2 levels. It can be seen that the basic attributes of this ring before it was strengthened have already exceeded the 32-point attack power bonus brought by the enhanced level 25, lucky ring, that Zhang Yi is currently wearing. Once it is strengthened to the top level, the increase in attack power will be simply terrifying. The additional 5 points of physical strength can reach 18 points after strengthening, which can also greatly improve Zhang Yi's survivability. It is indeed a surprising gain. What Zhang Yi lacks now is such a top-quality ring. Unfortunately, like the magician pants, they are both level 14 equipment, and Zhang Yi, who is currently at level 13, cannot use them yet. Putting the silver bone ring together with the magician pants, Zhang Yi opened the status bar and took a look. He found that after receiving 5,000 experience points contributed by the skeleton general, his current experience was fixed at 23,230/33,000. He only needed 10,000 experience points to reach level 14. So, taking the 2-star equipment, the ring, and the pants, as his target, Zhang Yi stepped over the corpse of the skeleton general, holding the flaming staff, and walked towards the place where level 17 to 18 skeleton warriors and skeleton archers gathered densely in front of him. Even a level 17 elite skeleton general was killed by Zhang Yi alone. For Zhang Yi, dealing with these ordinary skeleton warriors and skeleton archers must be no problem at all. However, these skeleton monsters all have a rather tricky talent. The skeleton warrior has a talent called Natural Physique, which can reduce damage by up to 30%, while the skeleton archer has a talent called Natural Violence, which can increase damage by 20% and attack speed by 20%. It's a pity that Zhang Yi's current level is 4 levels lower than the skeleton warrior, which is beyond the effective detection range of the primary detection technique. Apart from his talent, Zhang Yi can't see any data. Forget it, then just keep fighting. Holding the flaming staff, Zhang Yi quickly locked onto his target and fired a fireball at a nearby level 17 skeleton archer. Boom. -244. The health bar above the skeleton archer's head was directly reduced by 1/3. The skeleton archer immediately launched a counterattack, pulled the bow in his hand, and a sharp arrow flew over with a whoosh. Because, born furious, gave the skeleton archer a 20% attack speed bonus, Zhang Yi's movement was very weak in the face of the opponent's superfast attack speed. He failed to dodge and was hit in the shoulder by the skeleton archer's arrow. -189. Excluding the 50 points of shield damage reduction from the angel shield, Zhang Yi still suffered a whopping 139 points of damage. With the bonus of natural rage, the damage of the skeleton archer is almost catching up with that of the elite skeleton general. Zhang Yi then threw a lightning chain at it, combined with a normal attack that triggered a lucky hit, and took care of the skeleton archer in 3 hits. During this process, Zhang Yi was hit twice, losing more than 300 HP. If he was hit by the skeleton archer again, he would be dead. After equipping 2 2-star silver bone rings and magician pants with level 25 enhancement, Zhang Yi did not need to move in the next battle. No matter whether the enemy he faced was a skeleton warrior or a skeleton archer, he would just stand and shoot. The damage he received from the 18th level skeleton was no more than 100 points, and Zhang Yi could easily cause more than 300 damage to those skeletons with just a normal attack. Basically, he could kill a level 18 skeleton in 2 or 3 hits, which simply shocked the other players who were struggling to kill skeletons around him. Standing Mage. Awesome. This promise is getting more and more terrifying. Little by little, players started to come over and try to team up with Inua Qingqing, whose combat power was off the charts and who could kill skeletons as easily as killing chickens. A hot archer girl wearing navel-bearing leather armor walked up to Zhang Yi and twisted her slender waist. She said to him with a charming and enchanting expression, "Brother Qingqing, shall we team up? I'm single and I can flirt with you." Zhang Yi revealed his straightman nature. "Get out of the way, you're blocking me from killing monsters." I thought that the archer girl was just not pretty enough and her body was not hot enough. After being ignored by Zhang Yi, another girl who looked like a celebrity and had a super sexy body, long legs, a slim waist and a melon-shaped face walked up to Zhang Yi very confidently and said to him with a smile, "Little brother, what do you think of me?" Zhang Yi really took a look at the pretty girl and said, "You look really pretty when you smile." Hearing Zhang Yi praising her, the sexy girl smiled smugly and said, "Really?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi added, "Like a big fool in spring." Roll. The 2 girls were stunned. They didn't know why Zhang Yi suddenly became so fierce. That's because they don't know what Zhang Yi has been through. In his previous life, Zhang Yi, who was betrayed by Lin Ruo, his lover of 8 years, no longer knew what trust was. He now dared not trust anyone. Anyone who tried to get close to him must be trying to gain something from him. Especially women. Of course, there is another point, because Zhang Yi doesn't want to team up with others now, because if players team up to kill monsters, the experience will be divided equally. With Zhang Yi's current strength, there is no pressure for her to play solo. Why would she need to keep a burden around and share experience with her in the end? The 2 girls didn't bother themselves anymore and walked away after being scolded by Zhang Yi. After that, no one dared to approach Zhang Yi anymore. Even such a beautiful and sexy girl, whom other men would love to lick, was ignored by Zhang Yi and was scolded. Those grown men who wanted to form a team with Zhang Yi were probably going to be beaten up. So, Zhang Yi continued to play alone. Before, he only dared to deal with 1 skeleton at a time, but after his defense increased, Zhang Yi has now become so powerful that he dares to deal with several skeletons at the same time. Sizzle boom. A chain of lightning struck from the air, hitting a skeleton warrior several dozen meters ahead, and then ejected the other 2 level 18 and level 17 skeleton warriors around it. -295. -295. -316. -111 burning. -111 burning. -117 burning. As hatred was attracted, 3 skeleton warriors, whose health had been reduced by 1/3, approached Zhang Yi, dragging their swords. Before they got close, Zhang Yi quickly swung his fire staff, combining fireballs with normal attacks to continuously attack the 3 skeleton warriors, causing more than 300 points of extremely high damage above their heads. Before they could get close, the 3 skeleton warriors, whose total health was only over 1,000, fell dead under the fierce bombardment of Zhang Yi's output turret, and turned into a pile of experience and copper coins, scattered on the ground. Not in a hurry to pick up the spoils, Zhang Yi continued to attack other skeletons around him until the spoils were piled up on the ground and he could not walk away. Only then did Zhang Yi stop and start to clean up the spoils. If you don't pick up those things for more than an hour, they will be recycled by the system. It took several minutes to pick up all the items that dropped from the countless skeleton warriors and skeleton shooters killed in the past hour. I opened the task interface and found that the progress of the skeleton warrior and skeleton archer had reached 100%. This efficiency is like cheating. During this period, Zhang Yi hunted more than 200 skeleton monsters and only obtained more than 40 divine bones. He was still a long way from the 1,000 divine bones required for the hidden task, obtain rare materials. There is no rush for the hidden task, after all, there is only a week left. Now we should hurry up and complete the task of reincarnation of the dead, because this task must be completed within today. Therefore, Zhang Yi passed through the realm of level 17 to 18 skeletons and continued to move towards the more advanced and mysterious depths of the city of the undead, leaving behind a bunch of individual players with eyes full of shock and envy. How did he become a beast master with such high damage? He killed a level 18 skeleton warrior in just a few moves. It's too scary. A level 14 warrior player side, it takes me a long time to kill a level 17 skeleton warrior, and that's when I work together with my teammates. This guy kills high-level skeletons like a chicken. After saying that, another archer player next to him sighed, if only I could have such high damage, I would also like to try the feeling of being an output turret. At this time, a pastor sister said with a look of amazement, I really want to have such a strong boyfriend to protect me. If Brother Inua Chingching is my boyfriend, it would be great if he could take me to fight monsters and level up together. He went straight through the level 17 to 18 area. All the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers who tried to stop Zhang Yi on the way were transformed into experience and money under Zhang Yi's explosive output and were pocketed by Zhang Yi. The city of the dead is divided into 3 layers, and each layer is clearly divided into the skeleton realm and the undead realm. After passing through the skeleton realm in front, Zhang Yi came to the other half of the city of the dead, the realm of the undead. It was still the same apocalyptic street scene, still the same desolate, but the only difference was that in this area, there were no skeletons anymore. Wandering aimlessly on the streets were humanoid monsters with translucent bodies, some holding staffs and some holding daggers. They are the necromancer and the undead slayer, the targets Zhang Yi needs to hunt next. No wonder the players around him can hardly beat these level 17 skeletons even if they form a team. One is too tanky and the other is too fierce. It's really hard to beat them. A skeleton archer brought Zhang Yi 100 experience points and 9 copper coins. After the battle, Zhang Yi took out a bottle of red medicine from his bag, swallowed it, and restored the energy and blood he had just lost. Next, for every skeleton archer killed, Zhang Yi would consume 1 bottle of red potion on average, and he would also have to use blue potions in between, which was not something that ordinary players could afford. After all, a bottle of level 3 red medicine costs 10 copper coins, and a skeleton monster will only give you 9 copper coins at most. For Zhang Yi, it is simply not enough to make ends meet. However, for Zhang Yi, who has a huge sum of 31 gold coins, he doesn't care about these. As long as these high-level skeletons can bring him higher experience gains and carry out the task of reincarnation of the undead, it will be enough. The reason why only the skeleton archer is chosen to attack first is because the skeleton archer's health and defense are relatively low compared to the skeleton warrior. It is faster to hit the skeleton archer. Zhang Yi is now in a hurry to reach level 14. Once he reaches level 14, he will change into magician pants and silver bone ring. Beating these skeletons will be like a father beating his son. Before that, Zhang Yi didn't dare to use lightning chain to deal with multiple targets at the same time, because the damage of the skeleton archer was too high. If he was besieged by 3 skeleton archers, Zhang Yi would be killed instantly. Zhang Yi's side was relatively lucky. Looking around, other players did not have the bonus of level 25 enhanced divine equipment, nor the attribute bonus of dragon bloodline, so it was very difficult for them to deal with these high-level skeletons. However, they had accepted the mission, and could not bear the severe punishment for mission failure. They did not dare to give up the mission easily, and were simply in tears. Compared to other players around him, it was much easier for Zhang Yi to fight these skeleton monsters. But for Zhang Yi himself, he felt that it was very difficult to fight. While hunting these skeletons, Zhang Yi was carrying out two tasks at the same time. The reincarnation of the undead task was relatively simple, and the progress would be +1 for each kill. However, that hidden mission was more tricky. Zhang Yi killed 5 skeleton archers in a row before finally revealing a piece of divine bone. And that mission requires the collection of a total of 1,000 divine bones. Let's not worry about that for now, the focus now is to reach level 14. One by one, he killed the skeleton archers tirelessly. Just when Zhang Yi killed the 31st skeleton archer with a fireball, a fierce dragon roar was heard in the air. Hell Dragon Flame. Boom. The scorching dragon flame poured down from the sky above his head, instantly covering all the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers within a 100-meter radius around Zhang Yi. The skeletons in the Sea of Fire had an extremely high white true damage of 375 points jumping above their heads, accompanied by 75 points of burning damage per second. In an instant, countless skeleton archers around Zhang Yi had half of their blood knocked down by the initial damage of the Hell Dragon Flame, and then in the process of approaching Zhang Yi, they were burned to death by the burning damage that lasted for 5 seconds, one by one. Ding Yu killed a level 17 skeleton archer, experience points +100. Ding Yu killed a level 17 skeleton archer, experience points +100. Bite. The total HP of a level 17 skeleton archer is just over 700, which just reaches the standard of being directly killed by the Hell Dragon Flame. Thus, the Hell Dragon Flame that had lasted for 5 seconds subsided, and a total of 42 level 17 skeleton archers from all directions were killed instantly. The remaining 50 or so level 18 skeleton archers, or thicker-skinned skeleton warriors, were beaten to a trace of blood and continued to approach Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi swung his staff quickly, and with one normal attack he took away a low-health one, leaving no chance for the skeletons to get close to him. Taking advantage of the fact that the player's attack distance was slightly longer than that of the monsters, he first shot the skeleton archers outside their effective attack range, and then directly killed the skeleton warriors with normal attacks. With a wave of his hand, he gained more than 100 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi's experience bar reached the maximum value, and a beam of golden light fell from his head. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 14. The surrounding players were already stunned, but no one had expected that the dragon flame was triggered by Zhang Yi. Player A, who used the magic scroll just now. That scroll, it costs at least 100 gold coins to use it once, right? Ignoring the discussions of the players around him, Zhang Yi, who triggered the Hell Dragon Flame once and instantly leveled up to 14, couldn't wait to take out the silver bone ring and magician pants from his bag to complete his equipment. Then, he used 25 level 2 strengthening stones to strengthen the silver bone ring, which had not yet been strengthened. Bite. Bite. Ding. Congratulations. Your equipment, silver bone ring, has reached level 25 and has unlocked the exclusive talent, Advanced Severe Injury. Strengthening the level 25 silver bone ring, the attack power directly increases from 35 points to 123 points. Advanced Severe Injury is nostalgic, because this talent is the upgraded version of the Severe Injury talent that Zhang Yi opened when he strengthened his first weapon, the Big Iron Hammer. Advanced Severe Injury can increase the wearer's damage by an additional 50 points with each attack. He opened the status bar and saw that with the powerful bonus of the Silver Bone Ring, Zhang Yi's attack power instantly increased from 249 points to 340 points. With the bonus of the 2-star level 14 Magician Pants, the defense power also broke through the 3-digit mark and reached 131 points. The 18 points of physical strength added by the Silver Bone Ring increased Zhang Yi's health attribute to 720 points. After completing the equipment replacement, a skeleton warrior with low health, who had been injured by the Hell Dragon Flame and had not yet been killed by Zhang Yi, approached with a large iron sword. With a swish, the sword slashed at Zhang Yi's body, causing a slight injury. -71. Compared to before, the damage was reduced by more than half. Zhang Yi used a fireball to blast over. -438. Roar. The level 18 skeleton warrior was killed directly and turned into 120 experience points, which were absorbed by Zhang Yi. The next moment, several arrows flew over from all directions and hit Zhang Yi in unison, causing more than 90 points of damage. Compared with the previous 180 points of damage per arrow, the damage Zhang Yi suffered from the skeleton archer was now reduced by half. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate to use a few normal attacks to take out all the level 18 skeleton archers. Cool. This is the feeling Zhang Yi wants. No matter what operations or positioning, Zhang Yi only wants to say, I just want to stack attributes, and then stand and shoot. The 17 to 18 level Necromancer and Undead Slayer are about the same strength as the Skeleton Warrior and Skeleton Archer, so they are not a threat to Zhang Yi. Basically, he can kill 1 in 2 or 3 hits without any pressure. Therefore, Zhang Yi spent more than an hour to deal with 90 Necromancers and 90 Undead Killers, making the progress of the 4 items of Undead Salvation reach 100%. I can go out and submit the task now, and the time now is only 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yi completed the level 2, Reincarnation of the Undead, with a difficulty coefficient of 200 in just 2 hours, and his efficiency was beyond expectations. However, Zhang Yi did not want to submit the task and return to the city right now, because he had one most important task to complete in this visit to the city of the Undead, which was the energy crystal. IL needed a first-level energy crystal to continue to help Zhang Yi forge weapons, and Zhang Yi had been in the city of the Undead for 2 hours. He had obtained more than 40 divine bones and consciousness of the Undead each, but he didn't get a single crystal. Zhang Yi thought that energy crystals were difficult to obtain, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Since there are still 3 hours left, just keep grinding. Anyway, you must get a first-level energy crystal tonight. Otherwise, if you delay any longer, I am afraid that before the disaster that hits the safe zone tomorrow, Zhang Yi will not be able to get the top-grade weapon made by Il. Zhang Yi was still counting on using the weapons made by Il to fight the disaster, because he knew that the plus 25 silver bone ring alone was not enough. So Zhang Yi continued to kill the undead. I kept brushing from 9 o'clock to 11:30 at night, but not a single energy crystal appeared. However, during this period, Zhang Yi actually obtained 2 rare, undead set equipment. It was a pity that the ones dropped by ordinary monsters were all of 1-star quality, and they were not something Zhang Yi could use. One is the undead armor, which belongs to the warrior set, and the other is the undead necklace, which belongs to the assassin set. The undead suits of the 7 major professions have different set bonus effects. For example, the warrior suit increases the blood-sucking ability, and the assassin suit increases the movement speed. The undead set for mages and beastmasters can gain a bonus to casting speed, 2 pieces plus 5% casting speed, 3 pieces 10%. If you put together a 7-piece undead set for mages, you can get a huge boost in casting speed of up to 50%. It would be great if you had the chance to get a high-star mage undead suit. As for the energy crystal, Zhang Yi gave up, because if he didn't go out to submit the task of reincarnation of the undead would expire and fail. So, Zhang Yi came to the outskirts of the city of the dead and submitted the task to the undead merchant Alo, who was standing beside the city gate. Young adventurer, I didn't expect you to complete the mission so quickly. You are truly amazing. Please accept the reward you deserve. As AI Luo's voice fell, a pleasant system prompt sounded from Zhang Yi's ears. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission, Reincarnation of the Undead, Level 2 difficulty, and you have received plus 42,000 experience points, plus 60 silver coins, plus 15 Level 2 reinforcement stones, plus 60 human reputation, plus 1 equipment, magic hat, and plus 1 special reward, first level energy crystal. Intimacy with wild tourist, plus 8. Golden light falls. Ding, congratulations on your upgrade, your current level is 15. Hearing the system's announcement about the mission rewards, Zhang Yi almost vomited blood. After a whole night of hunting for skeletons and undead, nothing happened. However, the mission actually rewarded Zhang Yi with a first-level energy crystal. But it's a good thing after all, otherwise Zhang Yi would have planned to go back to the safe zone to rest and come back to grind tomorrow. As for the equipment rewards, it was a pity that he didn't get the undead suit, but the hat was exactly what Zhang Yi needed now, because until now, Zhang Yi's head was empty and he had never had any equipment in the hat position. I opened my backpack and took a look. The black wizard hat I had just been rewarded with was a level 15, 2-star 1. However, because the magic profession had low health, it only had a basic 130 health points and 6 stamina added to it. If it were a knight armor of the same level, it would have to have at least 250 basic health points added to it. So, Zhang Yi took out 25 level 2 strengthening stones from his bag, and with the blessing of God level strengthening, he got another level 25 enhanced God level equipment. Magic hat, plus 25. Quality, 2 stars. Level, 15. Health, plus 455, 325. Additional attribute, stamina plus 21, 15. Exclusive talent, life enhancement, increases the wearer's upper limit of health by 100 points. Occupational restrictions, magician, beastmaster. Description: this is a magical magic hat. As long as you put it on, you can become magical. Wearing this hat, Zhang Yi looked more calm. He opened the simplified status bar and took a look. A promise to the city, level 15, first turn beast tamer. Magic attack power, 340. Physical defense, 156. Magical defense, 135. Health, 1275. Energy, 590. Experience, 14270/45,000. Reputation, 2812. Special status, Dragon Bloodline LV1. Description: a beastmaster who has completed the first level and is just starting to improve. This energy and blood is simply invincible. Looking at the entire safe zone, it is estimated that there are very few people whose health limit exceeds 500, except for warriors and knights. As a beastmaster, Zhang Yi's total health has exceeded 4 digits. At this stage, even the level 15 knights with 3 stamina and 2 endurance points are only at Zhang Yi's level. Because their equipment cannot reach the level of level 15 2 stars, and the enhancement level cannot exceed level 15. Zhang Yi now has both the ability to output and the ability to defend. He is simply a combination of a mage and a tank. When Ear makes the weapon, Zhang Yi's strength will be further improved. Not to mention the safe zone number 886, Zhang Yi feels that he is invincible in the entire 8th zone. Looking at the time, it was 11:30. Although there was only half an hour, the task of soul salvation would be refreshed, and he could take on the task again to continue to kill skeletons and undead in the City of the Dead. However, Zhang Yi did not plan to stay up all night like he did last night, because from noon to now, nearly 12 hours had been consumed, and Zhang Yi's fatigue level had dropped to 30%. In addition, he was a little exhausted, so he needed to go back and rest. So, while there were still players outside rushing to the City of the Dead to level up overnight, Zhang Yi left the City of the Dead and headed towards Hope Town. On the way back to Hope Town, Zhang Yi casually opened the leaderboard and found that after a night of crazy grinding in the City of the Dead, his current level of 32%, had successfully squeezed into the top 10 of the 886 District Heavenly ranking, and was currently ranked 5th. It seems that it is actually very easy for Zhang Yi to get the first place, as long as he has this idea. However, Zhang Yi is not very keen on being number 1, because being number 1 on the Heavenly ranking does not bring him any benefits. The first place is still the Storm Angel at level 16 with 12%, but his level is almost caught up by the second place. It seems that his fatigue has reached the upper limit and he has gone to rest. Otherwise, with his leveling speed, it would be impossible for him to increase his level from level 15 with 70% to level 16 with 12% in one night. After closing the rankings, Zhang Yi casually opened the regional chat channel and took a look. He found that as time went on, the players became more and more aware that the current situation was probably not as simple as Tianyun Group having a bug in the logout settings of Apocalypse. Fire Dance Tornado, male, level 14 assassin, what's going on? Why hasn't the logout bug been fixed yet? It's been more than a day since the server was launched. Question, chat emoticon pack. Jun Bujian, male, level 15 archer. Don't you realize that this is not a bug? We are really trapped in the apocalypse world forever, and death here is real death. Minglei, male, level 15 knight. This is true. Several of my friends ran out of resurrection opportunities and died. They all disappeared. They are really dead. Fear. Kawaii, female, level 14 magician, crying, don't scare me, why is this happening? I want to log off, I want to go home, I want to eat the braised pork my mom made, crying. Call me Tiga, male, level 13 beast tamer. What the hell, if your mom hadn't entered the game last night, she would have been dead by now. Haven't you noticed? All the NPCs in this game are people who haven't entered the game in real life. I'm afraid this is no longer a game, but a doomsday disaster. Looking at these chat records, Zhang Yi didn't feel anything. However, he knew that soon, the people of King's World would begin to fully implement the plan to occupy Hope Town. So far, Zhang Yi has only delayed their plan but has not completely changed the course of history. Close the chat channel and continue on your way. Along the way, you can also see many players leveling up by killing biochemical monsters between levels 10 and 15 on the roadside. After starting to suspect that this was a real apocalyptic world, the players began to work hard to level up and improve their strength to ensure that they could survive in this world in the future. Just when Zhang Yi was passing a crossroads, he suddenly heard a sound of quarreling coming from the right side of the crossroads. What do you want? Get out of the way. Following the direction of the sound, I saw a large group of players forming a circle, surrounding several other players, and they all looked tense and aggressive. Zhang Yi saw through the situation at a glance. Most likely, the majority of players wanted to kill and rob. This kind of thing was nothing new to Zhang Yi, who had survived in the apocalypse world for 8 years in his previous life. Because in addition to killing monsters and completing tasks, killing other players is also a way to make huge profits. And the effect is even greater than the former. What surprised Zhang Yi was that the players from the outer circle who committed the crime all had IDs starting with the word king. They were actually the players who were the king of the world. Has the king of the world really begun to implement its plan to fully occupy Hope Town? Because Zhang Yi remembered that this was what King of the World did in his previous life, half a day earlier than this life. They started around noon, killing other individual players everywhere in the wild, plundering their resources, and strengthening themselves. At the same time, they made countless individual players afraid of King of the World and gradually dared not to resist them. Here, there were 4 players, 3 men and 1 woman, surrounded by 15 or 16 King of Glory players. They were a knight, an assassin, an archer, and a priest, all of them at the medium level of 14. The King of Glory players surrounding them have all reached level 14, and there is even one who is level 15. Level 15 Assassin, King of Killing God. Currently, those who can reach level 15 can at least be ranked in the top 100 of District 886. After all, Zhang Yi can be ranked 5th with 32% at level 15. The highest level King Killer God seems to be the leader of this group of King of Glory players. Playing with a blood-red dagger that looked very valuable, at least a 2-star item, the King of Killings looked frivolous as he looked up and down at the people in front of him and said, "Hand over all the valuables on you, equipment, money, and strengthening stones." As soon as he finished speaking, among the 4 young players who were surrounded, a knight wearing black armor and with the ID name, Guan Yunchang, stared at the group of King's World players around him with a sharp gaze and said, "If you want resources, can you just do quests and kill monsters yourself? What kind of skill is that to steal from others? You're wrong." The King of Killing smiled faintly. If you can snatch it from others, that's considered a real skill. After all, killing monsters and getting it is something everyone can do. After that, another assassin youth, Lu Xuanda, beside the knight youth, Guan Yunchang, said, "Aren't you afraid of ruining the reputation of your King's World by doing this? After all, you are a team of 1,000 people, but you actually bully civilian players and extort resources from them. What's the value of reputation in this apocalyptic world?" The King of Killing God didn't care. Staying alive is the most important thing, isn't it? This is no longer a game world. If you want to live, hand over all your resources. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you. If they hand over their equipment and resources, they will be dead. Among the 4 people, the archer Qing Feng, who looked the oldest, about 24 or 25 years old, said firmly, impossible, unless you step over our dead bodies. If you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. The King of Killing snorted coldly. Okay, then I'll kill you and get the equipment from you. Brothers, kill. Kill that woman as well, no need to show mercy. Following the order from the King Killer, more than a dozen players from the surrounding King world surrounded Qingfeng and his team. 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. How could 4 people beat more than a dozen people? So soon, Qingfeng and his team were defeated, and all 4 of them were crippled. How dare you, a bunch of rubbish, fight against us, the King of the world? You're courting death. The King of Killers, holding a dagger in his hand, approached the 4 people with low health. Qingfeng and the others were gritting their teeth, their hearts filled with fear, because only death was waiting for them. At this moment, a soldier next to the King Killer God hurriedly said to the King Killer God, "Boss, someone is coming over there." Looking back, I saw a wizard dressed in a very weird manner approaching this side from the other end of the street. Looking at the lone man approaching, wearing a wizard hat, holding a magic wand, and wearing armor, the King Killer frowned slightly. What the hell is this, a wizard wearing armor? Beside them, the level 14 warrior brother, King of God War, said worriedly, "Boss, that thing seems to have bad intentions. Maybe it's one of their teammates." The King Killer God looked back at Qingfeng and the others, then shifted his gaze to the mage approaching in front of him, and said nonchalantly, "So what? He is alone, he is just giving away another head." Zhang Yi hit his ID, leaving only a level 15 Beastmaster logo visible, holding a flaming staff, and approached slowly without making a sound. At this time, the 14th level warrior King Shinjan walked out from the formation and shouted at Zhang Yi, "What are you doing?" Zhang Yi didn't say anything but just continued to approach. Seeing that the other party actually disdained to pay attention to him, the King of Wars became angry. Isn't it just a higher level? Isn't a Beastmaster so arrogant? The King Killer God behind him calmly said to the King God War, "Can you handle it?" "What are you talking about?" Wangzhe Shinjan said, "Boss, do you really not trust me? If I can't even kill a Beastmaster wearing a novice's uniform, how can I stay in the world of kings as a professional player? Obviously, there is only one possibility for a mage to wear armor, and that is that the armor Zhang Yi is wearing now is novice equipment below level 10, because only novice equipment is not restricted to certain professions. As a level 15 Beastmaster, he is still wearing novice clothes of level 10. This shows how bad the data of this Beastmaster, who has low attribute growth, is. Therefore, the King of Gods did not take Zhang Yi, who was 1 level higher than him, seriously. He drew out a silver sword from his waist and pointed it at Zhang Yi. He smiled disdainfully and said, "If you don't summon the monsters, you won't even have the chance to fight them." After that, Zhang Yi spoke, saying lightly, "No need. Boy, you're dead." Zhang Yi's arrogant attitude completely angered the King of Gods. Holding a long sword, the King of Gods rushed towards Zhang Yi. At the same time, the players from the King Killer God and King of the World in the back looked at Zhang Yi with sympathy. In their opinion, as a Beastmaster with the lowest attribute growth among the 7 professions of Apocalypse and low skill damage, and still wearing a novice outfit below level 10, Zhang Yi would surely die if he was approached by a charge from the King of Gods. Even the 4 players who had been targeted by King of the World earlier looked at Zhang Yi with worry. But in their opinion, in addition to worry, there is more doubt. Guan Yu, a young knight who was only 21 or 22 years old, looked at Zhang Yi in front of him in confusion, and asked, "Who is he and why is he here to help us?" "I don't know him." The assassin Lu Xuanda was also confused. He turned to look at the archerman Qingfeng, who was a few years older than them, and said, "Brother Feng, do you know him?" "You two don't know each other, so how could I know him?" Qingfeng said thoughtfully, "From the looks of it, it seems that he has a grudge against the King's world, and he didn't come for us." After a pause, Qingfeng continued worriedly, "But, he came to King's world alone, isn't this courting death? What is he thinking?" "Yeah, and he's a Beastmaster," Guan Yun sighed. "I thought he was some big shot from some faction. I feel like he's going to be killed instantly." Ah she. 3 seconds of silence. "Rest in peace, my unknown good brother." Here, Zhang Yi stared quietly at the front, where the King of Gods was getting closer and closer to his attack range, and the staff in his hand was already beginning to accumulate magic. Finally, the King of War stepped into Zhang Yi's effective attack range of 50, and directly started a charge, rushing towards Zhang Yi with full confidence. Just when everyone in the back row thought that Zhang Yi would surely die if approached by the King of Gods, Zhang Yi waved his staff and a fireball was cast. Boom. The scorching fireball directly bombarded the King of Gods, who was still 40 meters away, and instantly brought a red damage number above his head that was extremely conspicuous in the dark night. -427. Except for King Xinjiang himself, the group of players from King of the World behind him, as well as Guan Yu and others, were all stunned. King Xinjiang was so excited at the moment that he didn't even notice how much damage the fireball cast by this rubbish beastmaster, whom he didn't take seriously, had caused to him. He was still rushing towards Zhang Yi. Then, the flame staff talent was triggered to burn. As the King of Gods continued to approach, a 115-point burning damage would pop up above his head every second. Zhang Yi did not continue to make up the blow, but just watched quietly as the King of Gods approached quickly. As a result, before he could run to Zhang Yi, the health bar above his head was emptied due to 345 points of burning damage accumulated over 3 seconds. The King of Gods ran over from afar and knelt down in front of Zhang Yi with a plop, just to perform such a great honor. Before he could react to what was happening, he turned into a beam of white light and appeared in front of Zhang Yi. With just one fireball, a level 14 warrior was killed. Because he had maliciously attacked Guan Yu and others before the King of Gods War, which resulted in his gray name, after killing the King of Gods War, the ID that was hidden above Zhang Yi's head did not turn red and was forced to be displayed. In the back, the rest of the players in King of Glory were all stunned. Seconds. What kind of damage is this? Guan Yu, Lu Xuanda, and others, who thought that Zhang Yi would be killed instantly, were all shocked. Oh my god, is this guy cheating? One fireball deals 400 damage. Besides being shocked, the players of King of Glory felt more angry. This guy killed the boss, brothers, kill him. Yes, the staff in his hand is definitely top grade, maybe a 3-star weapon, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to inflict such high damage. Everyone, come together and take out the staff in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi, who was playing against him, said casually, "Come on, all of you come together." Zhang Yi's arrogance made the players of King of Glory unable to bear it any longer. The next moment, more than a dozen people rushed towards Zhang Yi with weapons in hand. Zhang Yi stood still without any panic, raised his flaming staff slightly, locked his target on the opponent's first level 14 assassin, and released a lightning chain. Boom. Purple lightning fell from the sky, hitting the assassin and ricocheting off, hitting the other 2 warriors behind him at the same time. -628 critical hit. -291. -302. Wow. White light flashes. The level 14 fragile assassin charging in the front was instantly killed by a critical hit, and the 2 warriors behind him also lost 1/3 of their health. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yi launched 2 consecutive normal attacks, killing one of the warriors. Within 5 seconds of the start, he took out 2 opponents one after another. This scene shocked Guan Yu and others behind him. At this time, several mage archer players from the King's World also attacked from a distance. Fireballs, fire arrows, or ice arrows with slowing effects all fell on Zhang Yi. The opponent had 3 mages and 2 archers, and 5 attacks landed at the same time, continuously triggering the infinite dodge talent of man-eating bug combat boots, causing 2 misses to appear above Zhang Yi's head, plus 3 damages so low that they could be almost ignored. -45. -28. -39. Being attacked triggered the Guardian Armor's talent, Angel Guardian. The attacks of the 3 opponents added up to a total of 112 points of damage, and even the Angel Shield on Zhang Yi with a shield value of 128 points was not broken. Damn this kid, it's okay that his attack power is high, but why is his defense so high too? This is too abnormal. Doesn't this just prove that he has all the best equipment? Don't be afraid. There are so many of us fighting against him alone. Even if he has the best equipment, he can't be our opponent. Keep killing him. As they were talking, the melee players from King of Glory continued to approach Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi continued to stand where he was, waving his staff. Boom boom boom. One after another, normal attack magic balls were fired in coordination with the fireball spell that was fired every 5 seconds, causing extremely high damage to the group of King's World players in front of them. -289. -318. -714 critical hits. -446. -119 burning. -107 burning. -112 burning. Walalelo. White lights lit up one after another, and before the people from the King's World could get close, 1/3 of them had been killed by Zhang Yi. When the remaining people approached, they were all low on health. Relying on his own high health and strong defense, Zhang Yi was too lazy to move. He just stood there and let the warriors and knights of the King's World fight. He saved the time of moving and used it all for output. Every time he swung the staff, a white light would light up. The attacks from the players of King's World were like tickling to Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi had 156 points of defense plus the 25 points of damage reduction talent of Magician Pants. Even an assassin with armor-piercing attacks could not do more than 100 points of damage to Zhang Yi with one knife. The damage from the rest of the people was generally around 30 to 40 points, which was negligible for Zhang Yi, who had 1275 points of health. As a result, those who were still alive in the King's World fell into panic. This is a mage. A mage who is even more tanky than his knight. This is the first time I've seen one. How much health does he have? After fighting for so long, he only lost this little. He's still standing here and letting us beat him. He must be looking down on us. While everyone was talking. Boom. Another lightning chain came down, killing 3 low-health players in the surrounding King of Glory. In an instant, there was only one person left on the field, the level 14 priest King Nanny. Looking around, the King Dad found that his teammates had been wiped out. He was so scared that his legs were shaking. "You, who are you? Want to know? Okay, then I'll let you die knowing full well." Zhang Yi smiled faintly, then opened the settings and turned on ID display. When the 4 white characters, "A Promise to Love the City," appeared above Zhang Yi's head, not only the father-in-law, but also Guan Yu and Qing Feng behind him were stunned. Guan Yu, it turns out that he is the top boss of our 886th district. No wonder he is so awesome. He wiped out a team of more than 10 people in King of the World by himself. And he did it without even fighting in World of Warcraft. Lu Xuanda, oh my god, I actually had the chance to see the boss in person, and he saved my life. I feel like I'm so excited that I won't be able to sleep tonight. Boom. The last man in the World of Kings, the King's Nanny, opened his mouth, and before he could say anything, Zhang Yi blasted him with a fireball that dealt more than 400 points of damage, emptied the health bar above his head, and sent him back to the safe zone to be resurrected. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence, and Zhang Yi silently began to pick up the spoils scattered around. From beginning to end, he never even looked at Guan Yu and his men. Because Zhang Yi's original intention was not to save them, but only to come for the people of King of the World. In this life, as long as Zhang Yi meets someone from King of the World, he will not let them go. When Zhang Yi was cleaning up the spoils, the players he rescued by the way walked over cautiously. "Boss, thank you so much, boss." "You're welcome." Zhang Yi said this casually. Just as he finished picking up all his things and stood up, preparing to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a soft call in his ear, "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi was stunned. Turning around, "How do you know my name?" Halfway through his words, Zhang Yi stopped where he was, his eyes fixed on the pastor girl who had just called his name among the 4 people. At the same time, Guan Yu, Lu Xuanda, and Qing Feng, who seemed to have finally seen Zhang Yi's face at this time, all looked at Zhang Yi with expressions of disbelief. "It's really you, Zhang Yi." The ID was Guan Yunchang, and the night youth who was about the same age as Zhang Yi excitedly ran up to Zhang Yi, patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and said, "Zhang Yi da." Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi looked at Guan Yu expressionlessly for a long time before he revealed a gentle smile, "Long time no see. I didn't expect it to be you." Zhang Yi also didn't expect to meet these old friends whom he had not met in his previous life here. Guan Yu, Lu Xuanda, Qing Feng, Yero. No wonder these IDs are so familiar, and these people look so familiar. Maybe it's because it's been 3 years, no, it's been 11 years, and Zhang Yi's memory has gradually become blurred. But when he saw these people again, Zhang Yi's long-lost excitement and passion instantly surged into his heart. The people in front of Zhang Yi were none other than his classmates when he was in high school, and they were close friends who couldn't be closer. Many memories that were about to be forgotten reappeared in Zhang Yi's mind at this moment. When I was in high school, there was a legend called the Three Brothers of Peach Garden in class 305 of Linhai Middle School in Linhai City. It is said that the three of them are sworn brothers. They do everything together, skip classes together, fight together, eat together, play games together, sleep in the same dormitory, and share everything with each other except a girlfriend. Because at that time, only one of them was single, and they had sworn an oath when they swore brotherhood in Peach Garden, a friend's wife should not be cheated on. And Zhang Ida, one of the three brothers in Taoyuan, is Zhang Yi. There are two more, they are the two young players in front of Zhang Yi with the IDs Guan Yu and Lu Xuanda. Their real names are Guan Hao and Lu Xing, respectively. Thinking back to that time, Guan Hao and Lu Xing were really the best brothers in Zhang Yi's life. Zhang Yi even remembered that once he was beaten by a group of gangsters outside. In order to protect himself, Guan Hao took 2 stabs from the gangsters and stayed in the hospital for half a month. And Lu Xing, who once went to find the thug who stabbed him in the back to fight for Zhang Yi and Guan Hao, fought with him till his head was broken and bloody, and he was even put in jail. These two are really Zhang Yi's best friends. In his previous life, Zhang Yi never met Guan Hao and the others. Perhaps some unintentional action changed some subtle historical processes in this life, leading to Zhang Yi meeting these good brothers again. When Guan Hao and Lu Xing saw Zhang Yi, it was as if they had returned to 3 years ago. They stretched out their palms and put them together, shouting, "We don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but we ask to die on the same day." Seeing that Zhang Yi was unmoved, Guan Hao smiled awkwardly, then patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and said casually, "How come you suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth on the day of graduation 3 years ago? It made Lu Xing and I have a hard time looking for you." Zhang Yi was about to say something when his gaze inadvertently turned to the other two people next to him, the archer with the ID, Qing Feng, and the priest, Yarrow. Zhang Yi knew that they were siblings, Han Feng and Han Yarrow. The pastor's sister, Yarrow, has a stunning beauty. When she was in high school, she was the recognized school beauty of Linhai Middle School. Until now, she seems to be getting more and more beautiful. And since Yarrow was the first to recognize Zhang Yi and called him, she never spoke again. She just looked at Zhang Yi quietly with eyes as clear as water from beginning to end. After staring at Yarrow for a second, Zhang Yi withdrew his gaze as if to avoid it, and then said to Guan Hao and Lu Xing, "I still have a task to submit, so I'll leave first." "Hey Zhang Yi." Seeing that Zhang Yi really turned around and left, Guan Hao and Lu Xing quickly ran to Zhang Yi and stopped him. "What's going on with you? It's okay that you suddenly disappeared 3 years ago, but why are you doing this now? Don't you consider us brothers?" During the conversation, Guan Hao asked, "What happened 3 years ago? Why did you disappear without saying a word?" Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. "Let's not talk about the past anymore." "Okay, let's not talk about the past." Lu Xing said, "It's not easy for the three of us to meet again. Are you thinking of just leaving like this?" Zhang Yi acted very indifferent. "I really have a task that I need to submit right away." "Okay, we're all from the same district, and we're going back too, so let's go together." As Guan Hao finished speaking, Zhang Yi said, "No need, let's go our separate ways." After saying that, Zhang Yi no longer paid attention to Guan Hao and the others, and left alone. Guan Hao watched Zhang Yi leave like this, and wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Lu Xing. "Forget it, Haozi. Maybe 3 years have passed, and things have changed. He no longer regards us as the brothers we used to be." Guan Hao couldn't believe it. "Impossible." "How is it impossible?" Lu Xing said, "Didn't you see his strength just now? He is Inua Qingqing, the great player in District 886 who makes everyone in the King's world tremble with fear. Just now, we saw him destroy an entire team of the King's world by himself, right? He and I are not at the same level at all. We are destined to never be good friends like before." At this time, the pastor's sister Yura squatted on the ground and cried. Here, Zhang Yi, who parted ways with Guan Hao and the others and continued to rush to Hope Town, was in a state of confusion because he met several of the most important people in his life before the apocalypse world opened in his previous life. In fact, he also wanted to reform the Three Brothers of Peach Garden group with Guan Hao and Lu Xing like they did 3 years ago, but Zhang Yi in this life was afraid. He was afraid of betrayal, especially betrayal by his best brother. In the previous life, it was not just Mu Chen and Lin Ruo. Among the friends Zhang Yi knew before that, at least 3 out of 10 would betray Zhang Yi for some reason, either for a top-quality equipment, for money, for a skill book, or for something else that could make a player stronger. In the face of interests, friendship is worthless. For Zhang Yi, Muken, and Lin Ruo's betrayal was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Therefore, in this life, Zhang Yi dared not to be sincere to anyone anymore, so he did not dare to recognize Guan Hao and the others just now. He was afraid that later, even Guan Hao and Lu Xing would betray him. Of course, in addition to these, another reason why Zhang Yi was so resolute just now was because of the pastor girl, Yuro. This girl brought back countless memories for Zhang Yi. Forget it, it's been so long. Some things shouldn't be remembered. So, Zhang Yi tried hard to calm himself down and return to the town of Hope. It was already past midnight, and there were still many players coming and going in the Hope town, many of whom were anxiously trying to log out repeatedly. Zhang Yi went straight to the blacksmith shop and found NPC Yi who was still forging equipment late at night. He gave him the first-level energy crystal. Perhaps he anticipated that a disaster would befall Hope Town tomorrow, so Yi was busy forging equipment for the town's guards all night. After receiving the energy crystal that Zhang Yi submitted, Yi nodded with satisfaction. "Young adventurer, you really didn't disappoint me. You actually found an energy crystal." Zhang Yi placed his hopes on Yi. "Master Yi, now it all depends on you." Il nodded. "Don't worry, with this energy crystal, I will definitely make a handy top-grade weapon for you." After a pause, Yi continued, "Come and get it around noon. It should be almost ready by then." "At noon, that's good. We can get this weapon before the disaster strikes Hope Town, and we can use this weapon to fight the disaster." To be precise, it was a disaster for other players in Hope Town, but for Zhang Yi, it was a blessing from heaven. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi felt a little inexplicably excited. At this time, Yi asked Zhang Yi, "By the way, how are you collecting the divine bones and the consciousness of the dead that I asked you to collect?" Zhang Yi looked at the less than 100 divine bones and undead consciousnesses he had collected in his bag after a night of hard work last night, and said awkwardly, "Well, I will definitely be able to collect them all for you within a week. Okay, when you bring me what I need, I will give you a generous reward." After saying goodbye to Yi, Zhang Yi, who was a little tired and whose fatigue level had dropped to over 20, checked into a 5-star room in a hotel in Hope Town and took a rest. The next morning, Zhang Yi got up at 5 o'clock. Other players were working hard all night, so Zhang Yi couldn't be lazy. After replenishing a large amount of potions at the pharmacy in the town, Zhang Yi left the town of Hope and returned to the city of the dead again. The drop rate of divine bones and consciousness of the undead is roughly 1/5. At last night's speed, it would not be easy to collect 1,000 copies of divine bones and consciousness of the undead. It seemed that Zhang Yi would have to spend the next week in the city of the undead. While other players were only willing to accept level 1 and 2 missions, Zhang Yi directly received a level 3, Undead Salvation, mission with a difficulty coefficient of 300 points from the Undead Merchant Alo, stationed outside the city. To achieve level 3 Undead Salvation, you need to hunt down 150 level 19 to 20 skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, necromancers, and undead slayers. At this stage, ordinary players basically do not have the ability to fight against level 19 monsters, so when Zhang Yi stepped into the city of the undead, passed the first 2 low-level areas and came to the level 19 to 20 area, he looked around and could not see a single player around. So Zhang Yi took out his fire staff and started killing. With 340 attack power and more than 1,200 health points, Zhang Yi's strength is more than enough to deal with level 19 to 20 skeletons and undead. Therefore, Zhang Yi worked for 2 more hours to complete the task, from around 5 in the morning to around 11 in the afternoon. After raising his level to 80% of level 16, he decided to stop because time was running out. Because after 12 o'clock, he has another important thing to do, which is about the inevitable disaster that is about to happen in all major safe zones. The city of the dead can be divided into 3 levels, level 15 to 20 is the first level, level 21 to 25 is the second level, and level 26 to 30 is the third level. If players want to enter the next level, they must complete a challenge on the previous level. That challenge is to kill 1,000 of each of 2 types of skeleton monsters and 2 types of undead monsters. Although Zhang Yi has cleared the first floor, even the highest level 20 level skeletons and undead on the first floor cannot satisfy Zhang Yi. However, according to the automatic statistics of the system, Zhang Yi has only killed 400 skeleton monsters and 400 undead monsters each so far. If he wants to complete the challenge of the first floor and enter the second floor, he needs to kill a total of 1,200 skeletons and 1,200 undead monsters before he can enter the second floor. As it turns out, the City of the Dead is indeed a treasure city. In just one morning, Zhang Yi harvested 4 one-star treasure chests. The explosion rate of equipment and strengthening stones is also twice as high as other wild maps. Zhang Yi had collected 10 pieces of equipment from the City of the Dead in the morning, and 3 of them were undead set equipment. 2 of them were from treasure chests. It's a pity that the undead suits dropped on the first floor of the City of the Dead are basically all 1 star. Even though among these 3 undead equipment there is a pair of mage undead boots that Zhang Yi can use, Zhang Yi doesn't like it, because his goal is to get a set of mage 2-star undead suit in the City of the Dead. As for those 1-star ones that you get, see if you can collect a few complete sets, and then put them up for auction. The value of a set is extraordinary. If you can really get a set, even if it's 1 star, becoming rich overnight is not a dream. Therefore, even though the pair of undead boots is better than the man-eating worm boots on Zhang Yi does not plan to use them, because once the equipment is enhanced by God-level enhancement, it will be directly bound. There was no one there when he arrived in the morning, and until Zhang Yi was ready to retreat at noon, there were only a handful of players spawning monsters in the level 19 to 20 areas of the City of the Undead. Moreover, they had a hard time dealing with the level 19 to 20 skeletons and undead in groups of 3 or 5. These high-level skeleton undeads, which Zhang Yi can easily kill with a few normal attacks, are now terribly powerful in the eyes of other players. When passing through the 17 to 18 and 15 to 16 level areas, you can see that there are already countless player teams there, spawning low-level skeletons and undead. The entire map is almost saturated. This shows that the treasure city of the capital of the dead is still quite popular among players. At this time, whoever can first collect a complete set of undead suits will be the boss. After withdrawing from the City of the Dead, Zhang Yi submitted the task to AI Luo. Next, several exciting system notification sounds came one after another. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission, Reincarnation of the Undead, level 3 difficulty, and you have received plus 70,000 experience points, plus 1 gold coin, plus 15 level 2 reinforcement stones, and plus 72 human reputation. You have received plus 1 special reward, First Order Energy Crystal, plus 1 equipment, Undead Robe, and plus 10 intimacy with Wild Traveler. Ding, congratulations on your upgrade. Your current level is 17. The next upgrade requires 86,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on raising your intimacy level with the Wild Traveler to level 1, and obtaining the privilege, plus 5% of the task rewards granted by the Wild Traveler. After opening the leaderboard, Zhang Yi found that with a level of 17 and 55%, he had already ranked first on the 886th Safe Zone Sky list, leaving the second-place Storm Angel behind by a full 40 percentage points of experience. Facts have proved that it is indeed easy for Zhang Yi to reach the top of the heavenly ranking, as long as he is willing. Because when other players were still teaming up to share the experience of level 15 or 16 monsters, Zhang Yi was already single-handedly killing level 18 or 19 monsters and getting all the benefits. His monster killing speed was several times faster than that of ordinary players. With this gap, it was easy for him to create a huge level gap with ordinary players. Zhang Yi, who regained the top spot, once again attracted heated discussions among players in District 886. Light Wind and Flying Snow, female, level 15 magician, everyone, look. Inua Qingqing has once again topped the 886 district level list. Lude. Shengxianju, male, level 16 archer, big brother is awesome. When I checked this morning, he was still in 5th place, and his level was only a little over level 15. He actually leveled up twice in just one morning. This leveling speed is too fast. Can you help me level up, poor guy? At the same time, on a certain outdoor map, King of Glory, who was killing a level 18 mutant black bear with his teammates, looked at the message in the regional chat channel and angrily gnashed his teeth and said, Inuwa Chinching, if you hadn't killed me twice before, would you have been the first on the heavenly ranking? Thinking back to the brothers in the team last night, how they were wiped out by Inuwa Chinching in the wild, King of Glory became even more angry. Inuwa Chinching, I swear, I will make you disappear from this world. At this time, a magician next to King of Glory said, Captain, everyone is now brushing the treasure city of the dead. Should we also move our position to the city of the dead? I heard that the drop rate of skeletons and undead monsters there is very high, and there is a chance to drop said equipment. No need. King of Glory seemed to have already had his plan. Besides the high drop rate, don't you know that the monsters in the city of the dead are much stronger than the same level monsters in the wild? Why should we risk going in to swipe them? As soon as King of Glory finished speaking, the younger brother beside him said thoughtfully, Captain, what do you mean? King of Glory chuckled and said, wait for them to farm for another 2 or 3 days, and when they have almost all the suits, our whole team will charge into the city of the undead and snatch them directly from them. Those who don't obey will be killed. Wouldn't it be much easier to make a suit this way? At the gate of the city of the dead. After hearing the system prompt that he had obtained a set of undead equipment, Zhang Yi could not wait to open his backpack and took out a black magic robe from it. Undead robe, one of the mage undead set. Quality, 2 stars. Level, 17. Health, 150. Additional attribute, intelligence +7. Occupational restrictions, magician, beastmaster. Description, undead equipment infused with the power of the undead is much stronger than ordinary equipment. Mage undead set bonus, 2-piece set / casting speed +5%, 3-piece set / casting speed +10%, 4-piece set 20%, 5-piece set 30%, 6-piece set 40%, 7-piece set 50%. Wow, from last night till now, I finally got a 2-star mage undead equipment. And it also adds 7 points of intelligence. For Zhang Yi, who pursues output to the extreme, he is so happy. Relying on his own god-level enhancement, Zhang Yi took out 25 level 2 enhancement stones from his bag without hesitation, and enhanced the undead robe to the top level in the blink of an eye. +25 undead robe, HP +525, intelligence +25. Unlock the exclusive talent, Undead Bodyguard. The wearer will gain an undead shield with a shield value of 10% of the maximum HP every 10 seconds, and the shield will automatically refresh every 10 seconds. Undead protection cannot be said to be similar to the Angel Protection talent of Guardian Armor, but it is exactly the same and is a good defensive talent. Therefore, Zhang Yi, who had just reached level 17, immediately equipped himself with the robe of the undead. Only then did he remember that the 20 free attribute points accumulated from level 13 to level 17 had not been touched. Zhang Yi directly added all 20 points to intelligence. Since we are pursuing output, then we should pursue the ultimate. Adding the 25 points added by the undead robe, the accumulated 45 points of intelligence give Zhang Yi a 63-point attack power bonus. For the +25 Guardian Armor, the +25 undead robe adds 105 more health. Because armor equipment generally has a lot of additional health points. At the same level, the basic health points of armor can be twice that of a mage's clothes. It's a pity that the +25 Guardian Armor cannot be traded because it is bound, so it can only be taken back and disassembled, and 12 level 2 reinforcement stones can be returned. Zhang Yi got an energy crystal after spending the whole morning in the city of the undead. With the mission rewards, he now has 2. However, he still has a long way to go to reach the target of 10 required for the mission. After submitting the task, Zhang Yi left the city of the dead. After a half-hour journey, when we returned to Hope Town, it was already 11:30 a.m. There are still 30 minutes left, don't rush, eat first. The steak I had last night tasted pretty good, but it was a bit too greasy. I plan to change the taste today. So, Zhang Yi changed to a greasy one. In the restaurant, he spent 1 gold coin to order a pot of grilled bullfrog, and drank it with a bottle of red wine, which had increased in price to 60 silver coins as his level increased. He sat at a table and ate and drank it alone, making the players around him, who were only spending a few silver coins on a bowl of fried rice and fried noodles, drool. A soldier who was eating egg-fried rice said, "This guy is so rich. The money he spends on a meal is more than what I earn from doing quests and killing monsters in the wild in a day." A wizard girl who was chewing a dry white steamed bun said, "That roasted bullfrog looks delicious. I want to eat it too." After having a good meal and a few drinks, Zhang-Yi arrived at the police station of Hope Town at 11:55 based on his memory. This is where the NPC guards of Hope Town live. There is a level 20 NPC guard wearing armor and holding a spear guarding the door. Zhang-Yi's target is this NPC guard, Mog. At this moment, Mog is just an ordinary NPC with no question mark above his head, and the task cannot be triggered. Zhang-Yi was not in a hurry either. He just waited at the door of the security office, staring at the NPC guard Mog from beginning to end, making Mog feel his scalp tingling. At exactly 12 o'clock, a notice suddenly fell from the air. Notice, ding attention all players in all regions of Apocalypse World. Darkness is coming. God of Death, Golden Skeleton King, will invade all major safe zones in 6 hours. Please be prepared to defend your homeland. Server-wide announcement, ding attention all players in the Apocalypse World, darkness is coming, God of Death, Golden Skeleton King, will invade all major safe zones in 6 hours, please be prepared to defend your homeland. Server-wide announcement, ding. Server-wide announcement, ding the cross-region chat channel function has been enabled. Players can publish cross-region messages by spending a certain amount of money. Only for safe zones within the same region. As the system continuously refreshed the server-wide announcement 3 times, the chat channels in the safe zones of all the major servers in the Apocalypse World instantly exploded. At the same time, the cross-zone chat channel that had just been opened was immediately flooded with countless players. The 8th District Inter-District Chat Channel. Phuket Island, District 991, Male, Level 15 Magician, God of Death. What the hell? What the hell is the Golden Skeleton King? Question. First Master, District 538, Male, Level 16 Assassin, haven't you seen the official announcement of Apocalypse before? It has been said that on the 3rd day of the server opening, all novice villages in all districts and servers will have a mandatory boss battle. Today is the 3rd day, and the boss battle is about to begin. Excited. Lord Grimm, District 69, Male, Level 16 Priest, it is said that the first safe zone to defeat the boss will give all players in the zone a generous reward. Diao Xiaochan, Zone 777, Female, Level 14 Archer, I didn't really read this announcement. Can any expert tell me if all safe zones will be attacked by the boss? Or will multiple safe zones fight against the same boss together? Lu Xiaobu, Area 777, Male, Level 16 Warrior, don't be afraid, honey. I will protect you. Glory of the King, District 886, Male, Level 15 Archer, you rubbish from other districts, the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King must be from District 886, give up the resistance. Cool. Peerless Beauty, Zone 1, Male, Level 17 Warrior, be careful or you will be wiped out by the boss. It is said that the punishment for the boss breaking through the safe zone is that everyone in the safe zone will die. Zhang-Yi took a look and found that the current cost of a cross-zone message was 10 silver coins. These idle people with nothing to do must be really rich. After all, 5 messages can buy a steak. There are even couples chatting in cross-zone channels. It's really amazing. Just as the system announcement came out, a yellow question mark suddenly appeared above the head of the NPC guard, Mog, at the entrance of the security hall. Refreshed. Zhang-Yi immediately walked towards Moj with a hint of excitement. Zhang-Yi, who has been reborn, has the ability to predict the future. On the 3rd day of the server opening, all safe zones will be invaded by the Golden Skeleton King, a level 20, 1-star boss from the City of the Dead, at 6 p.m. At that time, players from each safe zone will need to join forces to fight against the boss. When the boss dies, all players in the safe zone will receive rewards, and the first person to kill the boss will receive an incomparable reward. In addition, he knew that on the day when the boss battle started, at the same time when the announcement was released to the entire server, a special task would be refreshed in each safe zone. If a player in any safe zone completed that task, the boss would invade the safe zone where the player who completed the task was located in advance. In addition, completing that mission will weaken the Golden Skeleton King. In this way, players in that safe zone can fight against the boss in advance, and have a higher chance of getting the first kill of the boss than players in other safe zones. The special mission that allows the boss Golden Skeleton King to invade the safe zone ahead of time is right in front of Zhang Yi at this moment. This task is unique in each safe zone, and the trigger time is only half an hour, that is, from 12 o'clock to 12:30. If no one claims the task after this time, the task will disappear. In the previous life, a player in a safe zone discovered this quest. After completing it, the boss invaded their safe zone ahead of time. Then, they failed to stop the boss's invasion, and the entire zone was wiped out by the boss. Zhang Yi had to get the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King, because he vaguely remembered that the person who got the first kill of the Skeleton King in the previous life received a huge reward of 10,000 reputation from the system. Of course, there were other generous rewards. No matter how strong Zhang Yi is personally, he cannot push the entire safe zone. What is about to come is a team battle that requires all players in the entire safe zone to work together. Therefore, it is necessary to let the boss invade Hope Town in advance so that Zhang Yi can have a chance to get the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King. So, Zhang Yi came to the NPC guard Mog and triggered a conversation. "Dear guard, you look so sad, what's wrong?" "Ah." Mog sighed, his face full of worry. "Disaster is approaching Hope Town. Who can stop the Golden Skeleton King? We hope that everyone in the town can unite as one. We can do it." Mog shook his head and continued, "Unless we can do something in advance before the Golden Skeleton King invades Hope Town." At this time, Zhang Yi asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" The Golden Skeleton King's lair is the city of the undead. "Young man, if you can go to the city of the undead and kill some skeletons and undead there, you may be able to weaken the Golden Skeleton King's combat power." As Mog's voice fell, a system prompt sounded into Zhang Yi's ears. "Ding, do you want to accept the mission, hunting skeletons? Your reputation exceeds 500 points, meeting the requirements for accepting the mission." That's what reputation does. In the world of Apocalypse, many high-level and even hidden missions require players to reach a certain reputation before they can receive them. In the previous life, many players were faced with the situation of finding hidden missions with great difficulty, but being unable to receive them due to insufficient reputation, leaving them in tears. In addition, the system will open a reputation mall in the later stage, where you can exchange reputation for various top-quality equipment and props. So, Zhang Yi chose to receive it without hesitation, but the next prompt from the system made him look confused. "Ding, the system detects that your team has less than 5 people, so you cannot receive the mission." This mission is actually a team mission. This was somewhat beyond Zhang Yi's expectations, because to be honest, Zhang Yi didn't want to team up with anyone unless he had no choice. Since this task must be undertaken by a team, there is nothing we can do. With no other options, Zhang Yi opened the regional chat interface, edited a message, and sent it out. "Inua Qingqing, male, level 17 beast tamer, are there any teams that want to play in the city of the undead? 4 of you, I'll lead you, you just lie down." The players might be busy completing quests and leveling up at this moment, and the originally quiet regional chat channel suddenly exploded with a sudden message from Zhang Yi. "Bad omen, male, level 16 assassin, wow, this is the first time I see Inua Qingqing talking in the area. Hurry up and hold your thighs tight. Sex. I want to become the Heaven, male, level 15 warrior. The top player on the heavenly ranking in District 886 is leading a team to clear the city of the undead. Wow, I want to join the team, Mouse loves cat, female, level 15 priest, brother Qingqing, please take me with you. I have plenty of milk. I can give you milk anytime. Cute. Dozens of messages flashed out from the chat channel at once. Zhang Yi felt slightly relieved. It seemed that deliberately making such a big fuss in the past few days, not hiding the ID in the 2 announcements, openly confronting the king of the world, and making a name for himself in District 886 did have some use. So, just as Zhang Yi was about to randomly select a few teammates who were lying dead from the players in the regional chat channel to speak, suddenly an ID that was a bit annoying appeared in the regional chat channel. "Glory of the King, male, level 15 archer, everyone in District 886, listen to me. Anyone who dares to team up with Inua Qingqing will be an enemy of our king of the world. From now on, don't even think about staying in District 886. Glory of the King, I mean what I say. If I find out who of you is close to Inua Chincheng, I will make sure he doesn't live to see tomorrow. King of Glory posted 7 or 8 messages of threats and intimidation in a row, scaring the players so much that they dared not show their heads. And those players who had just sent private messages to Zhang Yi to apply for a team also withdrew their messages one after another. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Are you also afraid of the king of the world? But think about it, because Zhang Yi in this life is going smoothly, he is not afraid of the king of the world. But in the previous life, Zhang Yi was also scared when he saw the people of the king of the world, and he stayed away from them, and dared not to go against them. After a pause, Zhang Yi continued in the chat channel, don't worry, join the team, I will protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, King of Glory came again, what the hell? You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to protect others. Inua Chincheng, I tell you, the next time I see you, it will be the day you die. At this time, Zhang Yi was too lazy to talk with King of Glory. The most important task at the moment was to form a team quickly, because if he didn't form a team to receive the task after 12:30, the task would disappear. So, Zhang Yi simply ignored King of Glory and continued to send team formation messages in the chat channel. What he didn't expect was that no one dared to contact him for a long time. It would be fine if it were just amateur players. Zhang Yi thought that if the people from the Storm family saw the news about his team formation, they would definitely come to help him. However, the people from the Storm family did not make any movement and did not show up. A little disappointed. At this moment, with a ding-dong sound, Zhang Yi received a message from a friend. Ding player, Yero, female, level 15 priest, applies to add you as a friend. This ID gave Zhang Yi a shock. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yi agreed to the other party's friend request. Ding dong, you received a new friend message. Yero, where are you? Without waiting for Zhang Yi to reply, Yero sent another message. I just saw you talking in the regional channel, so, you would rather call people in the region than team up with us. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, then checked the time. It was already 12:10, so he replied to Yero, I'm in the safe zone, at the blacksmith shop. Yero replied to Zhang Yi's message almost immediately, okay, wait a moment, we are also in the safe zone and will be there soon. Zhang Yi did not reply to Yero's message because he did not know how he should face this girl. Friend or ex-girlfriend? Zhang Yi's memory was pulled back to 3 years ago. Or for Zhang Yi, who was reborn, it was 11 years ago. At that time, Han Yero, the recognized #1 campus beauty at Linhai Middle School, was in a relationship with Zhang Yi. They were each other's first love, and they were a perfect match. Although he often skipped classes to play games online with Guanhao and Lu Xing, Zhang Yi's academic performance has always been among the best in the grade. Although Han Yuru's academic performance was average, she had a beautiful appearance and temperament, and her family background was also very good. Her father was the CEO of a listed company, and the family assets amounted to over 100 million yuan. For Zhang Yi, the time in high school and the company of Hao Liuxing, Han Yuru, and others are truly unforgettable. But later, because of something, Zhang Yi had to leave Han Yuru, his first love, with whom he had sworn to be together for the rest of his life. Also because of this incident, he left Guanhao, Lu Xing, and the others without saying goodbye. Why? Zhang Yi sighed. It was fate and there was no way to escape it. Although Zhang Yi had already made it very clear when they met before. Obviously, Han Yuru wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Zhang Yi's announcement of team formation to get close to Zhang Yi again. And Zhang Yi had no way to refuse her, because without Han Yuru and the others' help in forming a team, Zhang Yi would not be able to carry out the mission of hunting skeletons. This was a big event involving the huge reward for being the first to kill the boss in the apocalypse world. So, Zhang Yi closed the chat interface and went to the blacksmith shop in the town. Because IL had said before that the staff could be forged around noon, so now it was time to go to IL to get the equipment. It took such a long time to complete 10 consecutive tasks, and I went to great lengths to find a first-level energy crystal to finally forge this weapon. At least it should be of 2-star quality. If the final result is a 1-star staff, Zhang Yi swore that he would send Ear back to the Doomsday Factory. Zhang Yi found Yil, who was still busy forging equipment, and triggered a conversation. "Young man, you're here. When Yi saw Zhang Yi, he immediately stopped what he was doing, looked at Zhang Yi with a smile, and said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time, and you are finally here." Zhang Yi was delighted. "So, Master Yi has already made the equipment for me. It has already been completed, but I don't know if it suits your taste." As he said that, Illinois returned to the shop, and after a while, he came out holding a silver staff. Taking the silver staff from Yi, Zhang Yi's first reaction when he saw the staff's data was shock. Flowing light staff, level 18, 3-star quality. Zhang Yi did not have too much extravagant hope, because he knew that although the first-level energy crystal was precious, it could only forge 2-star equipment at most, and there was only a very small probability of forging a 3-star quality one. So Zhang Yi always thought that if Yi could forge him a higher-level 2-star staff, he would be satisfied. Unexpectedly, what I got in the end was a 3-star quality staff. Flowing light staff. Quality, 3 stars. Level, 18. Magical attack power, plus 85. Additional attribute, intelligence plus 10. Additional attribute, agility plus 10. Durability, 15/15. 3-star quality and above equipment will increase the durability attribute. The durability will be depleted by 1 point per hour in combat. When the durability drops to 0 points, the equipment will be damaged and cannot be used. You can spend a certain amount of money in the blacksmith shop to restore the durability. Occupational restrictions, magician, beastmaster. Description: this is the work of the great forger Iyer who put all his efforts into it. The person who equips it will become the strongest magician in the world of Apocalypse. A 3-star staff with dual attributes, an unexpected reward. You know, at this stage, looking at the entire server, 2-star equipment is still very rare. It is a luxury for many people to even own 2 or more 2-star equipment, but Zhang Yi has already obtained a 3-star weapon. Invincible. Although Zhang Yi is not able to use this staff at his current level, this does not affect his decision to strengthen the staff first. Level 2 enhancement stones are no longer sufficient to enhance 3-star equipment. So Zhang Yi started synthesizing strengthening stones in the blacksmith shop. Every 2 level 2 strengthening stones can be synthesized into 1 level 3 one, and the cost of a single synthesis is as high as 50 copper coins. Zhang Yi did not hesitate and took out 100 of the 150 level 2 strengthening stones in his bag. He spent 25 silver coins to synthesize 50 level 3 ones. 25 of them were placed in the bag in preparation for the next 3-star equipment, so as to avoid having to come to the blacksmith shop to synthesize them all the time. The remaining 25 were all spent on the streamer staff. With the assistance of the god level enhancement, the streamer staff was immediately enhanced to the top level, plus 25. In addition to the attack power increasing from 85 points to 298 points, the dual attributes of intelligence and agility also increased to 35 points. What excited Zhang Yi the most was the unique talent it unlocked, multiple attacks. Multi-attack: when the wearer launches a normal attack, he can simultaneously lock onto 2 targets within the effective attack range, causing 60% attack damage to each target. Multi-attack can be turned on, off manually. When multi-attack is turned off, the wearer's normal attack causes 110% damage to a single enemy. The higher the star rating of the equipment, the rarer the talent that is unlocked after it is enhanced to the maximum level. For Zhang Yi, this talent is like a god's help. It can be imagined that after reaching level 18 and replacing this 3-star staff, Zhang Yi's damage will be enough to kill even a knight in a few hits. This staff is also the magic weapon that Zhang Yi plans to use to deal with the Golden Skeleton King boss tonight. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must reach level 18 before 6 o'clock in the evening. He put the flowing light staff into his backpack. At this moment, a shout came from behind him, "Zhang Yi." Turning around, I found that Guan Hao, Lu Xing, Han Feng, and Han Yuru had already arrived. The 4 of them are only level 15, and their equipment is also uneven. Their strength is already at a low level. No wonder they were so bad at playing games in high school, always dragging Zhang Yi down, and there has been no improvement until now. "I'm here." Zhang Yi greeted lightly, looking like a stranger. Knight Guan Hao walked up to Zhang Yi and said, "Tell me the truth, kid. Do you think we are too low-level and weak, so you have completely forgotten our friendship and are pretending not to know us?" As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin Lu Xing behind him also said, "Yes, otherwise why don't you find someone to team up with in the regional channel instead of teaming up with us?" Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, then said, "Didn't you see the news about King of Glory?" Guan Hao, "I see." Lu Xing, "So what? Do you want to applaud him?" Zhang Yi said, "I saw it. You still dare to team up with me? Aren't you afraid of being retaliated by the king's world afterwards? Who have we, the three brothers of Tao Yuan, ever been afraid of?" At this time, Zhang Yi continued indifferently, "Okay, then consider it as me paying you. Don't worry, I won't let you down. When you help me complete the task, I will give you 5 gold each." 5 gold coins. Haha, you are really generous. Guan Hao suddenly pushed Zhang Yi hard and shouted angrily, "What's wrong with you, kid? You have to force me to beat you up and wake you up, right?" As they were talking, the archer Qing Feng behind them also said, "Zhang Yi, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell us directly. We will definitely not stand idly by and watch you. Even if we have to fight against the king of the world together with you, we will not back down." Han Yuru bit her lips lightly, staring at Zhang Yi with starry eyes, without saying a word, but her eyes were filled with nostalgia and sadness. She didn't know why Zhang Yi abandoned her 3 years ago, and until now, it was as if he had never known her. Zhang Yi didn't seem to want to explain too much. "If you don't want to help, I won't force you." After saying that, Zhang Yi left first and rushed towards the security department. Guan Hao and the others were so angry that they gritted their teeth, but they could only follow silently. Because they can't let go of their brother Zhang Yi. Even though Zhang Yi no longer considered them brothers. After arriving at the security hall, we found that the NPC guard Mog was surrounded by players. Apparently, they all discovered this mission. But fortunately, none of them has met the requirements to receive the mission. After all, in the early stage, not everyone has 500 reputation points. Dozens of points are obtained by completing tasks each time. At this stage, the average player's reputation is only 200 or 300 at most. While the question mark was still over Mo's head, Zhang Yi immediately created a team and pulled Guan Hao and the others in, making up a team of 5. Then, Zhang Yi came to Mog again, triggering a conversation, and this time he successfully received the task. "Ding Yu and your teammates, Guan Yunchang, Lu Xuanda, Qing Feng, and Yuro, have received the mission, Hunting Skeletons. You can view the mission details on the mission interface. As long as the captain's reputation meets the requirements, the team members can be any they want." After receiving the task, the yellow page above Mog's head immediately turned gray. Because this task is unique, once it is claimed by the first player, subsequent players cannot claim it anymore. The other players around who were not eligible to receive this task all looked at Zhang Yi and his team with surprise and admiration. Zhang Yi casually opened the task interface and took a look. Hunting Skeletons, Normal Mission. Difficulty Level, 220. Description: Darkness is about to cover Hope Town. The God of Death, Golden Skeleton King, will prepare to invade Hope Town at 6 o'clock tonight. Players are requested to go to its lair, the City of the Dead, and weaken the combat power of Golden Skeleton King by hunting the marked skeletons in the City of the Dead. Note: at the same time, your attack will also cause Golden Skeleton King to invade Hope Town ahead of schedule. The specific time depends on the progress of the task completion. Mission progress, 0/infinite, no upper limit. The more marked skeletons killed within the specified time, the greater the weakening of the Golden Skeleton King. Mission rewards, depends on mission completion. Remaining time, the task deadline is 4 p.m. today. I finally successfully received this task. The individual and regional first kill rewards for the boss are calculated based on the region. There are more than 1,000 safe zones in the 8th district, and there must be many areas that can trigger this task, not just Zhang Yi. So the next step is to see which district's team has a higher degree of task completion. At this time, Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and others who had also received the Hunting Skeletons mission were a little curious. What kind of mission is this? Why can it weaken the boss's attributes? Zhang Yi said, "There is no time to lose. Go get some supplies and we'll set off right away." After everything was ready, a team of 5 set out for the City of the Dead. Zhang Yi walked in front without saying a word. Guan Hao and others who followed behind him all looked solemn. It was silent for a long time, and Guan Hao suddenly smiled and said, "Remember when we were in high school, the three of us often skipped classes to go out and play games. Every time we skip class and go out, the class monitor always has to find a way to smooth things over for us. Ha ha ha, our class monitor Yuro has worked so hard." Yes, Zhang Yi always remembered that Han Yuro was the class monitor at that time and the two of them were not together yet. Every time Zhang Yi skipped classes with Guan Hao and others, he would ask Han Yuro to rack her brains to defend them. Han Yuro, they said that he had a stomach upset from something he ate at noon, so he went to the infirmary. Han Yuro, Guan Hao's house caught fire, Zhang Yi and Lu Xing went to help him put out the fire. Han Yuro, they went to the hospital to see their sick grandma. Dean of Studies, their three grandmothers are the same person. Han Yuro, well, their grandmothers are all sick and in the hospital. One excuse a day, and you can't give the same one repeatedly. It's really hard for our monitor Yuro, ha ha ha. Guan Hao laughed and said, until one time, it was also the first time that Yuro skipped class to surf the internet with us, and she was caught by the dean. It was so exciting, ha ha ha. Zhang Yi said nothing, making Guan Hao look like a fool. Lu Xing said, "Zhang Yi, do you know how many people Yuro has rejected for you since you left? Why are you so heartless?" "Okay, stop talking." Zhang Yi finally couldn't help but let out a light shout. It's not that Zhang Yi is heartless, but Zhang Yi, who has been reborn in this life, no longer wants to be bound or influenced by anything. In this life, Zhang Yi does not need any friends or brothers, let alone a lover. What he needs is unrestrained strength. This is a fact that Zhang Yi learned from his 8 years of survival experience in the apocalypse world in his previous life. It is better to make yourself strong and reliable than to rely on any family, friendship, and love. Following Zhang Yi's shout, Guan Hao and Lu Xing stopped talking. However, Han Yuro, who was walking behind them, could not help but shed tears silently. Soon, the group arrived at the City of the Dead. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there was an endless stream of players entering and leaving the City of the Dead. The entire City of the Dead was full of players who were teaming up to kill skeletons and undead. There was almost no place to stay in the first two low-level areas. Standing at the gate of the City of the Dead, Zhang Yi asked Guan Hao and the others, "Have you completed the Dead Soul Reincarnation mission today?" "No." Guan Hao shook his head and said, "Our levels are too low, and our equipment is not up to date. We can't even deal with the lowest level 15 skeleton undead in the City of the Undead." So, Zhang Yi pointed at the undead merchant AI Luo and said to Guan Hao and the others, "Go get a level 3 mission, and I'll help you complete it while you're at it." Although I have never been to the City of the Dead, I have learned about the distribution of the City of the Dead through the chats with other players in the chat channel. Knowing that the difficulty of level 3 of Resurrection of the Undead corresponds to the highest level of 19 to 20 skeletons and undead, which is a forbidden area that many high-level players dare not step into, Qing Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised and said, "Isn't the difficulty of level 3 too high? I'm afraid we can't deal with the level 19 skeletons. Otherwise, how about we take a lower difficulty one?" "It's okay." Zhang Yi said, "The first and second difficulty areas are already saturated. Go directly to the third level area. I'll lead you and you guys just lie down." Even though Zhang Yi said this, Guan Hao and the others were still a little hesitant. Having witnessed with their own eyes how Zhang Yi single-handedly wiped out a team of more than a dozen people in King of the World, Zhang Yi's strength was naturally beyond doubt, so what Guan Hao and the others were worried about was themselves. Lu Xing whispered, "We have used up all our chances of resurrection. Do we really have to go directly to the third level area? What if?" As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Hao said, "Anyway, I believe in Zhang Yi." "I believe him, too." Qing Feng followed up, "And there are indeed too many people in the first and second level areas. There is no place for us to stand. Let's go to the level 3 area." As she spoke, Han Yuro was the first to walk towards the undead merchant Ilua. After triggering the conversation, she directly received a level 3, undead salvation, from Ilua. When other teams of level 16 or 17 players only dared to accept level 2 difficulty tasks, Han Yuro, a level 15 priest, directly accepted the level 3 difficulty undead salvation. This action instantly caused a lot of discussion among some of the surrounding players who were also accepting tasks. A level 16 warrior uncle, girl, you are so brave. You dare to accept the level 3 difficulty. Are you so powerful? A level 17 assassin boy said, what a beautiful girl, do you want to team up with me? I'll help you to clear level 3 difficulty. Seeing a group of male players surrounding Han Yuro with ill intentions, Zhang Yi's clenched fists immediately relaxed. Why am I jealous? Han Yuro has nothing to do with me anymore. It is her freedom to be pursued by anyone or to be with anyone. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing Han Yuro being surrounded by those individual players who were attracted by her beauty and unable to get out, Han Feng, Lu Xing and others rushed to help. However, they did not expect that because of their status as Yuro's friends, they were met with hostility from the group of individual players who tried to get close to Han Yuro. A strong and sturdy knight at level 16 used his body to knock the skinny Lu Xing away and snorted coldly, with your level and strength, you still have the nerve to come out and pick up girls. What does this have to do with you? Lu Xing shouted at the group of players surrounding Han Yuro, I'll kill anyone who dares to touch Yuro. As soon as Lu Xing finished shouting out these words without thinking, several players who surrounded Han Yuro walked towards him with murderous intent on their faces. Boy, who do you want to kill? Han Yuro, who was surrounded, was extremely nervous and scared. She could only cast a helpless look at Zhang Yi who was not far away. But when Han Yuro saw that Zhang Yi didn't even look at her, she was completely desperate. Lu Xing and Han Feng, facing the fierce men approaching them, could not help but retreat. You, what do you want to do? Wow. One of them, a level 16 warrior named Yamadi, with a scruffy beard, drew the sword from his waist without saying a word, gradually approached Lu Xing and Han Feng, and said in a cold voice, you are just useless people. If you stay with that girl, she will be bullied every day in the future, and you can't protect her. Why don't you let us protect her? Han Feng no longer retreated, he stood where he was, staring at the group of strong men with a sharp gaze and said, my own sister, I will protect her myself, no need to trouble you. Can you protect her? Beside Yamadi, several other strong men picked up their weapons. Guanhao also ran over, but even with 3 people, they were no match for the group of strong men, and they didn't even have a chance to get close to Han Yuro. But at this moment, the group of strong men who were approaching Guanhao and his men seemed to have suddenly seen something terrible. They retreated involuntarily with fear on their faces. Before Guanhao and his companions could figure out what was going on, the group of strong men had already scattered like birds and beasts. Looking back, Zhang Yi, wearing a black magic hat and robe, showing the indifference of a beastmaster, appeared behind Guanhao and the others at some point. Guanhao and Lu Xing looked at each other, each with surprise. Could it be that the group of strong men just now were scared away by Zhang Yi? At this time, Zhang Yi, with the white ID of level 17 beast tamer Inua Qingqing that he had just activated deliberately, walked past Guanhao and the others and went straight towards Han Yuro. The attention of many players around was attracted by Inua Qingqing, only the group of individual players who were still surrounding Han Yuro and intending to do something bad to her were still unaware. It was not until Zhang Yi gradually approached that one of them noticed Zhang Yi. The first sight was a moment of astonishment, a promise that will conquer the whole city. As that person shouted, the group of people surrounding Han Yuro turned their eyes to Zhang Yi, each with a look of shock on their face. Isn't this Inua Qingqing, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking of District 886? Yeah, he looks really fierce. What is he going to do? It seems like he is going after that girl. Could it be that girl Yuro is his friend? Amid the discussions of the surrounding crowd, the group of players surrounding Han Yuro saw Zhang Yi approaching with murderous intent and retreated. Because their intuition told them that Inua Qingqing was going after the priest girl with the ID Yarrow. How could they dare to continue to embarrass Yuro in front of Inua Qingqing, the number 1 person on the heavenly ranking? Sure enough, after seeing the group of players retreat, Zhang Yi did not approach them again, but turned and walked into the city of the undead. Han Yuro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Zhang Yi's indifferent back as he left, she felt a warm feeling in her heart, yet a little lost. Then she followed Guanhao and the others and caught up with Zhang Yi. Only a group of players were left standing outside the city of the dead, engaged in a heated discussion. Player A, the boss's aura is really strong. Even if he does nothing, just standing there, he can scare away a bunch of people. Awesome. Player B, that's right. Everyone in District 886 knows that Inua Chinching is a bug. Even dozens of professional players in the King's world can't beat him. How can ordinary people like us afford to offend such a top boss? Player C, but then again, those 4 people seem to be his recent teammates, because he just called them in the regional chat channel, and I heard that he was always alone and never had any teammates. But didn't King of Glory just say in the district that whoever teams up with Inua Chinching will be his enemy? Don't these people fear death? They are offending the entire King of Glory for the sake of Inua Chinching, who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Player D, yeah, the boss is a boss, but the King's world is a team of 1,000 people after all, and Inua Chinching has no backers, so in the end, the King's world will definitely be more powerful. These few people, I'm afraid they are not far from bad luck. But why should we interfere in their affairs? Just do what we should do. The City of the Dead. Zhang Yi and his team went straight through the first and second level difficulty areas of the first level, avoiding the large number of people who were leveling up. On the way to the City of the Dead, Han Yura quickly caught up with Zhang Yi, who was walking in front of her, and whispered, "Zhang Yi, thank you for helping me out just now." "You're welcome." Zhang Yi didn't look at Han Yura, and said calmly, "We just don't want them to delay our mission." When Han Yura wanted to say something, she found that Zhang Yi stopped. Looking around, it turned out that we had arrived at the 3rd level area. The place was filled with level 19 to 20 skeletons and undead everywhere. Looking around, there were very few players leveling up in the level 3 area. And when Zhang Yi and his team had just arrived, they saw several white lights lit up in front of them. A team of 5 was directly wiped out by several level 20 skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Guan Hao and the others who happened to see this scene were all stunned. This level 20 skeleton is too powerful. Lu Xing swallowed deeply and said with some fear, "Why don't we go back and kill some lower level skeletons? At worst, we can just give up the mission. It's too dangerous to kill them here. We are so low level that we might be killed by those skeletons in seconds." At this time, Zhang Yi, who was at the front, said, "It's okay. You don't have to do anything. Just stay at the back. I will handle the rest by myself." As he spoke, just as Guan Hao and the others looked puzzled, Zhang Yi took out the flaming staff and began to select targets. In the task of hunting skeletons, not all skeletons will be counted in the task progress. The skeletons that need to be killed for this task will be given a flashing mark by the system. That is, only in the eyes of Zhang Yi and other people who have accepted the task, the skeletons will have a faint white light flashing on their bodies. Looking around, there were countless skeletons everywhere, and many of them were glowing. He took a few steps forward, raised his staff, aimed at a level 19 flash skeleton archer in the effective attack range in front of him, and began to cast a spell. Fireball. Boom. A scorching fireball flew towards the skeleton archer in front and hit it directly. The next moment, a damage number appeared on its head that stunned Guan Hao, Lu Xing, and the other 4 people behind him. -986 critical hits. Roar. With an unwilling roar, the level 19 skeleton archer, whose total HP was only over 900, was killed instantly by Zhang Yi, and shattered into a pile of debris scattered on the ground. With only 6 points of agility, he actually hit a critical hit with the first hit. This time, his luck really exploded. With the 25 intelligence bonus contributed by the +25 undead robe, Zhang Yi, whose attack power has exceeded 400 points, was able to instantly kill a level 19 skeleton archer with a critical fireball. This was actually within Zhang Yi's expectations. But to Guan Hao and the others behind him, it was more than just abnormal, it was simply invincible. Guan Hao, my god, is his damage much higher than when we first met this morning? Lu Xing, too scary. A level 19 skeleton was killed instantly with just one skill. Now I know why those guys were so afraid of Zhang Yi. Han Feng, it's so terrifying, hiss. Just as the 4 of them were stunned, Zhang Yi had already taken away the second flashing skeleton archer with 2 normal attacks. Guan Hao and the others who did not take action in the back row heard a series of system prompts. Ding, your team killed a level 19 skeleton archer. You gain 20% combat experience, experience value +30. Ding, your team killed a level 20 skeleton archer. You gain 20% combat experience, experience points +34. Bite. The advantage of teaming up to kill monsters is that the killing efficiency is high, but the disadvantage is that the experience gained will be divided equally according to the number of people. A team of up to 5 people can form a team, and each person can only get 20% of the experience. In addition to the one who gets the final blow, he can get an additional 10% experience, reaching 30%. That is to say, a level 19 skeleton archer can bring 30 experience points to Guanhao and others, while Zhang Yi can get 45 points. So from then on, Guanhao and the others hardly had to do anything the whole time, as Zhang Yi was the only one in the front. Guanhao and the others just watched Zhang Yi, this perverted guy, take out a skeleton archer with 1 or 2 hits, and kill a skeleton warrior with 2 or 3 hits. Killing these level 19 to 20 skeletons that other players dare not touch at this stage was as easy as killing a chicken. However, the difference between flash skeletons and ordinary skeletons is not just as simple as flashing. They are endowed with a powerful passive skill by the system, corrosion. Corrosion, the attacks of the flash skeleton warrior and the skeleton archer have a 0.1% chance of directly damaging a piece of equipment on a random part of the player's body. The damaged equipment cannot be used and must be repaired at the blacksmith shop. This is the same as the durability effect activated for equipment of 3 stars or above. The equipment cannot be used when its durability drops to 0. The corrosion skill given to these skeletons is equivalent to directly clearing all the durability of a player's equipment. Fortunately, the triggering probability is not high, otherwise after a round of fighting, all of Zhang Yi's equipment would have exploded. During this period, Guanhao and the others also thought about helping out. Then Han Feng, an archer, fired a fire arrow, dealing more than 30 points of damage to a level 19 skeleton warrior. They were almost killed by the skeleton warrior who rushed over. After that, they gave up the idea of helping out and just stayed behind to gain experience. Even Han Yuro, who was a priest, couldn't help, because Zhang Yi lost almost no blood throughout the whole process. Those melee skeleton warriors had northwest chance to get close and were directly killed from a distance of dozens of meters. Those skeleton archers had a chance to shoot 1 or 2 arrows before they died, but the damage they inflicted was so great that even Zhang Yi's undead bodyguard couldn't break it. Therefore, Zhang Yi's health is basically maintained at full, but the continuous use of fireball and lightning chain causes the energy to be consumed a little quickly. After all, with Zhang Yi's level of 17, the consumption of a fireball reaches 12 points of energy, and the lightning chain is as high as 15 points. Because the energy limit is relatively sufficient, on average, only 1 bottle of blue medicine is used for every 10 or so skeletons killed. As Zhang Yi frantically killed the skeletons with flashing white light on their bodies, the progress of the task also increased rapidly. After a short while, it had reached more than 50, which meant that Zhang Yi had killed more than 50 skeletons. According to the setting of the task, hunting skeletons, every time the player who accepts the task kills a shining skeleton, the attributes of the boss Golden Skeleton King will be weakened by 0.01%. This means that Zhang Yi has only weakened its attributes by 0.5% so far. But there is no need to worry, because this is only the profit of Zhang Yi's 10 minutes of hunting. While carrying out the task of hunting skeletons, Zhang Yi was also carrying out the hidden task of obtaining rare materials. It can be seen that with the death of those skeleton archers and skeleton warriors, divine bones would occasionally fall down. In an instant, the surrounding ground was filled with various drops, including money, strengthening stones, equipment, divine bones, and even skill books and treasure chests. Zhang Yi had no time to pick them up, because his main goal now was to kill as many skeletons as possible to weaken the boss's attributes as much as possible and allow it to launch an attack on Hope Town earlier. Guanhao and the others couldn't help, and since they had nothing to do, they might as well go around and help Zhang Yi pick up the spoils, which was also a favor to Zhang Yi. As for the things they picked up, Guanhao and the others planned to give them all to Zhang Yi after they were done. After all, it was embarrassing enough just to get the experience, so how could they feel comfortable sharing the spoils with Zhang Yi? But for them, even picking up things is risking their lives, because if they are not careful, they will be shot to death by the skeleton archers. Fortunately, the triggering probability of corrosion is very low, and Zhang Yi is not attacked by those skeletons very often, so Zhang Yi's equipment is almost not corroded. So, they started at 1 in the afternoon and continued until 4 in the afternoon. When the task time was up, they finally heard a system notification sound that reached Zhang Yi and Guanhao at the same time. Ding, your mission, hunting skeletons, has been completed, and the completion progress is 955. Please return to the safe zone to submit the mission and you will receive a generous reward. At the same time, a regional announcement sounded. Announcement of Area 886, ding attention, all players. As players in Area 886 have completed the special mission, Hunting Skeletons, in the boss invasion battle at 6 o'clock tonight, the boss god of death, Golden Skeleton King who invades Area 886 will have all attributes reduced by 9.55%, and the boss will invade Safety Area 886 48 minutes in advance. The specific time of the boss invasion is 5:12 this afternoon. Players in Safety Area 886, please be prepared to defend your homeland. As the system announcement came down, the chat channel of Area 886 became lively again. Shengxi Anju, male, level 16 archer, special mission. Weaken the boss attributes. There is such an operation. Where can I get the mission? Brothers who have completed the mission, can you let me know? Naughty Child, male, level 16 assassin, it seems that this quest was refreshed from a guard at the entrance of the security hall. I wanted to claim it at that time, but the quest requires 500 points of reputation to claim it. Chicken, you're so beautiful, male, level 16 magician, my brother is awesome. He weakened the attribute by nearly 10% and invaded the safe zone almost an hour in advance. It seems that our 886 zone has to be the first to kill the boss this time. Liunian, male, level 17 assassin, don't be too happy too soon. Since our district has this special task to speed up the progress of the boss, other districts must have it as well. Maybe other districts have completed the task at a higher rate than us, and the boss weakening is even greater. Looking at the issues that everyone was discussing in the regional channel, Zhang Yi was actually not worried about this at all. He was very confident that the weakening of the boss in Area 886 would definitely be the greatest, and the invasion time would definitely be the earliest. Because no one can spawn skeletons in the City of the Dead faster than Zhang Yi. Even if others are in a team of 5, Zhang Yi is almost alone. Zhang Yi is determined to get the first kill of the boss this time. When the mission was completed, it was still early. The specific time when the boss invaded the safe zone was 5:12, which was more than an hour away. However, that time is the time when the boss sets out from the City of the Dead to the safe zone, and it should be around 5:30 when it actually arrives at the safe zone. Before that, Zhang Yi planned to help Guanhao and the others complete the mission in the City of the Dead. After all, before entering the City of the Undead, it was Zhang Yi who asked them to take on the level 3 difficulty, Undead Salvation, mission. So far, he has only helped them solve the progress of the Skeleton Warrior and Skeleton Archer. The progress of the Necromancer and the Undead Killer is 0. Without Zhang Yi, with their strength, they would not be able to deal with these high-level undead. All that awaits them is mission failure. Therefore, Zhang Yi led them to kill the undead again. At the same time, he was also taking on a challenge for himself. After completing the first level of killing 1,000 skeleton archer warriors and undead mage killers, he could enter the second level. They kept on playing until 5 o'clock, when Guanhao and his companions had completed their tasks. Zhang Yi was ready to stop and disband the team, starting to play alone. Zhang Yi did not plan to return to the safe zone immediately to wait for the boss to invade, because he knew that this boss battle would be a protracted battle. He remembered that it took 2 or 3 hours to defeat the boss in the safe zone in his previous life. The process is not important. Zhang Yi is going for the final blow, so he just needs to go back when the boss is about to die. As for the task of hunting skeletons, it doesn't matter when you go back to hand it in, even if you wait until the boss is dead. Anyway, the purpose of weakening the boss's attributes and prompting it to invade the safe zone in advance has been achieved. Although the additional rewards at the end of this boss battle will be calculated based on the total damage contributed by the players, only the one who takes the final blow can get the most generous reward, which cannot be compared to that no matter how much damage is contributed. In comparison, the rewards based on damage calculation are insignificant. It would be more cost-effective to use that time to complete challenges and hidden tasks in the City of the Undead. In addition, because Zhang Yi's experience bar has reached 99%, he is about to reach level 18 and can equip the 3-star streaming staff. If Guanhao and the others had not taken away 70% of Zhang Yi's experience, Zhang Yi would have already reached level 18 by now. So Zhang Yi disbanded the team. Seeing Zhang Yi leaving alone, heading deeper into the city of the dead without even saying hello. Guanhao behind him said with some sadness, "Zhang Yi, does it have to be like this? What the hell is wrong with you?" "Nothing." Zhang Yi paused and said without turning his head, "Go and hand in the task, then go back. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Zhang Yi stepped into the group of skeletons and undead, picked up his staff, and started to kill them alone. Guanhao, Lu Xing, and the others just stood there like fools, looking at Zhang Yi. Even though they were extremely heartbroken, they did not dare to disturb him anymore. Guanhao looked at Han Yuro. He knew Han Yuro's feelings for Zhang Yi. She had not forgotten Zhang Yi in the past 3 years and had rejected countless excellent suitors for him, including Lu Xing. It can be seen that Han Yuro's deep eyes are filled with loss. Maybe it's time to let go. Han Yuro lowered her head and said softly, "Let's go." After saying that, Han Yuro turned and left. Guanhao and the others hesitated between Zhang Yi and Han Yuro, but finally followed Han Yuro with hesitation. Boom. Zhang Yi, who killed an undead mage with a fireball, seemed to have heard some noise behind him. He turned around to look at Han Yuro, Guanhao, and the others who were gradually leaving, and his eyes flashed obviously. So it was, they became strangers from then on, just like in the previous life. Zhang Yi never met them again, but he still lived a good 8 years. Just when Zhang Yi was distracted, he vaguely felt a gust of cold wind. When he turned around, he saw a huge fireball flying towards him. Zhang Yi was shocked and subconsciously raised his staff to block. Boom. The fireball hit the fire staff. At this moment, Zhang Yi saw that the fire staff in his hand instantly lost its luster and turned into a rough stick. At the same time, 2 battle reminder sounds rang in my ears. Ding, you were attacked by the fireball of the necromancer and lost 168 health points. Ding, unfortunately, your weapon, flame staff, has been affected by the corrosion of the necromancer and has been damaged. You will no longer be able to use the weapon normally in this damaged state. Depend on. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh. How could I be so unlucky? I had been grinding for so long without any problems, but now I'm almost done with it and I've triggered corrosion with the same probability as Hell Dragon Flame. For so long, I didn't even trigger Hell Dragon Flame once. When you are unlucky, even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth. Looking at the useless fire staff in his hand, Zhang Yi felt like crying because he had no spare weapons in his bag. At this time, the level 20 necromancer who had just attacked Zhang Yi was still swinging his staff to attack Zhang Yi. Boom. Another big magic ball came flying over, but Zhang Yi dodged it. Looking at the undead mage who was attacking him crazily, Zhang Yi got angry and took out the plus 25 level 1 sledgehammer from his bag which he had obtained at the train station but had not disassembled until now. He then charged towards the undead mage while dragging the sledgehammer. There are no restrictions on professions for novice equipment below level 10, so it is not impossible for a mage to use a hammer. This is the only weapon in Zhang Yi's bag that can be used. Quickly approaching the necromancer, Zhang Yi smashed it with a hammer, causing 415 points of damage to the necromancer. The iron hammer plus 18 points of attack power, plus the 30 points of damage added by the serious wounds talent. The attack power is similar to that of the fire staff, so the damage inflicted is not reduced. Just by changing the hammer, Zhang Yi could no longer use the Beastmaster skills and could only use normal attacks to fight the necromancer. Despite this, Zhang Yi, a Beastmaster, managed to kill the necromancer with just a few blows of his hammer. Zhang Yi picked up a piece of undead consciousness that looked like a ball of white light and a few copper coins that fell from the necromancer. He opened the status bar and saw that he was only a few hundred experience points away from level 18. Just a matter of killing a few more skeletons or undead. So, just as Zhang Yi was about to continue killing the undead, there was a sudden commotion from the back. Looking back, I found a large group of players swarming in from the second-level area of the City of the Dead. Guanhao, Lu Xing, and others who were about to go out were surrounded by a large number of players who suddenly arrived. Seeing the IDs above the players' heads, Zhang Yi, who was calmly hammering an undead killer to death, was not panicked at all. Instead, he had a strange smile on his face. Are you finally here? King of the world. A large group of several hundred King of Glory players rushed into the city of the undead with great momentum, scaring Guan Hao and his friends, as well as some players who were leveling up in the level 3 area, so much that they didn't know what was going on. Looking around, he found that the boss of King of Glory, was also there, and he seemed to be well prepared. After rushing into the 3rd level area, he looked around and soon locked his eyes on Zhang Yi. He's there. Sure enough, King of Glory brought so many people just for him, but how did he know that he was here? Could it be that the group of strong men who tried to embarrass Han Yuro when he first entered the city of the undead exposed his position? Zhang Yi was not panicking at first, but he looked down at the hammer in his hand. Oh my god, the fire staff exploded at this moment. Do I have to use this hammer to kill the people in the king's world? Forget it, just use the hammer. Zhang Yi can defeat those people in Wangzhe Tianxia with just a hammer. In front, with the influx of the army of King of Glory players, the individual players who were leveling up in the level 3 area hurriedly fled, while the King of Glory players, under the command of King of Glory, quickly rushed towards Zhang Yi. Wow 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 wow. As everyone approached, they picked up the weapons in their hands. Everyone looked as if they were going to eat Zhang Yi, and they rushed forward one after another. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Are these people angry today? Normally, they treat me like a mouse seeing a cat, but today, they are acting like they don't care about their lives. Is it because they rely on their numbers this time? But Zhang Yi thought, it seemed that every time they targeted Zhang Yi, there were always a lot of them. In the end, it was the rapidly refreshing regional chat channel that told Zhang Yi the answer. Luo Yi, male, level 16 archer, have you seen the people from the king's world? There are at least several hundred of them, and they look aggressive. Where are they going and what are they doing? Grey avatar, male, level 16 knight, are you going to the city of the dead? I heard that you are going there for Inua Qingcheng. King of Glory has long said that you will seek revenge on Inua Qingcheng. Now you are finally fulfilling that promise. In the previous times, there were dozens of people, but they were killed by her. This time, you are bringing so many people. It seems that you are determined to kill Inua Qingcheng. Xiao Ji, male, level 17 assassin, what are you still standing there for? Let's go to the city of the dead and watch the fun. The number 1 boss on the heavenly ranking versus hundreds of troops from the king's world, this is definitely going to be an exciting duel. Charm, male, level 17 magician, I'm in the city of the dead. I just saw that the people from the king's world have really arrived. There are so many people. They look so enthusiastic. Meteor shower, female, level 16 priest, really? Wait for me, I'll be there right now. I want to see this epic showdown with my own eyes. Charm, come on, if you are not in the city of the dead, don't come. This is not a team battle. Inua Qingcheng is just one person. No matter how powerful she is, can she defeat the entire Wangzhe Tianxia team? I'm afraid the battle will be over before you even get here. Inua Qingcheng, you are really dead this time. It turns out that this time, almost all of King's troops were mobilized. Such a grand ceremony really made Zhang Yi feel flattered. What's funny is that the army of King of the World actually stopped 50 meters away from Zhang Yi and lined up in a row. Obviously, they also knew that with the damage of Inua Qingcheng, it would be easy to kill any one of them instantly, so no one dared to approach Zhang Yi's effective attack range, for fear of being killed instantly by Zhang Yi. Of course, they didn't know that Zhang Yi had lost his long-range attack capability and had become a melee mage who couldn't use any skills. At this time, the level 16 archer King of Glory squeezed out from the crowd of King of Glory. Inua Qingcheng, this time, I want to see how capable you are. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry, nor did he rush to take out the hammer. Instead, he stood calmly in front, looking at the King of Glory who was only level 16, and said, "Did you fail to level up after being killed by me a few times? As the captain of the King of Glory, your level of 16 is really a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" King of Glory was furious, "Today I am here to seek revenge on you. You have repeatedly opposed me, King of Glory, and last night you killed more than a dozen of my brothers. All the accounts will be settled once and for all today." "Okay." Zhang Yi said casually, "Then let's just call it a day. I still have fun today." They must not lose in momentum. Even though Zhang Yi knew that no matter how big an advantage he had in equipment, he could not be a match for so many people in the king's world by himself, he was not afraid at all, because the final result would be death at worst. Zhang Yi, who has 3 chances to resurrect, is not afraid of death. The most important thing is that even if he is killed, the top-grade equipment on Zhang Yi that has been enhanced to level 25 and bound by the system will not be exploded. The worst that could happen is just losing a level, but if the people in King's World want to kill Zhang Yi, they will have to pay 100 times the casualties as the price. Bang! The big black hammer fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi held the handle of the hammer and said to the King of Glory players 50 meters away in the front, "Come and kill me, I'll give you one more chance." Seeing the hammer in Zhang Yi's hand, the King of Glory players who stopped at a safe distance looked at each other in bewilderment. What is this guy doing? Isn't he a beastmaster? What does that hammer in his hand mean? Who knows? It is said that he was wearing the 10th level novice armor as a beastmaster before, and he defeated more than a dozen of us in the King's World. That happened last night. Every piece of equipment he has that looks like trash is actually top grade. Everyone, be careful. The hammer in his hand is most likely a divine weapon below level 10. Its attributes are definitely stronger than a level 30 weapon. Before the fight even started, the people on the king's side were already acting like gods, and they developed an inexplicable fear of Zhang Yi, who was holding a huge hammer. Before the battle even started, the players of King of the World had already lost a lot in terms of momentum, and this was exactly the result Zhang Yi wanted to see. At the same time, many individual players came from the first and second areas of the City of the Undead to watch the fun. There were even players who came from outside specifically to watch the fun. The surroundings were soon surrounded by countless passers-by players. Facing the upcoming battle of the few against the many, where the number 1 player in District 886 will fight against the Thousand-Man team to dominate the world, many players were full of anticipation. Discussions then began among the crowd. An old knight with his arms crossed said, "The King's World has made such a big fuss this time, it seems that they are determined to take down Inua Qingcheng. If the whole team can't deal with Inua Qingcheng, I'm afraid the King's World will have no face to stay in District 886 in the future." A pastor's sister who was eating a lollipop said, "Really? So many people are bullying Brother Qingcheng, this is too much. Don't the people in the King's World feel ashamed?" A young magician wearing glasses said, "Shame on you. You don't know how Inua Qingcheng wiped out dozens of teams of King's World twice by herself. Inua Qingcheng is a bug in our 886th zone. How can King's World deal with this bug without sending out so many people?" A warriorman stroking his long beard said, "It's hanging by a thread this time. Inua Qingcheng is going to die." A hot archer lady said, "I don't think so. I am still optimistic about this little brother Inua Qingcheng. Although he is young, he is very powerful. The hammer in his hand should be a novice artifact, otherwise he would not be using a hammer of a few levels at level 17. In the early stage of this game, attributes are the key. As long as Inua Qingcheng suppresses Wangzhe Tianxia in attributes, even if 1,000 people from Wangzhe Tianxia come, they can't do anything to Inua Qingcheng." Hearing the discussions of the surrounding onlookers, King of Glory was also determined to win. "If I can't kill you today, I will take your surname." As soon as he finished speaking, the level 17 Silver Knight King returned beside him, whispered in King's ear, "Captain, last time you said you didn't believe Inua Qingcheng could deal 40 or 50 points of damage, otherwise you would eat shit on the live broadcast, and you haven't eaten it yet. I'll eat your uncle." King of Glory gave King's Return a fierce kick, and then shouted, "Brothers, kill him. Kill Inua Qingcheng and you will be rewarded with 100 gold coins." The crowd around exploded. 100 gold coins, that's too much. Damn, I want to join the battle too. If I'm lucky enough to kill Inua Qingcheng, 100 gold coins will be enough for me to buy a set of top quality plus 20 or higher equipment. Even Zhang Yi himself was a little shocked when he heard the bounty amount of honor of kings. Is he so valuable now? One head is worth 100 gold coins. Zhang Yi almost wanted to commit suicide. In front, with an order from King of Glory, countless players from King's World rushed towards Zhang Yi. For 100 gold coins, for glory, kill. Zhang Yi stood there, holding a big hammer, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enemy. At the same time, a strong murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Want to kill me? That's not that easy. As soon as he finished speaking, he aimed at the level 16 warrior, King General, who was approaching him quickly with a charge slash. After he approached quickly and stabbed him with a sword, triggering the gray name, Zhang Yi raised his hammer and hit the King General from bottom to top, knocking him away. The next moment, a wave of damage appeared above their heads at the same time. -1. -392. The warrior player who was hammered away was stunned when he saw the 1 point of mandatory damage jumping up above Zhang Yi's head. Although he is not a violent output type warrior who has added all his points, the king warrior was very confident with his own attack power of more than 180 points. He did not expect that he could not even break the opponent's defense. This guy's defense is too ridiculous. Just as the king general was feeling unbelievable, Zhang Yi had already approached with a hammer in his hand, and smashed the hammer on the king general's body with another clang, bringing an extremely high critical damage of 884 points, directly clearing out the remaining 1/3 of the king general's health above his head. Flash sale. Wow. As the king's body turned into a beam of white light and flew away, the surrounding players looked at him in astonishment. However, this had no effect on the people in the king's world. For the bounty of 100 gold coins, they still rushed over. As melee players of professions such as warriors, knights and assassins approached, the mages and archers in the back row, who were in the effective attack range, also launched an attack on Zhang Yi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sharp arrows and magic balls swept in from the low sky in front, and because the coverage area was too wide, it was almost impossible to avoid them. Most of the attacks landed on Zhang Yi, causing a series of damage of about 30 to 50 points on his head. Zhang Yi, who had a total health of 1200 plus, could not withstand the opponent's concentrated fire attack, and his health bar quickly dropped by 1/3. This is still under the protection of the undead body protection talent of the undead robe. At the same time, Zhang Yi swung the hammer again and hammered away a king assassin who was approaching from the side with the acceleration skill. This big iron hammer is indeed a divine weapon. Almost all melee players of King of Glory who tried to approach it could not withstand the damage of the hammer. Bang bang bang. -375. -342. -798 critical hits. The assassin has 2 hammers, the warrior has 3 hammers, and even the knight with the toughest skin and flesh cannot withstand Zhang Yi's attack of 4 hammers. With a plus 25 level 1 hammer, Zhang Yi's output is simply insane. Wow. Wow. Watching the white light constantly flashing around Zhang Yi and his men being killed one after another, King of Glory, who was looking for an opportunity to shoot Zhang Yi from a distance, couldn't help but swallow deeply, and a deeper murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Come on. Come on, everyone. I'll kill him with all of them. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. After killing dozens of players in King of Glory, Zhang Yi's energy and health were reduced by more than half. This is when most of the opposing players can only cause 1 point of mandatory damage to Zhang Yi. The archers who have learned armor-piercing arrow at level 10 and the assassin players who have armor-piercing strike are the biggest threat to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi has always deliberately picked those with gray names as his targets, and tried his best to keep his sin value at 0. In this way, if he dies later, the loss will be minimized. The damage to the fire staff greatly restricted Zhang Yi's mobility, making him not only unable to use skills, but also turning him from a long-range output player into a melee fighter. If he could still use the magic staff, the opponent's mage shooter would not be so arrogant and consume Zhang Yi from a long distance. Bang. Zhang Yi, who was ready to die on the battlefield, killed another level 16 King of Glory warrior player with a hammer. At this moment, several figures suddenly emerged from the crowd of people around, broke through the siege, and quickly rushed to Zhang Yi. Brother, here we come. Looking around, I found that it was Guanhao, Lu Xing, Han Feng, and others who had rushed in from outside. Clang. Guanhao, a knight, held a hammer and a shield in his hands, and used his body to protect the low-health Zhang Yi. The assassin Lu Xing and the archer Han Feng were the bodyguards on the left and right. The priest Han Yuru immediately cast a spell using small healing spell to restore Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's heart was shocked. Are you crazy? Bang, bang, bang. Guanhao used his shield to block several fireballs from the enemy. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yi behind him and said loudly, "Have you forgotten the oath we three brothers made in Taoyuan? We don't ask to be born on the same day, but we ask to die on the same day." As Guan Hao finished speaking, Lu Xing also said, "Yes, we are brothers." Brother. These two words made Zhang Yi feel excited. To be honest, Guan Hao and the others' selfless rushing in to support him really made Zhang Yi feel touched. It also reminded Zhang Yi of the days when the three brothers from Taoyuan skipped classes to go to the internet cafe to play games and fought passionately. "Zhang Yi, don't be in a daze. I can't take it anymore." Guan Hao in front turned his head to look at Zhang Yi, gritted his teeth, frowned and said, "Take some medicine quickly to recover, then we can either run away or fight them. If we die, we must take a few people with us." "Good." Zhang Yi nodded, took out a bottle of red medicine from his bag, raised his head and drank it, when suddenly a scream came from his ears. Then, the scene in front of him made Zhang Yi feel surprised. The assassin Lu Xing suddenly launched a sneak attack on Guan Hao for some unknown reason. He stabbed Guan Hao's body from the back with a knife, and with the help of the long-range bombardment of a large group of King of the World mages and shooters in front, Guan Hao was killed. Guan Hao, whose health bar was emptied, turned his head and looked at Lu Xing, who attacked him from behind. He said in disbelief, "Lu Xing, you." Before he could finish his words, Guan Hao fell to his knees and disappeared in front of Zhang Yi, Han Yuro, and the others, turning into a beam of white light. Lu Xing's face suddenly turned grim, as if he had become a different person. "I'm sorry, brother." After saying that, relying on the assassin's agility, Lu Xing pounced on the archer Han Feng on the opposite side. After knocking him to the ground, he stabbed Han Feng's neck several times in a row. Blood splattered immediately. As the blood bar above his head was emptied, Han Feng, who was suddenly attacked, fell in a pool of blood and struggled for a few times. Then, he followed Guan Hao and turned into white light and flew away. "Elder brother!" Han Yuru exclaimed, staring at Lu Xing, who had killed Guan Hao and Han Feng one after another, with an incredible look on her face. "What are you doing? Why did you kill Guan Hao and my brother?" Before Lu Xing could speak, the players of the surrounding King's World seemed to have received an order and stopped their offensive actions. Then a round of applause came. "Well done." In the crowd, King of Glory came out and smiled at the crazy Lu Xing. "Well done, brother Lu Xuanda. From today on, you are a member of my King of Glory." Picking up a piece of mail armor that exploded after Han Feng's death, Lu Xing stood up and walked to the side of King of Glory, grinning. "Thank you, Captain. I will do my best to contribute to the team in the future and will not let you down." Han Yuru understood. She understood everything. "You betrayed us and defected to the King's World." Lu Xing at this moment was a completely different person, not the same person as before. "How do you think Wang Zhetianxia knew Zhang Yi was here?" Han Yuru stared at Lu Xing in disbelief. "So it was you who leaked the information. Why did you do this?" Lu Xing sneered, his eyes full of indifference. "Don't you understand? In this apocalyptic world where the strong prey on the weak, brotherhood is not as important as being alive. The King's World has long spread the word in the district that anyone who dares to be with Inua Qingqing will be an enemy of the entire King's World. I warned Haozi and your brother before, but they refused to listen and insisted on helping Zhang Yi." Lu Xing said, "Can the few of us be the opponent of the King's World? If you continue to hang out with Zhang Yi, you will only end up dead." After a pause, Lu Xing continued, "So I added Brother Yao as my friend and told him that I knew Inua Qingqing. Then Brother Yao said that as long as I sent him Inua Qingqing's location, he would give me a chance to join the King's World." The Brother Yao Lu Xing mentioned is the King of Glory. As he spoke, Lu Xing deliberately asked King of Glory, "Brother Yao, am I doing okay?" "More than okay, that's pretty good." King of Glory laughed and said, "I just asked you to send me the location of Inua Qingqing, but I didn't expect you to kill your two good brothers for me." "Absolutely. You're so cruel that you kill your own brothers without hesitation. I like people like you. Ha ha ha." At this moment, Han Yuro was extremely shocked, but Zhang Yi looked very calm, as if Lu Xing's betrayal did not surprise him at all. Zhang Yi had personally experienced betrayal by his best brother and lover, so Lu Xing's betrayal seemed to be expected by him. Seeing Zhang Yi's calm face, Lu Xing was a little surprised. "Why are you so calm?" Ignoring Lu Xing, Zhang Yi cast his gaze on Han Yuro, who was squatting on the ground with her shoulders twitching slightly, and said in a cold voice, "You still have one chance to choose. Join them and become my enemy, and you can avoid death in their hands." I thought that in order to survive, Han Yuro would make the same choice as Lu Xing. Unexpectedly, Han Yuro stood up from the ground. "Then I choose to die with you, Yuro." Lu Xing looked at Han Yuro with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and said to Han Yuro, "I told Brother Yao that if I helped him deal with Inua Qingqing, he agreed to make an exception and let you join the king's world together with me." As he spoke, Lu Xing stretched out his hand to Han Yuro. "Yuro, come with me. From now on in the world of kings, no one can bully us." Han Yuro couldn't imagine how the men who had just killed her brother and best friend could say such words to her. "Don't you feel disgusted?" "He's right." At this time, Zhang Yi continued Lu Xing's words and said to Han Yuro, "You join the king's world, at least now you can save your life, and you don't have to be killed by them with me." Han Yuro turned around, looked at Zhang Yi with deep eyes, and said, 3 years ago, we said that we would never betray each other. Have you forgotten?" Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. "You will regret it." "I won't." Han Yuro said, "I will never regret it." Seeing that Han Yuro still stayed with Zhang Yi even in this situation, Lu Xing couldn't help but get angry and said, "Captain, can we kill Inua Qingqing now?" Because long before Zhang Yi started dating Han Yuro, Lu Xing was already one of Han Yuro's admirers. In his opinion, it was because he did not dare to pursue her that Zhang Yi took the lead and got Han Yuro. Because of his relationship with Zhang Yi and Guan Hao, Lu Xing had to suppress his dissatisfaction with Zhang Yi deep in his heart. It was not until 3 years ago when Zhang Yi suddenly left without saying goodbye that Lu Xing thought he had a chance and began to pursue Han Yuro madly. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by Han Yuro time and time again. The reason was, Han Yuro said that there would only be one person in her heart forever, and that was Zhang Yi. This made Lu Xing believe more and more that Han Yuro rejected him because she still had feelings for Zhang Yi. Only when Zhang Yi died completely would he have a chance to get Han Yuro. As Lu Xing finished speaking, King of Glory smiled faintly. "Of course, do you want to kill him yourself?" Lu Xing looked at Zhang Yi and was obviously frightened. He knew that using his own strength to deal with Zhang Yi was like hitting a rock with an egg. At this time, King of Glory said, "You are no match for him. Your mission has been completed. Leave the rest to me. I will do what I promised you. I will keep that woman for you. If you keep your promise, you will die." Lu Xing nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, Captain." King of Glory stared at Zhang Yi as if he were a dead man, and gave an order, "Kill him." Wow 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 wow. The players of King of Glory around him picked up their weapons and continued to attack Zhang Yi. Even though he was alone, Zhang Yi was not panicked at all. He picked up the big hammer and hit a warrior of King's world with 2 hammers. Then he made a breakthrough behind him. Then, Zhang Yi actually. He left Han Yuro behind and ran away alone. Lu Xing and Wang Shang were all stunned. This. He didn't even want his own woman, and he ran away for his life. Seeing Han Yuro's face full of disappointment, Lu Xing seized the opportunity and laughed. "Yuro, did you see that? This is the person you have been thinking about for the past 3 years. In the critical moment, he abandoned you and ran away for his life. Is such a person still worth your nostalgia?" Watching Zhang Yi's back as he fled alone, Han Yuro was completely disappointed, because no matter what, she never expected that the person she tried so hard to protect would just abandon her and run away alone. The Assassin King Supreme said hurriedly, "Inua Qingqing is about to run away. I will take people to chase him. Don't worry." King of Glory was calm and said, "He's running in the wrong direction. Where can he go? If he runs further inside, he'll die. However, in case he has a scroll of returning to the city, you should take the others with you. Don't hesitate, catch up with him and kill him directly. At least let me see one piece of equipment he drops. Don't worry, Captain, leave it to me." The Supreme King took the order and led a large group of players from the King's world to chase into the depths of the city of the undead. Lu Xing was still trying to brainwash Han Yuro. "Yuro, stay with me. No matter how powerful Zhang Yi is, he can't protect you. Besides, he is not reliable at all. I have joined the King's world now, and I can protect you." Han Yuro, who had just lost her brother Han Feng and was abandoned by Zhang Yi, was heartbroken and had no mood to pay attention to Lu Xing. Lu Xing approached Han Yuro with a smile that gradually became unbridled. "Don't worry, Yuro, I will definitely treat you well in the future." At this moment, a violent roar suddenly came from the front, resounding through the sky. The king's return was startled. What was that sound just now? King of Glory seemed to realize something and said, "Go over there." After saying that, King of Glory immediately led the army of King's World and rushed towards the depths of the City of the Dead. I just passed an intersection and was shocked to see that on the right side of the street, a large area on the ground showed signs of being burned by a fire. There were also countless bodies of King of Glory players who had just died and had not yet been refreshed by the system, mixed with the bodies of some necromancers and undead killers, lying on the ground in a mess. Equipment, money, potions, strengthening stones, and other dropped items were scattered all over the ground. In addition, there was a beastmaster wearing a black robe and holding a silver magic wand in his hand. He stood in the middle of the corpses, with a bright white ID on his head. Level 18 Beast Tamer, Inua Qingcheng. Around Zhang Yi, in the ruins burned by the Hell Dragon Flame, there were still many surviving King of Glory white name players. They were spared because they were selected by Zhang Yi as protection targets. This is also the reason why Zhang Yi can still maintain a white name after killing so many King of Glory players, because all the targets he locked on were grey names. The scene before their eyes stunned the players of Honor of Kings and the King's World who had followed him. Wow 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 wow. Countless white lights lit up on the field at the same time, and the bodies of all the dead players in King of Glory were refreshed at the same time, which means, they died at the same time. What kind of power could kill so many of them, including those level 19 to 20 undead, in seconds? In their eyes, there was nothing but shock. No one noticed that Inua Qingcheng's level had risen from level 17 before she escaped to level 18, and the weapon in her hand had been replaced by a magic wand instead of a sledgehammer. The white-named players who witnessed their companions being killed instantly by a dragon flame were all shocked. The king returned said in disbelief, "How did he manage to kill so many people at the same time?" King of Glory also swallowed deeply, but in comparison, he was very clear about one thing: this person must be eradicated as soon as possible. He can no longer be kept, otherwise the threat to our King of Glory will become greater and greater. But he seems to be even more powerful than before. The king returned was a little panicked. It feels like he is getting stronger all the time. The Supreme and the others are all dead in such a short time. How can we kill him? Humph. King of Glory snorted coldly, looking at the burn marks on the ground. He definitely used a magic scroll just now, and it was at least a rare scroll of epic level or above. I don't believe that he can use a second one. Do you really think he is invincible? Didn't we almost kill him outside just now? It wasn't because he ran fast. It's just that his equipment is much better than ours. No matter what, he is alone here. If we can't kill him with so many people, then you can all eat shit. After a pause, King of Glory continued, "Kill him, everyone, come together. Take out all the equipment on him." Following an order from King of Glory, countless players from King of the World behind him rushed towards Zhang Yi in front of them. Zhang Yi remained calm and focused, staring ahead. When the front row players of King's World entered the effective attack range of 50 meters. Boom. The staff was swung lightly, and a blue lightning bolt fell from the sky, striking the gray-named King's World level 16 warrior player who was charging in the front, and ricocheted towards the other two people behind, causing damage to the three people at the same time. Minus 1,236 critical hit. Minus 631. Minus 1,198 critical hits. Wow. Two beams of white light lit up, and three people were hit by the lightning chain. Two of them were killed instantly with full health, and the other one had more than half of his health bar knocked out. Ding, you killed the player, King of Awesome, the opponent is grayed out, sin value +0. Ding, you killed the player, King Boss, the opponent is grayed out, sin value +0. All of Zhang Yi's targets were gray names, in order to avoid being a red name himself. In front, the King of Glory players who were charging forward were so frightened when they saw the 4-digit damage Zhang Yi dealt that they slammed on the brakes. Even the King of Glory, who had never taken Zhang Yi seriously, was shocked. How come his damage is so high again? Is this guy using some kind of cheat? It is naturally unimaginable in honor of kings that what Zhang Yi is holding in his hand at this moment is a 3-star weapon with an enhanced level of plus 25, the streamer staff. Therefore, before, Zhang Yi did not abandon Han Yuru and escape alone, but wanted to temporarily leave the battle to kill a few monsters and make up for the shortfall of just a few hundred points of experience. After reaching level 18 and equipping the streaming staff, Zhang Yi was able to fight against the army of hundreds of players in King of Glory alone. However, they did not expect that the Supreme King would bring people to chase after him. Zhang Yi, who had reached level 18 and was equipped with the streamer staff, killed the Supreme King instantly with a fireball. At the same time, he happened to trigger the Hell Dragon Flame with a 0.1% probability, and then killed dozens of gray-named players among the King's World players who followed the Supreme King, including the undead monsters in the area. This time, they came knocking on his door. Zhang Yi no longer planned to walk out of the city of the dead alive, but he wanted to at least make the King of the World pay a loss 100 times heavier than himself. Holding the flowing staff, Zhang Yi slowly walked out from the ruins burned by the Hell Dragon flames. In the eyes of the King of Glory players, Zhang Yi at this moment was like a demon from hell. Since the people from the King's World don't dare to come forward, Zhang Yi will have to lead the battle. When they saw Zhang Yi approaching, the first reaction of the group of King of Glory players was to retreat involuntarily. Who wouldn't be afraid of Zhang Yi now? Even King of Glory is afraid of him. Because his damage is so high that even a knight in front of him can be killed in 2 or 3 hits. Gradually, those passers-by who were looking for fun also came over and watched the battle from a distance. Perhaps because they were afraid of losing face in front of this group of passers-by, King of Glory gritted its teeth and gave an order, "Don't be afraid, come on, and you will be compensated with 1 gold coin for each death." The players of King of Glory looked at each other, then rushed towards Zhang Yi with their weapons in hand. But for King of Glory, the compensation of 1 gold coin for each death is nothing, because his original plan was to fully implement the plan of invading Area 886 after completely eliminating the obstacle of Inua Qingqing, squeezing other players in the safe zone and gaining benefits from them. By then, let alone 1 gold coin, he could have as many gold coins as he wanted. All the resources in the entire 886 area would be his. Boom. With the 35-point agility bonus from the flowing light staff, Zhang Yi casually cast a fireball spell and combined it with a normal attack to launch a 2-hit combo, hitting 2 different gray-named players in the King's World in front of him. -925. -648. Another white light lit up, and the former level 16 assassin, who was hit by 925 points of fireball damage, was killed instantly, while the latter knight's health bar dropped by 1/3. Before they got close, Zhang Yi launched 2 more normal attacks and took away the knight with low health. When targeting a single target, the multi-attack talent of the flowing light staff can increase Zhang Yi's damage by 10%. Relying on the chance to revive, players of King of Glory flocked to it. So, Zhang Yi started to harvest crazily while moving forward. With the super high attack power bonus of the 3-star streaming staff, at level 18 with enhancement plus 25, no player in the King's World, except the knight, could withstand Zhang Yi's second attack. Since single-target normal attacks were too slow, Zhang Yi activated the multiple attacks talent of the flowing light staff. Every time he launched a normal attack, he would release 2 magic balls at the same time to attack 2 targets. Even if the damage was dispersed, each magic ball would only cause 60% of the damage, so the damage inflicted on those players in King of Glory was as high as 300 or 400 points. Almost 2 or 3 multiple attacks are enough to kill 2 opposing players in seconds. On the field, white lights lit up one after another, and Zhang Yi's ID was still white. King of Glory seemed to have discovered something. This kid only kills those with gray names. Team Captain. At this time, a king's brother next to him pointed at the ID above King of Glory and said in horror, "You are a gray name. Inua Qingqing is coming to kill us. Get out of my way. Let me run first." The people from the King's World didn't even have a chance to get close to Zhang Yi. They were blasted to death by Zhang Yi dozens of meters away. The time it took for the corpses to refresh couldn't keep up with the speed of their accumulation. In a blink of an eye, the corpses in front of them had piled up into a mountain, and all kinds of dropped items were everywhere. Gradually, facing the nearly invincible Zhang Yi, the players of King of Glory switched from an offensive state to a defensive state, and retreated in panic. No one knows why Inua Qingqing is so powerful. Because it seemed that from the very beginning, he was the leader of Area 886, the first to enter the safe zone, the first to complete the job change, and many people even suspected that the first unknown player to trigger the hidden task was also Inua Qingqing. Of course, that was because they would never have imagined in their dreams that Zhang Yin was a person who came from 8 years after the end of the world, with the consciousness of the next 8 years, with super artifact dragon bloodline, and a god-level talent. It is precisely for this reason that Zhang Yi became a plug-in. When you reach a higher level and enter the main city later, I can't guarantee that everything will be so smooth. After all, there are always people who are better than you, and Zhang Yi is not the only one in this world who possesses god-level talent and dragon bloodline. But at least before that, Zhang Yi can rely on his early advantages to become the number 1 in District 886. He doesn't need to take a mere king of the world seriously. On the field, the battle is still going on, and Zhang Yi is still madly slaughtering the players of King of Glory. At this time, the regional chat channel of Area 886 had already been flooded with messages from passers-by who were witnessing the massacre in the rear. Stranger, male, level 17 assassin, oh my god, Inua Qingqing is awesome, 1v1000, the entire Wangzhe Tianxia team is about to be wiped out by him alone. Shinasuk, male, level 16 magician. Are you kidding me? Is this true? How can one person defeat an entire team? How is this possible? Unless he's cheating. Disdain, disdain. Crayon Shinchan, female, level 16 warrior, this is true. I am at the scene right now. I saw with my own eyes that the people of King's World besieged Inua Qingqing, but now they are being killed in a counterattack by Inua Qingqing. The corpses are piled up like a mountain. Surprised. Liu Yun, male, level 17 assassin, is it so exciting? If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the City of the Dead to take a look. Is there any brother here who can start a live video broadcast? Crayon Shinchan, can this game be broadcast live online? Question. Liu Yun, yes, but the fee seems to be very high. It is charged by the second, and every second is burning money. Burn your eyebrows, male, level 17 magician, money is not a problem. Start the live broadcast right away. We will give you gifts and we promise that you won't lose money. Hurry up. The Apocalypse Online live broadcast was originally an entertainment function launched by Tianyun Group to make money. Players are charged per second for live broadcasts. Other players in the live broadcast room send gifts, and the host can get half of it, while the game takes the other half. Looking at a large group of players urging in the chat channel, in the City of the Dead, a female warrior player who was watching the game on the field with the ID, Crayon Shinchan, on her head, after some unfamiliar operations, started the live broadcast at a huge consumption of 1 silver coin per second. As soon as the live broadcast started, Crayon Shinchan posted a message in the regional channel, I only have a few dozen silver coins in my bag. The live broadcast consumes 1 silver coin per second. I have started the live broadcast, but it depends on you how long it can last. As the live broadcast started, many players who were not in the City of the Dead found the Crayon Shinchan live room on the live broadcast interface and joined in. Then, in the live broadcast room, system information appeared one after another. Player, I am an idiot, entered the live broadcast room. Player, New Wise also crazy, entered the live broadcast room. Player, Wang Jia, enters the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, the scene she sees is being broadcasted from the perspective of Crayon Shinchan. In the picture, we can see that on an empty city street, a large group of King of Glory players are fighting and retreating under the pressure of a beast tamer player. With a wave of his hand, the beast tamer will basically create 1 or 2 white lights on the field. The white ID Inua Qingqing on the head of the Beastmaster is also very eye-catching. The spectacular scene made the audience in the live broadcast room shout 666. Phone Kinjiundan, it's really 1v1000, Inua Qingqing boss is awesome. Miss Qing Tian, there are so many people in the world of kings, but they can't beat one person. It's too scary. This little brother Inua Qingqing is so powerful. Sea Breeze, 66666666666. Scorpio, 6666666666666. Then, Crayon Shinchan only saw the gifts explode on the barrage. Player phone Kinjiundan sent a gift, flowers, X1. Unit price 1 silver coin, you get 50% profit, 50 copper coins, the system has automatically put it into your backpack. The player phone Kinjiundan sent a gift, flowers, X66. The player Miss Sunny gave a gift, fireworks, X10. Unit price 3 silver coins. Player Storm Angel sent a gift, yacht, X1. Unit price 10 gold coins. Luotiani, the Storm Angel bosses are here. I can even buy a yacht worth 10 gold coins. I can do whatever I want if I have money. Here, Crayon Shinchan was so excited that she almost cried when she saw the gifts flooding in the live broadcast room and the backpack funds soaring from dozens of silver coins to more than 10 gold coins. She had never seen so many gold coins before, and she did nothing but open the live broadcast. Seeing that Crayon Shinchan's live broadcast room was so popular, many players who were watching the game on site followed suit and opened new live broadcast rooms. In order to attract popularity, the titles of the live broadcast rooms were also varied. Come and see the great Inua Chinching 1v1000, completely defeating the King's World team of 1,000 people. Inua Chinching is invincible and deserves to be the number 1 in District 886. On the field, Zhang Yi was indeed still killing everyone, and the cumulative number of King of Glory players hanging under the flowing light wand had exceeded 50. In fact, the reason why so many people in the King's World could not defeat Zhang Yi alone was because they were afraid and did not dare to launch an attack at all. Zhang Yi is a human, not a god. Even though he has high defense and abundant blood, a round of armor-piercing attacks from more than a dozen archers and assassins on the other side can kill Zhang Yi in an instant. Fear made them forget to resist and they truly regarded Zhang Yi as invincible. So, Zhang Yi went alone and fought his way to the place where Guan Hao and his men had been killed before. Lu Xing, who didn't know what happened before, was still clinging to Han Yuro, trying to please her, until he saw the King's World army retreating. Zhang Yi broke through the siege, holding a magic staff, and gradually approached him. Ding, you were attacked by the armor-piercing arrow of the player, King of Glory, losing 235 health points, and you are dead. The health bar was emptied, and in the eyes of the surrounding players of the King's World and passers-by, the nearly invincible Zhang Yi turned into a beam of white light and disappeared. At the moment when Zhang Yi was killed in an instant, the audiences in the major live broadcast rooms were shocked as they watched the scene that had just happened on the field. Hang up, what's going on? Boss Inua Chinching was killed in 1 second. Isn't he invincible? God's domain, invincible. He is also a human, not a god. How can he really be 1v1000? It's just that the idiots in the previous King's World were afraid of death and didn't dare to do it. If they really did it, Inua Chinching would have died long ago. Little cutie, what? Can't you see? Inua Chinching was clearly trying to protect that girl named Yuro, otherwise how could he be killed in seconds? Cute, yeah, I envy that little sister so much. Inua Chinching actually sacrificed herself to protect her. How lonely it is to be invincible, my undefeated god, has fallen. Seeing Inua Chinching, who was almost invincible before, being killed so easily at this moment, even King of Glory, who dealt the final blow, couldn't believe it, he died just like that. After being stunned for a moment, King of Glory couldn't help but burst into laughter. What did I say? That guy is a human, not a god. There are so many of us in King of Glory, how could we not be able to beat him? As the one who got the last hit, King of Glory was grinning from ear to ear. I didn't expect the last hit was mine. I saved 1,000 gold coins. At this time, the king who was next to King of Glory said excitedly, Captain, Inua Chinching has all the valuable equipment on him. Any piece of it would be worth a fortune. Reminded by the king's return, King of Glory was also shocked. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. As he said that, King of Glory immediately ran to the place where Zhang Yi had just died and disappeared. Looking at the small pile of silver coins, a dozen strengthening stones, and some potions scattered on the ground, he couldn't help but spit, explode. Nothing exploded. How can this kid be so lucky? Although he felt a little regretful, King of Glory was also excited. Forget it, it's enough to kill him once, to weaken his spirit. Let's see how this brat can act so rampant in front of us, King of Glory. Having said that, King of Glory deliberately took this opportunity to speak in the regional chat channel of Area 886. Inua Chinching, you are very powerful and invincible, aren't you? How did you fall into my hands today? Haha, I thought you were so awesome, but you're just like that. It's so boring to kill you so easily. I hope you have a chance to revive and see what I say. Inua Chinching, remember this is the first time today. From today on, I will kill you every time I see you. If there is no chance of resurrection, you'd better hide in the safe zone and don't come out. Do you understand? Your good days are over. As the news about King of Glory was posted in the regional chat channel, countless players in District 886 who saw the news and had just watched the live broadcast or watched the game live all felt indignant for Inua Chinching. However, fearing retaliation from King of Glory, the players did not dare to speak in the district and could only whisper in private. Player A, you have the nerve to mobilize a whole team of 1,000 people to attack Inua Chinching alone. Player B, that's right. Although Inua Chinching was killed in the end, before that, Inua Chinching killed so many people from the king's world by herself. Just a rough estimate, at least 50 or 60. Player C, what's more, Inua Chinching was killed for saving that priest girl. If not for saving her, how could Inua Chinching be killed so easily? He is a bug in our 886th zone. Look at how proud he is of King of Glory. Why didn't he say anything when he was killed by Inua Chinching several times? He is just bullying the minority with his numbers. What a shameless guy. Player D, shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone from the king's world hear us. Otherwise, we will end up like Inua Chinching, and be killed by everyone from the king's world. There are players who stand on the side of Inua Chinching, and naturally there are also many bootlickers who want to get close to King of Glory. The latter have no scruples and directly praise King of Glory in the regional channel. Wang Laowu, male, level 16 assassin, as expected of you, you are the captain of the king's world. You are awesome, even Inua Chinching, who is number 1 on the heavenly ranking, is no match for you. In the future, our 886th district will definitely be yours. Green Tea, female, level 15 knight, brother Rongyao, are you still recruiting in King's World? I want to join your team, and I'm still single. The Return of the King, male, level 16 knight, yes, of course. We welcome everyone to join our world of kings. Looking at the flattery of the crowd in the chat channel, King of Glory, who was picking up the potions and strengthening stones dropped by Zhang Yi in the City of the Dead, smiled more and more smugly, fighting with me, I told you long ago that you will die miserably. Inua Chinching, I will definitely make you disappear from this world and make you regret going against me. At the same time, at the Resurrection Spring in Hope Town, a white light flashed, and Zhang Yi emerged from the spring. Ding, you have received a death penalty, resurrection chance -1, level -1. Because your level is too low and you fail to meet the equipment requirements, your equipment, Flowing Light Staff, has been automatically removed and placed in your backpack. After being resurrected, Zhang Yi immediately checked his equipment and fortunately found that none of his equipment was lost. I have to say, the God level enhancement, binding also has its advantages, otherwise if the Flowing Light Staff had exploded just now, Zhang Yi would have cried to death. At this time, seeing the messages constantly refreshing in the regional chat channel, Zhang Yi was silent for a moment and sent a message in the district. Inua Chinching, male, level 17 beast tamer, the game has just begun. The appearance of the big man made the chat area lively again. Many people were confused about Zhang Yi's, just at the beginning, and asked questions one after another. However, after sending that message, there was no movement from Inua Chinching. But for some reason, when I saw the message that Inua Chinching sent in the regional channel, I felt a chill down my spine. However, in the regional channel, King of Glory was not scared. Hey, there is still a chance to resurrect. If you have the guts, just hide in the safe zone and don't come out, otherwise, I will kill you until you disappear from this world. Lu Xing was shocked when he saw Zhang Yi, who was unable to be stopped by so many people from King of Glory and was coming straight to him. At the same time, Han Yuro, who had thought that Zhang Yi had abandoned her to escape alone and had already felt hopeless, couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in her heart when she saw Zhang Yi coming back. His eyes were fixed quietly on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Lu Xing stood up and shouted at Zhang Yi who was approaching, you have already abandoned Yuro, why are you coming back? Get out of here. You don't deserve Yuru's love. From today on, I will take good care of Yuru on your behalf. No matter what Lu Xing said, Zhang Yi said nothing and just walked slowly towards him. And the surrounding players of King of Glory didn't even dare to stop him. Lu Xing was somewhat incredulous. Damn, why are you all so cowardly? So many people dare not fight him alone. Lu Xing also wanted to run, but looking at Han Yuru beside him, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the dagger, and shouted at Zhang Yi, "Okay, if they don't dare, then let me take the lead." Lu Xing relied on the fact that he was an assassin and that in addition to the armor-piercing skill he learned when he changed his job, he also gained a continuous stabbing skill. Even though he knew that Zhang Yi's output was off the charts, he was not too worried. Because he knew that no matter how powerful Zhang Yi was, he was just a beastmaster with low growth and fragile vitality. As long as he relied on his high agility and movement to dodge his attacks and get close to him, he would be absolutely confident that he could take Zhang Yi away with one move. So Lu Xing rushed towards Zhang Yifei with a dagger in his hand. It's coming, this guy is going to kill Inua Qingqing in an instant. The crowd around was talking about it. Just as Lu Xing stepped into Zhang Yi's 50-meter effective attack range, Zhang Yi suddenly raised his staff and shot a fireball at his former brother Lu Xing without hesitation. 3 agility 2 strength plus style, Lu Xing, who now has more than 40 agility points, is quick-witted and quick-handed. With a slight shift of his feet, he just perfectly caught the fireball that Zhang Yi blasted over. -928. The full health bar above his head was emptied in an instant. The level 15 assassin Lu Xing was killed instantly. He fell to his knees on the ground, staring at Zhang Yi with wide eyes, and then turned into a streak of white light and flew away. Because killing Guan Hao and Han Feng before triggered the red name, Zhang Yi did not gain any sin value after killing the red-named Lu Xing. Puff. In the major live broadcast rooms, many players who were watching the live broadcast burst into laughter. Oh my god, I thought he was some top expert who dared to challenge the #1 player on the heavenly ranking, Inua Qingqing. Turns out he's just a noob who was defeated in one move. I'm impressed by his positioning and skills. Of course, in fact it was not that Lu Xing received the ball well, but that Zhang Yi had already judged his next move based on the sudden change in direction and position of his toes. Prediction is just a basic operation required for mid-level and above players in the aftermath of apocalypse. After killing Lu Xing in seconds, Zhang Yi had already come to Han Yuru's side. Although the players of King of Glory did not dare to attack for the time being, they surrounded Zhang Yi in a safe position 50 meters away. It seemed that it would not be so easy for Zhang Yi to break out from here. So, Zhang Yi came to Han Yuru and took out a golden scroll of return to the city from his backpack. He had bought it for 1 gold coin in the safe zone and originally intended to use it for special situations. He handed it to Han Yuru and said, "Use this to go back." Han Yuru glanced at the scroll in Zhang Yi's hand and said, "What about you? Let's go back together. I'll cover you, you go first. Don't lie to me. I know that the town portal scroll has a 10-second guide time and will be interrupted if attacked. How are you going to leave? Don't hold me back here." Zhang Yi became impatient and threw the scroll back to the city at Han Yuru. "Get lost." Han Yuru was frightened by Zhang Yi's sudden shout, and then she picked up the fallen scroll and cried, "Okay, Zhang Yi, I won't bother you again." After saying that, Han Yuru crushed the scroll back to city, and a white reading bar immediately appeared above her head. Seeing this scene, King of Glory, who was hiding far away and watching the situation, immediately shouted, "Don't let them return to the city, kill them." The players of King of Glory looked at each other in bewilderment. No one dared to go forward. King of Glory was furious. What a bunch of cowards. If you let Inua Qingqing get away like this today, all of you will get out of King of Glory. 1 gold coin is not enough, right? Okay, 10 gold coins for each death, and whoever kills Inua Qingqing will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. I have a way to raise the money. I, King of Glory, keep my word. As King of Glory raised the stakes, with such a shout, the surrounding players of King's World, relying on the fact that they still had a chance to revive, were no longer panicked or hesitant. With the mentality that the worst that could happen was that they would lose 1 level if they died, they gathered their weapons and surrounded Zhang Yi to kill him. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. It seemed that they were no longer afraid of his panic and officially launched the attack. Looking at the reading bar above Han Yuru's head, there are still 5 seconds. At this moment, more than a dozen King of the World mages and archers who were already within the effective shooting range in the back waved their staffs and pulled their bows and arrows, aiming at Zhang Yi and Han Yuru and launching long-range shooting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of flying arrows and magic balls fell at the same time. Han Yuru closed her eyes in fear. At this time, Zhang Yi, who could have avoided these attacks, used his body to block Han Yuru's attacks. Fireballs and sharp arrows fell on Zhang Yi. -46. -1. -9. -126. -78. Dozens of damage points ranging from 100 to 1 jumped up from above Zhang Yi's head, and Zhang Yi's health bar dropped by half in an instant. Seeing this scene, King of Glory just realized a problem that he had overlooked before. It seems that he is not invincible. Ha ha ha, brothers, continue to focus fire on him and he will die. As he spoke, countless mage and shooter players from all directions started shooting at Zhang Yi from a long distance. When Han Yuru opened her eyes, she saw Zhang Yi guarding her. She couldn't help but open her cherry lips, her eyes full of surprise and emotion. Zhang Yi is actually using his body to protect himself. Zhang Yi quickly took out a bottle of high-grade red medicine from his bag and replenished his qi and blood. Unexpectedly, the opponent's next round of concentrated fire attack arrived. In order to protect Han Yuru's return to the city from being interrupted, Zhang Yi once again bore all the damage. This time, the full health bar above his head was directly emptied. Zhang Yi! Han Yuru cried out, and as the reading bar above her head finished, she immediately turned into a beam of white light and disappeared into the city of the dead. Zhang Yi didn't have the leisure to chat with these people, because it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were only a dozen minutes left before the Skeleton King invaded Hope Town. Before the boss is defeated, Zhang Yi must upgrade back to level 18 and re-equip the flowing light staff to have a chance to get the final blow from the boss among the crowd of over 10,000. So, Zhang Yi first came to the town's police station, found the NPC guard Mog standing at the door, triggered a conversation, and submitted the task of hunting skeletons. Young warrior, you really didn't let me down. You killed those skeletons and undead. In this way, the strength of the Golden Skeleton King will be greatly weakened. In this way, we will definitely have a chance to resist its invasion and kill it. Warrior, please accept the reward you deserve. As soon as Mog finished speaking, a pleasant system notification sound rang in Zhang Yi's ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing the special mission, Hunting Skeletons. Rewards based on mission completion, experience plus 52,800, silver plus 80, level 2 reinforcement stone plus 15, human reputation plus 84. Since this mission is unique in the entire area, you will receive a special reward, skill book, flash, plus 1. Intimacy with Guardian, plus 8. I didn't get any equipment reward, but I got a rarer skill book reward. So, Zhang Yi immediately opened his backpack and was surprised to find that the flash rewarded by the mission was actually of green quality. Flash, skill book. Quality, green. Description: after use, you can learn the mage skill flash, select any location within 20 meters as the endpoint, start instant movement, and after flashing, the user's next attack damage increases by 15%, consumes 3 energy points, and has a cooldown of 15 seconds. Occupational restrictions: Magician, Beast Tamer. When used by a Beast Tamer, the damage of the next attack after flashing over is increased by 10%. Skill slots consumed: 2. Flash is an indispensable life-saving skill for the fragile mage profession, especially when being targeted by enemy assassins. It's a pity that Zhang Yi, who is currently level 17, has only 5 skill slots opened, and Green Fireball and Lightning Chain have taken up 4 of them. He can only wait until he reaches level 18 to open the 6th skill slot and then learn this flash. So, putting the skill book into the bag, Zhang Yi opened the status bar and looked at the experience bar, 72%. Then he went to the city of the undead again, and it should be no problem to get back to level 18 before the boss was defeated. So before that, Zhang Yi went to the blacksmith shop and spent 1.9 gold coins to repair the flame staff that was damaged by the necromancer. This was when his intimacy with Ear reached level 1 and he enjoyed a 5% discount. As a 1-star quality equipment, the flame staff itself is not valuable, what is valuable is its plus 25 level enhancement. The higher the equipment enhancement level, the higher the cost of repair. Because before he upgraded to level 18 and equipped the streamer staff, Zhang Yi couldn't fight the skeletons in the City of the Dead with his bare hands. Then, after replenishing some potions and spending 1 gold coin to buy another scroll to return to the city, Zhang Yi left Hope Town and set off back to the City of the Dead. The time was frozen at 5:10, and the system's regional announcement sounded again. Ding attention all players in Safe Zone 886, the God of Death, the Golden Skeleton King, will begin invading Hope Town in 2 minutes. It is expected to depart from the City of the Dead and arrive at Hope Town at 5:30 at the latest. Please return to the Safe Zone immediately and be prepared to defend Hope Town and fight against the Golden Skeleton King together. It can be seen that countless players are rushing back from the wild one after another, and Zhang Yi is the only one leaving the Safe Zone in the opposite direction. Not long after Zhang Yi left the Safe Zone, he felt the ground shaking and a faint roar like that of a giant beast came from the direction of the City of the Undead. At the same time, the system prompts that Ding the God of Death, the Golden Skeleton King, has revived and is heading to Hope Town. Players, please be prepared. In the Safe Zone, countless players felt their blood boiling. At this moment, some players who had not returned to the Safe Zone and were still farming skeletons in the City of the Undead witnessed the rise of the Golden Skeleton King with their own eyes. Several players even started live broadcasts. Zhang Yi also opened the live broadcast interface, randomly found a live broadcast room opened by a player in the City of the Undead, and clicked in. Wow! The perspective of the player who was broadcasting live appeared on a light screen in front of Zhang Yi. On the light screen, I saw a super large skeleton warrior, at least 20 to 30 meters tall, with an extremely huge body, wearing a crown on his head, a cloak on his back, and with golden light shining all over his body, crawling out from the ground of the City of the Dead. On top of the giant golden skeleton warrior's head, there was a clear red ID mark. Level 20 God of Death, Golden Skeleton King, 1-star physical boss. Little human, submit to my golden sword. With a roar, the Golden Skeleton King, who had completely broken out of the ground, raised a huge golden sword in his hand and slashed it to the ground with a boom. Then, the screen shook violently, and screams could be heard from inside. Countless white lights lit up from the screen. The next moment, the screen stopped, and a system prompt appeared on it. The anchor is hung up and the video is disconnected. In the Safe Zone, countless players who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. Player A, this Skeleton King is really big, just like Godzilla. Player B, did you see how many people were killed in one blow? This is too scary. Who can withstand it? Player C, we have to hold on even if we can't. It's said that if we can't hold on, everyone in the Safe Zone will die. It's coming. Oh my God, I'm so scared. Player D, don't panic, everyone. We must unite as one. Before the boss arrives here, let's quickly deploy the formation. The knights and warriors go forward to hold the boss back. Don't let the boss enter the Safe Zone. The mages and archers will attack from behind. While everyone in the Safe Zone number 886 was discussing how to fight the boss, Zhang Yi, who was on his way to the City of the Dead, happened to meet the Golden Skeleton King approaching Hope Town from the City of the Dead. Boom. Boom. Every step the Golden Skeleton King took was like an earthquake. He held a huge golden sword, and sparks and lightning flew along the way. All the players around him who tried to stop him were chopped into white light by the Golden Skeleton King's sword, or were simply stepped to death. Zhang Yi paused and exclaimed, still so powerful. Then, Zhang Yi bypassed the Golden Skeleton King and went straight to the City of the Undead. At this time, the huge City of the Undead was empty. Except for those who died directly, the rest of the players had all returned to the Safe Zone. It is said that the most dangerous place is the safest. The people in the King's world probably couldn't have imagined that Zhang Yi would come back to the City of the Undead to level up. Of course, even if they knew, they didn't have the time to deal with Zhang Yi at this time. King of Glory would definitely try every means to get the final blow on the boss. Just as Zhang Yi entered the City of the Dead, a regional announcement sounded. Ding the God of Death, the Golden Skeleton King, has begun to invade the Safe Zone. From now on, the protection system of Safe Zone number 886 is cancelled. Players in the safe zone are allowed to PK and die, and monsters are allowed to enter. From now until 10 o'clock tonight, all players within 1 kilometer of Hope Town will receive special protection from the system. Death within the protection range will not consume the resurrection opportunity, and will not drop items, but will only lose 10% of the experience points of the current level. The red name system is cancelled, and players will not gain sin points during this period. Ding all players in Zone 886, please note, the rules of this boss invasion are, if the safety zone is damaged by the Golden Skeleton King by more than 70%, all players in the safety zone will be punished by death. Please be sure to protect your homes and hunt down the Golden Skeleton King together. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He went straight to the 3rd level area of the City of the Undead, picked up the fire staff, and started to kill the level 19 to 20 skeletons and undead around him. At the same time, in Hope Town, the Golden Skeleton King has arrived at the gate of the safe zone, dragging his giant sword. Countless players have gathered at the gate, guarding it strictly to prevent the invasion of the boss. Brothers, kill. Don't let the boss enter the safe zone. Someone in the crowd shouted, but because of the system's special protection mechanism, the players who had been well prepared grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the Skeleton King fearlessly. If it were before, after knowing that this was a real death game world, these players would definitely not waste the precious resurrection opportunity to fight with the boss. But now, within the specified time and area, the penalty for death is only a loss of 10% of experience. Rewards are calculated based on output, which is why players fight so hard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wow. Boom. Countless sharp arrows and magic balls were shot out from the hands of a large group of magicians and archer players in the back formation, directly hitting the Skeleton King, who was as big as a mountain, and causing a large area of damage from the top of the Skeleton King's head. -12. -19. -7. -1. -22. All the damage is negligible, some are even in single digits and mandatory damage that does not break the defense. This result is also expected. After all, the Golden Skeleton King is the first level 21-star boss in the Apocalypse world. In addition to the mages and archers who had already started the long-range attack, the melee warriors, knights, and assassins also gathered around the Skeleton King, stabbing and stabbing with the weapons in their hands. The damage they could cause to the boss was similar to that of the mages and archers, only a few points. This is when the boss's attributes were weakened by 9.55%. It can be seen that when the Skeleton King first arrived near the safe zone, excluding the slight consumption on the road, the health bar above his head was only about 90%. And a round of concentrated fire from so many melee and ranged players in Area 886 only managed to knock away 0.1 percentage point of Skeleton King's health. According to the data collected by players above level 17 using detection skills, the Skeleton King's total health has reached 1.25 million points. The dozen or even a few points of damage caused by the players at a time is insignificant to the Skeleton King. At this time, the Skeleton King, who had suffered several rounds of fierce attacks from the players, also began to fight back. Roar! With a violent roar that shook the earth, the Skeleton King raised the golden giant sword in his right hand and slashed it down to the ground, landing on dozens of players in the area covered by the giant sword. Accompanied by screams, waves of extremely high damage jumped up above the heads of the players hit by the giant sword. -1536. -1498. -1613. Wow 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 wow. More than a dozen white lights lit up at the same time, and more than 90% of the players touched by the Skeleton King were killed instantly. The average damage was 1,500 points, and even the warriors on the field could be killed instantly with one strike. Therefore, only 10% of them survived, and they were all knights with thick skin and flesh. Then, the Skeleton King raised his left foot again, and the huge skeleton foot slammed down, instantly trampling more than a dozen players in a large area into white light. The crowd was in a state of agitation. This boss's damage is too terrifying. If you get hit, you'll be killed instantly. It's okay to kill him in seconds, there's no need to be afraid. If he dies, you'll only lose 10% of your experience. Make more output before he kills you, and you'll get more rewards after the boss is defeated. As a result, the players were fearless and continued to use the human wave tactic to attack the boss. The Golden Skeleton King's strength is truly terrifying. Basically, any random action of his can cause the annihilation of dozens of players. Although the players' attacks are not very painful, the accumulated damage can cause the Skeleton King's health bar to drain at an extremely slow rate. Of course, the main reason is that not all players in Area 886 can participate in this battle at the same time. Because the players' bodies cannot overlap, the only people who can attack Skeleton King are a few hundred players within a radius of 50 meters. People outside this range cannot hit the boss because they are out of effective range, and even mages and archers cannot hit them. So this looks like a boss battle involving tens of thousands of people, but in reality, there are only 200 or 300 people participating in the battle in real time. Only when the players in the circle die, will people outside have a chance to squeeze in and fill the vacancies. If all the 10,000 players in the entire safe zone can attack Skeleton King, this boss battle will only take a few minutes at most. After all, even if each person can only cause 10 points of damage to the boss, so many players can cause more than 100,000 damage to the boss in one round of attack. While the battle with the boss was going on fiercely in the safe zone, Zhang Yi, who was killing skeletons in the City of the Undead, opened the live broadcast interface and found that someone was actually live broadcasting this boss battle. So Zhang Yi entered the live broadcast room to learn about the progress of the boss battle. The player who was broadcasting was a girl. She must have been too excited because the cross-area live broadcast function had not yet been enabled. Now almost all the players in Area 886 were here to fight the boss. Who was she broadcasting for? So, just when the anchor girl was about to close the live broadcast, she suddenly saw a system message. Player Inua Qingqing entered the live broadcast room. A promise that conquers the world. The girl who was broadcasting the live stream thought she had seen it wrong. She rubbed her eyes and looked carefully. She found that it was actually the top player on the 886th district heavenly ranking. She couldn't help but burst into surprise. Oh my god, the top player on the heavenly ranking came to my live stream room. However, the next system message made the anchor girl extremely excited. Player Inua Qingqing sent a gift, Yacht, X1. A yacht that costs 10 gold coins. At this time, Zhang Yi spoke in the live broadcast room. Go find a safe place to stay and just broadcast live. I will give you gifts. After this wave is over, wait until the boss's health is 10% left before the next wave. Then I will give you 2 more yachts. This level 16 magician girl with the ID, I like you, who was squeezed in the crowd was broadcasting live. At the same time, she followed Zhang Yi's instructions and found a safe position, not close to the boss, and provided a live broadcast for Zhang Yi alone. Therefore, through the perspective of the girl, I like you, who was unable to squeeze into the battle circle and could only stare and watch in the crowd outside, Zhang Yi saw the on-site situation of the boss battle in the live broadcast room. Through the live broadcast, Zhang Yi saw the Golden Skeleton King use a sword energy skill, releasing strong sword energy in a 50-meter radius, instantly killing hundreds of players around him. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, it's so terrifying. Then, Zhang Yi waved his staff to kill the skeletons while watching the live broadcast. For Zhang Yi, although a yacht that costs 10 gold coins is a luxury, with his total assets of more than 30 gold coins, he can only buy 3 yachts at most. However, as long as he can get the first kill of Skeleton King and get the things that Skeleton King drops, these mere dozens of gold coins are not worth mentioning at all. Zhang Yi couldn't see the situation on site, he could only learn about it through other players' live broadcasts. If he missed it, and went back after the boss had been defeated, the loss would be hundreds of millions. Since live streaming consumes too much energy, the girl only broadcast for about 3 minutes before closing it. However, she had already agreed with Zhang Yi that when the boss's remaining health is only 10%, she will start another live broadcast, just for Zhang Yi. Of course, in case the girl forgets or encounters other emergencies, Zhang Yi also has a trick up his sleeve. Through the 3-minute live broadcast just now, Zhang Yi saw that Skeleton King's health had just dropped by 3%, an average loss of 1% per minute. The Skeleton King's initial health is 90%. At this rate, if there is no mutation during the process, the battle with the boss can be over in an hour and a half. Zhang Yi only needs to go back in about an hour and 20 minutes. In the world of Apocalypse, when the health of each boss level monster drops to 30%, there is a certain chance that it will mutate. The mutation will greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the boss within a certain period of time, which is very terrifying. However, after the mutation time ends, the boss will fall into a weakened state. So, after the girl, I like you, closed the live broadcast room, Zhang Yi continued to concentrate on killing monsters. As one level 19 to 20 skeletons and undead after another fell under the bombardment of Zhang Yi's flame staff, Zhang Yi's experience bar was rising rapidly, getting closer and closer to level 18. In the safe zone, countless players were still scrambling to besiege the boss. Everyone's attention was focused on the Golden Skeleton King, but no one noticed that the players from the two largest forces in Zone 886, King's World and Storm Family, did not participate in this battle. Outside the safe zone, behind a pile of 7 or 8 meter high city ruins, nearly 1,000 players were lurking, their eyes fixed on the boss in front of them. This group of players hiding here are the ones who are in charge of the world. While looking at the battlefield not far away, the King Supreme, who was hiding behind the ruins with King of Glory, said anxiously, "Captain, it seems that the rewards for this boss battle are calculated based on damage. Why don't we just kill them now?" "Kill shit." King's Glory said, "How much more can the participation prize be? As long as we get the first boss kill prize, we can take off directly. In comparison, the participation prize is better off not having it. Besides, if you die, you lose 10% of your experience, isn't that a loss? Let's wait until the boss is about to die, and then we can grab the boss. By then, the scattered players will have been almost consumed by the boss, and we will kill anyone who dares to stop us." As the words came out, the returning king chuckled, "Captain, you are wise." The Supreme King was a little worried and said, "It seems that the people of the Storm family did not participate in the battle. They are not thinking the same as us, waiting until the boss is about to die, and then going up to grab the boss. Who cares?" King of Glory didn't care. "I've already figured out the details of the Storm family. How can a mere 400-man rubbish team compare with our 1,000-man team? Last time in the Goblin Forest, we suffered a loss in equipment, and he used my divine weapons to crush us, plus we had Inua Chingching's help. Now, the gap in our equipment is not that big, and Inua Chingching was killed by us once and is already useless. This time, as long as they dare to come out to grab the boss, I will make them never come back, just in time to avenge the last battle in the Goblin Forest." On the other side, behind another pile of ruins, the players of the Storm family were indeed hiding. "Captain, I don't see anyone from the King's World. They are probably hiding somewhere, waiting to snatch the boss." As the 17th level warrior Storm Dragon King finished speaking, Storm Angel looked at the Skeleton King not far away and said, "No matter what, we must grab the boss's first kill reward and spoils. We must not let it fall into the hands of the King of the World. Otherwise, there will be no place for our Storm family in Area 886 in the future." As the magician girl Storm Fantasy was talking, she suddenly pointed at a few heads sticking out from behind another pile of ruins and said, "Honey, are those people from King's World? Ding player, King of Glory, requested to add you as a friend through ID search." Just as the Storm Angel was looking in the direction of Storm Fantasy's finger towards another pile of ruins nearby, a prompt sound suddenly came down. Seeing that it was a friend adding from King of Glory, Storm Angel frowned slightly and agreed to the other party's request. Immediately, King of Glory sent a message. "Storm, you piece of shit. Listen to me. If you dare to compete with us for the boss, I will make you regret it." Looking ahead, you can see another pile of ruins just 100 or 200 meters away. It's probably King of Glory, raising the middle finger to the Storm Angels here. Storm Angel immediately replied, "It's up to you to decide. Whoever gets it first gets it. Stop making such harsh remarks here. King of Glory, let's have a fight and see who is more powerful." Storm Angel, "Okay, come on if you dare." King of Glory, "Come here if you dare." Coward. Storm Angel, "Come here. You're just a piece of shit." King of Glory, "Come here. Trash." In fact, in a situation where the boss could be knocked down at any time, both the King's World and the Storm family did not dare to start a fight easily, because it was very likely that they would inadvertently miss the boss and let those individual players take down the boss, which would be a big loss. So Storm Angel and King of Glory cursed each other's ancestors in the private chat interface, but they didn't take any action, even though they were only several hundred meters apart. At the entrance of Hope Town, the boss battle was still going on fiercely. When the Skeleton King's health dropped to 70%, it suddenly stepped towards the safe zone. Stop it. Don't let it go in and destroy the safe zone. As a shout came from the crowd, countless players surrounded the Skeleton King tightly. Many players even climbed up the Skeleton King's thighs and clung to his body like ants, trying to prevent the Skeleton King from entering the safe zone. However, the player's power is no match for the Skeleton King. Ignoring the player's obstruction, the Golden Skeleton King swung his giant sword, destroyed the 7 or 8 meter high wall outside the safe zone with a clang, and then stepped into the safe zone. Boom. The Skeleton King, who had already entered the safe zone, raised his foot and kicked over an 8-story building on the street, and in the process, crushed dozens of players and NPCs on the street to death. Squeak. Boom boom boom. The giant sword swept across, and several surrounding buildings were cut in half and collapsed to both sides. The Skeleton King began to destroy the safe zone. At the same time, regional announcements continued to be heard by all players in Area 886. Ding, please note that the Golden Skeleton King has invaded the safe zone and caused damage to the safe zone. The current damage level of the safe zone is 1%. Ding, please note that the Golden Skeleton King has invaded the safe zone and caused damage to the safe zone. The current damage level of the safe zone is 2%. Byte. Ding, the damage level of the safe zone has reached 10%. Players, please pay attention to defend your homeland. When the damage level reaches 70%, all players in Zone 886 will be punished with death. Depend on. Behind the ruins outside the safe zone, Storm Angel was horrified when he heard the system prompt, "If this continues, the safe zone will explode, hurry back to defend it." So, just as the players of the Storm family rushed out from behind the ruins, on the other side, an army of players from the King of the World also ran out from behind another pile of ruins. Honor of Kings, what are you looking at? Look at your sister. I don't have time to fight you now. Storm Dragon King, bah. Wait till I defeat the boss, and then I'll beat up all of you rubbish in the world of kings. The king returns, boss is our king of the world, you rubbish from the Storm family, stop dreaming. Ding, the damage level of the safe zone has reached 15%. The system prompt sounded again. Thousands of players from the two major teams, King's World and Storm Family, quickly ran towards the safe zone. Facts have proved that the average strength of the players of the two major teams is indeed stronger than those of individual players. As players from King's World and Storm Family joined the battle, the boss's movements were greatly restricted, and under the attack of the two major teams and countless individual players, it gradually retreated outside the safe zone. Then, the battle continued smoothly for another hour. The Skeleton King's health has dropped to 29%. He has passed the mutation period but has not triggered mutation. Then, the health dropped to 15%, 14%. At this moment, the players of King of Glory showed their true colors and started to slaughter the individual players around them with their weapons. Wow! Several individual players who were fighting the boss with all their might were killed by several King of Glory players around them when they were completely unprepared, and turned into white light and flew away. The crowd was terrified. Among the casual players, a level 16 warrior holding a long sword looked incredulously at the King Supreme who was stabbing another casual player to death with a single blow. King of the World. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? I'll send you to death. As soon as the words fell, the Supreme King rushed over quickly and killed the warrior with low health with a few swords. At this time, King of Glory shouted, "All those who don't want to die, get out of here, boss, we want the world of kings." Why? We defeated the boss together, why should I give it to you? Why? Just based on strength. After saying that, King of Glory drew his bow and shot an arrow in cooperation with his teammates around him, killing the magician player who had just spoken. Because of the protection of the system, the red name system was temporarily cancelled. The King of Glory who had killed several players in a row still had a white ID above his head. He continued to draw the bow and shoot frantically at the surrounding individual players. Countless white lights appeared one after another on the field, and screams were continuous. Under the massacre of the players in the King of Glory and the ravages of the boss Golden Skeleton King, those individual players gradually gave up resistance and fled in all directions. Because they don't dare to offend the King of the World for a boss. Even Inua Chinching, the boss who ranked first on the list, was killed for offending King of Glory, let alone these individual players. There were also some small families and teams who were unwilling to hand over the boss who was about to be overthrown, and openly resisted the King of the World. Their end was to be killed by the King of the World. While slaughtering the players, King of Glory is also keeping a close eye on the health of the boss. Unknowingly, the Skeleton King's health has dropped to 10%. He has to be the first to kill the level 21 star boss Golden Skeleton King. However, at this moment, another group of players rushed out from the safe zone. The Storm family. In the entire 886 district, the only family that has the strength to fight against the King of the World is the Storm family. So, without saying anything, the players from the two families immediately started a fierce team battle in front of the Skeleton King, with the goal of snatching the Skeleton King's first kill. Because as the first boss in the Apocalypse world, the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King is of great importance. Whoever can get the first kill and get all the rewards will be the boss of Area 886. This is a battle between the King of the World and the Storm family, a battle that concerns the future of life and death. At the same time, in the City of the Dead, Zhang Yi was still busy brushing skeletons. After an unknown amount of time, a golden light finally fell from his head. Ding, congratulations on your upgrade. Your current level is 18. It's not easy to get back to level 18. Thinking of the King of Glory that caused him to lose a chance to revive and lose a level, Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. King of Glory, you are finished. After saying that, Zhang Yi took out the flowing light staff from his bag and completed the equipment, which instantly increased the attack power from 400 points to 701 points. The invincible 1v1000 God of War Inua Chinching is back. Then, using the skill slot he had just gained after reaching level 18, Zhang Yi picked up the green flash in his bag and completed his learning. Ding, congratulations on mastering a new skill, Flash. Looking at the time, it was almost time. Zhang Yi was about to open the live broadcast interface when he heard a message ring out. Ding, the anchor you follow, I like you, has started live streaming. Go check it out in the live streaming room. When he opened the live broadcast interface, he saw that there was only one live broadcast on the entire interface, and the host was, I like you. Zhang Yi immediately entered the live broadcast room. That I like you is quite punctual. Through the live broadcast screen transmitted from her perspective, Zhang Yi saw the Golden Skeleton King who was still swinging his giant sword and killing crazily in the crowd. The blood bar above his head was exactly fixed at 10%, no more, no less. At the same time, it seemed that players from two major gangs were engaged in an internal fight. You don't have to look at the IDs above their heads, you can guess with your toes that they must be King of the World and Storm family. However, their fight was meaningless, because no matter who won or lost, the boss would eventually belong to Zhang Yi. So, Zhang Yi followed his previous promise to I like you and swiped 2 yachts with a total value of 20 gold coins in the live broadcast room, then unfollowed I like you and exited the live broadcast room. He took out the scroll that he had prepared long ago from his bag and crushed it immediately. Wow! A white light lit up, and Zhang Yi disappeared in the City of the Dead. As soon as he turned his sight, Zhang Yi appeared in Hope Town. Holding the flowing light staff, Zhang Yi opened the ID above his head and walked towards the village entrance. At this moment, the largest exit of Hope Town was already crowded with players, and in front of them was the Golden Skeleton King with only a trace of health left on his head. And those players could only stand in the safe zone and watch from afar, not daring to fight the boss. Various voices of dissatisfaction and complaints also spread from the crowd. Player A, the people in King's World are too shameless. They were not there when we fought the boss before, and they came out when the boss was about to die. They wanted to take the boss for themselves and didn't let us fight the boss. Player B, how good are the Storm family? They are all for their own benefit. This is human nature. Player C, but they are so powerful, and we are no match for them. I hope they can fight to a draw, and then leave a boss behind for us to take advantage of. As everyone was talking, a shout suddenly came from the crowd. Inua Chinching is here. As soon as he finished speaking, the players turned around and saw a man with level 18 beast tamer Inua Chinching on his head, holding a silver staff in his hand, and walking slowly out of the town with a murderous aura. Zhang Yi's murderous look immediately caused the players to become restless. The crowd blocking the entrance to the village, all the players' eyes were focused on Zhang Yi. A young assassin said, "Wow. Boss, are you going to compete with the two major teams for the boss?" A middle-aged knight, "Why do I feel like he's going after the King of Glory players? You can see that his eyes are full of murderous intent. I guess he was killed by King of Glory in the City of the Dead before. Didn't he also spread rumors in the district that the game was just starting?" A sexy archer girl, "Wow, Qingqing is so handsome. I look forward to his performance. I feel like the people in the king's world are going to be in trouble." Just when everyone was arguing, Zhang Yi suddenly stopped, hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked into a noodle shop on the street. The players were stunned. Some people even couldn't believe it and ran to the door of the noodle shop to see, and actually saw Zhang Yi eating beef noodles leisurely in the noodle shop. What a big heart this guy must have. The two teams outside are busy beating the boss, and this guy actually still has the mood to eat noodles here. After finishing the beef noodles in no time, Zhang Yi touched his belly and burped contentedly, "I'm full. Get to work." After saying that, he walked out of the noodle shop and looked towards the village entrance, just in time to see that the boss's health bar was still 5%. So, under the incredible gazes of the surrounding individual players, Zhang Yi once again picked up the flowing light staff and walked outside. Looking at the boss with amazing brain circuits, the players around him dared not say anything or ask anything. They just quietly dispersed to the left and right to make way for the boss. At this moment, the battle outside has gradually entered a white-hot stage. It is no longer like before, where a 2-star top weapon with a level 25 upgrade can crush a group of players with 1-star junk equipment without any pressure. Now, except for the level, the Storm Angels no longer have much advantage over the players of King of Glory, and can no longer lead the entire family to win with fewer people. Therefore, the players of Storm family were almost killed, and the battlefield was gradually dominated by the King's world, as if the Golden Skeleton King was already in their pocket. Until I saw a Beastmaster men in black clothes holding a staff walking out calmly from the safe zone. Inua Qingqing. A player from the King's world noticed Zhang Yi approaching and shouted hurriedly, "Captain, Inua Qingqing is here to grab the boss." Rob the boss. The King of Glory, who was shooting a Storm family player with an arrow, looked at Zhang Yi with disdain and said, "That guy was killed by us once, so he's useless. Now I've figured out his weakness. A group of mages and archers can kill him in one round with concentrated fire." After a pause, King of Glory continued, "Don't worry about that idiot for now. Just send a few warriors to hold him back and don't let him cause any trouble. Everyone else, prepare to take down the boss with me. Remember, save the final blow for me." At the command, 2 warriors and a knight player from the King's world rushed towards Zhang Yi with swords and shields. I hope that Inua Qingqing will not be killed by their concentrated fire like last time. It's possible. After all, Inua Qingqing is also a human being, not a god. As Zhang Yi stepped out of the safe zone, the players who had just made way for him automatically gathered together and focused their attention on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was quietly staring at the 3 King of Glory players approaching in front of him. Just wait for them to enter the effective attack range within 50 meters. Boom. While Zhang Yi continued to approach the boss, he swung his staff and a chain of lightning blasted towards the 3 people approaching him. -668. -701. -1298 critical hit. 3 extremely high damage jumped up from the heads of the 3 opponents. Among them, a level 16 warrior who was at the back and suffered critical damage was killed instantly and turned into white light and flew away. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yi cast another fireball spell and combined it with normal attacks, killing the other 2 crippled knights and warriors of King's World. Even though they had seen the spectacular scene of Inua Qingqing 1v1000 in the City of the Dead on the live broadcast before, Zhang Yi's terrifying lethality, in which he killed 3 people in less than 10 seconds after the start, still shocked countless players watching the game behind him. Player A, "Oh my god, Inua Qingqing's damage is too explosive. His group skills can kill warriors in 1 second. How high must his attack power be?" Player B, "Last time in the City of the Dead, I was killed in 1 second just to protect that girl. This time, without any ties, Inua Qingqing can kill everyone without any scruples. It looks like there will be something interesting to watch today. Amid the discussions among the crowd, King of Glory was somewhat surprised to see Zhang Yi easily kill 3 of his men who tried to stop him. This kid. However, seeing that the Skeleton King's health was only 3%, King of Glory had no choice but to put Zhang Yi aside and ordered the surrounding King of Glory players, "Hold Inua Qingqing, don't let him come over, wait until I take down the boss, then I'll deal with him." After saying that, dozens of players from King of Glory rushed towards Zhang Yi with swords drawn. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He continued to approach the boss, with the flowing magic wand in his hand emitting silver light. Enables multi-attack. Boom 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 boom. Every time the streamer's staff was swung, it could release 2 magic balls at the same time. With the assassin-like attack speed brought by 41 points of agility, countless magic balls bombarded towards the players of King's World, as if they were being attacked by a group of magicians, not just Zhang Yi alone. Zhang Yi did not lock on a specific target, allowing these magic balls that were split into 2 to bombard the crowd of King's World in a disorderly manner. Countless dense injuries jumped up from above their heads one after another. -401. -432. -868 critical hit. -449. -394. After activating multiple attacks, the damage caused by each magic ball is only 60%. However, with Zhang Yi's extremely high magic attack bonus, even 60% damage can cause fatal damage to the group of level 16 to 17 players in front of them. Before they got close, several white lights lit up, and all the fragile assassins died halfway. When the remaining warriors and knights approached, they were already reduced to low health. So Zhang Yi reaped them one by one without any hesitation. Even if there were a warrior who managed to get close, a sword strike on Zhang Yi, who had 156 points of physical defense, could only cause a few dozen insignificant damage, and could not even break the undead shield, triggered by the undead robe. However, the result they faced was that they were directly killed by a magic ball thrown by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, holding the enhanced level 25 3-star streamer staff, is unstoppable. At this time, the boss's health was only 1% left, the Storm family was completely wiped out, and Zhang Yi became the only opponent in honor of kings. Stop him, everyone stop, I'm going to kill the boss. Give me the final blow. Under the call of King of Glory, the players of the surrounding King's World stopped attacking the boss and deliberately left the Skeleton King, who had only a trace of blood left, to King of Glory. Seeing that Zhang Yi was at least 60 to 70 meters away from the Golden Skeleton King, far beyond his effective attack range, he could not attack the Skeleton King at the current distance, and there was a large group of King's World people blocking him. King's Glory laughed triumphantly and said, "You still want to snatch the boss from me? Are you qualified? Inua Qingqing, wait until I get the first kill of the Skeleton King and get all the rewards and spoils. I will abuse you from now on, just like a dog. Just wait to be trampled under my feet." As he spoke, King of Glory excitedly drew his bow and arrow, aiming at the Golden Skeleton King whose health bar had already reached the bottom. "Goodbye, baby. The first kill of the level 21 star boss in the whole server is mine." After saying that, at the moment when the arrow of fire in King's hand flew out, suddenly a scorching fireball flew over King's head and landed on the Skeleton King first, leaving a blood-red damage number on his head. -861. The only remaining health bar above the Skeleton King's head was completely emptied, and the fire arrow of King of Glory was a step too slow to reach the dead Skeleton King, and was judged as an invalid attack by the system. How could this king die at the hands of a bunch of ants like you? This town will eventually become General Rocky's territory. Roar. With a deafening roar, the Skeleton King's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Even though it was just a corpse, it crushed dozens of King of Glory players in the area to death the moment it fell. At the same time, countless golden lights fell from all directions, and all players who encountered the boss in this boss battle gained the experience of the level 21 star boss Golden Skeleton King. One level up is the minimum guarantee, and some players with relatively high damage contributions have even been promoted twice. 3 consecutive beams of golden light fell from Zhang Yi's head. Ding, congratulations on taking down the final blow of the level 21 star boss God of Death, Golden Skeleton King. You get the final blow bonus experience plus 600,000, reputation plus 2,400. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 19. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 20. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 21. The next level up requires 350,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on getting the first kill of the Golden Skeleton King in the whole server. The system will make a full server announcement. Please choose to make your ID public/hide. Full server announcement. Ding, congratulations to the player in the 8th area, the 886th safe zone, for getting the first kill of the God of Death, Golden Skeleton King in the whole server. He has completed the first kill of boss achievement and received the reward level +1, gold coins +100, reputation +12,000, 5-star treasure box +1, and resurrection chance +1. Server-wide announcement. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding, congratulations to the 8th District 886 safe zone for becoming the first safe zone in the entire server to kill the boss Golden Skeleton King. All players in the 8th District 886 will receive a reward level +1, gold coins +3, reputation +1,000, 2-star treasure box +1, and resurrection chance +1. Server-wide announcement. Ding, the cross-server chat function has been temporarily enabled. This time it will last for 1 hour. You can speak in the cross-server channel by spending a certain amount of money. And this cross-server chat will hide the identity and level information of all speaking players. As several server-wide announcements were issued in succession, the cross-server chat channel that had just been opened was instantly flooded with countless messages. Children, tremble. Player from Zone 250 of the 4th zone. Is the 8th zone so awesome? It's only 7 o'clock now, and you've already taken down the boss just 1 hour after it came out. Are you cheating? Why does the boss in our zone still have 50% health left? Throwing Thunder Mother, player from District 886 of the 6th District, throwing Thunder Mother. My blood boils when I hear that. It turns out it's District 886 of the 8th District, not District 886 of the 6th District. I got so excited for so long. Oh my god. Love in a Fallen City, player from Zone 999 of the 25th District. Wow, this first kill reward is too good. Level +1 for everyone in the entire safe zone, and 3 gold coins. Wow, 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 I'm so jealous. I want it too. Sure kill, player from District 364 of District 18. The guy who got the first kill got rich. 100 gold coins and a 5-star treasure chest. He really made a killing this time. This reward is so great. Hell Shura, player from Zone 1, the first zone. Damn. We were just a step too slow. The first kill prize would have been ours. I love Benchi, player from District 89 of the 1st District. What the above person said sounds exactly like the truth, even a little bit off. I believed your lies. Server-wide announcement. Ding, congratulations to the first area, Safe Zone 1, for becoming the second safe zone in the entire server to kill the boss Golden Skeleton King. All players in the first area, Zone 1, will be rewarded with plus 80% current level experience, plus 2 gold coins, plus 800 reputation, plus 1 2-star treasure chest, and plus 1 resurrection chance. After hearing the system announcement, Zhang Yi said angrily, "Fortunately, I almost got the first kill." As expected, there are always people who are better than you. Zhang Yi accepted the tasks as quickly as possible and completed the task of hunting skeletons to 955 points. Unexpectedly, there were still other districts that almost got ahead and killed the boss. Zhang Yi was already satisfied, as he became the first server to kill a boss. In addition to the generous experience reward from the level 21 star boss, which allowed him to level up 3 levels directly, his personal achievement reward and regional reward allowed him to level up 2 levels again. So Zhang Yi's level instantly soared from level 18 to level 23. 5 levels in a row. However, the announcement sent by the system left King of Glory stunned. This is something that the King of Glory never dreamed of. I thought the boss would definitely be my own, but in the end, it was snatched away by Inua Qingqing. But how did he get the boss? In shock, King of Glory turned around and saw that Inua Qingqing had arrived within 50 meters of the Skeleton King from 60 or 70 meters away at some point. How is this possible? How could he be so fast, breaking through the obstruction of so many people in the king's world and moving to this position in an instant. Soon, King of Glory came up with the answer: he must have used Flash. I have to say, Honor of Kings guessed it right. Seeing that the fat meat right before his mouth was snatched away by someone else, and the person who snatched it away was the one he hated the most, Inua Chingcheng, King of Glory was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Inua Chingcheng. You dare to snatch my boss, you are looking for death. Zhang Yi disagreed. Hey, your boss. Fuck. The furious King of Glory immediately gave an order: kill everyone. I'll give the boss the last blow, all the spoils are mine, don't let him get close to the spoils. After saying that, when a group of King of Glory players in the surrounding area rushed towards Zhang Yi, King of Glory quickly rushed towards the corpse of the Golden Skeleton King. Next to the Skeleton King's corpse, countless gold coins, equipment, strengthening stones, treasure chests and skill books were piled up like a mountain. One could tell at a glance that every single item among them was a priceless treasure. This is the most valuable thing of the Skeleton King boss. In comparison, the first kill achievement award is insignificant. As long as we get these trophies, Honor of Kings will still take off as usual. But Zhang Yi naturally couldn't let the people of the king's world get the boss's spoils. Because the Skeleton King's spoils belong to Zhang Yi, and no one can touch them without his permission. Brush. The streamer staff was swung, and a fireball was fired out, aiming at the King of Glory who was within Zhang Yi's 50-meter effective attack range and rapidly approaching the Skeleton King's corpse. Boom. With accurate prediction, Zhang Yi fired a fireball from a distance of nearly 40 meters, accurately hitting King of Glory in the crowd. -1926 critical hit. After receiving the reward from the boss, even if the King of Glory has been upgraded to level 19, as an archer, even if he has added a lot of physical strength, his total blood volume will definitely not exceed 1200. Therefore, the full health bar above his head was directly emptied. When the King of Glory who was rushing towards the Skeleton King was only one step away from the mountain of spoils, he knelt down on the ground with a plop and turned into a beam of white light and flew away. Flash sale. After upgrading from level 18 to level 23, Zhang Yi immediately added all 25 points gained from 5 consecutive level increases to his intelligence, and his magic attack power soared to 736 points. Combined with the advanced severe injury talent of the Silver Bone Ring, he achieved a damage coefficient of 145%, and also released a critical fireball spell, which was naturally not something that King of Glory could withstand.